Chapter 151 Amphitrite's Blessing. The next day, Roy, Sisyphus and Glaucus led the soldiers to guard the gates of Corinth. Seeing that the Mycenaean army outside Corinth actually had 2,500 soldiers, Roy and Sisyphus both showed shocked expressions. As the night passed, the number of Mycenaean soldiers increased by 1,000. Acrisios, Proetus, Perseus, and Pelops appeared in front of the Mycenaean army. And Sisyphus immediately said suddenly, "Those are Perseus and Pelops, the grandsons of Acrisios. It seems they brought 1,000 Mycenaean soldiers with them." Roy said with a solemn expression, "Sisyphus, it seems that there will be a hard battle today. If we are destined to fail in the end, I will definitely abandon the city of Corinth with my soldiers." Even before the war started, Roy already had plans to abandon the city of Corinth. Sisyphus first widened his eyes in disbelief, and then said with a helpless smile, "Young Roy, of course I will not ask you Athenians to live and die with us. So you can leave the battlefield with your soldiers at any time. In this day and age, deserting allies and fleeing the battlefield would result in complete loss of reputation. But for Roy, his life is more important than his reputation. Therefore, Roy would not feel any psychological burden if he betrayed his allies and fled the battlefield when he lost the war. Sisyphus, although I already have a plan to escape, as long as there is a glimmer of hope of victory, I will do my best to help you in this war." At this time, Perseus saw Roy standing with Sisyphus, and his face immediately showed an excited sneer and shouted, "Roy, it turns out that the reinforcements from Corinth city are you. Since we meet here, let us use this opportunity to decide the winner." After saying that, Perseus brandished his spear and rushed towards the gate of Corinth. Roy stepped forward without showing any signs of weakness, wielding his bronze war spear to engage in a fierce confrontation with Perseus. "Perseus, you are defeated by me. Even if I fight you a few more times, it won't change the result. You stupid guy. I have been blessed by the great god King Zeus. Now I not only want to defeat you, but also kill you to wash away my shame." Clang clang clang. The two people's war spears clashed like a storm, and Roy quickly raised his strength to the limit. However, Perseus' strength and speed continued to increase, leaving Roy at a disadvantage. Seeing that Perseus gained the upper hand in the battle and improved the morale of the Mycenaean army, Acrisios nodded with satisfaction and shouted, "My soldiers, have you seen Perseus fighting bravely? As long as we show our true strength, the natives of the Peloponnese Peninsula are no match for us. Under the protection of the great Zeus and Poseidon, today we will definitely be able to conquer the city of Corinth. Now I order you attack." Following Acrisios' order, Proetus and Pelops led the soldiers to attack the city of Corinth. Sisyphus and Glaucus led the soldiers to fight. And soon Sisyphus was fighting with Proetus, and Glaucus was fighting with Pelops. While the leaders were fighting, Athenian and Corinthian soldiers were also fighting with the Mycenaean soldiers. As the two sides fought, Amphitrite, the sea goddess who protected the Corinthians, and Poseidon, the Mycenaean god, came to the battlefield to start a battle of gods. The battle between Roy and Perseus continued. Perseus' strength increased to an incredible level, and Roy couldn't help but question loudly, "Perseus, your current strength has far surpassed that of a hero, enemies of 100 people. Have you become a great hero, enemies of 1,000 people?" Perseus said with a cruel sneer while attacking Roy like a cat playing with a mouse. "It's too late for you to understand now. I won't let you have the chance to escape. Roy, this is my first battle after becoming a great hero, 1,000 enemies. You must do your best to make me gain a little combat experience." After listening to Perseus' words, Roy's heart felt as heavy as a stone. Even if Roy had the blessing of Mnemosyne predicting the future, he could not make up for the huge gap in strength between the hero, 100 enemies, and the great hero, 1,000 enemies. Roy is still alive now only because Perseus is inexperienced and has not yet shown the true strength of the great hero, 1,000-man killer. "I don't want to die. Since I can't stop the Mycenaeans from conquering Corinth, there is no need for me to be buried with Corinth." Knowing that he could not defeat Perseus, who had become a great hero, Roy began to retreat, wanting to end the battle with Perseus. But Perseus was like a beast clinging to its prey. Roy took a step back, and Perseus took a step forward. Roy was unable to close the distance between the two. Although the Mycenaeans clearly had the upper hand in the war between the Mycenaeans and the Corinthians, Poseidon did not suppress Amphitrite in the war between the gods. Seeing Amphitrite stubbornly blocking all her attacks, Poseidon persuaded her while attacking. My beloved wife. The Corinthians will definitely be conquered by the Mycenaeans. And your current resistance is meaningless. In order to reduce the sacrifices in this war, you surrender to me and issue an oracle to ask the Corinthians to Mycenaeans surrender. Clang. 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 Cheong. Amphitrite said through gritted teeth, while waving her silver trident to fight Poseidon. Poseidon. If you want to humiliate me, you'd better wait until you really defeat me. Ha 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 ha, you are such a stubborn and lovely goddess. Then try your best to resist me. Only then can I enjoy real pleasure when I conquer you. Facing Poseidon's verbal humiliation, Amphitrite could only look down at the battlefield with anxious eyes. As the patron saint of the Corinth region, Amphitrite can receive a steady stream of divine power from the patron saint's seat. So she will never lose to Poseidon in her own territory. But once the Mycenaeans conquer the city of Corinth, Amphitrite's patron saint throne will be broken. So Amphitrite does not want to lose to Poseidon. The most important thing is to ensure that the Mycenaeans cannot conquer the city of Corinth. Seeing that in the human war, Sisyphus and Proteus were fighting equally, and Glaucus and Pelops were fighting, Amphitrite looked at Luo with complicated eyes. The battle between Yi and Perseus. Now the situation on the battlefield is obvious. As long as Roy loses to Perseus, Perseus will be able to sweep the battlefield with the strength of a great hero, 1,000 enemies, and lead the Mycenaeans to conquer the city of Corinth. So the key to deciding this war now is not to let Roy lose to Perseus. Seeing that Roy was finding it increasingly difficult to resist Perseus' attacks, Amphitrite sighed and said, "You haven't made a huge contribution to me. But I still want to give you my blessing. Because only by helping you defeat Perseus can the city of Corinth defeat the Mycenaeans and save me from Poseidon." Humiliation. After saying that, Amphitrite fought with her right hand and injected a divine power into Roy's body with her left hand. Chapter 152 I am an abnormal human being. There is a huge gap in strength and speed between the hero, 100 enemies, and the great hero, 1,000 enemies. At first, Roy could rely on his ability to predict the future to avoid Perseus' attacks. However, as Perseus' attack speed gradually increased, even avoiding Perseus' attacks became increasingly difficult. Difficulty. Just when Roy was thinking about how to escape from Perseus, Amphitrite's divine power suddenly injected into Roy's body, and Roy's body immediately stiffened for a moment. Perseus seized the opportunity and thrust his spear into Loi's heart. At this time, Roy could no longer avoid Perseus' attack and could only use his own spear to meet Perseus' spear. There was a loud explosion. The blades of the two bronze war spears collided together. Because Perseus' power was stronger, Roy's body retreated involuntarily. But in the process of retreating, Roy found that his strength was also increasing rapidly. After only taking 7 steps back, Roy stopped retreating and started a strength confrontation with Perseus. Feeling the change in Roy's power, Perseus opened his eyes in disbelief and said, "How is this possible? Your power shouldn't be able to resist me." Roy felt the condition of his body carefully and found that after Amphitrite's divine power was integrated into his body, it caused a qualitative change in his body. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis's blessing, wisdom improvement. Mnemosine's blessing, predicting the future. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Amphitrite's blessing, copper and iron, bone. Strength level, great hero, thousands of enemies. I upgraded to a great hero. The information from his body poured into his mind at this time. And Roy was surprised to find that the divine power of the goddess Metis, the goddess Mnemosine, and the goddess Amphitrite came together to upgrade himself from hero, 100 enemies, to become a great hero, thousands of enemies. What Roy couldn't figure out even more was why the goddess Amphitrite, who protected the city of Corinth, gave her divine power and blessings to him. After all, Roy met the goddess Amphitrite for the first time today, and the two of them had not even exchanged a word. Perseus didn't give Roy any time to think. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Roy with strength, Perseus swung his war spear and stabbed Roy's body from another angle. Roy easily dodged Perseus' attack and confirmed that his speed had also increased to the level of a great hero. Seeing that Roy's strength and speed had increased to the same level as his own, Perseus asked while launching a violent storm of attacks at Roy. "Roy, I received the divine power and blessings from the great god King Zeus. And I was upgraded to a great hero in advance. You are the highest priest of the goddess Metis. And you should have already received the divine power and blessings from the goddess Metis. So hero, 100 enemies, is the limit of your growth now. Why can you suddenly become a great hero?" Roy said in surprise after hearing Perseus' words. Perseus. Do you only have the divine power and blessings given to you by Zeus? Isn't this natural? In addition to the divine power and blessings given by the goddess Metis, do you also have the divine power and blessings of other gods? After hearing Perseus's answer, Roy realized how huge the gap was between himself and Perseus. Perseus only received divine power and blessing from a god to be promoted to a great hero. Only with the divine power and blessings bestowed by the three gods on Roy can he be promoted to a great hero. Recovering from the shock, Roy avoided Perseus' attack while looking for opportunities to counterattack Perseus. As Roy gradually adapts to the strength and speed of the big hero level, Roy also transforms from a defensive to an active attacker. Originally, Perseus only needed to defeat Loe to bring victory to the Mycenaeans. Now that Roy has been upgraded to a great hero, the balance of victory in this war has begun to swing left and right again. Poseidon said with a frown while attacking Amphitrite with the golden trident. I never thought you would give divine power and blessings to a human being who has nothing to do with it. Poseidon. If it were you, you would do the same thing to ensure victory. Amphitrite. Are you pretending to be insensitive? Poseidon said with a dissatisfied expression. The total amount of divine power that the human body can hold is limited. Roy's body already has the divine power and blessings given by the two gods. His body can actually accommodate your divine power and blessings. This is an extremely rare situation. If the human body can accommodate divine power at will, we have long used divine power to create thousands of heroes. Great heroes and even demigods. Among humans, only a handful of human bodies can accommodate divine power. And these human bodies can accommodate his divine power is also limited. Aphrodite's divine power and blessings were not integrated into Roy's body, but had an effect on Roy like a curse. The divine power and blessings of Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite were truly integrated into Roy's body, causing incredible changes in Roy's body. If someone else obtained the divine power of the three gods, even if they were not overwhelmed by the huge divine power, they would still be lost like water overflowing from a bottle. But Roy's body didn't seem to be filled with huge divine power. His body naturally accommodated the divine power of the three goddesses. Amphitrite teased teasingly as she counterattacked with her silver trident. Poseidon. Roy is fighting for my city of Corinth. So what if he is an abnormal human? Will I help you deal with Roy? And then let Perseus conquer the city of Corinth and make myself your prisoner? I certainly wouldn't be so naive. Amphitrite and Poseidon obviously didn't know that as an abnormal human being, Roy could not only see their figures, but also hear their conversations clearly. It turns out that these gods can see that I already have the blessings of the goddess Metis and Mnemosyne. I only have the blessings of two gods on my body, which can barely be considered normal. I have three of them. The blessings of gods have become an abnormal situation. In other words, under normal circumstances, the human body can only accommodate the blessings of two gods at most. When the god does not take the initiative to show his body, other humans cannot see the god's body. But Roy can see the god's body. Other human bodies can only hold the blessings of two gods. But Roy's body can hold the blessings of three gods. If other gods grant Roy power and blessings, perhaps Roy's body can accommodate the power and blessings of 4, 5, 6 or even more gods. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Because the more divine power Roy's body contained, the more likely Roy was to upgrade to a demigod. In this era, the limit of ordinary people is to grow into heroes. Even people with extraordinary talents can only upgrade to become great heroes at most. Ordinary people cannot become heroes no matter how hard they work. No matter how hard a gifted person works, he or she cannot become a demigod. As an ordinary person, Roy would certainly not be so foolish as to think that if he worked hard, he would have hope of being upgraded to a demigod. Chapter 153, 1 against 1,000. Copper skin and iron bones. Clang. 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 Cheong. As the battle between Roy and Perseus continued, Perseus, who could easily defeat Roy, now gradually fell into a disadvantage. Because when the two have the same strength and speed, Roy can rely on the ability to predict the future to avoid all of Perseus' attacks. But Perseus cannot avoid all of Roy's attacks. In the back and forth confrontation between the two, Perseus kept retreating to avoid Roy's attacks. And Roy also pursued Perseus. Unknowingly, Loe chased Perseus away from the city of Corinth and into the midst of hundreds of Mycenaean soldiers. The surrounding Mycenaean soldiers did not receive orders from Perseus and did not intervene in the battle between Roy and Perseus. Seeing that he had been completely suppressed by Roy, Perseus suddenly became angry and shouted at the surrounding Mycenaean soldiers. "What are you waiting for? Come and kill him with me." Upon hearing Perseus's order, dozens of Mycenaean soldiers closest to Roy immediately swung their spears and stabbed Roy in the body. Even if Roy had the speed of a great hero, it would be impossible to avoid dozens of spear blades coming from all directions. Bang 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 bang. The blades of more than a dozen bronze war spears pierced Roy's body. Just when Roy thought he would be injured, the sharp bronze spear blades only gave Roy the feeling of being bitten by a mosquito. Roy waved his spear in a circle and pushed back all the Mycenaean soldiers who besieged him. He was shocked to find that his body was not injured at all. Could this be the effect of Amphitrite's blessing? Copper skin iron bone, with a copper skin iron bone. The attacks of ordinary soldiers cannot cause harm to me at all. In the past, Roy had never been able to understand why the great heroes in myths and legends could fight 1 against 1,000 or even 1 against 10,000 without fear of being surrounded by enemy soldiers on the battlefield. Now Roy finally understands that the great heroes in myths and legends must also have a copper skin and iron bones. So the great heroes can ignore ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. Seeing that the Mycenaean soldiers' attacks could not harm Roy's body, Perseus said with both envy and anger, "Loey, you are actually a great hero with a copper skin and iron bones. Perseus, for you to react like this, it seems that you don't have a copper skin and iron bones," Roy said while waving his spear to repel the surrounding Mycenaean soldiers. "Although these ordinary soldiers can cause some hindrance to me, you cannot use them to defeat me. You are so arrogant," Perseus said with a sneer. "The fact that they can hinder you is enough for me to seize the opportunity to kill you. After all, your copper skin and iron bones can only defend against the attacks of ordinary soldiers. But they cannot block the attacks of a great hero like me." After saying that, Perseus swung his war spear and stabbed Roy. The surrounding Mycenaean soldiers also attacked Roy. Facing attacks from Perseus and dozens of Mycenaean soldiers, Roy could only choose to use his body to resist the Mycenaean soldiers' attacks while engaging in a head-on confrontation with Perseus. It was noon in a blink of an eye. Dark clouds cover the sky, indicating that a heavy rain may fall at any time. Under siege by Perseus and hundreds of Mycenaean soldiers. Although Loey was not defeated, he could not defeat Perseus despite the obstruction of hundreds of Mycenaean soldiers. The war between the Corinthians and the Mycenaeans also fell into a stalemate with no winner. In the end, this war will probably end in defeat for both the Corinthians and Mycenaeans. This was neither the result that King Sisyphus of Corinth wanted nor the result that King Acrisios of Mycenae wanted. At this moment, Harmonia appeared north of the city of Corinth with a legion of 500 men. The band soldiers of Harmonia, like the Athenian soldiers of Loey, each wore paper armor and used bronze war spears as weapons. Standing on a hill overlooking the battlefield, and seeing Loey being besieged by Perseus and hundreds of Mycenaean soldiers, Harmonia immediately raised her war spear with her right hand and said, "My soldiers, now my future husband is being besieged by the enemy. So we must destroy these Mycenaeans immediately. Everyone join me in the attack." After saying that, Harmonia took the lead and rushed towards the battlefield. The Corinthians and the Mycenaeans were originally in a state of indisputable victory. At this time, Harmonia brought 500 soldiers wearing paper armor and using bronze weapons to join the battle, which directly broke the balance of strength between the two warring parties and the balance of victory, totally leaning towards the Corinthians. Although the Mycenaean king Acrisios did not personally participate in the battle, he had been observing the battlefield. Seeing Harmonia appear with the Thebes army, Acrisios immediately judged that Harmonia was the reinforcement of the city of Corinth, and then gave the order to the messenger, "Blow the retreat horn quickly." Woo 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 woo. Hearing the sound of the trumpet, the Mycenaean army left the battlefield like an ebbing tide. By the time Harmonia entered the battlefield with the Theban army, the Mycenaean army had already left the battlefield, leaving only hundreds of corpses. "Honey." Harmonia hurried to Roy's side and asked with concern while looking at Roy, "I saw you were surrounded by many people just now. Were you injured?" "I'm not hurt," Roy said with a smile. "Harmonia, although I knew you would come to aid the city of Corinth, I didn't expect you to come so quickly, because I want to see you sooner." Harmonia turned her head and looked at the camp of the Mycenaean army and said, "Now let's go hunt down your enemies and destroy them all at once." Roy immediately shook his head and said, "I also want to hunt down the Mycenaeans. But I don't want to lose both sides with the Mycenaeans." With 500 soldiers from Harmonia participating in the battle, Roy's side had an absolute advantage. But Roy knew that Harmonia must have rushed overland on a rapid march. So that the band soldiers must be very tired. And the rain has begun to fall from the overcast sky. Once it rains heavily, the paper armor worn by Athenian and the band soldiers will turn from armor into a liability. Harmonia, you're the band soldiers must be very tired. And the rain will make the paper armor a heavy burden. So we will have a decisive battle with the Mycenaeans tomorrow. Harmonia nodded obediently and said, I will obey your arrangements in everything. Seeing Harmonia obeying him as a wife obeys her husband, Roy took the initiative to hold Harmonia's waist with his left hand, led her to Sisyphus and Glaucus and said, Sisyphus, let me introduce to you. She is the leader of Harmonia in Thebes. Harmonia, this is Sisyphus, the king of Corinth. And the young man next to her is Sisyphus' son, Prince Glaucus. After Roy's introduction, Sisyphus looked at Roy and Harmonia hugging each other and couldn't help but ask, Roy, I heard that you are engaged to Pandion's daughter. What is your relationship with Harmonia? Chapter 154 The Three-Goddess Alliance is officially established. Hearing Sisyphus's words, Harmonia first opened her eyes in shock, then blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Roy inquiringly. Just when Roy didn't know how to answer, dense raindrops began to fall from the sky. Roy said immediately, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, Sisyphus, the paper armor of me and the soldiers cannot get wet from the rain. Please quickly arrange for the soldiers to take shelter from the rain. Sisyphus nodded and said, Glaucus, please quickly arrange for the Athenian soldiers and the band soldiers to take shelter from the rain in the houses near the city wall. Loe, Harmonia, I sincerely invite you to go to the Corinth Acropolis and let me prepare for you in the palace. You guys held a banquet. If there was no Harmonia, Roy would definitely refuse without hesitation in order to maintain his image of sharing the joys and sorrows with the soldiers. But Roy couldn't let Harmonia suffer with him. So Roy just hesitated for a moment and nodded to accept Sisyphus' invitation. Seeing Loe accept the invitation, Harmonia smiled and said to Sisyphus, Dear Sisyphus, King of Corinth, thank you for inviting me to be your guest. Acropolis of Corinth, Sisyphus' Palace. Roy and Harmonia followed Sisyphus into the palace hall in a hurry. And the pouring rain began to wash away the stone floor outside. After Sisyphus took off his bronze armor, he ordered the maids in the hall to light a bonfire to prepare for a grand banquet. Roy and Harmonia took off their paper armor that was wetted by the rain. Harmonia immediately jumped into Roy's arms and whispered into Roy's ear, Dear, don't you want to explain it to me? Roy looked at Sisyphus and saw Sisyphus looking at himself and Harmonia with smiling eyes. Roy carried Harmonia to the corner of the hall and whispered, Harmonia, I have no intention of hiding it from you. Because my engagement to Procne is not a secret. After I got engaged to you, I got engaged to Pandion's eldest daughter Procne. In other words, I am your first fiancé. Seeing Roy nodding, Harmonia said with a bright smile, My dear, as a good wife, of course I won't mind if you have many side wives. You shouldn't have the idea of letting Procne replace me as your first fiancé and become your first wife. Right? Harmonia. Looking into Harmonia's eyes, Roy said guiltily, In order to replace Pandion as the king of Athens, I have considered marrying Procne and seizing Pandion's power as a son-in-law. No. Harmonia said loudly with a tone of uncontrollable anger. Since I am your first fiancé, how can you marry Procne and let me change from your first wife to your side wife? After saying that, tears began to well up in Harmonia's eyes. Roy hurriedly held Harmonia's little face and said, Harmonia, don't cry yet. I want to marry Procne and become Pandion's son-in-law in order to seize the rule of the city of Athens through peaceful means. Now I am willing to give up this idea for you and seize Athens by force. City. Then you want to give up marrying Procne. You are my first fiancé. Of course I can't hurt you by marrying another girl first. After Roy finished speaking, Harmonia immediately burst into laughter and threw herself into Roy's arms. My dear, I know you love me. Since you are willing to give up taking the city of Athens in a more peaceful way for me, then let me work with you to take the city of Athens by force. Good. When Roy and Harmonia returned to the center of the hall, the young and beautiful palace maids had already lit a bonfire and grilled a recently slaughtered sheep on the bonfire. Sisyphus sat behind a stone table, the top of which was filled with wine, white bread, and fruit. After seeing Loe and Harmonia whispering, Sisyphus smiled and greeted them. Two distinguished guests. Please sit down and enjoy the delicious food. After Roy and Harmonia sat down opposite Sisyphus holding hands. Sisyphus said with a serious face. Without your assistance. Perhaps now it would be the Mycenaeans holding a victory banquet in my palace. My son Glaucus and I would be killed by the Mycenaeans. And our wives and daughters would I was humiliated as a trophy of the Mycenaeans. With your help, I have been able to see the dawn of victory in Corinth over the Mycenaeans. I really don't know how to thank you. In return for you, I am willing to represent the city of Corinth as an ally with the city of Athens. And let the city of Athens become the ally of the city of Corinth. The Corinthians have always had border disputes with the Thebans. And I am willing to give up part of the border land in return for the city of Thebes. After listening to Sisyphus's words, Roy said with a smile. Sisyphus, after this war with the Mycenaeans, you should understand how powerful the Mycenaeans are. No matter Corinth, Athens, or Thebes, they can't fight against Mycenae alone. People, in order to unite us, I want to form an alliance between Corinth, Athens, and Thebes to fight against the Mycenaeans. Are you willing to join this alliance on behalf of Corinth? Sisyphus said without hesitation. Yes. Of course I am willing. Then I now declare that the alliance composed of Corinth, Athens, and Thebes is officially established. Because we are allies who should help each other. There is no need for you to give up the border land in the Corinth region in return for Thebes. After Roy finished speaking, Harmonia did not object, but just said curiously, My dear, what do you think our alliance should be called? Because the patron saints of Corinth, Athens, and Thebes are all goddesses. I want to name our alliance the Three Goddess Alliance. After speaking, Roy looked at Sisyphus's reaction. Sisyphus looked at Roy with wide eyes and said in disbelief, Young Roy, do you really think that I don't need to repay Thebes City for its assistance because we are allies? If assistance requires reward, then we are not your allies, but mercenaries you hired. Roy said with a serious expression. Sisyphus, because we are allies, the city of Corinth does not need to repay the aid from the city of Athens and the city of Thebes. According to the same standard. In the future, the city of Athens does not need to repay the aid from the city of Corinth and the city of Thebes. The city of Corinth and the city of Thebes. The city of Thebes received assistance from the city of Corinth and the city of Athens. And also did not need to reciprocate. Sisyphus nodded immediately and said, Loe, I very much agree with what you said. Now the city of Athens and Thebes do not require us to repay our assistance. I promise that the city of Corinth will assist the city of Athens and Thebes in the future, and will not ask for anything in return. As soon as Sisyphus finished speaking, Glaucus dragged a young and beautiful woman into the hall in the heavy rain. Chapter 155 Glaucus wears a hat. The heavy rain had completely soaked the clothes of Glaucus and the young woman. Glaucus dragged the young woman to the center of the hall and suddenly pushed the young woman down. If the young woman hadn't made a dodge, perhaps the young woman would have fallen on the bonfire where the mutton was being barbecued. After the young woman fell to the ground in embarrassment, Sisyphus glared at Glaucus angrily and asked, Glaucus, how could you treat your pregnant wife like this? If you hurt my unborn grandson, I, as a father, will not let you off lightly. Father. Glaucus showed an expression twisted with anger, pointing his right hand at the woman lying on the ground and accusing loudly. This damn woman has betrayed me. When we were fighting with the Mycenaeans, this woman thought that the city of Corinth would be conquered by the Mycenaeans. So she wanted to elope with her lover. My followers discovered this situation. Catch this woman and her lover for me. I just killed the man who shamed me. After listening to Glaucus' explanation, Sisyphus' eyes widened in shock, obviously unable to believe that such a shameful thing had happened to his family. After coming back to his senses, Sisyphus frowned and said, Glaucus, what are you going to do now? I'm going to kill this damn woman. Not just this woman, Sisyphus added. Before her family knows about it. You must quickly kill all 3 generations of her family, including her parents, brothers, nieces and nephews, so as not to leave any hidden dangers. After hearing the cruel punishment imposed by Glaucus and Sisyphus, the woman who was lying on the ground crying hurriedly said, Dear husband, I really didn't do anything to betray you. Even if you think I'm unfaithful to you, please forgive me for the sake of your children, said Glaucus's wife, crawling up to Glaucus and hugging his knees. Get away. You damn woman. Glaucus kicked his wife away with a look of disgust and said, Who knows if the child in your unfaithful woman's belly belongs to you and your lover? How can I let your child become me, the heir to the throne of Corinth? I would rather let a lowly maid be my new wife. My head wife. Let the child born by the maid become my heir. And I will not accept your child. After saying this, Glaucus took out a burning stick from the bonfire, and began to beat his wife severely. Sisyphus sighed and said after the cry of Glaucus's wife began to fill the hall. Glaucus, don't let this affect the banquet I'm holding for my guests. Take this unfaithful woman somewhere else to deal with it. Harmonia couldn't help but say after Glaucus dragged his wife away. There is such a stupid woman who betrays her husband. She is really stupid. In this era, women were the private property of their husbands. And husbands had the power to kill unfaithful wives. Even among civilians. Cheating on your husband can have serious consequences. Among royal families and nobles, it is not only the woman herself who will be punished for betraying her husband. If Glaucus's wife did not betray her husband, she would become the queen of Corinth when Glaucus succeeded to the throne of Corinth. And the child she gave birth to would be the heir to the throne of Corinth. Even her family will receive huge benefits, as in-laws of the royal family. Because Glaucus's wife betrayed her husband, she and her family faced disaster. And even her children were punished. Sisyphus said helplessly. Perhaps Glaucus had so many women that his wife could not bear the loneliness. Which is why this happened. To pay such a price for temporary pleasure. She is not only a short-sighted woman, but also an irresponsible woman. After saying this, Harmonia looked at Roy and asked, Honey, what would you do if this happened to you? Roy said with a smile, I will simply kill the woman and her child who betrayed me. And then kill all the relatives of that woman within 3 generations. So that their family can be reunited in the underworld. Sure enough, you men have the same reaction. Harmonia threw herself into Roy's arms and said, But I will not betray my husband. Because I know that betraying my husband will destroy me and my children. Even if you can't stay with me all the time, I can do other things. In this era, a wife who betrayed her husband would be punished by death. And being loyal to her husband was considered a virtue. So it was rare for a wife to betray her husband. In the myths and legends of another world, the most famous thing about the hero Admetus is that he has a loyal wife. Which shows that loyalty is highly valued in this era. Even if wives represented by Hera are betrayed by their husbands, they will only hurt their love rivals. Not their unfaithful husbands. Unfaithful wives were brutally punished. Helen was probably the only unfaithful wife who could escape punishment for betraying her husband. But that's because in the marriage between Helen and Menelaus, Helen was the stronger one. Helen was the princess and queen of Sparta. And Menelaus became the king of Sparta only because he married Helen. There is very clear evidence that the throne of Sparta belonged to Helen. That is, the one who inherited the throne of Sparta was not the son born to Menelaus and his lover, but the daughter Hermione born to Helen. It is precisely because Helen's daughter Hermione is the only heir to the throne of Sparta that Agamemnon's son murders Achilles' son and marries Hermione to inherit the throne of Sparta. If Menelaus felt that the throne was more important, no matter how much Helen betrayed him, he could only endure it as his son-in-law. Roy said while holding Harmonia tightly with both hands. Harmonia. The environment of this era is that the husband cheats on his wife. But the wife still has to be loyal. So I am not worried that a smart woman like you will do something stupid. What I am really worried about is that the girls around me will hurt each other. After all, this is an era when women can hurt their love rivals. Dear, you said in this era, is there an era where a wife can betray her husband? If in 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or 3,000 years, a wife betrays her husband, not only will she not be punished, but she will also be able to share half of her husband's property and then find a new husband in that era. A wife who betrays her husband will be becoming a very common thing. Seeing the suspicious expressions on both Harmonia and Sisyphus, Loie said with a smile. Since you don't believe it, just pretend that I didn't say what I just said. At this moment, 2 palace maids brought over a plate of roasted and chopped mutton. Harmonia picked up the mutton and fed it to Roy. Dear, I can assure you that as a tolerant and generous wife, as long as other girls do not compete with me for your favor, I will definitely get along well with my love rivals. Chapter 156 Amphitrite's Answer. At night, the downpour finally stopped. After the banquet, Sisyphus did not arrange Roy and Harmonia into the guest room, but directly let Roy and Harmonia live in a palace where only the Corinthian royal family could live. In the palace illuminated by bronze oil lamps burning olive oil, Harmonia entered the bathing room accompanied by a group of palace maids. And Roy came outside the palace to admire the night sky. Just when Roy was about to return to the palace, the goddess Amphitrite suddenly appeared above the palace with a figure of 100 meters tall, walking towards the Gulf of Corinth north of the city of Corinth with huge steps. Roy took a look at the location where the goddess Amphitrite appeared and found that directly below the goddess Amphitrite was the temple of Amphitrite in the palace. He immediately understood that the goddess Amphitrite had been in the temple just now. Seeing that the goddess Amphitrite wanted to leave the temple on the Corinth Acropolis and return to the sea, Roy couldn't help but said loudly, "Great goddess Amphitrite, please wait a moment." Hearing Roy's voice, Amphitrite stopped and turned around, looking down at Roy with a surprised expression. "You can indeed see me." Then, Amphitrite's huge figure shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally transformed into a girl of about 17 years old and flew down in front of Roy. At this time, the distance between Roy and Amphitrite was less than 5 meters. Seeing the beautiful figure of the goddess holding a silver trident at close range, Roy could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. This goddess, who is very similar to Metis, wears a beautiful blue and white dress, a silver ornament like a crown on her head, a silver belt around her waist, and a pair of small and cute ankles wearing silver strappy sandals. She has long blue hair that hangs down to her waist, and a pair of big eyes as beautiful as emeralds. The sleeveless dress exposed her snow-white arms, and the tight belt highlighted the slender waist. After recovering from the shock, Roy asked doubtfully, "Great Amphitrite, I want to know why you gave me your divine power and blessings." "You really don't understand," Amphitrite said with a smile. "If I don't bestow you with divine power and blessings, not only will you be defeated by Perseus, but the city of Corinth will also be conquered by the Mycenaeans. As the patron saint of the city of Corinth, I will become a slave to the Mycenaeans, a prisoner of the god Zeus. You suffered all kinds of humiliation from Zeus, so I give you my divine power and blessings just to protect me and the city of Corinth." "That," Roy said tentatively, "after the war between Corinth and the Mycenaeans, will you take back your divine power and blessings from me? It seems that this is what you really want to ask," Amphitrite said with a serious expression. "Without your intervention, the Mycenaeans would have conquered the city of Corinth. So you have the merit of saving the city of Corinth, saving me. I can promise that as long as you do not become the enemy of the city of Corinth, I will not take back the gift, your divine power and blessings." Hearing Amphitrite's promise, Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving Amphitrite's divine power and blessings and being upgraded to become a great hero, 1,000 enemies, Roy has always been worried that Amphitrite would withdraw her divine power and blessings and turn his strength back into a hero, 100 enemies. The great goddess Amphitrite, I really don't know how to thank you. Now the city of Corinth, the city of Athens, and the city of Thebes have formed a three-goddess alliance. I will defend the city of Corinth and the goddess Amphitrite as an ally. Mnemosyne is my longtime neighbor, and Metis is my sister, who is also the goddess of the sea. I am very happy that the city of Corinth can become an ally with the city-state they protect. Human, if you have nothing else to do, then I'm going back to the sea. After all, the sea is my real home." Roy nodded immediately. "I have nothing to waste your time with." Amphitrite returned to the form of a 100-meter-tall god, and after leaving with huge silent steps, Roy looked at Amphitrite's leaving back and whispered in a low voice, "Is it because they have been in contact with humans as patron saints for thousands of years? The goddesses Mnemosyne and Amphitrite both make me feel that they are more willing than the goddess Metis, who recently became the patron saint. Contact humans." Although Metis didn't show it, Roy always felt that Metis was like a tsundere young lady, always looking down on humans with the pride of being a goddess. Mnemosyne and Amphitrite were like approachable rulers, treating humans as their subjects. In front of Metis, Roy would feel the distance that humans feel when facing gods. In front of Mnemosyne and Amphitrite, Roy felt the distance between human civilians and the human queen. When Roy turned around and returned to the palace, he saw that Harmonia had walked out of the bathroom and was drying her wet blonde hair next to the campfire. Seeing Roy coming back from outside, Harmonia said immediately, "My dear, you should go to the bathroom and take a shower too." Roy smiled as he walked towards the bathroom. "When your hair is dry, go and warm my bed." Arriving at the bathroom door, Roy stopped and said to the palace maids behind him, "You just stay outside. I don't need your service." After saying that, Roy entered the bathroom alone. The next day, Roy and Harmonia woke up early from their sleep before the sun rose in the east. After all, the Mycenaeans were still outside Corinth. And the war was not over yet. Roy and Harmonia came to the palace hall and saw Sisyphus sitting on his throne, listening to the news reported by the soldiers with a surprised look on his face. Sisyphus said with great joy when he saw Roy and Harmonia. Young Roy. Beautiful Harmonia. Maybe you should go back and sleep again. Just now my soldiers told me that the Mycenaean army is returning to the city of Mycenae. This war is over. And it's our victory. The Mycenaeans withdrew. Roy was not surprised when he heard the news. After Harmonia arrived with 500 the band soldiers, the Mycenaeans had changed from the dominant side to the disadvantaged side. If this war continues, the Mycenaeans will definitely face a disastrous defeat. So it is a very wise choice for the Mycenaeans to take the initiative to end this war. This war is not over yet. Seeing the confused expressions of Harmonia and Sisyphus, Roy said with a serious expression. This war can be started by the Mycenaeans. But it cannot be ended by the Mycenaeans. In order to prevent the Mycenaeans from launching wars against us at will, I think we should attack the city of Mycenae. Even if we can't to conquer the city of Mycenae, we must also force the Mycenaean king Acrisios to accept our proposed peace treaty. Let's attack Mycenae. After hearing Roy's words, Sisyphus showed a hesitant expression. Harmonia said immediately, King of Corinth, if you don't want Corinthian soldiers to attack Mycenae with us, then provide us with food supplies. Chapter 157 Hydra and the Nemean Lion. The city of Corinth has joined the Three Goddess Alliance. And of course it cannot refuse to attack the city of Mycenae with its allies. After hearing what Harmonia said, Sisyphus immediately explained. Don't get me wrong. I support Roy's idea of attacking the city of Mycenae. After all, the city closest to the Mycenaeans is our city of Corinth. To force the Mycenaeans to accept the peace treaty, the biggest beneficiary is also our city of Corinth. I'm just worried that the Mycenaeans have the advantage of being in a condescending position and being easy to defend and difficult to attack in the city of Mycenae. So it will be difficult for us to defeat the Mycenaeans. Sisyphus's worries are not unreasonable. Roy said with a confident smile. Sisyphus, I'm just going to force the Mycenaeans to accept the peace treaty. I don't necessarily want to have a war with the Mycenaeans. Since the Mycenaeans actively want to end the war, it means that they no longer want to lose soldiers. So I am confident that I can force the Mycenaeans to accept a peace treaty without fighting between the two sides. Sisyphus suddenly said. Then I will ask Glaucus to lead 300 soldiers with bronze spears and 700 soldiers with wooden spears to go out with you. I will stay in Corinth to transport food for you. Although no one of Loe's 350 soldiers was killed on yesterday's battlefield, 50 were wounded. Now the only soldiers that Roy can use to go to Mycenae are Roy's own 300 soldiers, Harmonia's 500 soldiers, and Corinth's 1,000 soldiers, a total of 1,800 soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers. The Mycenaeans left 500 corpses outside the city of Corinth. After deducting the wounded soldiers, the Mycenaeans' army only had 2,300 soldiers capable of fighting. Even if he returned to the city of Mycenae, King Acrisios of Mycenae could summon the young men in the city to join the battle. And Roy could fight a war with the Mycenaeans with 1,800 soldiers. Because Roy's army included 1,100 soldiers with bronze weapons, including 800 soldiers wearing paper armor. After Loe, Harmonia, and Glaucus left the city of Corinth with 1,800 soldiers, Sisyphus also began to direct the Corinthians to clean up the battlefield and cremate the bodies of Mycenaean soldiers and Corinthian soldiers. Because leaving these corpses unchecked will not only attract many dangerous beasts, but may also breed plague. When night falls, Loe, Harmonia, and Glaucus came to the Nemean region between Corinth and Argos with 1,800 soldiers. In this era, there was a lush Nemean forest in the Nemean region. In the past, there was a powerful Nemean tribe next to the great forest of Nemean. Because the leader of the Nemean tribe, Lycurgus, was a great hero with bronze skin and iron bones, the Nemean tribe often fought against the city of Corinth. When the Mycenaeans conquered the Argos region 10 years ago, the Mycenaean king Acrisios, who had the power of a great hero at that time, personally led an army to annex the Nemean tribe and killed the great hero Lycurgus. After Roy's army was stationed outside the great forest of Nemean, Roy, Harmonia, and Glaucus sat around a campfire. And Glaucus couldn't help but sigh. If King Nemean had not been arrogant when he came to Kogotu 10 years ago, but had chosen to fight against the Mycenaeans with us in Corinth, perhaps we could have defeated the Mycenaeans with the strength of us Corinthians alone. Harmonia asked curiously. Is that king of Nemean like Kagutu really powerful? Harmonia. Although I have not personally seen King Nemean come to Kagotu, he should be really powerful. After Harmonia and Glaucus looked at Roy, Roy said with a smile, I heard that in order to boast of their achievements, the Mycenaeans incorporated the hostile forces they defeated into their mythology. After the Mycenaeans migrated to the Argos region, the first powerful enemy they encountered was Anarchos, the leader of the Lena tribe who ruled the Lena plain in the Argos region. After conquering the Argos region, the Mycenaeans wrote the Lena plain as the Lena swamp in the myths they fabricated, and named Anarchos, and the Lena tribe he ruled was written as the indestructible Hydra. After a hard battle, the heroic leader of the Mycenaeans finally used his wisdom to destroy the 9 heads of the Hydra, that is, to destroy Anarchos and his 8 sons, then annex the Lena tribe, which had lost its leader. When King Nemean came to Kagutu, he was the second powerful enemy the Mycenaeans encountered. Because in the myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans, the future Kagutu is written as a giant Nemean lion with a copper skin and iron bones. Their heroic leader spent a lot of effort to kill the Nemean lion. As locals, you should know that the Peloponnese Peninsula there are no lions at all. And you don't even know what kind of beast a lion is. Only the Mycenaeans who migrated from Egypt knew about lions. And they would describe their powerful enemies as giant lions with copper skin and iron bones. After hearing Roy's words, Glaucus opened his eyes in surprise and said, Priest Roy, you are obviously a foreigner. But now I can't help but suspect that you are a native of the Peloponnese Peninsula. Because I am a Corinthian, and I don't understand the things you are talking about like you do. Harmonia also said curiously, Dear, I only heard that lions are very powerful beasts. Do you know the specific information about lions? Roy nodded and said, Lions are beasts that live in Africa, in the southern Mediterranean, and in Asia in the east. They live in groups like humans. And a male lion will have many lionesses as partners. Because lions are the most powerful beasts in Africa. It was once common among Egyptians the lion goddess was worshipped as the supreme sun goddess among the Egyptian gods. Even that ferocious beast called a lion is just like us humans. A husband can have many wives. After hearing this information, Harmonia's little face showed an expression of disbelief. In order not to cause Harmonia to misunderstand, Roy continued. Harmonia. Not every male lion can have a group of lionesses. Just like other animals. Male lions also have to fight and kill each other before they can be the winner and own the territory and a group of lionesses. The Egyptians they worship the lion goddess because among the lions, the male lions are only responsible for guarding the territory and expelling stray male lions and hyenas. The female lions are responsible for taking care of the lion cubs and hunting. As the Egyptians entered the bronze civilization from the stone civilization, the Egyptians had the worship of the lion goddesses has gradually declined, resulting in those lion goddesses being reduced to wives subordinate to powerful male gods. Harmonia seemed to understand, looked at Roy with admiring eyes and said, My dear, your knowledge is so profound. I just had a question that I didn't mention. In the mythology fabricated by the Mycenaeans, the heroic leader who defeated the Hydra and the Nemean lion was named Arco. Lysios. After all, in reality, the Mycenaean king Acrisios was the prototype who defeated Hydra and the Nemean lion. Roy shook his head and said, In the myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans, the name of this heroic leader is not Acrisios. Because the future king of Mycenae's achievements in defeating powerful enemies will also be fabricated into myths and attributed to this hero. Chief. So this fictional heroic leader in the Mycenaean mythology would have a fictional name. After pausing at this point, Roy said silently in his heart, The name of this fictional hero is none other than Hercules. Chapter 158 The North cannot defeat the South. The Nemean Forest, located in the southern part of Corinth, is like the natural dividing line between Argos and Corinth. Loe, Harmonia, and Glaucus spent the night in the Nemean forest with 1,800 soldiers. The next day, they passed through the Nemean forest and arrived at Argos, outside the city of Mycenae in the north of the region. The city of Mycenae is located on the Acropolis mountain between Mount Char and Mount Elias. Not only does it have the advantage of being commanding, it is also surrounded by 2 mountains. Its plain shape is roughly triangular. It is obviously a city that is very easy to defend, but difficult to attack. In the history of another world, during the glorious period when Mycenae dominated the Peloponnese Peninsula, it used huge stones to build a city wall 8 meters high and 5 meters thick. The current city of Mycenae is just a new city built 10 years ago. with only a city wall 2 meters high and 1 meter thick. There is a magnificent gate on the northwest side of the city of Mycenae. There is a triangular stone carving on the lintel with 2 leaping lions. So this gate is also called the Lion's Gate. Roy led the army to the foot of the Acropolis, and did not attack Mycenae directly. Because Mycenae city on the Acropolis mountain has the advantage of being easy to defend and difficult to attack. Attacking Mycenae city will only sacrifice the lives of soldiers in vain. In order for the Mycenaeans to respond proactively, Roy asked his soldiers to block the road under the Acropolis mountain so that people in the city could not leave Mycenae, and people outside the city could not enter Mycenae. Mycenae. The palace of Acrisios. At this time, all the important people in the city gathered in the palace hall. Acrisios, king of Mycenae, sat on his throne and spoke to the people sitting in the hall. The city of Mycenae is blocked by the enemy. Now you all can express your opinions. Acrisios' brother, King Protus of Tyre, said immediately, "Dear brother, our enemies are so arrogant that they dare to attack us Mycenaeans. I think we should teach our enemies a painful lesson." Seeing that Acrisios did not agree with Protus' proposal, Perseus also expressed his thoughts. "Dear grandfather, we have lost 500 soldiers in Corinth, and hundreds of wounded soldiers have not recovered. So I think we should avoid war with the enemy." After Perseus finished speaking, others in the hall accused Perseus of being a coward. "Perseus, you are indeed only half Mycenaean. A coward like you is not worthy of being our prince. As the grandson of Acrisios, you should be a brave hero." Seeing that no one agreed with Perseus' proposal, Acrisios shouted in disappointment and anger, "You stupid guys! Are you arrogant people our enemies or you? After we Mycenaeans migrated to the Peloponnese Peninsula, we quickly conquered the entire Argos region. Do you really think that we Mycenaeans are the Scythians more powerful than the natives? Do you stupid guys really not understand? In the past, we were able to easily conquer the Argives because our soldiers mostly used bronze weapons, while the Argives mostly used wooden weapons. Spear. If both sides use the same weapons, the Mycenaean soldiers will not be stronger than our enemies. Now you open your eyes and see clearly that the enemies outside the city have at least 1,000 soldiers with bronze weapons. This is something we can easily defeat enemies. The enemies outside the city have already failed our war to conquer the city of Corinth. And you still dare to underestimate our enemies." After Acrisios finished speaking, everyone in the hall fell silent. After a while, Protus broke the silence and said solemnly, "Dear brother, the enemy outside the city is indeed the most powerful enemy we have encountered since arriving in the Peloponnese Peninsula. If the enemy had not come to attack us, I would have objected to launching a war against them. Now it is the enemy blockaded our city of Mycenae. Not because we took the initiative to wage war against the enemy. Do we want to send envoys to sue for peace to our enemies?" Acrisios said without hesitation, "I do intend to make peace with my enemies." Seeing everyone's expressions of disbelief, including Perseus, Acrisios continued, "If we go to war with the enemy outside the city, the result will only be losses for both sides. And we will lose the opportunity to develop and grow in the Peloponnese. By enduring the temporary humiliation in exchange for peace, we can conquer the Arcadia region. Those mountain people who worship the goddess Artemis will be vulnerable to us. The Acadians in the Arcadia region are not only small in number, but also very backward in civilization. The weapons they use are basically wooden spears and wooden bows and arrows. If the Mycenaeans chose to fight a war with Roy's army, they would not only suffer huge casualties, but also lose the opportunity to develop and grow. If the Mycenaeans choose to endure the temporary humiliation, they can carry out a downgrade attack on the backward civilization of the Acadians and easily conquer the Acadian region. In the history of another world, the Rakshasa kingdom faced the same choice. In the end, the ruler of the Rakshasa kingdom did not choose to fight to the death with the powerful enemy in the west. Because in the end, the Rakshasa kingdom would not only be unable to grow, but would also face the possibility of annihilation and annihilation. Because when the Rakshasa kingdom could not defeat the west, it chose to carry out a war of conquest like a dimensionality-reducing strike on the civilized and backward areas in the east. In the end, the Rakshasa kingdom developed into the country with the largest territory in the world. The deeds of the Rakshasa kingdom have proven that when there are both strong and weak neighbors around you, it is the wisest choice to first conquer the weak neighbors and strengthen yourself. As a wise ruler, Acrisios made the same choice as the rulers of the Rakshasa kingdom. After hearing Acrisios' explanation, the others no longer objected. After all, they were not fools. Seeing that there was no objection, Acrisios addressed Pelops. Pelops, I want you to serve as a messenger to negotiate with the enemy. Are you willing to accept this task? Pelops immediately stood up and said, Dear grandfather, as a member of the Mycenaeans, I am willing to serve as a messenger to negotiate with the enemies outside the city. Half an hour later, the Lion Gate of Mycenae opened and Pelops rode out of the city on a horse. If the enemy outside the city was not willing to negotiate, Pelops could ride back to Mycenae and avoid becoming a prisoner of the enemy. Pelops rode to the foot of the Acropolis and learned that he was the messenger for negotiation. Loe brought Harmonia and Glaucus to Pelops and said, Pelops, in order to fight against you Mycenaeans, we, the city of Corinth, the city of Athens, and the city of Thebes have formed the three-goddess alliance. This war was started by the Mycenaeans. And now the Mycenaeans want to end it war. King Acrisios of Mycenae must make a sacred oath in front of us, promising that the Mycenaeans will never wage war against the three-goddess alliance again. Chapter 159, Vow to End the War. Pelops was only a messenger, and was certainly not qualified to accept Loe's request on behalf of the Mycenaeans. So after Roy made his request to Pelops, Pelops immediately returned to Mycenae and conveyed Roy's request to the Mycenaean king Acrisios. When the Lion Gate of Mycenae opened again, Acrisios personally took Perseus and Pelops on horseback to the outside of the city to negotiate with Loe, an open space at the foot of the Acropolis mountain. Roy took Harmonia and Glaucus to the center of the open space and faced Acrisios, Perseus, and Pelops on horseback. Acrisios took the initiative, said to Roy, Young man, are you the priest Roy of Athens? I know that you defeated my grandson Perseus, but I didn't expect that even I would be defeated by you in the war to conquer the city of Corinth. A powerful young hero like you, if you are qualified to be respected by me. Would you like to go to my palace as a guest? And we can negotiate while enjoying the banquet. Facing Acrisios' invitation, Roy shook his head without hesitation. Although there are guest etiquette in this era, and the host must protect the safety of the guests, it is not uncommon for the host to violate the guest etiquette and kill the guests. Whether the host will violate guest etiquette and kill the guests depends on whether the host values his own reputation or the benefits brought by killing the guests. In Roy's view, he obviously had the value to make Acrisios violate guest etiquette and kill him at the expense of his reputation. So of course Roy would not bet his own life and give Acrisios the opportunity to control his life and death. King Acrisios of Mycenae, as your enemy, I will never enter the city of Mycenae as a guest now. I believe you will not accept my invitation and go with me as a guest. City of Corinth, since you Mycenaeans want to avoid war, accept my request. You, the king of Mycenae, will make a sacred oath on behalf of all Mycenaeans, promising that you Mycenaeans will never fight again. Wage war against our three-goddess alliance. Who can guarantee what's to come? Acrisios said with a smile. If you ask me to swear an oath that the Mycenaeans will never wage war against your three-goddess alliance, I simply cannot agree, because I have no right to make decisions for the future Mycenaeans. Then you want to refuse my request? Roy frowned and said, If you Mycenaeans are not sincere in avoiding war, then let us use war to resolve our differences. I'm not rejecting your request. I just hope you can make some concessions. Seeing that Roy did not refuse directly, Acrisios continued. Young Roy, I can make a sacred oath to ensure that during my lifetime, the Mycenaeans will not wage war against your three-goddess alliance. In exchange, your three-goddess alliance will not wage war against us Mycenaeans. After my death, it is up to you to decide whether the Mycenaeans will launch a war against your three-goddess alliance, and whether your three-goddess alliance will launch a war against the Mycenaeans. Of course Roy was not naive enough to think that as long as Acrisios made a sacred oath, the Mycenaeans would never wage war against the three-goddess alliance. After all, such things as oaths can be broken as long as you pay a price. Therefore, Acrisios was willing to guarantee that the Mycenaeans ruled by him would not wage war against the three-goddess alliance during his lifetime. This was an armistice condition that Roy could accept. Acrisios, I accept your conditions, as long as you make a sacred oath on behalf of the Mycenaeans. Guarantee that the Mycenaeans will not wage war against our three-goddess alliance during your lifetime. And it will be up to you Mycenaeans to this war initiated by man can be ended. After hearing Roy's answer, Acrisios raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. I made an oath to the great god King Zeus, and promised not to let the Mycenaeans wage war against the three-goddess alliance during my lifetime. If I break my oath, I will let the great god King Zeus destroy me with thunder. After Acrisios said his oath, Perseus immediately said to Roy, Roy, my grandfather has sworn the oath. Now it's your turn. Perseus, you don't have to worry that I will break the promise. Roy and Perseus looked at each other, and then said to Acrisios, now I swear to the great goddess Metis that we, the three goddess alliance, will not wage war against the Mycenaeans in Argos during the lifetime of Acrisios. After hearing Roy's oath, Acrisios couldn't help but say, Loe, according to your oath, you only promised not to wage war against the Mycenaeans in Argos. That's right. Roy said calmly. My oath only prohibits the three goddesses' alliance from waging war against the Mycenaeans in the Argos region. If you Mycenaeans enter other areas, and we break out war with you Mycenaeans in other areas, it does not count. Break the oath I made. You? Perseus showed an angry expression and wanted to accuse Roy. But Acrisios showed a faint smile and whispered into Perseus' ear. Perseus, do you think they can stop us if we launch a war against Arcadia? The region of Arcadia is located to the south of the Argos region. If the Mycenaeans invaded the Arcadia region, the three goddess alliance would have no time to stop them because of the distance. After thinking about this, Perseus said not to be outdone. Roy, your three goddess alliance can wage war against us in other areas. According to the same standards, we can also wage war against you in other areas. If you Mycenaeans are strong enough, you can always wage war against the three goddess alliance in other areas. Now that we have reached peace, it is time for me to return to the city of Corinth with our soldiers. After Roy finished speaking with a smile on his face, he turned around and left with Harmonia and Glaucus. Watching the three Roy men leaving with 1,800 soldiers, Acrisios whispered with a solemn expression. They have too many bronze weapons. This is definitely not the number of bronze weapons they can obtain through normal trade. Did they discover copper mines and make a large number of bronze weapons themselves? Although this is the most likely possibility, Acrisios had not heard of copper mines in the territories of Athens and Thebes. Perseus, you must find a way to find out why the Athenians and the bands have so many bronze weapons. If they didn't have so many bronze weapons, even if the city of Corinth got the weapons from the Athenians and the bands, with aid, we can also conquer the city of Corinth. No one noticed that Pandora was standing on the top of Mount Chala, looking down at Roy's army. Seeing that Roy's army did not fight the Mycenaeans, Pandora said with a disappointed tone, what a pity. Loe had not fought a hard battle with the Mycenaeans, and I would not have known how strong his soldiers were. Chapter 160, The Great Sacrifice and Competition. In a world where gods do not exist, there is no direct penalty for breaking oaths. So oaths have no effect at all. But in a world where gods really exist, if you break the sacred oath made in the name of the gods, even if you will not be punished by the gods and die, you will become seriously ill and lose the ability to move. Therefore, using a sacred oath to guarantee the agreement between the two parties is more effective than signing a contract between the two parties. The three of Roy returned to the city of Corinth with 1,800 soldiers. And Sisyphus personally came outside the city to greet the victorious army. Acropolis of Corinth. Sisyphus' palace. The young and beautiful maids began to prepare for the banquet in the hall. Loe, Harmonia, Sisyphus, and Glaucus sat down around the stone table. And then Loe recounted what happened outside Mycenae. Sisyphus said with great joy when he learned that King Acrisios of Mycenae had made a sacred oath. Loe, my dear young friend, I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you. As the king of the Mycenaeans, Acrisios has authority that other Mycenaeans cannot challenge. With Acrisios' oath serves as a guarantee that as long as Acrisios does not die, our city of Corinth will no longer have to worry about being attacked by the Mycenaeans. Acrisios was now only an old man of about 60 years old. A physically powerful hero. Acrisios lived to be 80 or even 90 years old. Therefore, in Sisyphus's view, with Acrisios' oath guarantee, the city of Corinth can have peace for at least 20 years. But Roy knew that in the ancient legend of another world, King Acrisios of Mycenae did not die of natural old age, but was killed accidentally by his filial grandson Perseus. Therefore, in Roy's view, Acrisios' oath can guarantee that the city of Corinth will no longer be attacked by the Mycenaeans within a year, which is already a good result. However, Roy did not say anything about what might happen in the future, because the city of Corinth was accumulating strength in order to deal with the Mycenaeans. It might not be Perseus, who would be able to take down the city of Corinth in the future, but Roy himself. Corinth, Athens, and Thebes were all the three most promising city-states. Of course, Roy would not let Sisyphus rule Corinth forever and become a potential threat to himself. When the time is right, Roy will seize the city of Corinth and take all the three most promising city-states into his own hands as the three cornerstones for establishing his hegemony. Sisyphus, now that this war is over, I plan to return to the city of Athens with Harmonia and our 800 soldiers. But we only have 10 large ships. You, the city of Corinth, can provide some ships to take us transport soldiers to the city of Athens. You have to leave now, Sisyphus said with a hesitant expression. Loe, Harmonia, in order to celebrate the victory of this war, I plan to hold a large sacrifice of hundreds of animals for the goddess Amphitrite and hold a competition dedicated to the goddess Amphitrite. I hope you all if you can stay to participate in the 100-animal sacrifice and let your soldiers participate in the athletic competition. I will give a very generous reward to the champion of the athletic competition. A competitive conference is a sports conference. The Olympic Games more than 3,000 years later developed from this kind of athletic meeting to worship gods or celebrate victory. In the history of another world, because the Mycenaeans conquered the Corinth area and let Poseidon replace Amphitrite as the patron saint of the Corinth area. The Corinth area not only has Poseidon's temple and sanctuary, but also the Corinthian Games were held every 3 years for Poseidon. Now that the Mycenaeans failed in their war to conquer the Corinth region, the athletics competition held by the Corinthians was naturally dedicated to the goddess Amphitrite. Seeing that Sisyphus really wanted to save himself and Harmonia, and thinking of the beautiful face and figure of the goddess Amphitrite, Roy nodded and said, now Corinth, Athens, and Thebes are allies who help each other. So we should have equal respect for the goddesses Amphitrite, Metis, and Mnemosyne. So I agree to participate in the sacrifice. The great sacrifice of the goddess fit right. After Roy finished speaking, Harmonia followed. Loe's choice is my choice and I will always be with my dear future husband. The next day, Roy, Harmonia, and Sisyphus took all the soldiers participating in the battle to the beach north of the city of Corinth. When they learned that King Sisyphus of Corinth was going to hold a sacrifice of hundreds of animals, thousands of Corinthians spontaneously followed. Sisyphus directed the soldiers to build an altar, then stood on the steps of the altar and shouted to everyone, dear Corinthians, brave soldiers, we won a war to defend the city of Corinth. This is not only the result of our desperate fighting as humans, but also the result of the great goddess Amphitrite protecting the city of Corinth. In order to thank the goddess Amphitrite, and in order to thank the brave soldiers and the Corinthians who supported us, I will hold a sacrifice of 50 cattle and 50 sheep. At the same time, I will follow the tradition and offer sacrifices to Amphitrite. The goddess Right holds a long-distance running competition, and the top 3 in the competition will receive generous rewards. When Sisyphus said this, Loe suddenly pulled Harmonia to the steps of the altar. Under the surprised and confused gazes of Sisyphus and others, Roy looked at Sisyphus and said, Sisyphus, since the athletic meeting you held allows Athenian soldiers and the band soldiers to participate together with Corinthian soldiers, I think Harmonia and I should also provide rewards. The rewards for the long-distance running competition have been provided by you. I would like to hold a weightlifting competition for the Rodeo Conference and provide generous prizes for the top 3 in the weightlifting competition. Harmonia followed. I want to hold a bronze war spear throwing competition for the athletic conference. Within the specified range, the 3 people who can throw the war spear the farthest can get my reward. After hearing what Roy and Harmonia said, Sisyphus smiled generously. Originally, only 3 soldiers could get my rewards. Now with the new competition, 9 soldiers can get the rewards provided by the 3 of us. Of course, I will not object to adding new competitions. Those soldiers who are not good at long-distance running in competitions, and can also get the chance to be among the top 3 in weightlifting competitions and throwing competitions. Before the start of the sacrifice of the 100 animals and the athletic conference, we must first use 36 living sacrifices to sacrifice the goddess Amphitrite. After Sisyphus finished speaking, a group of Corinthian soldiers brought 36 Mycenaean soldiers who had become prisoners to the altar. Seeing Sisyphus taking the bronze sword handed over by a priestess and preparing to kill 36 living sacrifices, Roy only hesitated for a moment and said, Sisyphus, I am opposed to the sacrifice of human beings. Chapter 161 Don't Call Me Thetis. Roy had also stopped Harmonia from sacrificing human beings. So Harmonia was not surprised when she saw this familiar scene in front of her. Sisyphus, however, felt offended and had a displeased expression on his face. If Loe had not been the benefactor and ally who saved the city of Corinth, Sisyphus would have gone berserk by now. My dear young friend, why do you prevent us from offering the highest sacrifice to the goddess Amphitrite? Roy did not respond to Sisyphus, but spoke to the people around the altar. Fellow Corinthians, do you really think that the gods need sacrifices from us humans? In fact, we offer cattle, sheep and other livestock as sacrifices to the great gods. In the end, the beef and mutton will be roasted and then enter our stomachs. Ancient times the human ancestors of the era would spread this method of sacrifice because the great gods do not need human food. We sacrifice animals to the gods just to show our sincere devotion to the gods. Perhaps in your opinion, taking captive sacrificing a living person to the gods is the highest level of sacrifice to the gods. But do you ever care about what the gods think? Maybe the gods don't want you to use living people as sacrifices. Because we sacrifice animals, the end result is to allocate meat to all those who worship the gods. The end result of our human sacrifices is that we kill our own kind in the name of the gods, allowing the gods to bear the stigma of thirsting for human life and become other ethnic groups. Reasons to reduce our gods to evil gods and demons. After listening to Roy's words, even children can understand that there is indeed a difference between offering living animals as sacrifices to gods and living humans as sacrifices to gods. Animals used as sacrifices will eventually be turned into food and eaten by humans. The living people used as sacrifices will not eventually become human food. In the myths of another world, gods with bull horns and gods with ram horns were reduced to evil gods or demons. And these evil gods and demons longed for human lives as sacrifices. I am afraid that the ritual of human sacrifice to gods was the only one. Believers of gods use it as a reason to discredit other gods. Unfortunately, according to the reasons used by the followers of the one god to smear him, the one god is the greatest evil god and demon. Whether it is human sacrifice or heresy trial, the essence is killing people in the name of gods. So according to the same standard, the only god will certainly take the blame for heresy trial. Because the followers of the one god used heresy trials to persecute heretics, the one god received more human sacrifices than all the other gods in the world combined. Young Roy, I can understand that you can't bear to let living people become sacrifices. But this is a sacrificial ritual that has been performed for thousands of years. Sisyphus took a deep breath and said, I think you can leave for a while and come back after the human sacrifice ceremony is over. Sisyphus, I must stop the sacrificial ceremony from continuing because I feel that the goddess Amphitrite is a benevolent and kind goddess who will never desire human blood and life as a sacrifice. Roy's words left Sisyphus speechless. For it is absolutely impossible for Sisyphus to say that Amphitrite thirsted for human blood and life as a sacrifice. Seeing that Sisyphus still refused to give up human sacrifice, Loe turned and called towards the Corinth Gulf. Great goddess Amphitrite, perhaps no one has ever asked you for thousands of years whether you are willing to accept human sacrifices. So you have not actively refused human sacrifices. Now I ask you to respond. Tell us if you desire human sacrifice. Loe, seeing Roy calling Amphitrite directly, Sisyphus, who was already dissatisfied with Roy for preventing human sacrifice, now became even more dissatisfied. At this moment, the sea water in front of the altar suddenly parted from left to right, and Amphitrite walked out of the sea in the form of a 100-meter-tall god. Roy just wanted Amphitrite to respond with an oracle or something like that. But he didn't expect Amphitrite to show up directly. Under Roy's wide-eyed gaze full of surprise, Amphitrite shrunk her figure at a speed visible to the naked eye as she walked towards the altar. When Amphitrite came over and sat on the stone on top of the altar, her figure had become about 10 meters tall. Because humans cannot see the appearance of the gods unless the gods actively appear. So even if Amphitrite is close to them, no one else can see Amphitrite sitting on the altar. After Amphitrite looked at Roy with a smile, a blue divine light bloomed from her body, including Sisyphus. All humans shrouded in azure divine light saw Amphitrite sitting on the altar in the next moment. Great Amphitrite. Seeing Amphitrite's figure, all the Corinthians knelt on the ground devoutly and worshipped Amphitrite on the altar. Thetis, mother from the sea, the goddess who created everything in the world, I can actually see your figure in my lifetime. Even if I lose my life immediately, I will be satisfied. Sisyphus knelt in front of Amphitrite with tears streaming down his face. Hearing Sisyphus's other name for Amphitrite, Roy repeated it doubtfully. Thetis, mother. Don't call me that. Amphitrite immediately said shyly. You are not one of my people. I would be shy if you called me Mother Thetis. After all, I am still a virgin goddess. Harmonia leaned into Roy's ear and whispered. Dear. The name Thetis means mother. So only children would call their mother Thetis. Roy said suddenly. The Corinthians are the people who have been protected by the goddess Amphitrite for thousands of years. So the Corinthians can call the goddess Amphitrite Thetis mother. I have nothing to do with the goddess Amphitrite. I called the goddess Amphitrite Thetis mother. As if a stranger suddenly wanted to be her son. After understanding the meaning of the name Thetis, Roy continued to ask. Harmonia. Why does Sisyphus call the goddess Amphitrite the goddess who created everything in the world? Is it just like you the bands think that the goddess Mnemosyne is the goddess of creation who created the world? Gaia, the earth. The Corinthians also believed that the goddess Amphitrite was the creator goddess who created the world. That's right. Harmonia nodded and said. We the bands worship the goddess of the earth, Gaia. So we the bands made up the creation myth of the earth goddess creating the world. The Corinthians worship the ocean goddess. So they made up the creation myth of the ocean goddess Eurynome. In the creation myth, the goddess Amphitrite is the prototype of the creation goddess Eurynome, just like the goddess Mnemosyne is the prototype of the creation goddess Gaia. After Roy and Harmonia finished whispering, the goddess Amphitrite spoke in a beautiful voice that was gentle yet majestic. My children, you have won a war that decided the fate of the city of Corinth. And I can't help but want to celebrate this great victory with you. I want to take this opportunity to tell you that I don't need a living sacrifice. Chapter 162 You can only wear a flower crown for me. Amphitrite has personally expressed her stance. So naturally Sisyphus can no longer insist on the traditional ritual of human sacrifice. After Sisyphus ordered the Corinthian soldiers to take away the 36 Mycenaean prisoners, Roy came to Sisyphus and said, Sisyphus, I am simply opposed to using human beings as sacrifices to gods or heroes and kings. I don't have any dissatisfaction with you. Please don't pay attention to what just happened. Human sacrifice was very common in this era. According to ancient myths and legends, before the Trojan War began, in order to please the gods, the Greek coalition sacrificed the highest level sacrifice, Iphigenia, the eldest daughter of Mycenaean king Agamemnon, to the goddess of hunting Artemis. After the Trojan War, the Greek coalition forces sacrificed the highest level of sacrifice Polyxena, the daughter of Trojan king Priam, as a sacrifice to the dead demigod hero Achilles. After listening to Roy's explanation, Sisyphus patted Roy's shoulder with his right hand and smiled. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have continued to foolishly sacrifice sacrifices to the goddess Amphitrite that she didn't want. Now I will only thank you for stopping me, and will not have any complaints against you. Amphitrite also said at this time, Sisyphus, I won't blame you for sacrificing living people to me before. After all, this is your traditional ritual for thousands of years. Great goddess Amphitrite. Now I understand that you not only treat us Corinthians with kindness, but also treat others with kindness. In the future, when encountering important festivals or war victories, I will use the method of increasing the athletic competition project as an offering to you. Although you humans can't see me, I will sit on the altar and appreciate the entire process in every competitive meeting you hold for me. After Amphitrite finished speaking, the azure blue light blooming on her body gradually disappeared. And in the end, except for Roy, no one else could see Amphitrite's figure anymore. As if he was greatly inspired, Sisyphus turned and shouted to the soldiers who were qualified to participate in the athletic competition. Corinthian soldiers, Athenian soldiers, the band soldiers. The great goddess Amphitrite will appreciate the entire process of the athletic competition. If you want to become a champion under the witness of goddess Amphitrite, please sign up for the long-distance race competitions, weightlifting competitions and throwing competitions. And I declare that the top 3 in the 3 competitions will have priority in enjoying the meat from the 100 animals sacrifice. After Sisyphus finished speaking, not only the Corinthian soldiers, but also the Athenian soldiers and the band soldiers began to enthusiastically sign up to participate in the athletic competition. After Sisyphus selected the venue for the long-distance running competition and began to host the long-distance running competition, Loie and Harmonia also selected the venues for the weightlifting competition and the throwing competition respectively, so that the soldiers could compete in the weightlifting competition and the throwing competition. Glaucus was responsible for managing the sacrifice of hundreds of animals, directing hundreds of butchers to slaughter the sacrificial cattle and sheep, and then asked hundreds of servants to roast the beef and mutton. Whether it was a long-distance running competition hosted by Sisyphus, or a throwing competition hosted by Harmonia, hundreds of soldiers participated. The weightlifting competition hosted by Roy was attended by only dozens of tall, muscular soldiers. Before the other two competitions were even halfway through, the undisputed top three in the weightlifting competition hosted by Roy had already emerged. After putting olive branch crowns on the top three in the weightlifting competition, Roy came to the altar and couldn't help but admire Amphitrite sitting on the altar. At this time, Roy finally understood that it was indeed necessary for gods to hide their identities in front of humans. If Amphitrite had not hidden her figure, everyone present would have been surrounding her, either worshipping her and praying for blessings, or admiring the incredible beauty of the goddess. Whether it is a competitive competition or 100 animal sacrifices, they will not be able to proceed normally. Being stared at by Roy, Amphitrite couldn't help but say, "Even if I am a human girl, you can't keep staring at me." Sorry." Roy lowered his head in shame and said, "It's because the great goddess Amphitrite is so beautiful that I will always appreciate your beauty. It doesn't matter. I won't be angry," Amphitrite said with a smile. "In the past, after I appeared in front of humans, human men would either kneel on the ground and not dare to look at me, or they would keep staring at me like you. I have long been used to it." Then, Amphitrite asked curiously, "You are the first human being I have encountered in thousands of years who can see the gods without our gods taking the initiative. Is this an ability given to you by the goddess Metis whom you serve? Being able to see gods who don't appear actively, this is one of Roy's secrets." Facing Amphitrite's inquiry, Roy hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Goddess Amphitrite, this is not an ability given to me by the gods. This is your own ability." Amphitrite couldn't help but look at Roy carefully with surprised eyes, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. "Roy, were you talking to yourself just now?" Sisyphus's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Roy turned around and saw Sisyphus walking in front of him with the top three in the long-distance running competition. As king of Corinth, Sisyphus also served as the highest male priest serving Amphitrite, the patron goddess of Corinth. But in the absence of Amphitrite's active appearance, Sisyphus could neither see Amphitrite's figure nor hear Amphitrite's voice. If Roy told Sisyphus that he had just been chatting with the goddess Amphitrite whom he served, Roy didn't know if Sisyphus would be jealous. But if the positions were switched, Roy could not see the figure of the goddess Metis, nor hear the voice of the goddess Metis. However, a man who was not a priest of Metis could communicate with the goddess he served. Roy would definitely be jealous, to the point where I want to kill the other person. So Roy very wisely did not tell the truth. "Sisyphus, I was praying to the goddess Amphitrite just now, hoping that I can return to Athens smoothly tomorrow." Just then, Harmonia came over with the top three in the throwing competition. "Honey." Harmonia ran over and threw herself into Roy's arms, saying coquettishly, "It's so boring to host a game, and I'll never do it myself again." Roy said confused when he saw that Harmonia did not put an olive branch crown on the top three in the throwing competition. "Why don't you put flower crowns on the top three in the throwing competition?" "Because they are not women," Harmonia said without hesitation. "I am a woman with a husband and cannot have close contact with other men. Do you want me to put a flower crown on other men with my own hands?" "No." Roy frowned and said, "You can only wear a flower crown for me. It seems that I have to add a rule to the competition. The top three in the men's competition will be worn by men, and the top three in the women's competition will be worn by women." "My dear, there are no women participating in the competition. Although I don't have one now, I will hold a women's athletic conference in the future." Chapter 163. The Shura field hasn't started yet. The city of Corinth has two ports, north and south. The northern port is anchored for ships heading to the Corinth Gulf, and the southern port is anchored for ships heading for the Aegean Sea. On the day when Loe and Harmonia left the city of Corinth, Sisyphus and Glaucus personally came to the southern port and recruited 20 large ships to transport Harmonia's 500 soldiers. After Roy took Harmonia aboard the flagship of his 10 ships, he stood at the stern and waved goodbye to Sisyphus and Glaucus on the dock. When Roy's 10 large ships and the Corinthians' 20 large ships left the port, Sisyphus looked at the 30 large ships going away with a complicated expression and said, "I guess the next time we meet, Roy's identity will be the king of Athens." "Why did father say that?" Glaucus said doubtfully. "Loe's identity is only Pandion's son-in-law. Pandion must make his son Erechtheus the heir. Even if Pandion is willing to make Loe the heir, he has no reason to let Loe inherit his identity and power now. After all, he had just turned 40. You are still too young," Sisyphus explained to his son with a smile. If Roy had not brought Harmonia to the city of Athens. Even if Roy's relationship with Harmonia was exposed, Roy could have prevented the conflict between him and Pandion from intensifying. But now Roy has brought Harmonia. Ya took him to Athens. Unless Loie publicly stated that he wanted Pandion's daughter to be his wife and Harmonia to be his concubine, he and Pandion would definitely fall out because Pandion would not be able to bear Loie letting his daughter become his concubine. Humiliation. Port of Piraeus. At noon, when the temperature rose to around 20 degrees, 30 large ships sailed into the port. After 850 heavily armed soldiers came ashore, there was a commotion among the Athenians in the port, because more than half of these 850 soldiers are strangers. Loie and Harmonia came to the shore hand in hand and first asked the 20 Corinthian ships to leave, and then shouted to the Athenians in the port, "Don't be nervous, everyone. These soldiers are all our own." Now that Roy had the prestige to convince ordinary Athenians, hearing that Roy referred to the band soldiers as his own, the Athenians at the port began to continue their busy work. Roy and Harmonia also left the port with the soldiers and headed for the city of Athens not far away. Looking at the city of Athens protected by concrete walls, Harmonia said excitedly, "My dear, this is your city of Athens." Roy corrected with a smile, "This is not my Athens, but our Athens." Arriving at the west gate of Athens, the soldiers guarding the city saw the army behind Roy. Even if they knew Roy's identity, they had to stop Roy and say, "Priest Loie, you cannot bring so many soldiers into the city of Athens. They followed me and defeated the enemy. Now that they are victorious, I must lead them into the city of Athens. But most of them are not Athenians." The defenders pointed out the problem to the point, and Roy immediately said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "Since you know my identity, you should know that you are not qualified to stop me from bringing the victorious soldiers into the city of Athens." After saying that, Roy pulled Harmonia and forced his way through the city gate and entered the city. The soldiers behind followed Roy into the city, and the soldiers guarding the city did not dare to stop him. After all, Roy's identity is not only the priest of the city of Athens, but also the fiancé who is about to marry Princess Procne. If they really offend Roy, I'm afraid that not only will they get no credit, but they will also be punished by Roy. Inside the city of Athens, after ordering 850 soldiers to be stationed in the square under the Acropolis hill, Roy took Harmonia to the Acropolis. The two came to the gate of the Acropolis. Because Roy only brought Harmonia, the soldiers at the gate of the Acropolis did not stop Roy. After passing through the gate of the Acropolis, Roy was surprised to see that the royal palace of Athens on the Acropolis was not only guarded by soldiers, but also had many male and female servants walking around the palace. During my absence, the royal palace of Athens has been built and there are still people living in it. Roy and Harmonia walked towards the palace. Before they reached the palace gate, they saw Procne, Philomela, Chiron and Pandora walking out of the palace. Brother Roy. Seeing Roy outside the palace, Procne immediately ran over happily and threw herself into Roy's arms. Philomela saw Roy and Harmonia holding hands, with an unhappy look on her face. "Procne." Roy patted Procne on the back with his left hand and said, "Everyone is looking at us. Do you want to keep holding me?" Procne left Roy's arms shyly, and then noticed that Roy and Harmonia had been holding hands. "Brother Roy, is she your new side room?" Hearing Procne's words, the smile on Harmonia's face froze instantly. Before Roy could explain, Pandora spoke first. "I told you a long time ago that Roy would bring back a new side room. You believe it now?" Hearing Pandora's words, Roy and Harmonia looked at Pandora with surprised eyes. Philomela said coquettishly, "Brother Roy, when you went to aid the city of Corinth, why did you take Pandora with you but not me? My sister. And Chiron." "Philomela, you said I would take Pandora to aid the city of Corinth." "Yes." Philomela nodded and said, "When Brother Roy left the city of Athens, Pandora disappeared with him. Yesterday when Pandora came back, we learned that she went with you to aid the city of Corinth. She also told us how you defeated the Mycenaeans. Thanks to Pandora in advance. Tell us. We just found out you have another side room." After Philomela finished speaking, Pandora showed a proud smile to Roy, as if asking for credit. Roy suppressed the doubts in his heart and said, "Since Pandora has told you about my defeat of the Mycenaeans, my father-in-law should also know about it. To celebrate Brother Roy's victory, my father has prepared a banquet for Brother Roy in the palace hall. Procne grabbed Roy's left hand and said, "Brother Roy. The guests at the banquet are waiting for us. Let's go to the palace hall." Roy originally wanted to formally introduce Harmonia. But after looking at each other with Pandora, Roy finally decided to conceal Harmonia's identity and understand the situation first. Roy let go of Harmonia's hand. And after entering the palace hand in hand with Procne, Harmonia came to Kaiwan and said, "Hello. I thought I was the only girl with different hair and different eyes around him. But I didn't expect that there is you beside him. We are both girls with different hair and different eyes. I think we can become friends." Harmonia took the initiative to express her goodwill to Kaiwan. And Kaiwan hesitated for a moment before speaking to Harmonia. "Looking at your good attitude, I would like to remind you not to ask for a position that is not yours." Chapter 164. Father-in-law wants to be crowned king of Athens. Roy and Procne held hands and entered the royal palace of Athens. They saw palaces with wooden doors and windows installed. And the steps outside the palace doors were also cleaned. Looking inside from the open wooden doors, you can see that the palace is covered with wool carpets and furnished with wooden tables, beds and other furniture. Arriving at the palace hall with the door open, Roy and Procne asked the palace maid outside the hall to take off their shoes, and then walked into the hall covered with wool carpets. In the spacious and bright hall, Pandion and several minor leaders sat around a wooden table. Behind him were 3 steps built of cement. On the steps was a throne carved out of white marble. Seeing Roy and Procne, Pandion took the initiative to speak to them. "My child, you are indeed back today. I have prepared a banquet for you. Come and tell us about your achievements." At this time, Harmonia followed Philomela, Kaiwan, and Pandora into the hall. Roy looked at Harmonia behind him, and then led the 5 girls to the center of the hall. Wooden Table said, as he sat down across from Pandion, "Since my father-in-law wants to know, let me tell you. I took the soldiers to the city of Corinth. Roy helped the city of Corinth until the Mycenaeans voluntarily retreated, formed the 3-goddess alliance of Corinth, Thebes, and Athens, and forced the Mycenaean king Acrisios to make a sacred oath to ensure that he would never. She then carefully recounted the story of how she launched the war against the 3-goddess alliance, and finally pointed at Harmonia with her left hand. Father-in-law, the girl next to me is Harmonia. She is the priest and leader of the city of Thebes." After hearing Roy's words, Procne, Philomela and Kaiwan opened their eyes wide with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Because Pandora only told them that Roy would bring back a new side room, but did not tell them Harmonia's name and identity. Now knowing that Harmonia was the queen who ruled the city of Thebes, Procne felt a strong crisis in her heart. Not only is Harmonia's beauty not inferior to that of Procne, but she also has a nobler status than Procne, which can bring greater benefits to Roy. Procne felt that if she were a man, she would want Harmonia to be his head wife. After all, Procne is not Pandion's heir. Even if Roy marries Procne, he will not be able to inherit the powerful city of Athens. But by marrying Harmonia, Roy would become the ruler of the powerful city of Thebes. Although Harmonia was his love rival, Procne did not tell Pandion her true identity, because Procne knew that Pandion knew about the relationship between Loe and Harmonia, and would immediately have an unpredictable conflict with Loe and Harmonia. Harmonia had been observing Procne's reaction. Seeing that Procne was concealing her relationship with Roy, Harmonia did not take the initiative to reveal her relationship with Roy. Is she the Harmonia of Thebes? Upon learning that the blonde girl in front of him, who was about the same age as his own daughter, was the queen of Thebes, Pandion first widened his eyes in surprise, and then spoke enthusiastically. "Beautiful Harmonia, if I know that this distinguished guest is coming, I will definitely go to the port to greet you personally. If you don't mind, I want to treat you as a junior," Harmonia said with a smile. "Dear Pandion, since Thebes and Athens are already allies, of course you, the elder, can treat me as your junior," Pandion said happily after hearing Harmonia's answer. "It seems that you are as good a girl as my daughter. Now I hope you can sit down and let me entertain you and Roy with a banquet." After Harmonia sat down next to Roy, Pandion asked next, "Harmonia, when the city of Athens was still the Athenian tribe, the Thebes tribe was more powerful than the Athenian tribe. Are you really willing to let the city of Athens become the leader of the city of Thebes?" Harmonia said without hesitation. "Dear Pandion, the city of Athens is now more powerful than the city of Thebes. So I am sincerely willing to regard the city of Athens as the leader of the alliance." Seeing that Harmonia was not lying, Pandion tried, in order to consolidate our alliance. Are you willing to marry my son Erechtheus? As long as you two marry, the cities of Athens and Thebes can merge into a kingdom more powerful than the Mycenaeans. Pandion actually proposed a marriage between Harmonia and Erechtheus. Before Roy could react, Procne threw herself on Roy's back and spoke in a pleading tone in Roy's ear. Brother Roy. Hearing Procne's voice, Roy's heart softened and he did not react immediately. Honored Pandion. Harmonia and Roy looked at each other, then smiled at Pandion and said, although I still look like an unmarried girl, I already have a husband. So I can't marry your son. That's such a shame. After Pandion finished speaking, a group of young and beautiful maids brought roasted meat, white bread, fruits, and wine and placed them on the wooden table. Roy leaned into Procne's ear and whispered, Procne, Pandora's identity is very important. You take her away first and hide her. After Procne nodded in agreement, she, Philomela and Chiron left the hall surrounded by Pandora. Pandion and several other minor leaders enthusiastically exchanged glasses with Roy and Harmonia. And Harmonia drank glasses of wine generously. When everyone was a little drunk, Pandion suddenly said, Loe. Now the city of Athens is so powerful that even the Mycenaeans no longer dare to provoke us. The small leaders all hope that I will build a city and establish a state and become the king of Athens. Are you willing to represent the goddess Metis as a priest and serve for me? A ceremony to crown the king of Athens. Crowned king of Athens. Roy hesitated for a moment, then said with a joking smile, tomorrow I can represent the goddess Metis and hold a coronation ceremony for my father-in-law. Hearing Roy's answer, Pandion raised his wine glass and said happily, I have become the real king of Athens. And Procne is the real princess of Athens. After you marry Procne, you can also have the status of the Athenian royal family. I plan to go to Metia after the ceremony of my coronation as the king of Athens. What do you think of holding your wedding to Procne under the witness of goddess Sai and everyone? I follow my father-in-law's arrangements. After nightfall, the drunken Pandion was sent back to the palace by the maids. And the little leaders also left the palace and went home. Roy and Harmonia did not leave the palace, but were led by a maid to Roy's own palace in the palace. Roy took Harmonia into the palace and saw Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora sitting on a big bed covered with fine white wool blankets. Procne was hurriedly erasing tears on the little face. Seeing Roy finally coming back, Philomela immediately said with a puffy face, Brother Roy, please explain your relationship with this savage blonde woman. Chapter 165 Everyone can be a legal wife. As the Queen of Thebes, Harmonia is not a delicate and weak girl, but is strong and domineering in line with her status. Harmonia has always hidden her strong and domineering side, just to play the image of a perfect wife. There are no outsiders in Roy's palace now. When Philomela called herself a savage blonde woman, Harmonia smiled jokingly before Roy could answer. Little sister, it seems you are a bit stupid. I am not a barbaric northern nomad, a blonde Dorian, but the ruler of the Thebans. I have blonde hair and blue eyes because I am my father, a hybrid child born to a Dorian woman. But this does not mean that I am a barbaric Dorian. My relationship with Loe is not a secret. I will soon become Loe's head wife. But I don't mind if you become Loe. Ye side room. After hearing what Harmonia said, Procne, who had just wiped away her tears, began to shed tears of disappointment again from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Procne's reaction, Harmonia walked to the big bed and frowned. Why are you crying? As long as you don't have the following ambitions to compete with me for the status of my wife, I will not only not bully you concubines, but I will also take care of you as my younger sisters. Stop your nonsense now. Philomela jumped down from the big bed, stood in front of Harmonia and shouted angrily. The one who wants to become Brother Roy's real wife is my sister. Then, Philomela said to Roy, Brother Roy, please quickly tell this savage blonde woman that your real wife is my sister Procne. And this blonde woman can only be your side wife. Roy walked to the big bed, first held Procne in his arms with both hands, and then said while wiping the tears from Procne's face with his right hand, Good sister, please stop crying. I promise you that your status in my heart will not be lost to other girls. Brother Roy. Procne looked at Roy with big eyes red from crying and said, Will you marry me? Harmonia also obviously felt a sense of crisis and called Roy with a delicate voice. Honey. Caught between Procne and Harmonia, Roy had a troubled expression on his face. Brother Roy. What are you thinking about? Philomela rushed to Roy at this time. Grabbed Roy's right arm with two small hands and said. Harmonia is one person. But my sister and I are two people. As long as you choose my sister and I will let you enjoy double the happiness. Philomela. Hearing Philomela's words, Roy's heart wavered, causing the invisible balance to tilt towards Prockney and Philomela. Seeing the change in Roy's expression, Harmonia immediately said to Roy, My dear, I can make you king of all the bands. Hearing Harmonia's words, Roy's heart was shaken again. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Roy sandwiched between the three girls, Pandora suddenly smiled and said, If you have trouble making a choice, just choose me. Not only am I more beautiful than these human girls, my status is also more noble than them. My hometown, Donia, is the second largest city in Crete and rules with a population is about 50,000. As long as you can defeat the city of Knossos, the city of Donia can replace the city of Knossos and become the overlord of the Aegean Sea. Just stop causing trouble for me. Roy rolled his eyes at Pandora, then looked at Harmonia and Prockney with a serious expression and said, Harmonia, you are my first fiancée, and I will never betray our engagement. Prockney, you are not only my second fiancée, but also my caring sister. I will never make you sad and cry. In order to solve your problem, I have thought of a good way. I am going to make a new law for myself, which stipulates that I can have more than one legal wife. In other words, both of you can marry me. Can all become my legal wives. After Roy finished speaking, the girls all widened their eyes in shock. And then Philomela broke the silence and asked, Brother Roy, can I also be your legal wife? Roy nodded without hesitation and said, As soon as we hold the wedding, you will become one of my head wives. Just when Roy thought the problem was solved by himself, Harmonia frowned and said, My dear, even if we can all be your head wives, we still have to be divided into higher and lower levels. Among your head wives and side wives, I am the highest ranking first wife, and have the right to manage other head wives and side wives. You agree to this? I disagree. Before Roy could speak, Philomela angrily spoke to Harmonia. Brother Roy's first wife is of course my sister. If you, a wild blonde woman like you, become the wife with the highest status, do you want Brother Roy to be laughed at by others? You girl. Harmonia was a little angry at this time and couldn't help but say, Is your sister a mute? If you don't think your sister is a mute, then let your sister compete with me for the identity of the first wife. If you are competing for the identity of the first wife for yourself, that's fine. You are so active. If you fight against me for your sister, can I treat you as your sister? Of course you can treat me as my sister. Philomela said with a proud smile. Don't you see that my sister and I are so good that we can share a husband? I love my sister more than myself. And my sister has the same love for me. So we are like each other's doppelgangers. You can't understand that my sister and I are on a blind date. The feeling of love must be because you don't have a sister who loves you. You are right. Harmonia looked at Philomela with a gloomy expression. Seeing that the war between Harmonia and Philomela was about to escalate, Roy suddenly walked up to Pandora and said, Pandora, I have something to tell you. After saying that, without waiting for Pandora's consent, Roy directly pulled Pandora outside. Harmonia and Philomela turned to look at Roy's leaving figure. When Roy's figure disappeared at the entrance of the palace, Harmonia and Philomela looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder between them disappeared. Under the bright moonlight, Roy took Pandora to the empty backyard of the palace and questioned Pandora in a corner. Pandora, what is your purpose? Pandora looked at Roy without fear and smiled. Don't you see it yet? I'm helping you. If I didn't tell Pandion about your victory, you bringing the band soldiers into the city of Athens would definitely arouse Pandion's suspicion. If I didn't bring you tell Prockney about your return to Harmonia, when she suddenly sees the surprise you brought back and learns her identity, Prockney will be shocked even more than she is now. And she will react in ways you can't predict. Roy said coldly with an expressionless face. Are you pretending to be stupid? What I'm asking now is what is your purpose of helping me? Chapter 166 The future goddess becomes the fiancé. Facing Roy's questioning, Pandora put on an innocent expression on her little face and said, What you said is really strange. Shouldn't I help you? Pandora, if you choose to come to Athens with me because you don't want to marry Deucalion, Then you should try your best to hide your existence in Athens. This will not only prevent Deucalion from finding you, but also to avoid causing trouble to our city of Athens. Now that you are acting casually in the name of helping me, do you want the Athenians to know that there is an unidentified side room next to me? Having said this, Roy could no longer suppress his anger. Stretched out his hands and grabbed Pandora's thin shoulders and threatened. Tell me your true purpose. If you dare not tell it, I will ask Deucalion to pay a large ransom to buy you back. I believe that Deucalion, as your licking dog, will be willing to accept me. The lion opens his mouth wide. I've been with you for so long. Do you really dare to give me back to Deucalion? Pandora smiled jokingly. Since you know how much Deucalion loves me, you should understand that if I return to Deucalion, maybe Deucalion will not hurt me, but he will definitely kill you who took him away. Fiancé's love rival. If I were afraid of being an enemy of Deucalion, I wouldn't have brought you back to the city of Athens in the first place. Seeing that Pandora didn't look afraid, Roy continued. Not only can I return you to Deucalion, I can also tie your hands and feet with chains, ruin your face, cut out your tongue, and make Deucalion unable to recognize your face. I can't hear your voice, so you will stay with me as a slave for the rest of your life. My dear, are you really willing to hurt this body that belongs to you? After hearing what Roy just said, Pandora not only was not afraid, but instead teased Roy. If we have children in the future, how are you going to explain that to your children? Pandora. Roy frowned and said, do you really want to be my woman? Pandora nodded without hesitation and said, I have never had the arrogance to treat you as a fool. So I had the consciousness to dedicate this body to you from the beginning. After saying that, Pandora closed her eyes and looked like she was ready to be picked by anyone. What a pity. Not only did Roy not hold Pandora's beautiful and graceful body in his arms, but he pushed Pandora back and said, Pandora, although your body is as beautiful as a goddess, your body's attraction to me is not as attractive as your status as the princess of Donia City. If you really want to repay me, as you use the price for me is to use your real body to marry me. Pandora finally opened her eyes wide at this time, looked at Roy with disbelief and said, what do you mean? I have seen that you deliberately want to trigger a war between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos. For this reason, you are willing to dedicate your body to me as a price, to allow you to make such a huge sacrifice. The city of Athens and the city of Knossos. The war in the city of Knossos is probably related to whether you can transform back into the moon goddess Pandora of Crete. Seeing Pandora frowning and showing a shaken expression on her face, Roy said with a greedy smile, unfortunately, I am not interested in your human body. So I want you to make a promise with me. When you transform back into the moon goddess Pandora, you will marry me with your goddess's body, and let me share your immortality and divine power as a goddess. You guy dash. Pandora gritted her teeth and said with an angry expression, how dare you say that you want to be my real husband? Do you know that this is a serious blasphemy against a goddess? Then why don't you punish me, the great sinner who blasphemed the goddess? Since you are a goddess who has declined and reincarnated into a human being, you must accept the fact that you have declined and let go of your pride as a goddess. If you don't agree to marry me, I won't. You will take advantage of me, and you will lose the chance to transform back into Pandora, the moon goddess. After saying that, Roy waited for Pandora's answer. For Pandora, her human body is just a skin that can be discarded at any time, so she can take the initiative to say that she wants to marry Roy. But marrying Roy with the body of a goddess not only means that Roy will become Pandora's true husband, but also means that Roy will share her immortality and divine power. Pandora's little face showed a hesitant and struggling expression, obviously thinking about whether she should accept or reject Roy's request. Time passed bit by bit. Just when Roy was about to lose his patience, Pandora lowered her head like a defeated dog and said, Loie, I accept your request. Hearing Pandora's answer, Roy's whole body was shocked first, and then he asked, what did you just say? Did you really agree to marry me as a goddess? Don't be too happy first. Pandora raised her head, looked at Roy expressionlessly and said, you want to be my husband and share with me the immortality and divine power of the goddess. First you must completely defeat the city of Knossos so that the city of Knossos can no longer threaten the city of Donia. Ha 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 ha. Roy laughed triumphantly and rushed over, holding Pandora's petite body in his arms. Then picked up Pandora and spun her around and said, my dear Pandora, Do you think you have successfully used me to get a chance to transform back into a goddess? Now I want to tell you a secret. If the city of Athens wants to rise and become the new overlord of the Aegean Sea, it will inevitably fight against Knossos. A war for hegemony breaks out in the city. In other words, even if you do nothing, the city of Athens and the city of Knossos will fight. As long as the city of Athens defeats the city of Knossos, the city of Knossos will lose its love. The status as the overlord and trade hub of the Kinhai Sea cannot continue to support a huge population of more than 100,000 people. By that time, just a huge population of 100,000 people will cause the city of Knossos to collapse. And it will no longer be able to threaten the city of Donia. You said I would get the chance to turn back into a goddess without doing anything. After hearing Roy's words, Pandora's eyes widened in shock and she said in disbelief, "The city of Knossos is now far more powerful than the city of Athens. Without my help, it is impossible for you to defeat the city of Knossos. So it is right for me to take action. If your help is really so important, then why don't you help Donia defeat Knossos?" Seeing that Pandora was speechless when asked, Roy smiled jokingly. "Dear Pandora, I know you can't accept that you have done a very stupid thing. But I feel that if I defeat the city of Knossos, it will be possible to develop into a second city of Knossos. If the city of Donia is destroyed, you will also lose the opportunity to transform back into a goddess. Now because you agreed to marry me, even if I know that the city of Donia is a potential threat to the city of Athens, I cannot launch an attack on the city of Donia. War. The city of Donia is a city-state guarded by the moon goddess Pandora. And it is also the biggest foundation for Pandora to transform back into a goddess. If the city of Donia is destroyed by Roy, Pandora will completely lose the chance to transform back into a goddess." Looking at the confident Roy, Pandora took a deep breath and said, "Can you tell me why you are so confident in defeating Knossos and Donia when Athens is obviously weaker than Knossos and Donia? This is a secret." Chapter 167 Coronation Ceremony of the King of Athens. I will wake up laughing when I sleep. Roy originally thought that this kind of thing would never happen to him. The next morning, Roy woke up from his sleep and found that his face had become stiff because he kept smiling. And then he realized that his heart was happier than he thought. After all, he made an agreement with Pandora to make this fallen goddess reincarnated into a human being his fiancée. Roy had a chance to live forever and become a god. "Honey." Hearing Harmonia calling him, Roy turned his head and saw Harmonia lying next to him, looking at him with a bright and sweet smile and saying, "You can smile so happily even when you sleep. Is it because you share the same bed with me?" Although Roy didn't like lying, in order not to make Harmonia sad, Roy could only hold Harmonia in his arms and said, "Harmonia, now you understand how much I love you." The girls who slept with Roy last night were Kaiwan and Pandora. Procne and Philomela have parental control and must return to their palace. After Roy and Harmonia got up, they saw Kaiwan, Pandora and three maids busy making breakfast in the small kitchen of the palace. After everyone finished breakfast together, Roy looked at Harmonia, Kaiwan, and Pandora with a serious expression and said, "I plan to become the king of Athens today. You are all my women. So I will not hide my plan from you. And I need your help. Next I will go to Pandion and ask him to gather most of the men in the city of Athens go to the temple square outside the temple of Metis. Nominally, this is to hold a coronation ceremony for Pandion. In fact, this is my coronation ceremony. Harmonia. Kaiwan. In order to ensure that I can successfully seize power. During the coronation ceremony after the ceremony begins, you will bring all the 850 soldiers at the foot of the Acropolis into the Acropolis. Because today is a very important day. The guard captain Pallas will be responsible for managing the gate of the Acropolis. Kaiwan. If Pallas prevents you from entering the Acropolis, tell him how his wife got here." After hearing Roy's words, Harmonia couldn't help laughing. "My dear, are you going to tell Procne and Philomela about your plans?" Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, "Although the two sisters have fallen in love with me, I don't think their love for me can surpass their love for their parents." Then, Roy said to Pandora, "Pandora, if you stay alone in the palace, don't go out and run around. Although I have the consciousness to break out a war with the city of Knossos, and I have the confidence to defeat the city of Knossos, but the city of Athens and Knossos, the later the war breaks out in the city, the stronger the city of Athens will become." Pandora said expressionlessly, "I see." Seeing Pandora's familiar attitude, Roy immediately remembered that Pandora always used this attitude towards her fiancé Deucalion in the past. Now that Roy has become Pandora's fiancé, Pandora begins to treat Roy with this attitude again. It seems that Pandora doesn't really hate Deucalion. She just simply hates her fiancé, or doesn't want to marry a human man. Roy had no time to worry about Pandora's attitude now. After giving instructions to the three girls, Roy hurriedly left his palace. The largest palace in the royal palace of Athens. Located behind the palace hall. Pandion and Zeuxippel lived in this palace belonging to the king and queen. Roy came to the palace behind the hall and saw Pandion, Zeuxippus, and Philomela all wearing brand new pure white cotton robes. And Procne was even more dressed up, as a beautiful bride to be married. Because Pandion's coronation ceremony is over, Pandion will hold the wedding for Loe and Procne as the king of Athens. Seeing Roy arriving, Pandion immediately said happily, "My child, I have sent people to summon the men in the city of Athens and ask them to come to the temple square to witness my coronation as the king of Athens. Your mother prepared 2 crowns for me. One is a golden crown made of bronze. One is a crown made of olive branches. Which crown do you think I should use for my crowning?" Roy glanced at the bronze crown and olive branch crown placed on the stone table. Then carefully picked up the olive branch crown that would be worn on his head with both hands and said, "There are no copper mines in the Attica Peninsula. We Athenians not only rely on olive oil to obtain food, but also rely on olive oil to obtain various bronze utensils. A crown made of olive branches is obviously more suitable for a coronation ceremony than a bronze crown." Pandion nodded with satisfaction and said, "As expected of my child. Your thoughts are the same as mine." At this moment, Philomela came to Roy, grabbed Roy's robe and said, "Brother Roy, today is the day you and your sister are getting married. Why don't you wear a new set of clothes? Fortunately, my sister has made a new set of clothes for you. Go and change quickly." After saying that, Philomela pulled Roy towards a small room in the palace. Roy could only put down the olive branch crown in a hurry, and then said awkwardly, "Philomela, I will go change clothes with you. Don't keep holding me back like this. My father-in-law and mother-in-law will misunderstand me. Did you misunderstand that I am also your wife?" Hearing Philomela's straightforward and bold words, Roy immediately looked at Pandion and Zeuxippa with a guilty conscience. Pandion and Zeuxippa looked at Roy and Philomela with smiles, obviously not taking Philomela's words seriously. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, and then said silently in his heart, "After today, there is no need to hide his relationship with Philomela." When Loe, Pandion, Zeuxippus, Procne, and Philomela came to the temple square under the protection of hundreds of soldiers. There were already thousands of Athenian men, including Eleusinian men and Seriphus men, gathered in temple square. These men were above the age of 16 and below 60 and were able to mobilize to fight in times of war, and were therefore considered citizens. Women and children were not considered citizens, and so were not called to the king's coronation. In the square at the foot of the Acropolis, knowing that the coronation ceremony had begun, Chiron and Harmonia, with 850 soldiers, began to climb the mountain road leading to the Acropolis. When the army arrived at the gate of the Acropolis, the guard captain Pallas led a group of soldiers into a defensive formation and said, "Stop. You want to bring so many soldiers into the Acropolis? Do you want to rebel? Leave now. I can treat this as a misunderstanding." Chiron immediately came to Pallas and said, "Captain Pallas, Priest Roy asked me to tell you don't forget how your wife came to be." Pallas would certainly not forget that his wife, the noble Princess Seriphos, sister of Perseus, was a trophy given to him by Loe. After hearing Chioni's words, Pallas gritted his teeth and said, "It's because I haven't forgotten that I'll give you the chance to leave." Harmonia came to Chiron at this time, unexpectedly swung her bronze war spear, put the spear blade against Pallas's neck and said, "Chiron, why bother talking nonsense to him? If he dares to stop us, I will kill him immediately to prevent him from ruining Roy's important event." Chapter 168 I crown myself with a crown. As the gateway to the Acropolis of Athens. The gate of the Acropolis can be said to be blocked by one man, but not opened by 10,000 others. If Harmonia kills the guard captain Pallas, then they can only attack the mountain gate of the Acropolis, causing unknown casualties. Seeing that Pallas did not resist when Harmonia's spear blade was pressed against his neck, Chiron persuaded him, "Captain Pallas, the leader of the tribe must be the strongest." Leader Pandion also forcibly took power from the previous leader in the past. So there is no need for the Athenians to kill each other alternately for this kind of power. Pallas was silent for a moment. Then finally sighed and said, Priest Roy has a huge favor for me. I don't want Priest Roy as my son-in-law to hurt his father-in-law. Nor do I want Priest Roy to be harmed by his father-in-law. So I can only remain neutral. After speaking, Pallas turned around and ordered to his soldiers, open the mountain gate of the Acropolis. Temple Square. Loe, Pandion, Zeuxippus, Procne, and Philomela stood in front of the altar of Metis. Loe held the olive branch crown in both hands and climbed onto the altar. He placed the olive branch crown on the highest point of the altar. Letting the olive branch, the crown became a sacred object dedicated to the goddess. Seeing Loe completing the ceremony of sacrificing the olive branch crown, Pandion turned and shouted to the thousands of Athenian men in the temple square. Dear citizens of Athens, since the goddess Metis became the patron saint of Athens, and Roy became the priest of the Athenian tribe, the Athenian tribe has undergone earth-shaking changes in just 2 months. Now our city of Athens is protected by tall concrete walls, with a population of tens of thousands. The city of Athens is no longer suitable to continue to use the tribal system. Therefore, with the permission of the goddess Metis, I will turn the city of Athens into the city-state of Athens. From now on, I will be your king, and the small leaders will become the nobles of the city of Athens. In other areas, both the status of king and nobles can be hereditary. From now on, the city of Athens prohibits anyone from using personal force to seize the status of kings and nobles. Only the descendants of the king can become the next generation of kings. And only the nobles, the descendants, can become the next generation of nobles. After listening to Pandion's words, the civilians all had numb expressions on their faces. Because for them, whether the title of the ruler changes from chief to king, or the identity of the ruler changes from succession of the strong to hereditary inheritance, it has nothing to do with the common people. Only the little leaders all showed excited and joyful smiles. Because Pandion stipulated hereditary inheritance of noble status, they did not have to worry about their descendants not being able to inherit their status and power. Long live Pandion, King of Athens! The little leaders shouted this slogan excitedly, and the soldiers immediately followed suit. Long live Pandion, King of Athens! Long live Pandion, King of Athens! Listening to the slogans shouted by the little leaders and soldiers, Pandion turned around with a smile and walked step by step towards Roy on the upper steps of the altar, under the gaze of thousands of people. After Pandion stood on the middle steps of the altar, Roy held the olive branch crown with both hands and turned around, looking down at everyone and said, My fellow Athenians, on behalf of the great goddess Metis, I now grant a human king the status of a human king, and put on him the crown of blessings given by the goddess Metis. After speaking, Roy held the olive branch crown in his hands and slowly approached Pandion's head. Pandion also lowered his head, preparing to let Roy put the crown on him. Seeing that the olive branch crown was about to fall on Pandion's head, Roy's hand suddenly raised the olive branch crown high. Then, with thousands of people watching in surprise or disbelief, Roy put the olive branch crown on his head and said, Fellow Athenians, as the spokesperson of the goddess Metis, I will be the king of Athens who governs you in place of the goddess Metis. Pandion was still lowering his head, waiting for Roy to put the crown on him. Hearing Roy's words, Pandion immediately raised his head, looked at Roy with wide eyes and asked, My child, are you crazy? Roy seemed not to have heard Pandion's words and looked in the direction of the gate of the Acropolis. At this time, Harmonia and Chiron, with 850 soldiers, rushed from the gate of the Acropolis towards the temple square. Seeing Harmonia and Chiron rushing over with heavily armed soldiers, the civilians immediately separated left and right to make way for the altar. The 200 personal guards who maintained order in the temple square quickly protected Pandion, Zeuxippus, Procne, Philomela and several minor leaders. After the soldiers led by Harmonia and Chiron started a confrontation with 200 guardsmen, Pandion, who was so angry that his whole body was shaking, pointed at Roy with his right hand and said, I have always been worried that you would compete with Erechtheus for the identity of the heir. I didn't expect you to be so anxious and want to take away the power that belongs to me. Father-in-law, I said that I would not compete with Erechtheus for the identity of the heir. Of course, I will keep my word, Roy said with a bright smile. My soldiers now have an absolute advantage. My father-in-law, please quickly ask your soldiers to give up resistance and let my soldiers take over the Acropolis and the palace. If I don't agree, How dare you kill me? Upon hearing Pandion's words, Zeuxippero, Procne, and Philomela hurriedly came to the altar to persuade him. My dear, please don't do anything stupid. Father, please don't be impulsive. Let's get out of here first. Brother Roy is also your son. It's not like an outsider has taken away his father's power. Looking at his wife and daughter beside him, Pandion showed a shaken expression on his face. After all, if he died, he didn't know how Roy, the heartless son-in-law, would treat his wife and daughter. In order to protect his wife and daughter, Pandion could only retreat from the altar with a helpless expression. Witnessing the scene of Roy taking away Pandion's power, not to mention thousands of civilians, not even the 200 personal guards showed any indignant reaction. Because of Roy's identity, he is Pandion's son-in-law. In this era, daughters and sons-in-law were also legal heirs. Therefore, Roy's taking away Pandion's power was a family struggle within the royal family. If outsiders casually get involved, they will most likely have a thankless job and their death will be in vain. When the son-in-law and father-in-law are reconciled, the sacrifices of outsiders will be worthless. Roy glanced at everyone and saw that no one stood up to oppose him. Of course Roy knew that this was because he had taken away the power of his father-in-law Pandion and did not touch their interests. But Roy's next move will touch the interests of many people. With everyone watching, Roy said loudly, Fellow Athenians, as the king of Athens who rules over you, I will implement new laws in the city of Athens. Now I make the first law as the king of Athens. As the king of Athens, I can have multiple head wives. My head wife, their children have the same inheritance rights. After Roy finished speaking, many people couldn't help laughing. Some smart people even guessed that Roy wanted to catch all of Pandion's 2 daughters, who were as beautiful as goddesses. Chapter 169 The 3 Laws of the King of Athens. Loe's first law was passed without any opposition, because this law touches no one's interests. Under Pandion's angry gaze, Roy continued. The second law I want to enact is to abolish the status of petty chiefs or nobles in the city of Athens. From now on, in the city of Athens, only the royal family headed by me will have a special status. And the status can be inherited hereditary. In addition to the royal family, Athenians are all common people with equal status. After Roy finished speaking, several small leaders and their families were all in an uproar. Just now, the small chiefs did not object to Roy taking away his father-in-law's power as a son-in-law because Roy did not touch the interests of the small chiefs. Now that Roy wants to abolish the identity and power of the small leaders, it is certainly impossible for the small leaders to accept it voluntarily. Why do you abolish our identity? A grumpy little leader spoke first. Chief Pandion has said that he will make us nobles and let our status be hereditary. As a son-in-law, you should inherit your father-in-law's will and respect our original status and power. Another little leader followed. Don't forget that you were originally a stranger. Because you are the son-in-law of the leader Pandion, we accepted you as the king of Athens. Can't I become the king of Athens if you don't accept it? Roy looked at the little leaders with cold eyes and said, I will not only abolish your identity, but also ask you to hand over the tribal property that you manage as a small leader. If you want to resist me, then you are a major sinner who betrayed the kingdom of Athens. And all the men in your family will die. Women will be reduced to lifelong slavery. And your property will be confiscated. After Roy finished speaking, the little leaders and their families all fell silent. After all, they are not fools. Even if they wanted to overthrow Roy immediately, they would not commit suicide at this moment. Looking away from the little leaders, Roy looked at the thousands of civilians and said, Fellow Athenians, the third law I want to enact is that guilt must be punished. In the past, you commoners were oppressed by big chiefs, small chiefs or their relatives, and you could only endure it. But from now on, the king of Athens will protect you everyone. Punish all sinners who break the law. Not to mention the small leaders and their families whose special status I abolished. Even the royal families of other city-states, and even the kings who break the law will be punished by me. I use Moti in the name of goddess Sai. I promise you that you are all subjects of my rule. And only the royal family headed by me can oppress you without any punishment. After hearing the third law formulated by Roy, thousands of civilians all opened their eyes in disbelief. Because this was a law that was closely related to their interests. Even in the civilized era 3,600 years later, the strong oppressing the weak are still common and difficult to punish. In this era, civilians are like grass and suffer all kinds of oppression. If Roy can keep his word and ensure that only the royal family can oppress the civilians without any punishment in the city of Athens, the civilians will usher in a beautiful era that they can't even dream of. For example, without the law of Low, there would be at least 100 people who could oppress civilians with impunity. With Low's law, there will be only one person who can bully civilians with impunity. This is the huge change brought about by Low's law. Roy did not imitate the saying, "The emperor commits crimes and the common people are equally guilty," and shouted that the royal family is guilty of the same crimes as the common people. Because only a fool would believe such a thing. If Roy fools the civilians as fools, the civilians will not believe Roy's will to enforce the third law. Fellow Athenians, in order to implement my third law, I will establish a court. Anyone who is oppressed or otherwise harmed can ask the court to punish the criminal. Before the court is established, you can come directly to the palace. Let me, the King of Athens, provide you with justice. Remember, neither I nor the court will ask for money from you. The actions I take to provide justice for you are completely free. And I will let the sinner pay compensation to the victim. Property. After listening to Roy's words, someone in the crowd finally couldn't help but say, "Great goddess Metis. Am I dreaming?" Not only did he stipulate that only the royal family can oppress us, he also punished those who oppressed us. Can we really usher in a better era that we can only dream of? After a commotion, someone in the crowd shouted loudly in tears, "Long live King Lawyer of Athens." Then others followed and shouted, "Long live King Lawyer of Athens. Long live King Lawyer of Athens." Listening to the tsunami-like shouts, Roy couldn't help shouting, "You are all my people. So I will not allow anyone to harm you except myself with impunity." When the crowd calmed down, Roy continued, "Now that you know that I am the King of Athens who rules over you, this coronation ceremony can be over. After you go back, you can still live as before. If you are hurt, the door of my palace will be open for you at any time." After Roy finished speaking, thousands of civilians immediately rushed to the gate of the Acropolis like a tide, eager to leave the Acropolis. After thousands of civilians left the temple square, Roy looked at Ares and ordered, "Ares, you take 100 soldiers to ransack the houses of several small chiefs and transfer all the tribal property that does not belong to them to my warehouse." After Ares took 100 soldiers to carry out the order, Roy ordered Chiron again. "Chiron, you take 250 Eleusinian soldiers to protect the palace and drive out all the men in the palace. From now on, I can only be the only man in my palace without my permission." Before Chiron could leave, Roy ordered Harmonia again. "Harmonia, you take 500 the band soldiers to guard the guards here and at the gate of the Acropolis." After saying these orders, Roy walked down from the altar and came to Pandion and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, now that the coronation ceremony is over, let's go back to the palace as a family." Brother Roy. Hearing Roy's words, Procne's beautiful big eyes welled up with tears of sadness. Because after the coronation ceremony, Pandion was supposed to hold the wedding for Loe and Procne. Philomela said directly dissatisfied, "Brother Roy, you should marry your sister next." Looking at Procne's sad little face and Philomela's dissatisfied expression, Roy said guiltily, "My father-in-law is definitely not in the mood to hold a wedding for us now. It is better to wait for a better day and let him hold a wedding for the three of us." Philomela, now that I no longer need to hide our relationship, don't you want to marry Pu? Will you marry me together with Lochne? Philomela only hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, "I want to marry Brother Roy together with my sister." Chapter 170 The Development Plan of the City of Athens. Royal Palace of Athens. Pandion, Zeuxip, Procne, and Philomela returned to the palace behind the hall. The family sat on a stone bed covered with a thick wool blanket. Pandion sighed with regret, and Zeuxip looked worried. The expression on Procne's little face was full of hesitation, and Philomela was obviously a little happy. Seeing that Pandion and Zeuxippe were still unhappy, Philomela comforted them. "Father, haven't you already felt overwhelmed and wanted to spend more time with your mother? Brother Roy is not an outsider, so father doesn't have to mind so much." Looking at his daughter whose elbows were turned outward, Pandion said helplessly, "Philomela, I do want to hand over the power in my hands, but I want to hand over my identity and power to Erechtheus. Now that Loe has taken away the city of Athens that originally belonged to your brother. Aren't you sad?" "Why should I be sad?" Philomela said with a smile. Brother Erechtheus inherits the city of Athens, which will not do any good to my sister and me. Brother Roy becomes the king of Athens, and my sister and I can become the mistresses of the city of Athens. After listening to Philomela's words, Pandion said dumbfounded, "My silly daughter. If you can really become the mistress of the city of Athens, and my grandson becomes the heir of the city of Athens, I will recognize it if Loe robs the city of Athens. But have you ever thought about it? Now your identity has been changed. We are no longer the princess of Athens. We are already Roy's captives. And you are Roy's trophies. Does Roy still need to marry you? Now Roy can make you a maid. Or even a slave." Even the simple Philomela realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. As the status of Philomela and Procne changes, it is indeed possible that Loe will not marry them. How could Brother Roy not marry us? Philomela immediately pulled Procne and said, "Sister, let's go find Brother Roy quickly and ask him if he will marry us, and let us become his official wives." Procne had no idea at this time. After hearing Philomela's words, Procne nodded directly. Palace Hall. Roy sat on the throne, thinking about the future development of the city of Athens. As the supreme ruler of the city of Athens, Roy can now mobilize all manpower according to his own will. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, build roads first. There are now more than 14,000 people in the city of Athens. Pandion originally wanted to move 4,000 Seraphos people to the Lavrio area to reduce the food burden of the city of Athens. Now when I become the king of Athens, I have many ways to solve the food problem. Rather than moving the Seraphos people to the Lavrio area, it is better to arrange for them to build bridges and pave roads and build convenient roads to every area controlled by the city of Athens. Since ancient times, the significance of road construction is not only to improve economic development, but also to strengthen governance. If Loe's decree could not be implemented in remote places because of the difficult roads, Loe would have no choice but to become the ruler of Athens. This is not the result Roy really wants. Although in this era, whether it was the king of the Babylonian Empire, the pharaoh of the Egyptian Empire, or the king of the Hittite Empire, they only ruled a vast territory in name, and in fact could only rule the core area including the capital. But what Roy wanted was to establish a centralized Athenian empire more than 1,000 years in advance. Not to mention the cities controlled by the city of Athens. Even the towns and villages below the city must abide by Roy's decree. And there cannot be a local emperor, who is as high as the sky and the emperor as far away as the emperor. In order to achieve the results Roy wanted, roads leading to the city of Athens must be built in every village. In addition to building roads, the city of Athens also needs to produce salt on a large scale. With endless salt, the city of Athens can solve its food problem. The most important thing is that when the city of Athens and the city of Knossos compete for the hegemony of the Aegean Sea, salt would be a trump card in defeating the city of Knossos off the battlefield. While Loe was thinking about other problems facing the city of Athens, Procne and Philomela walked in holding hands. Brother Roy. Seeing Roy on the throne, Philomela pulled Procne and ran to the steps where the throne was. And then said to Roy, "Now that Brother Roy has become the king of Athens, will you marry my sister and me and make us your official wives?" Roy was stunned for a moment, then took Procne and Philomela into his arms, let them sit on his knees and said, "Are you two thinking wildly? No matter what happens to my identity and yours, I will marry you two sisters, and my idea of making you my wife will not change." After hearing Roy's answer without hesitation, Procne said tentatively, "Brother Roy, will you make my and Philomela's child the heir to the city of Athens?" Roy nodded. And Procne immediately said happily, "Brother Roy, it seems that the relationship between you and your father can be reconciled. Come with us to admit your mistake to your father and promise to make my and Philomela's children the heirs of the city of Athens. My father will definitely forgive you." Although Perseus, as the grandson of Acrisios, could go out of his way to kill his grandfather Acrisios and seize the throne of Mycenae by force, but as a son-in-law, Roy obviously cannot go out of his way to kill his father-in-law Pandion unless Roy is willing to bear the cost of losing Procne and Philomela, in order to allow himself to enjoy the happy life at night. Roy only hesitated a little before accepting Procne's request. "Procne. Philomela. Of course I want to reconcile with my father-in-law. When I get in front of him, you must help me put in good words to persuade him." After Roy finished speaking, Ares and Pallas appeared at the door of the hall. After the two of them walked to the center of the hall and bowed their heads in salute, Ares said to Roy, "The great priest, the great king of Athens, after we confiscated the extra property from the homes of several small chiefs. Your warehouse can no longer hold it because there is too much confiscated property. If my warehouse can't fit it, then put it in my father-in-law's warehouse, Roy said without hesitation. Ares. From now on, all my father-in-law's property in Athens will belong to me. And my father-in-law's warehouse will be my warehouse. Then I will arrange immediately to put the remaining belongings into another warehouse belonging to you. After Ares left, Roy took the initiative to ask Pallas, who was silent. Captain Pallas, if you don't guard the gate of the Acropolis, why are you here to see me? What's the important thing? Pallas lowered his head and said, I am a vassal of Chief Pandion. And I also manage the gate of the Acropolis under the orders of Chief Pandion. Now that you have become the new master of the city of Athens, I want to resign from all my positions. Do you mean you don't want to be loyal to me? Roy said with an unhappy expression. You used to be my father-in-law's vassal. And of course you will be my vassal in the future. Otherwise, are you worthy of your father-in-law's nurturing grace? Procne. Philomela. Tell Pallas. Should he continue to do this? My loyal vassal. Chapter 171 Reconciliation between son-in-law and father-in-law. Pallas does not want to be loyal to Loe, but is undoubtedly loyal to Pandion's actions. Procne not only did not praise his loyalty, but instead frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Captain Pallas, Brother Roy will reconcile with his father soon. Don't cause trouble at this time. From now on, your loyalty to Brother Roy will be repaying our family's kindness in raising you. Philomela followed. Sister is right. If you don't want to be loyal to Brother Roy, are you looking for an excuse to betray the kindness our family has given you in raising you? After hearing the words of Procne and Philomela, Pallas smiled helplessly. He was willing to give up such an important position as captain of the personal guard. But he was regarded as causing trouble. And even regarded as ungrateful. As an outsider, it is true that he cannot participate in the power struggle within the royal family. After all, Roy and Pandion are a family as son-in-law and father-in-law. When Roy and Pandion reconcile, anyone who chooses to fight Roy in order to be loyal to Pandion will become a human being inside and out. And even if they die, their death will be in vain. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. Should I regard the King of Athens as the heir of Chief Pandion? Continue to be loyal to the King of Athens. And repay your family for raising me. This is natural. Philomela said without hesitation. Now that Brother Erechtheus is not in the city of Athens. If you don't be loyal to Brother Roy, who can you be loyal to? I understand. From now on, I will dedicate all my loyalty to the great King of Athens, just like I loyal to leader Pandion. After hearing Pallas's words, Roy said with a satisfied smile. Captain Pallas. From now on, you are my subject. I appoint you as Minister of Transportation. From now on, you will lead the Seriphos people to build roads so that the roads in the city of Athens can directly lead to every city in the kingdom of Athens. Cities. Every town and every village. As the territory of the kingdom of Athens continues to expand, your work will continue to increase. So your duties will be said to be arduous. I obey your orders. After Pallas left, Roy hugged Procne and Philomela and left the throne and said, Procne. Philomela. Now let's go see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Hall behind the palace. Loe. Procne. And Philomela walked into the room where Pandion and Zeuxippe were. Seeing Loe, a filial son-in-law, Pandion immediately turned his back to Loe. Dear father-in-law. Dear mother-in-law. Are you still angry with me? Roy walked up to Pandion and said, Father-in-law. No matter how angry you are, I will never give up the throne of the King of Athens. For the happiness of Procne and Philomela. My father-in-law. Please reconcile with me. I believe that my father-in-law. You definitely don't want Procne and Philomela to be happy. Lochne and Philomela became unfortunate women abandoned by their husbands. You are threatening me. Pandion glared at Roy with angry eyes. As if his eyes were burning with fire. Roy smiled and continued. I can promise my father-in-law and mother-in-law that my love for Procne and Philomela will not be lost to any girl. And I will definitely make Procne and Philomela's children the heirs of the city of Athens. In the Far East, daughters and sons-in-law have no inheritance rights. If the emperor has no sons, even if the emperor's distant relatives and nephews succeed to the throne, his daughter and son-in-law will not be able to inherit the throne. But in the Western world, Daughters and sons-in-law also have inheritance rights. After King Telepin of the Hittite Empire inherited the throne as his son-in-law, the inheritance law he formulated clearly stipulated that when the king had no sons, his son-in-law would be the heir to the throne. In the history of the Egyptian Empire, there are also examples of ministers marrying princesses and becoming pharaohs. When Lowy said that he wanted Procne and Philomela's child, his grandson, to be the heir to the city of Athens, the expression on Pandion's face wavered. Zeuxippus also advised Pandion, "Dear, your identity as leader was also stolen from the previous leader. It is no shame to be snatched away now. And Roy is still our son-in-law. For the future of the children, you should reconcile with Roy." "But I can't trust him," Pandion said with a cold face. "As a son-in-law, he can actually do this to his father-in-law. If he wants to reconcile with me, then he will make a sacred oath to ensure that my grandson will be the heir to the city of Athens." Upon hearing Pandion's request for reconciliation, Procne and Philomela immediately looked at Lowy with pleading eyes. "Brother Roy, hurry up and make the oath as your father asks." Seeing the pleading looks on Procne and Philomela's faces, Roy nodded and then said to Pandion, "Father-in-law, I promise you in the name of the goddess Metis that the child of Procne and Philomela will be the heir to the city of Athens." At this time, Pandion's face finally turned from gloomy to clear, revealing a smile that could not be hidden. "Lowy, for the sake of Procne and Philomela, I forgive you for being an unfilial son-in-law and admit that you are now the king of Athens. What are your plans for Erechtheus?" "Father-in-law, I do not regard Erechtheus as a potential threat to the throne," Roy said with a serious expression. "If Erechtheus is willing to contribute to the development of the city of Athens, I intend to appoint Erechtheus as the governor in charge of the Lavrio region and let him lead the Lavrian people to dig silver mines." Seeing that Roy really did not regard Erechtheus as a threat, Pandion said with a smile, "Erechtheus' ability and ambition are not as good as yours. I will send a messenger to see Erechtheus and tell him not to fight with you. Next, what are you going to do with me? You want to imprison me? Get up. Or kill me secretly. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers." As the former ruler of the city of Athens, Pandion himself is undoubtedly Lowy's biggest threat. Of course Roy knew that even if he reconciled with Pandion, his threat to him would not disappear. Because the number of people who support Pandion in the city of Athens will not be less than those who support Lowy. "Father-in-law, I don't want to restrict your freedom. So I hope you will leave the city of Athens temporarily. When I have solid authority in the city of Athens, I will immediately invite you back to the city of Athens. I can leave the city of Athens, but I have to take 300 personal guards with me." Pandion looked at Philomela and said, "I have already captured Lavrio as Procne's dowry. And now I am going to capture the Marathon region as Philomela's dowry. Of the 4 areas of the Attica Peninsula, only the Marathon area is now not under the control of the city of Athens." Hearing Pandion's request, Roy just hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Father-in-law, I will give you 300 personal guards and 300 bronze war spears so that you can successfully conquer the Marathon tribe. After the Marathon area is also controlled by us, the entire Attica Peninsula will become the territory of the Kingdom of Athens. The population controlled by the Kingdom of Athens will also exceed 20,000. Chapter 172. This is something only I can do. The day after Lowy became king of Athens, Pandion left the city of Athens with 300 personal guards, and the undercurrent surging in the city of Athens immediately disappeared. After all, no matter how stupid those who opposed Lowy were, they would not choose to support Procne and Philomela in overthrowing their husbands. Those who opposed Lowy had no target to support, so they could only lie dormant temporarily, waiting for Pandion or Erechtheus to return to the city of Athens. Royal Palace of Athens. After seeing off his father-in-law Pandion, Roy brought Procne, Philomela, Harmonia, Chiron, and Pandora to the palace hall. Sitting on his own throne, Roy stretched out his hands to the girls and said, "Now, who of you wants to sit on the throne with me and experience what it's like to be a queen?" After the girls looked at each other, Harmonia came over and sat on Roy's knees, then lay her body in Roy's arms and said, "Dear, I have been away from Thebes for a long time, so I plan to return to Thebes with my soldiers." Harmonia. Knowing that he was about to be separated from Harmonia again, Roy hugged Harmonia's slender waist tightly with both hands and said with reluctance, "It's a pity that no one can manage the Thebes area for you now. When the situation in Athens city stabilizes, I will definitely go to Thebes city to accompany you often. It may take 2 or even 3 days to walk from Athens to Thebes. If you ride a fast horse, you can go back and forth between Athens and Thebes in only 2 hours. So Roy could handle government affairs in Athens during the day, and then go to Thebes to spend the night in the afternoon. My dear, you must keep your word. Harmonia put her hands around Roy's neck and said with a forced smile on her face, I have built a royal palace belonging to us with cement in the city of Thebes. It is a love nest that only belongs to you and me. Not only the Athenians on the Attica Peninsula need your rule, but also the Thebes in the Thebes region people also need your rule. When you come to the city of Thebes next time, I will serve as the priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne and help you crown yourself the king of Thebes in the name of the goddess Mnemosyne. After saying that, Harmonia bit her cherry lips towards Roy. Seeing Roy and Harmonia sticking together, Philomela pursed her lips and showed an unhappy expression. But thinking that Harmonia was about to leave, Philomela was happy that there was one less love rival in Athens. At the foot of the Acropolis, an Athenian named Cynes was wandering around the city of Athens with 2 followers. Being able to have followers means that Cynes is certainly not an ordinary person. His father's name was Sciron, who was originally a minor leader in the city of Athens. Although Roy has enacted laws to abolish the special status and powers of small chiefs, civilians will still look at Cynes with awe when they see him. It seems that the foreigner's new law did not bring any changes to the city of Athens. Cynes felt the awe of the civilians towards him, and said to the 2 followers with a proud smile, although the foreigner robbed some of our property, we are still nobler than the common people. When the foreigner understands that managing the city of Athens requires the help of small leaders, he will definitely grant my father and other small leaders noble status. And I will also you will have hereditary aristocratic status based on your noble bloodline. It would not be too unfair to us if only those from the royal family could inherit hereditary status. Cynes obviously did not think that the existence of nobles was also unfair to civilians. Just when Cynes was about to return to the Acropolis with his 2 followers, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a young and beautiful girl. It was a girl who was washing clothes in front of her house. Although she was the daughter of a commoner, she had one of the best looks in 100. After Cynes looked at the girl carefully, he came to the girl with 2 followers and said, you are such a lucky girl. I plan to make you my concubine. Come back to the Acropolis with me. In this era, if the daughter of a commoner family is attracted by a big shot, even if she can only become a concubine, there are few people who are unwilling to do so. Because ordinary people's lives are poor and miserable, becoming the side wife of a big shot can lead a life without worries about food and clothing. After hearing Cynes's request, the girl doing laundry hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I already have a fiancé, and I will get married in a few days. How dare you refuse me? She fell in love with the daughter of a commoner family, which was an honor given to her by the gods. A mere daughter of a commoner family dared to reject her. Cynes angrily picked up the girl and put her on his shoulders, then strode away regardless of the girl's cries and struggles. The girl's mother and younger siblings heard the sound and immediately ran out of the wooden house. After recognizing Cynes's identity, the girl's mother did not dare to offend Cynes with her young child, so she could only cry desperately and helplessly. The male owner of the neighbor's house sympathized with them and said to the girl's mother, what's the use of crying? Maybe you can go to the palace and ask the king of Athens for help. And let the king of Athens do justice for you and save your daughter. If the king of Athens chooses to protect the son of the little leader, then you should really despair. Just think that your daughter was snatched away by a robber. After hearing what the neighbor said, the girl's mother did not believe that Roy would punish the little leader's family for the sake of civilians. But she did not want to give up the last hope of saving her daughter. After sending her young children home, the girl's mother cried and ran to the Acropolis. Acropolis. Palace Hall. At this time, the people in Roy's arms had changed from Harmonia to Procne and Philomela. After Procne and Philomela reluctantly took back their lips, Roy teased Chiron and Pandora with a smile. Are you 2 going to come one by one next? Or do you 2 come together like Procne and Philomela? Pandora said expressionlessly. I'm not interested in doing this kind of thing with you. I will do it even if you don't want to. I want to treat each of you fairly. After Procne and Philomela left Roy's arms, Roy grabbed Pandora's right arm and forcibly pulled her into his arms. Before Roy could continue, a soldier guarding the palace gate ran into the hall and said, Great King of Athens, a mother whose daughter was stolen comes to the palace and wants your help. Roy frowned and said, Under my rule, The rape of young girls actually happened. Pandora, who was originally expressionless, smiled jokingly. You, the king of Athens, who forced me like this, are no different from the guy who raped the girl. Roy immediately lowered his head and bit Pandora's lips. It wasn't until Pandora's face turned red with embarrassment that Roy raised his head and said, "Of course girls can be raped in the city of Athens. But only I can rape girls. Now I want to see who is the stupid guy who dares to challenge the authority of the king of Athens. As the first sinner to be punished by me, I will make him regret his stupidity." Chapter 173, In Troubled Times. Heavy scriptures must be used. As the saying goes, there are 3 things a new official should do when he takes office. Roy became the king of Athens, and was trying to establish his own authority by killing the chicken, as a warning to the monkeys. Now that drowsiness has come, someone will give him a pillow. And of course Roy will not miss this good opportunity. In order to show that he took this matter seriously, Roy personally took the girls to the palace gate. When the girl's mother saw Roy, she immediately knelt on the ground and cried out how her daughter had been taken away. After listening to the words of the girl's mother, Roy ordered Kaiwan, take 100 soldiers and capture all the Scaron family and bring them to the square at the foot of the Acropolis. I will put them on trial in front of all the Athenians. Then, Roy ordered the girl's mother, as the plaintiff, come with me to the square at the foot of the Acropolis now. The square at the foot of the Acropolis. Roy came here with Procne, Philomela, Harmonia, Pandora and the girl's mother. And curious Athenians began to gather around. When Kaiwan led 100 soldiers and brought all the small leader Scaron and his family over, thousands of people had gathered around the square. My child. When the girl's mother saw her daughter being brought over by Kaiwan, she immediately ran over and hugged her daughter and said, "Great. I didn't expect that I could really save you. The great king of Athens, Roy, would really uphold justice for us civilians." The Scaron family was brought to Roy, and Scaron asked Roy with a dissatisfied expression, "Young king of Athens, what crime have we committed to deserve this? You don't know about your son's sin is raping a young girl." Roy said coldly with an expressionless face, "In the city of Athens where I rule, raping a young girl is an unforgivable crime. Is this also a felony? In this era, taking away the daughters of common people and giving them compensation can solve the problem." Roy actually went to great lengths to arrest his own family. Scaron looked at Roy angrily and funny and said, "Young king of Athens, could you let me say a few words to the mother and daughter?" "Can." After Roy agreed, the 2 soldiers holding Scaron immediately let go of him. Scaron shook his sore arm, then came to the girl and her mother and said, "You ignorant woman. You came directly to me if you wanted compensation. And you actually did something like this. Now that your daughter has become my son, I can let your daughter hold a wedding with my son. And let you my daughter will become my son's wife. In addition, I will give your family 3 cows, 3 sheep, and 3 pigs as betrothal gifts. And I will also give your family 200 kilograms of grain every month. Are you satisfied?" After hearing Scaron's words, the girl's mother immediately widened her eyes. Scaron actually didn't mind that his daughter was a commoner, and was willing to let his daughter become his son's head wife. For civilian families, the betrothal gifts given by Scaron were also extremely generous. The girl's mother recovered from the shock and nodded hurriedly. "Satisfied? I'm very satisfied. Will you really take the responsibility and make my daughter your son's official wife?" Seeing the excitement in the young mother's eyes, Scaron smiled disdainfully. "With the young king of Athens as my witness, of course I won't lie to you. Now tell the king of Athens quickly that my son did not rob your daughter. You don't want to sue my son." The girl's mother, who had been crying just now, came to Roy with unconcealed joy and said, "Great king of Athens, I will not sue them now. Please do not punish my daughter's future husband and his family as sinners." Roy looked at the girl's mother with an emotionless look, and then said to Scaron, "You think I look like a clown? Although you have been forgiven by the victims, you have not been forgiven by me. When your son broke the law, your son not only harmed the victims, but also offended my authority. In the city of Athens where I rule, anyone who offends the authority of the king of Athens will be punished accordingly." Scaron said nonchalantly, "Now that we have reconciled with the victims, you don't even have an accuser. And you still want to punish us." Roy walked directly to the steps of the square and shouted to the thousands of Athenians surrounding the square, "Dear Athenians, Signs. The son of Sciron committed the crime of raping a young girl in the city of Athens and violated my law. Although Sciron has reconciled with the victim, I still have to punish them. Because they violated the law, not only did I hurt the victim, but I also offended the authority of the king of Athens. As a punishment for the Sciron family, I will sentence all the men of the Sciron family to death, and demote all the women of the Sciron family to lifelong slaves. After hearing what Roy said, everyone was frightened. Sciron had reconciled with his victim, but Roy's punishment was still so cruel. Even if Sciron did not reconcile with the victim, but only raped a young girl to ruin her innocence, it would be enough to sentence sinners to death. I cannot accept. Sciron recovered from the shock and immediately shouted to Procne and Philomela. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. He is deliberately trying to get rid of people like me who are loyal to your father. You must save me. Procne originally felt that Loe's punishment was too cruel. So when she heard Sciron's cry for help, she spoke to Loe. Brother Roy. Is your punishment too much? That girl's innocence has been destroyed. If you kill Sinis, who will be responsible for marrying her? It's better to punish her with a small punishment and let Sinis marry her. That girl is my wife, and I promise to respect and love her after marriage, and not to do anything stupid that violates the law again. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, Procne, don't you understand? I am not trying to protect the interests of the victims, but I am trying to defend the authority of the law and the authority of the king of Athens. Challenging the law of the king of Athens means challenging the authority of the king of Athens. Challenging Athens, the king's authority, is that it is not up to the victim to decide how to be punished. After explaining, Roy said to the soldiers, I command you as the king of Athens to put to death all the men of Sciron's family immediately. After hearing Roy's order, the soldiers began to execute them one after another, turning all the men of the Sciron family into corpses in a blink of an eye. After all the women in the Sciron family burst into tears in despair, Roy continued to order, send all the women of the Sciron family to the slave guarding area. After the women of the Sciron family were taken away by the soldiers, Loe shouted to the people around the square. Dear Athenians, the laws of the king of Athens are sacred and inviolable. Anyone who commits a crime will be punished. Even if the person who committed the crime is forgiven by the victim, he will be punished for violating the authority of the king of Athens. I have just punished the criminal. For after compensating the victims and confiscating all the property of the Sciron family, I will give 1/10 of the property of the Sciron family to the victims. If you are harmed in the future, I will do the same as today. Not only punishing the crime, those who commit crimes will also use part of the offender's property to compensate the victim. Although Roy's punishment was extremely cruel, such punishment would undoubtedly deter those with criminal thoughts. After figuring this out, the civilians who kept their peace cheered. Long live King Loya of Athens! Long live King Loya of Athens! Long live King Loya of Athens! Chapter 174. Deucalion comes to find his fiancée. Deucalion has been searching for Pandora ever since she disappeared. Because Pandora is not only Deucalion's fiancée, but also the princess of Donia. If Deucalion and Pandora cannot marry, a war will inevitably break out between Knossos, the largest city-state in Crete, and Donia, the second largest city-state. On this day, Deucalion finally arrived in Athens with a fleet of 12 large warships. Port of Piraeus. When Deucalion came ashore with his entourage, he saw that the port of Piraeus had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did the ground of the port turn into a flat and hard cement floor, but there was also a wide cement road connecting the port to the city of Athens. When Deucalion went to Athens, Loe received the news and personally came to the gate of the Acropolis to greet Deucalion. Acropolis Mountain Gate. After Roy and Deucalion met here, Deucalion said very enthusiastically, My dear friend, on the way to the city of Athens, I heard from passers-by that you have become the king of Athens. From now on, I should call you King Loy of Athens. Deucalion, since we are friends, you should call me by my name. Roy said knowingly, You personally came to the city of Athens to find me. What is the important matter? My fiancée Pandora is missing. Deucalion said bluntly. The night before you and Princess Procne left the city of Knossos, Pandora left the palace of Knossos and came to the port. I suspect that she left with a certain ship in the port. Now I am visiting the destination of the ship that left the port of Knossos the next day. I came to Athens just to see if Pandora followed your fleet to Athens. Roy, you are my true friend, so you don't need to worry. Even if Pandora follows you to the city of Athens, I will not suspect that you have done anything wrong to Pandora. If Pandora is in the city of Athens, please give her to me, and I will definitely give you a very prosperous profits. If Roy had not done anything he shouldn't have done to Pandora, Roy believed that Deucalion would indeed give him generous rewards. It's a pity that Roy not only made an engagement with Pandora and made Pandora his fiancée, but also did many things to Pandora that he shouldn't have done. If Deucalion knew the truth, he would definitely not be able to bear the hatred of seizing his wife. In order to delay the outbreak of war between the city of Athens and Knossos, Roy could only speak to Deucalion. Dear friend, it seems that I can't help you because your fiancée Pandora is not in my city of Athens. Of course Roy wasn't lying, because it was not Deucalion's fiancée Pandora who was in Athens, but Loe's fiancée Pandora. After hearing what Roy said, Deucalion said with disappointment, "Since Pandora is not in the city of Athens, I will not bother you by visiting your palace, because rather than wasting time enjoying the banquet, I want to find my beloved fiancée as soon as possible." After saying that, Deucalion turned around and left in a daze. Looking at his leaving figure, Roy didn't hold him back. On the streets of Athens, just when Deucalion was about to walk out of the west gate of Athens with his entourage, a man with a veil hiding his face came to Deucalion and whispered, "Prince Deucalion, my master asked me to tell you that the person you are looking for is in the palace of Athens. Many people in Athens know that King Loe of Athens brought back a goddess, as beautiful as the goddess from Knossos." Side room. After saying these words, the man whose face was hidden by a veil turned and ran away. Although the man just now did not say Pandora's name, Deucalion believed that the woman he was talking about must be Pandora. Loe brought back a side room from the city of Knossos. Who could that woman be if she wasn't my Pandora? Deucalion knew all about the transactions Roy had made in the city of Knossos, because Roy did not hire or purchase women in the city of Knossos. When Roy's fleet left the city of Knossos, there should be only one woman on Roy's ship, Procne. Looking back now, Roy didn't retain him as a friend just now, and his behavior was very suspicious. After clenching his hands into fists angrily, Deucalion turned to his two followers and said, "Let's go to the Acropolis again. Royal Palace of Athens." After sending Deucalion away, Roy returned to the palace hall and sat on his throne thinking about how to manage the city of Athens. Although there are only more than 14,000 people in the city of Athens now, there are many trivial matters. Of course, Roy cannot waste time and energy on such trivial matters. In a tribe, the big leader will appoint small leaders to be in charge of the tribe. In a city-state or kingdom, the king will appoint nobles to be in charge of the territory. These small leaders or nobles often become small lords, who not only own their own territory, but also own their own private property. Once the royal family weakens, a powerful lord can replace the royal family and become the new ruler. To avoid the emergence of such lords who can threaten the royal family, the most important thing is to decentralize power and limit the term of power of officials, so that officials we cannot rely on hereditary rule to continue to grow in strength. In the future, in the kingdom of Athens, a village chief will be established for every 1,000 people, and the village chief can only have a maximum of 2 10-year terms. A town chief will be established for every 3,000 people. The chief can only serve a 5-year term, except for members of the royal family. Anyone who serves as the lord of a city can only serve a 3-year term. Just when Roy was thinking about whether to set up an agency similar to the Imperial Guard to supervise officials at all levels, a soldier guarding the palace gate ran into the hall and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Deucalion wants to enter the palace to meet with your Majesty." Deucalion actually left and came back, apparently knowing something he shouldn't know. Roy only hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let him come to see me." After a while, Deucalion entered the hall with 2 followers and asked Roy directly, "Loe, has Pandora been hidden by you? Don't deny it. I already know that Pandora is in the city of Athens. If you insist that Pandora is not in the city of Athens, then let me search the palace. I will look for it in the palace. If you don't reach Pandora, I will give you 100 bronze war spears as compensation." Seeing Deucalion's confident look, Roy said with a smile, "Deucalion, your fiancée Pandora is not in the city of Athens, but my fiancée Pandora is in the palace. How did my fiancée become your fiancée?" Deucalion looked at Roy with wide eyes, wondering why Roy was talking nonsense. "Roy, since you admit that Pandora is in your palace, then let Pandora come to see me quickly." Don't worry. I also want to resolve this matter with you so that you will no longer pester me, Pandora. After responding to Deucalion, Roy ordered a palace maid in the hall. Go and bring Pandora here. The palace maid hurried out of the hall. Soon, Pandora came to the palace hall. After finally seeing the fiancé he had longed for, Deucalion walked towards Pandora excitedly and said, My beloved Pandora. Finally let me find you. However, Pandora bypassed the oncoming Deucalion, walked to the steps where the throne was, and then turned to stand next to Roy. Chapter 175 Your fiancé belongs to me. Seeing Pandora standing next to Roy, it seemed as if Roy was Pandora's fiancé. Deucalion immediately felt that his head was very heavy, as if a green grassland suddenly grew above his head. My beloved Pandora. Did Roy do something to you? So you had to surrender to him? Pandora shook her head and said, I am still an unmarried girl. And Roy has never done anything to me to make me give in. His fiancée did not become Roy's woman. Deucalion breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bright smile, Then are you dissatisfied with me and why you don't want to come back to me? I can forgive you for avoiding marrying me. And I can also change the things that make you dissatisfied. Come back to me now. Seeing that Deucalion acted like an infatuated licking dog and refused to accept the facts he saw with his own eyes, Roy directly hugged Pandora with both hands. Let Pandora sit on his knees. And then held Pandora in his arms said, Deucalion. Pandora will not come back to you. Because she is no longer your fiancé. But mine. Loie. Are you crazy? Roy dared to hold the sacred and inviolable goddess in his arms casually. Deucalion said with his eyes widened angrily. Pandora is my fiancé. If you dare to steal my woman, do you know what the consequences will be? For Pandora, I have long been prepared to start a war with your city of Knossos. You damn bastard. I actually consider someone like you a friend. Deucalion said angrily through gritted teeth. You also said that I am your friend. Stealing your friend's fiancé, is this how you treat me as a friend? Then, Deucalion persuaded Pandora. Pandora. I don't know how Roy deceived you. But you should know that Roy already has Princess Procne as his fiancé. If you marry me, you can become the king of Knossos, the overlord of the Aegean Sea. Queen. But if you are with Roy, you can only become Roy's concubine. After hearing what Deucalion said, Roy immediately retorted. Deucalion. The first law I enacted when I became the king of Athens is that I can have multiple wives. In other words, if Pandora is with me, she will not be a concubine, but one of my wives. Seeing that we were friends once, now I will give you a chance to compete fairly and let Pandora choose whether she wants to be with you or with me. Deucalion regained his hope and spoke to Pandora in an almost pleading tone. Pandora. Come back to me quickly. I really can't live without you. The union of the two of us means that the city of Knossos and the city of Donia will eliminate hundreds of years of hatred. If our marriage fails, Knossos and Donia will be free of hatred. The city of Knossos will have to launch a war against the city of Donia. Do you want your home city of Donia to be destroyed? Faced with Deucalion's threat, Pandora showed a shaken expression on her face. Then, Pandora stood up and left Roy's arms. But as soon as Pandora stood up, she was pulled back by Roy's hands. Pandora said with an expression of pain and struggle on her little face. Prince Deucalion. I also want to fulfill my engagement with you for the sake of the city of Donia. But now I have fallen hopelessly in love with Roy. In order to be with the man I love, I am willing to betray my hometown of Donia. I pursued you so passionately. But you didn't even fall in love with me. What's so good about Roy that you're actually willing to betray your hometown for him? Before Pandora could answer, Deucalion threatened Roy again. Loie. Have you really thought about it clearly? Just because of this woman Pandora. Do you really want the city of Athens to become the enemy of the city of Knossos? I know that the land in your city of Athens is barren. And it must be removed from the city of Knossos. You have to buy food to feed the current population. If you don't return Pandora to me, before Knossos launches a war against Athens, I will cut off the food trade in Athens and you Athenians will no longer be able to go to Knossos. The city of Athens buys food. When the food crisis occurs in your city of Athens, it will be your responsibility as a fatuous king of Athens. Deucalion. If I were afraid of your threat, I would not have let Pandora stay with me in the first place. What you should do now is not threaten me. Because my initiative to be with Pandora has always been given by Pandora is in control. Dear Pandora. Tell Deucalion now. Between me and Deucalion. Who do you choose to be with? In order to make Deucalion give up completely, Pandora hugged Roy's neck with both hands. And then bit her lips towards Roy. Seeing Roy and Pandora's cheeks touching each other, Deucalion felt dizzy and almost fainted. You guys. Deucalion raised his trembling right hand and pointed at Roy and Pandora. How dare you two humiliate me like this? I will never let you go. I will never let you go. After saying that, Deucalion turned and left the hall. After Deucalion's two followers chased their master away, Pandora raised her head and asked dissatisfiedly while pouting her red lips, bitten by Roy greedily. You don't want to kill Deucalion? In myths and legends from another world, Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, murdered Hermione's fiancé, Achilles, in order to marry his cousin Hermione and inherit the throne of Sparta. Son of Luz. Roy was very shameless about this murder. In myths and legends, perhaps it was because of Orestes' murder that he was bitten by a poisonous snake and died painfully in his later years. The throne he left to his son was also snatched away by the descendants of Hercules. Of course, mythological stories are adapted from historical events. That is, you shoot the arrow first and then draw the target. And you set the outcome first and then make up the story. Orestes and his son are the prototypes of the last two Mycenaean kings in real history. The Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula ruled by the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans could not accept them becoming slaves of the Dorians. So they wrote the leaders of the Dorians as descendants of Heracles in their mythology. Originally, the Dorians were centaurs and half-horse barbaric monsters in the mythology concocted by the Mycenaeans. As the Dorians conquered the Mycenaeans in reality, the Dorian status in the mythology was directly determined by the savage centaur monster was upgraded into a legitimate descendant of Zeus. Even the black-haired Zeus, who originated in the Phoenician region, knelt at the feet of the Dorian god Hieron, Prometheus, and transformed from a black-haired god into a blonde-haired god. In myths and legends, the Agamemnon family, as descendants of black-haired Phoenicians, all have dazzling blonde hair. This is also because the Mycenaeans were conquered by the blonde-haired Dorians in reality. No matter how hard the Mycenaeans played with their spirits. Victory method. In reality, facing the powerful Dorians, it can only fabricate myths full of twisted contradictions and unreasonableness. After coming back to his senses, Roy shook his head and said to Pandora, Pandora, I will not kill Deucalion in the city of Athens. Although I stole the fiancé of my friend Deucalion. As long as others know that it was you who took the initiative to be with me, my reputation will not be affected too much. Great influence. But if I kill my love rival in Athens, my reputation will be really ruined. Chapter 176 The City of Athens after Roy left. For the city of Athens, Mycenae and Knossos were obviously enemies of different levels. The Mycenaeans were only a large city-state with a population of more than 30,000. And as foreign invaders, the Mycenaeans were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Even the outcome of a war in which both sides were harmed was something the Mycenaeans could not bear. The city of Knossos is a very large city-state that controls a population of 100,000. The only force that can threaten the city of Knossos within a radius of thousands of miles is Donia, the second largest city-state in Crete, facing the upcoming war with the city of Knossos. Roy did not dare to be careless at all, because the outcome of this war was crucial. If the city of Athens wins this war, it will replace the city of Knossos as the overlord of the Aegean Sea, allowing Roy to control greater power and wealth. If Roy loses this war, not only will he die and his country will be destroyed, but the girls around him will also become the enemy's trophies. The day after Deucalion visited the city of Athens, Royal Palace of Athens, Roy summoned Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora to the palace hall, and then spoke to the girls solemnly. When Deucalion returns to the city of Knossos, he will definitely gather a large army to launch a war against our city of Athens. The minimum preparation time left for the city of Athens is only 7 days. In order to win this war, I will go to Thebes and Corinth ask for help. And the city of Athens will be handed over to you. Procne, Philomela, I want you two to manage the specific affairs of the city of Athens. Chiron, I want you to take charge. Eleusinian soldiers protect the safety of the palace. If someone makes trouble in the city of Athens when I leave, you must decisively let Ares lead the soldiers to destroy the troublemaker. After hearing Roy's arrangement, Procne, Philomela, and Chiron nodded. Born in such an era, They also understood that if the city of Athens was conquered by the enemy, they would lose their current happy life. Pandora said, pretending to be displeased. Aren't you going to assign me a task? Roy said as he stood up and left the throne. If you love me like they do and will never betray me, I will give you part of the power to manage the city of Athens. After saying that, Roy walked out of the hall. Turning around to look at Roy's leaving figure, Philomela said with a worried look, Sister, can our city of Athens win this war? We have to believe Brother Roy. Procne said with a confident smile. Since Brother Roy didn't prevent this war from happening, he must be absolutely sure of winning this war. Kaiwan also followed suit. The city of Athens has tall and solid walls. Even if the number of soldiers from Knossos is 10 times that of ours, it will be difficult to attack the city of Athens. But in fact, the number of soldiers that Knossos can use to attack the city of Athens should be the largest. It's only 2 or 3 times as big as ours. If the city of Athens did not have the strength to fight against the city of Knossos, how could I be here? Pandora turned and looked south and said, It is not difficult for the city of Athens to remain invincible. What is difficult is how to defeat the navy of Knossos. If the city of Athens cannot defeat the navy of Knossos, the navy of Knossos can blocking the maritime trade of the city of Athens prevents the city of Athens from obtaining food and other resources through maritime trade. For the city of Athens with barren land, the blockade of maritime trade by the navy of Knossos is the biggest crisis for the city of Athens. After Roy left the city of Athens riding the black horse presented by Harmonia, the originally peaceful city of Athens immediately became undercurrent. In order to overthrow Roy's rule, the small leaders, who were deprived of their special status and power by Roy, began to spread the news in the city of Athens that the city of Knossos was about to launch a war against the city of Athens. The cause of this war turned out to be that King Loe of Athens was greedy for beauty and stole Pandora, the fiancé of Deucalion, the heir to the throne of Knossos. In this era, war with the enemy is of course inevitable. The simple Athenians were willing to support their king in war against any enemy as long as there was a legitimate reason. But fighting an enemy powerful enough to destroy the city of Athens over a woman, this is obviously a reason for war that can break the hearts of simple Athenians. If Deucalion wanted Roy's woman, and Roy broke out in a war with the city of Knossos to protect his woman, the simple Athenians would barely be able to accept it. The fact is that Roy stole Deucalion's fiancée and refused to return Pandora to Deucalion, which led to the outbreak of this war. Under the deliberate instigation of the small leaders, more and more people in Athens were dissatisfied with Roy. Pandora, a foreign woman, was also regarded by the Athenians as a witch who seduced men and caused the disaster of war. She was like a demon. In addition to stirring up dissatisfaction among the Athenians against Loe in the city of Athens, the minor leaders also sent envoys to Pandion and Erechtheus, inviting Pandion and Erechtheus to return to the city of Athens to bring order to the chaos. After all, without Pandion and Erechtheus serving as flags, no matter how dissatisfied the civilians were, they did not dare to stand up and say that they wanted to overthrow Roy's rule. Although Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan knew that unfavorable news about Loe was spreading in the city of Athens, they could not prevent civilians from communicating privately, and could only continue to strengthen their control over the soldiers. After Roy left Athens, he rode hard all the way and finally arrived at Thebes at noon. Compared with the last time Roy came to Thebes, the city of Thebes has undergone tremendous changes. In the center of Thebes, a palace built of cement appeared. The population of Thebes also increased from about 10,000 to 20,000. Roy came to the palace of Harmonia. The soldiers guarding the palace gate recognized Roy, so Roy entered the palace unimpeded. Bang 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 bang. In the palace courtyard, a group of craftsmen were hammering away at a piece of marble, gradually giving it the outline of a throne. When Roy jumped off the black horse and tied it to a big tree, Harmonia, who learned of Roy's arrival, ran out of the hall with her bare ankles bare. Honey. Seeing Roy's figure, Harmonia shouted with joy, and then ran to the grass where Roy was without any image. Harmonia. Roy held Harmonia in his arms with both hands. After holding Harmonia around for a few times, Roy hugged Harmonia directly and lay down on the grass. Harmonia lay on top of Roy and said with a bright, sweet and happy smile, Dear, I thought I would be separated from you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come to me so soon. Roy said a little guiltily, Harmonia, I'm not here to find you specifically. I came to Thebes to unite the forces of Athens and Thebes to win an important war. Then, Roy explained the causes and consequences of the war between Athens and Knossos. And finally said, even if Pandora had not become the trigger of the war, a war would have broken out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos. Harmonia. I hope you will not regard Pandora as a love rival and refuse to help me win this war. Chapter 177 The Coronation Ceremony of the King of Thebes. After hearing Roy's words, Harmonia forced a smile and said, Dear, although I feel jealous that you broke out a war with the city of Knossos for Pandora, I am not a girl who doesn't care. So I am willing to help you win this war. The person you really need to convince is not I, but thousands of the bands. Make them accept the reasons for the war between you and the city of Knossos. The war broke out with the city of Knossos, the city of Athens of the Athenians, not the city of Thebes of the Thebans. If there is no legitimate reason, the Thebans will definitely not support this war, and the Theban soldiers will not risk their lives to rush to the battlefield. So Roy must convince the Thebans and the band soldiers to let them fight with all their strength on the battlefield. Harmonia. I have already thought of a reason to convince the Thebans. When will you summon the Thebans together? Tomorrow. Harmonia pulled Roy to stand up from the grass, and then said while pulling Roy towards her palace, Dear, I plan to summon the people of Thebes to crown you the king of Thebes in the name of the goddess Mnemosyne. Today I need to make a lot of preparations, such as having someone build a coronation altar in the square in the city. The two came to Harmonia's palace. Harmonia took Roy and sat beside a stone table, and then ordered the maids to bring food and wine. While waiting for the food, Roy couldn't help but ask, Harmonia. The city of Thebes originally had a population of only 10,000. So why has it now increased to 20,000? In order to strengthen the city of Thebes, I have been annexing the surrounding Theban tribes. However, the main reason why the population of Thebes city has increased so much is because the Dorians from the Thessaly region invaded southward, causing Thebes to some Theban tribes from the northern part of the Biz region came south to seek refuge. As long as there is no war, the population will definitely continue to increase, and the nomadic Dorians in Thessaly will be no exception. But land area and the food it produces do not increase with population. Once the Dorians could no longer feed their population, they invaded surrounding areas to plunder food. In the myths and legends of another world, the Dorians in Thessaly were reduced to savage half-man, half-horse monsters. They would not only attack heroes who broke into their territory for no reason, but also often rob women. The Dorians have this image in mythology. It is obviously not the people who made up the myths who deliberately discredited them, but the Dorians are indeed a barbaric people who like to rob. In real history, after the Dorians conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula, they were so cruel that they made the conquered locals work as slaves to support the conquerors. So Loe was not surprised at all when the Dorian invasions and plundering caused some Theban tribes to seek refuge southward. If Roy had not appeared, the Dorians would have invaded the Peloponnese Peninsula 400 years later and established an era of Dorian hegemony. Harmonia. The Dorians' invasion of the Thebes area gave me one more reason to convince the Thebes. After coming back to his senses, Roy said with a smile, in order to thank the Dorians, after the war with the city of Knossos is over, I will enter the Thessaly region to attack the Dorian tribes as revenge for their invasion of the Thebes region. Honey. Harmonia immediately said with a solemn expression. It is not difficult for us to defeat the Dorians in the mountains north of Thebes. But Thessaly is a vast plain, and the Dorians can ride horses around. Even if the Dorians cannot defeat us head-on, even if we ride away on horseback, we won't be able to catch up with them. In the age of cold weapons, using infantry to fight cavalry has been an unsolvable problem since ancient times. Like the saying, defeat magic with magic. The best way to defeat cavalry is to use cavalry against cavalry. Roy said with a confident smile. Harmonia. Without my wisdom, the Thebans could only repel the Dorian invasion in the mountains, and would not be able to enter the great plains of Thessaly to avenge the Dorian tribes. But I have a way. Infantry defeats cavalry. By then I will not only seize the Dorians' cattle, sheep and horses, but also control a grassland in Thessaly and train our own cavalry. If we do not take the initiative in the war with the Dorians, the threat to us will become greater and greater. After hearing what Roy said, Harmonia threw herself into Roy's arms and said excitedly, My dear, if you can truly love and care for the Thebans as your people, my choice is indeed correct. After saying that, Harmonia raised her head and bit Roy with her cherry lips. It was the next day in a blink of an eye. After Roy and Harmonia finished breakfast, they dressed up under the service of the palace maid. The two walked hand in hand to the square outside the palace. and saw thousands of the band men gathered around the square. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Harmonia pulled Roy to the altar and spoke loudly. Dear the bands, I have called you together to tell you that as the population of Thebes continues to increase, I intend to rule Thebes as a city-state. I will rule Thebes and all the bands. The king of Thebes, the Bessian, is my betrothed Loe. Normally, the bands would certainly not be able to accept an outsider becoming the king of Thebes. But Roy's identity is not only an outsider, but also Harmonia's fiancé. So the bands did not stand up against Loe. For most the bands, what they accepted was not that an outsider became the king of Thebes, but that the husband of Harmonia became the king of Thebes. Seeing that no one stood up to oppose Loe becoming king of Thebes, Harmonia climbed up the steps of the altar and prayed in the direction of Mount Helicon. Great goddess Mnemosyne, please grant Roy the authority to become the king of the Thebes and protect the Thebes on your behalf. With Harmonia's authority, she could only make Roy the ruler of Thebes. If Roy wants to become the king of all the bands in the entire Thebes region, he must be recognized by the goddess Mnemosyne and become the king of the Thebes region who holds both royal and divine power. With a helpless sigh, Mnemosyne descended from the sky in the form of a 100-meter-tall god and landed in the open space behind the altar. Roy raised his head and met the eyes of Mnemosyne, who lowered his head. Mnemosyne looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, Do you think that as a foreigner, and you have no respect for me in your heart, you are suitable to become the king of Thebes and hold the power that can threaten me? In real history, the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt once used the power of the pharaoh to depose the sun god Amun as the protector of the country, causing Amun to fall from the throne of the king of the Egyptian gods. Roy became the king of Thebes, and he could also use the power of the king of Thebes to depose Mnemosyne as the patron saint of Thebes. Therefore, the king of Thebes did have the power to threaten Mnemosyne. Chapter 178 The King of Athens and Thebes. Because Mnemosyne did not reveal her figure, others, including Harmonia, could neither see Mnemosyne nor hear her voice. After listening to Mnemosyne's question, Roy said with a faint smile, As the population of the Dorians continues to increase, their threat to the Thebes region will become greater and greater. Without my wisdom, the Thebes region will be destroyed by the Dorians in at most 400 years. If people occupy it, the Thebans will also be oppressed as slaves by the Dorians. At that time, the great goddess Mnemosyne will also fall from the throne of the patron saint of Thebes. You? Mnemosyne looked at Roy with wide eyes, and Roy looked at her without fear. Finally Mnemosyne said helplessly, It seems that you know very well that I have no better choice. Even if you threaten me with the power of the king of Thebes in the future, it is better than the bands being violated by the Dorians all the time. So I will support you to become the final choice. King of Bis. After saying this, Mnemosyne's body glowed with divine light. The next moment, everyone in Thebes could see Mnemosyne's 100-meter-tall figure and hear Mnemosyne's voice. The great goddess Mnemosyne has arrived. With an excited shout, the bands who saw Mnemosyne's figure all knelt on the ground to worship the goddess devoutly. The bands? Mnemosyne declared with a majestic voice that resounded throughout the city of Bis. During the long time that I have been guarding the Thebes region, because the tribes of Thebes all acted independently, you the bands were scattered and weak. Now in order for you to build a united and powerful city-state, I have chosen a leader for you. The king of Thebes. He is not only the king of the city of Thebes, but also the king of the entire Thebes area and all the bands who worship me. The name of this king of Thebes is Loe. Hearing Mnemosyne call her name, Loe pulled Harmonia onto the altar, then turned around and shouted to all the bands around the altar. Dear the bands, I am Loe, the fiancé of Harmonia, and Loe, the king of Thebes chosen by the goddess Mnemosyne for you. Although I am a foreigner, I will be like her. Harmonia also loves you and rules you as my people. Under the witness of the goddess Mnemosyne, I make a promise to you that all the bands will live a prosperous life and no longer have to worry about food. I will also keep you safe from bandits, especially the Dorians, the nomadic people of the north. After Roy finished speaking, Harmonia immediately shouted loudly, Long live King Loe of Thebes. The bands around him also shouted, Long live King Loe of Thebes. Long live King Loe of Thebes. With the support of the goddesses Harmonia and Mnemosyne, the bands accepted Loe as king of Thebes. Loe, you must do what you say. After Mnemosyne left these words to Roy, her figure gradually disappeared, turning into a black divine light and returning to the peak of Mount Helicon. After watching Mnemosyne leave, Loie said to the Thebans, "Dear Thebans, before I became the king of Thebes who ruled the Thebes region, I was already the king of Athens who ruled the Attica Peninsula. So under my rule, the Attica Peninsula and the Thebes region will become one country. And the Athenians and the Thebans will become people of the same country. Now the city of Athens is about to have a war with the city of Knossos in Crete. I hope that the Thebans can support the Theban soldiers. Join this war and defeat the city of Knossos together with the Athenians. Now the Thebans are fighting for the Athenians. And in the future, I will lead the Athenians to destroy the Dorians in the north for the Thebans. Now the Thebans fight for the Athenians. And in the future the Athenians will fight for the Thebans." This sounded like a fair deal. So the Thebans made no objections. After the coronation ceremony, Roy and Harmonia returned to the palace. Roy followed Harmonia to the palace hall and saw that the marble throne had been carved by craftsmen and placed on the steps deep in the hall. The throne was also covered with cushions sewn from bearskin. Arriving at the steps where the throne was, Roy hugged Harmonia and lay on the large throne and said, "My dear, this bearskin is not as comfortable as sitting on a wool blanket. If it is tiger skin, I can barely tolerate it. It is better to replace this bearskin with a wool blanket. Since you don't like bearskin, I'll change it to a wool blanket." Harmonia said curiously, "What kind of animal are you talking about? Isn't the tiger's fur very comfortable to sit on?" Tigers, like pandas, are large animals unique to Asia. In this era, people in Europa not only had not seen, but had not even heard of tigers. Roy explained with a smile. "Harmonia, the tiger is the most powerful carnivorous beast on land. The overall strength of a single body is more powerful than that of a lion. I think it is better to spread tiger skin on the throne because the tiger is the king of beasts. So tiger skin can be worthy of the status of a king. Where does the tiger live? I will skin some tiger skins for you and spread them on our throne. The nearest tiger habitat is thousands of miles away. And I don't really want to cover the throne with tiger skins." By the time 3,600 years later, the number of wild tigers in the world has dropped to less than 4,000, making them a rare and endangered species. Of course, Roy would not really want to use tiger skin to satisfy his vanity. Seeing that Roy really had no interest in tiger skin, Harmonia changed the subject and asked, "Dear, the city of Thebes now has a population of 20,000 and can recruit 2,000 soldiers. How many Thebes soldiers do you want to take with you? Soldiers are more expensive than finesse. I want to take away 1,000 experienced veterans." "Can?" Harmonia said without hesitation. "I will let you take away 1,000 experienced veterans who use bronze war spears. But I have to stay in Thebes and cannot accompany you to fight the enemy. After all, you have brought all the veterans in Thebes with you. Let's go. Without me in charge, chaos will easily occur in Thebes." In order to support her war with the city of Knossos, Harmonia was willing to let herself take away 1,000 Theban soldiers who used bronze weapons. This was completely heartbreaking for herself. "Harmonia," Roy said with emotion as he held Harmonia in his arms. "Thank you for trusting me so much. In addition to the Theban soldiers, I also want to go to Euboea Island and take away my 250 Phoenician followers. Because the battlefield between me and the city of Knossos is not only on land, and even more so on the sea. I need Phoenicians who are suitable for sea warfare to help me win the sea battlefield." The Athenians lived on the Attica Peninsula, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Fishing at sea was an important way for them to obtain food. So they were able to adapt to sea warfare. The Thebans only had experience in sailing in the bay, and obviously could not become the main force in sea warfare. Chapter 179, Coming to Euboea Island again. The day after he was crowned king of Thebes, Roy took a boat from the Esopus River to the Ocalia tribe in the middle of the island of Euboea. In addition to Roy and a dozen Theban sailors on the ship, Roy was also accompanied by Iole, the daughter of Melanius, the leader of the Ocalia tribe. Iole is a 13-year-old beautiful girl. She is not only the little princess of the Ocalia tribe, but also a trainee priestess trained by Harmonia herself. When Harmonia marries Roy and loses her virginity, Iole will become the highest priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne. At this time, on the fast-sailing large ship, Roy stood on the deck of the bow, admiring the scenery on both sides of the Esopus River. At some point, Iole also left the cabin and came outside, looking at everything around her with her beautiful, curious eyes. Roy turned around to take a closer look, and saw that Iole was taller and more graceful than her peers. She was wearing a pure white cotton robe, with a gold-dyed cotton belt tied around her waist, and a pair of fair ankles. Wear strappy sandals made of cotton, perhaps to imitate Harmonia. Iol also tied her beautiful long black hair into a single ponytail with a white hairband. Living in a strange environment and among a group of strangers, Yeole seemed shy and introverted. Sensing Roy's gaze, Yeole turned around and bowed his head to Roy, saluting, and said in a soft and sweet voice, "Uncle Roy. Can I stay outside?" "Uncle Roy." Hearing Yeole call him, Roy felt as if he had aged 10 years. "Sister Yeole. Shouldn't you call me Oni-chan, brother Roy? Although I am 7 years older than you, I am not old enough to be a brother to your father Melanius." Yeole explained with an innocent expression on her childish and innocent face. "I am the disciple of the Harmonian priest, and you are her fiancé. It is only right for me to treat you and the Harmonian priest as the same generation as my parents. As a disciple of Harmonia, Yeole should indeed treat Roy and Harmonia as their elders like master and mistress." Looking at Yeole's beautiful and cute little face, Roy said helplessly, "Sister Yeole, before I marry Harmonia, I hope you can call me brother. After I marry Harmonia, you will change your name to me as Uncle Roy." Yeole nodded obediently and said, "I know. Uncle Roy, brother Roy." Roy and Yeole took a big boat down the river and arrived at the port of the Ocalia tribe in only 4 hours. Melanius, the leader of the Ocalia tribe, received the news and came to the port in person to greet Roy and Iol. On the way from the port of Ocalia to the Ocalia tribe, Roy and Yeole saw Melanius coming towards them. Yeole immediately shouted with joy and rushed towards Melanius. "Father! Iol!" Melanius and Iol hugged each other and asked their daughter excitedly and with tears, "My beloved daughter, how are you doing during the time we are apart?" "I am doing well, and the Harmonian priests take care of me like a sister," Yeole said with tears. "How are your father, mother and brothers doing?" "Silly girl. Of course we are living well." Looking at the scene of Yeole and Melanius being a loving father and daughter, Roy couldn't help but feel that in order to marry him, Harmonia took Yeole away from her family and became her successor. It was indeed true. That's a little too much. It would be fine if Harmonia really wanted Iol to become the highest priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne. Unfortunately, in reality, Harmonia just wanted Iol to be a puppet in name only. Even if Iol becomes the successor, the power belonging to the high priestess will continue to be in the hands of Harmonia. When Harmonia gives birth to a daughter, she will abolish Iol's identity and let her daughter have the identity and power of the highest priestess. Yeole and Melanius hugged each other for a while, and Melanius pulled Yeole to Roy and said, "Great King of Thebes, thank you and the Harmonian priests for taking care of Iol during this time." "Melanius, it seems you already know that I have been crowned King of Thebes," Roy said with a smile. "The kingdom of Athens that I rule not only includes the Attica Peninsula and Thebes, but the island of Euboea is also an integral part of the kingdom of Athens. Now I appoint you as the governor of Ocaria and give you jurisdiction over all the islands of Euboea, and give you permission to build the city of Ocaria." "Governor of Ocalia," Melanius said with uncontrollable excitement. "Your Majesty Roy, can I pass on my status as governor to my son?" "No. The status of governor is neither lifelong nor hereditary. You only have 1 3-year term. After 3 years, I will appoint someone else to be the new governor of Ocalia. In my kingdom of Athens, only members of the royal family can hold tenure and hereditary positions. That means that if my daughter Yeole marries His Majesty, I can serve as the governor of Ocalia for life. And I can even pass on my status as governor to my son." Roy immediately glared at Melanius and said, "Theoretically, that's the case. But you can't say this in front of Yeole, because children will have random thoughts." Melanius looked down at his blushing daughter, and then said seriously, "Your Majesty Roy, of course I will not sell my daughter for power and wealth. Yeole's happiness is more important to me than power and wealth. In the myth of another world, Yeole's father would rather become an enemy of the demigod hero Heracles than marry his daughter Yeole to this man, who killed his child in madness, and gave his wife to a friend. The so-called hero. It can be seen that Yeole's father really values his daughter's happiness." Seeing thick smoke rising from the foot of a mountain in the distance, Roy took the initiative to ask Melanius. "Melanius, are my followers there smelting bronze weapons?" Melanius nodded and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to visit your followers first?" Or do you want to go to our Ocalia tribe first? I want to visit my followers first. Please lead the way for me. Under the leadership of Melanius, Loe and Iol soon arrived at the place where Loe's Phoenician followers lived. It can be seen that this place was originally a forest at the foot of the mountain. The trees were now being cut down extensively to provide wooden huts for Roy's Phoenician followers to live in and fuel for the smelting of bronze weapons. About 200 wooden houses form a small village. In the center of the village stands a blast furnace for smelting copper ore. At this time, Taurus and dozens of Phoenicians were busy. Some added firewood to the blast furnace to melt the copper ore. And some melted the copper ore. Water is poured into the mold to create a bronze spear blade. Taurus. Roy took the initiative to call out Taurus's name. Taurus turned around and saw Roy. And immediately widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Priest Roy. Am I dreaming about you again? Chapter 1 8500 Reinforcements from Euboea Island. After Taurus trotted up to Roy, Roy stretched out his right hand and patted Taurus on the shoulder. You are not dreaming. Now I really come to visit you. After confirming that he was really not dreaming, Taurus said excitedly. Priest Roy. Since you placed us here, we have been doing our best to complete the tasks you gave us. Now we have not only made more than 1,000 bronze war spears for you, but also made 50 large warships for you. Vote. I have seen the 50 large warships you mentioned in the port of Ocalia. Roy said with some gratitude. Taurus. Whether it's the bronze war spears you made or the 50 large warships you made, it will be of great help to me in defeating the enemy. Now if you are dissatisfied with your life, as long as you bring it up, I will do my best to satisfy you. Taurus hesitated for a moment, then plucked up the courage to speak. Priest Roy. We have lost our home in our hometown of Phoenicia. Now we not only have a place here, but also enjoy food and clothing. We are very satisfied with our current life. If Priest Roy can make, we have our own wives. And we are willing to smelt bronze and build ships for you throughout our lives. Your request is not too much. And I can satisfy your request so that each of you can have your own wife. Roy said with a serious expression. But before I meet your demands, I need you to fight for me as soldiers. Because the city of Athens I rule is about to go to war with the city of Knossos. After this war is over, I will arrange for unmarried soldiers to fight with the city of Athens. Unmarried women and widows are on a blind date. And you can find a wife you like in this blind date. This war is very important to me. So if you win this war, I will let you have a wife who can support your wife and children. Payment. And I will not call you into battle again. Taurus and others did not follow Cadmus and become pirates. Which proves that these Phoenicians wanted to live a stable life more than the life-threatening life of licking blood with their swords. Now that they have lived a stable life, they definitely want to stay away from the brutal fighting on the battlefield. After all, the battlefield not only takes the lives of the enemy, but also their own lives. It's a pity that their current life still lacks the most important other half. Taurus only hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said to Roy, Our current life is given by you. If you lose to the enemy, we will also lose our current stable life. So we are willing to fight for you. Hearing Taurus's answer, Roy smiled with satisfaction. You start to prepare now. In 5 days you will take a boat to the city of Athens. During these 5 days, you try to make bronze war spears. The more bronze war spears you make, the greater our hope of defeating the enemy. Taurus nodded. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, he took out a piece of dark red, or the size of a thumb, from his body and said, Priest Roy. When we were digging for copper ore, we found an ore that is harder than copper ore. Our blast furnace can melt copper ore into copper water, but it cannot melt this ore. Looking at the ore in Taurus's hand, Roy said with a surprised expression, Taurus, the ore in your hand is iron ore. You cannot use the blast furnace to smelt bronze to melt the iron, or because the melting temperature of iron ore is higher than that of copper ore. After our war with the city of Knossos is over, I will teach you how to make charcoal. Maybe you can use charcoal as fuel to melt iron ore, and then make iron tools that are harder than bronze tools. Iron tools have extraordinary significance in this era. More than 400 years later, the nomadic Dorians were able to conquer the Peloponnese Peninsula with overwhelming force because of their use of iron weapons, and established the era of Dorian hegemony. The Thracians, a nomadic people to the north of the Dorians, were able to invade the Asia Minor Peninsula and establish the powerful Phrygian kingdom because of their use of iron weapons. If Roy's soldiers had used iron weapons 400 years earlier, They would have been able to carry out dimensionality-reducing strikes against any area in this era. Moreover, using iron to make various agricultural tools can also increase food production, making the Kingdom of Athens self-sufficient in food production. Even the barren Attica Peninsula produced enough food to feed a population of more than 80,000 people during the Iron Age. Coupled with the fertile land of Thebes and the island of Euboea, the Kingdom of Athens could produce enough food to feed a population of 500,000, as long as iron farming tools were widely used. After coming back to his senses, Roy said to Melanius, "Governor Melanius, now that I have told Taurus what I need to say, take me to your Oechalia tribe as a guest." "Your Majesty Roy, do you need me to ask all the clan members to come out to greet you?" "Of course not. I only come once in a while. There is no need for everyone to mobilize their troops for me." On the way to the Oechalia tribe with Roy and Iole, Melanius thought that there were many fishermen in the Oechalia tribe. So Roy said to Melanius, "Governor Melanius, I hope your Oechalia tribe can send some soldiers who have been sailors to participate in the war between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos." After hearing Roy's request, Melanius said with an embarrassed expression, "Our Oechalia tribe has a small population, so I can only send 250 soldiers. Your 250 Oechairian soldiers plus my 250 Phoenician followers. 500 reinforcements from Euboea, plus 1,000 from Thebes soldiers. Now I already have 1,500 reinforcements. As long as the city of Corinth gives me another 500 soldiers as reinforcements, I can have an army of 3,000 with bronze weapons to deal with the city of Knossos, the Marathon region in the northeastern part of the Attica Peninsula. The ruler here is no longer the leader of the Marathon tribe, but Pandion, who recently led 300 soldiers with bronze spears to conquer the Marathon tribe. When Loe was a guest of the Oechairian tribe, Pandion met a messenger from the city of Athens. After hearing the messenger's intention, Pandion said with disappointment, "Your master is as short-sighted as a mouse. Now the city of Athens is about to go to war with the city of Knossos. As long as the city of Athens defeats the city of Knossos, it will have the opportunity to become the new overlord of the Aegean Sea. Your master actually wants me to use this war to regain the throne. Although I have a lot of dissatisfaction with Roy, he is my son-in-law after all, and my grandson will be the future king of Athens. How can I create chaos at this time and let the city of Athens lose? End this vital war. If it were in the ancient East, because daughters and grandsons were not considered heirs, even if they wanted to destroy the future of the city of Athens, Roy, an outsider, could not take advantage of him. But in the West, because his daughter and grandson were also heirs, Pandion was not bewitched by the messenger. Lavrio region in the southern part of the Attica Peninsula. Erechtheus, who ruled the tribe of Lavrio, also saw an envoy from the city of Athens. After hearing the envoy's intention, Erechtheus said to the envoy expressionlessly, "Your master underestimates me. Although I want to destroy the city of Athens that belongs to Roy, I cannot destroy the city of Athens that belongs to my future nephew. In the war between Athens and Knossos, I will not go help Loe, but I will not help the enemies of Athens." Chapter 181 Reinforcements given by Sisyphus. Roy only allowed Iole to be reunited with his family for one day. The next day, Roy took Iole and left the Oechalia tribe and returned to Thebes by boat. After leaving Iole in the care of Harmonia, Roy rode his black horse to the city of Corinth without stopping. When night falls, Loe rode a black horse into the city of Corinth and was stopped by a group of soldiers at the gate of the Corinth Acropolis. After recognizing Roy's identity in the light of torches, the soldiers allowed him to enter the Corinth Acropolis. Corinth Palace. Roy came outside the palace gate and informed the soldiers guarding the palace gate. King Sisyphus of Corinth soon came to greet Roy personally. "Dear friend, I never thought we would meet again so soon." Sisyphus came to Roy and gave Roy a warm hug. Although Roy didn't like hugging men, now that he was asking for help, he could only pretend to pat Sisyphus on the back with enthusiasm. "Dear Sisyphus, I came to you with something important and wanted your help. Let's talk after we go in." Sisyphus handed Roy's black horse to two palace soldiers, ordered them to take Roy's black horse to the stable, and then took Roy to the brightly lit palace hall. After Roy and Sisyphus sat down face to face around a stone table, the young and beautiful palace maid brought barbecue, white bread, oatmeal, vegetables, wine, pastries and other food. After the table was filled with food, the young and beautiful palace maid did not leave, but sat down around Roy and Sisyphus. Seeing the unnatural expression on Roy's face, Sisyphus said with a smile, "Dear friend, actually, I wanted to entertain you like this last time. Because you had Harmonia by your side at that time, I had no choice but to give up this idea. The palace maids I prepared for you were all unmarried girls. You can let them sleep with you wherever you like. If they become pregnant later, you can take the illegitimate child they gave birth to back. Or you can leave it to me to take care of. I will raise your illegitimate child as an adopted son." After listening to Sisyphus's words, Roy shook his head and said, "Sisyphus, if I don't want to be a cold-blooded father who abandons his children, I must avoid giving birth to illegitimate children. In order to avoid giving birth to illegitimate children, I will not touch these young and beautiful palace maids. If you really want to entertain me, accepted I ask you for help." Sisyphus nodded with a serious expression. "Dear friend, then tell me why you came to me." Sisyphus, now the city of Athens is going to war with the city of Knossos on the island of Crete. Roy recounted the causes and consequences of the outbreak of the war, and finally spoke to Sisyphus. "In order to win this war, I hope that the city of Corinth will send 500 soldiers with bronze war spears to assist the city of Athens." If Roy only wanted 500 soldiers, Sisyphus would have aided Roy without hesitation. But Roy wanted 500 soldiers with bronze spears, which put Sisyphus in a dilemma. Because among the soldiers in Corinth, there were only more than 500 soldiers using bronze spears. Sending 500 soldiers with bronze spears to aid the city of Athens, this is no longer asking Sisyphus to spend money, but asking Sisyphus to hand over his wealth and life to Roy. After hesitating for a moment, Sisyphus said with a troubled expression, "Loe, although King Acrisios of Mycenae has sworn an oath, the Mycenaeans may still break the oath and launch war against the city of Corinth again. So I cannot send 500 men with bronze war spears, soldiers to assist the city of Athens, in order to have enough troops to protect the city of Corinth. I can send 200 soldiers with bronze spears and 300 soldiers with wooden spears to assist the city of Athens." After listening to Sisyphus's words, Roy frowned in displeasure. While the Mycenaean king Acrisios was alive, no Mycenaeans dared to break Acrisios' oath, and Acrisios died as a punishment from the gods for breaking the oath. Is Sisyphus's refusal to comply with Loe's request an unfounded worry? Or does he want to preserve the strength of the city of Corinth? Although he was so angry that he wanted to leave, Roy suppressed the anger in his heart. Because breaking up with Sisyphus now will only add a new enemy to the city of Athens. "Sisyphus, I can understand your thinking. In order to have enough strength to protect the city of Corinth, I can understand even if you sent 500 soldiers with wooden spears." Sisyphus was visibly relieved and said while pouring wine for Roy, "Loe, actually you can also consider avoiding the war with Knossos city. Since you have so many girls around you, why bother becoming mortal enemies with Knossos city just because of Pandora?" Roy shook his head and said, "Sisyphus, the war between our city of Athens and the city of Knossos is not just for Pandora. If the city of Athens wants to develop and grow, it will inevitably compete with the city of Knossos for the hegemony of the Aegean Sea. This is the real reason why the war broke out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos. Does the city of Athens want to replace the city of Knossos and become the new trade hub of the Aegean Sea?" Sisyphus first widened his eyes in shock, and then murmured with a complicated expression, "If the Isthmus of Corinth did not block the Aegean Sea and the Gulf of Corinth, our city of Corinth would also have the potential to develop into a trade hub. It is a pity that the great gods did not favor us. As long as we dig a canal in the Isthmus of Corinth, we can connect the Aegean Sea and the Gulf of Corinth, and then charge a toll for crossing the river." Roy said with a faint smile, "Sisyphus, our human power can also change the world. If you are not confident in digging the Corinth Canal, I can dig this canal for you." Mycenae, the palace of Acrisios. While Loe asked Sisyphus for help, Acrisios, king of Mycenae, was also receiving Deucalion's envoys. The hall where the throne is located. After asking the palace maid to take Deucalion's messenger to the guest room, Acrisios on the throne asked Protus and Perseus in the hall, "Deucalion invites us to attack the city of Athens together. Do you think I should accept or refuse?" Proteus, the brother of Acrisios, said without hesitation, "My brother made an oath and promised not to attack the cities of Athens, Corinth and Thebes. If he breaks his oath, he will pay the price with his life. So we have to reject Deucalion's invitation." Perseus followed. "The city of Knossos is also our enemy. In the future, We will also challenge the city of Knossos to seize the hegemony of the Aegean Sea. Now that a war has broken out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos, we should watch them consume each other's strength. Of course we cannot foolish enough to help Knossos defeat Athens. Acrisios looked at Perseus with a satisfied smile and said, "For the benefit of the Mycenaeans, I am willing to break my oath and give my life. But it is not in our interests to help the city of Knossos to destroy the city of Athens. When a war breaks out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos, we should use this opportunity to conquer the Arcadia region, expand our territory, and increase the population under our control." Chapter 182, Break Negative Public Opinion Positively. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Roy personally led 1,000 Theban soldiers from Thebes to Athens on foot. Also on this day, 500 reinforcements from Euboea arrived at the port of Piraeus with 50 large warships. And 500 reinforcements from Corinth arrived at Piraeus with 20 large warships. Port of Sri Lanka. In addition to the Athenians' own large warships, there are now 100 large warships moored in Piraeus port. And 2,000 foreign soldiers are stationed outside Athens. Roy returned to the Acropolis and entered the palace, where he saw Procne, Philomela and Chiron running out to greet him. Seeing the anxious expressions on all their faces, Roy knew that something important must be happening in Athens. "Brother Roy." After Procne and Philomela rushed over to hug Roy, Procne said with a worried look, "You are finally back. If you don't return to the city of Athens, there will definitely be unrest." Hearing Procne take the matter so seriously, Roy said with some doubt, "I didn't do anything outrageous and made the Athenians unable to live without food. How could they rebel against me?" Philomela pursed her lips and said, "There is a rumor spreading in the city of Athens. This rumor says that Pandora is a witch who charms men and brings war. Brother Roy is going to war with the city of Knossos because of Pandora's charm. Although Roy is my brother is the king of Athens. But the Athenians, especially the families of Athenian soldiers, do not want Athenian soldiers to fight with the enemy on the battlefield for a woman. Coupled with the instigation of some people, most Athenians now hate Brother Roy. There was dissatisfaction. It seems that the matter is indeed serious. Although Roy could pay generous rewards to gain the loyalty of Athenian soldiers also had families. If all the families of the Athenian soldiers were against Roy, of course Roy would not be so foolish as to think that the Athenian soldiers would not betray him. Roy thought about the countermeasures for a while, and then said to Chiron, "Chiron, go and convey my order to Ares, and ask him to summon the citizens of Athens, the adult men in the city of Athens, to the square at the foot of the Acropolis. Since someone wants to play a public opinion war with me, then I will break the enemy's public opinion." After Chiron nodded and left, Roy said to Procne and Philomela, who were holding him, "Procne, Philomela, I have to give you an important task. Now our 2,000 reinforcements are stationed outside the city of Athens. Go and transport food to them to ensure that every reinforcement soldier is well fed." After listening to Roy's words, Procne frowned and said, "Brother Roy, the food gap in the city of Athens is getting bigger and bigger now. If we supply food to these 2,000 reinforcements, the food gap in the city of Athens will definitely increase to hundreds of thousands of kilograms. As long as this war is won, I have a way to allow grain merchants to continuously transport grain to the city of Athens." Roy said with a confident smile, "Procne, it doesn't matter even if there is 1,000,000 kilograms of food shortage in the city of Athens. Go and carry out my order quickly. I guarantee that not a single Athenian will starve to death before the autumn harvest." Although Procne didn't understand where Roy's confidence came from, she still nodded and chose to believe in her future husband. After Procne left with Philomela, Roy came to the backyard of the palace and saw Pandora sitting by the swimming pool in the backyard, playing in the water with a pair of white ankles. Roy walked behind Pandora and said, pretending to be dissatisfied, "Now the city of Athens is about to be in turmoil because of you. But you are still in the mood to play in the water here. I'm not here to play in the water. So what should I do?" Pandora said with a smile, "You didn't give me the power to manage the city of Athens. If I interfered with the city's affairs, you would really be dissatisfied." Roy did not deny it, which was regarded as acquiescing to Pandora's words. "Pandora, now I want to break the negative public opinion against me in Athens. Next, you have to follow me." After hearing Roy's request, Pandora took back a pair of beautiful ankles from the swimming pool, then turned around, stretched out a pair of small and cute ankles to Roy and said, "Since you need my help, then help me put on my shoes." Don't you know that the source of public opinion is you? Roy rolled his eyes dissatisfied. Then knelt down on one knee in front of Pandora. Held her right foot with his left hand. And picked up her strappy sandal with his left hand. Before putting on Pandora's strappy sandals. Looking down at her delicate and beautiful ankles. Roy couldn't help but swallow all 5 of her toes in one mouthful. And then tickled her soles with his fingers. Ah ha ha ha. Pandora immediately said with a smile. Stop it now, ha ha ha, I really can't stand it, he, if you keep grabbing like this, I'm really going to get angry dash. It wasn't until Pandora fell to the ground with laughter that Roy raised his head and put on strappy sandals for her beautiful ankles. After picking up Pandora, who was lying on the ground and unwilling to get up, Roy said expressionlessly, do you want to follow me by yourself? Or do you want me to hold you? If you are not afraid of being embarrassed in front of thousands of people, then I will hold you and go. Pandora immediately ran away from Roy's arms and said, I can walk on my own. The square at the foot of the Acropolis. When Roy arrived with Pandora, thousands of Athenian citizens had gathered around the square. When Roy took Pandora up to the altar in the square step by step, and stood at the highest point of the altar facing everyone, he saw that Pandora was not hidden by a veil. Her face was as beautiful as a goddess. Thousands of Athenian men were all shocked by Pandora's beauty. Is that a goddess in human form? She should be the rumored witch who brought war to the city of Athens. Is that the disaster witch Pandora? If it is for such a beautiful and lovely woman, it might be worthwhile for the city of Athens to fight a war with the city of Knossos. If she smiled at me, I would die on the battlefield for her. Hearing everyone's whispers, Roy said loudly with an unhappy expression, Dear Athenians, the girl next to me is Pandora, the witch who is rumored to have brought war to the city of Athens. I have called you together and let you see Pandora's face with your own eyes because I want you to know that Pandora is just as an ordinary girl. I am not charmed by Pandora. Just like you are not charmed by Pandora when you see her beautiful face. After Roy finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately said loudly, even if she is not a charming witch, she is still Deucalion's fiancée. Because you robbed Deucalion's fiancée, the city of Knossos launched a war against the city of Athens. Idiot. Do you really think a woman can start a war? Roy said coldly with an expressionless face. I will let everyone see Pandora's face. Just to let everyone know that neither I nor Deucalion has been charmed by Pandora. If you think that I should not fight against the city of Knossos for a woman, a war, do you think Deucalion would be stupid enough to start a war with the city of Athens over a woman? Chapter 183. I also know a thing or two about playing with public opinion. Waging a war over a woman. Not to mention in reality, even rigorous mythology would not dare to concoct such an absurd plot. In the fairy tale written as a children's book, the king was robbed of his daughter. But he only recruited warriors to defeat the dragon instead of gathering soldiers from all over the country to declare war on the dragon. In the mythical story of another world, before the Greek coalition launched the Trojan War, they stayed at the port of Auris in the southern part of Euboea Island for several months. The realistic logic behind it was that the Greek coalition did not want to start a war over a woman. Later, the general Agamemnon sacrificed his eldest daughter Iphigenia, which left the Greek coalition with no way out. After Agamemnon sacrificed his eldest daughter Iphigenia, if he wanted to withdraw from the Trojan War, he would become Agamemnon's enemy. So the Greek coalition could only follow Agamemnon to Troy. Even if the Trojan War is regarded as a war waged by women in mythology, it was not a war waged by one woman, but a war waged by 2 women. The square at the foot of the Acropolis. Seeing that no one responded to his question, Roy at the top of the altar continued. Even if Deucalion was really carried away by love, he did not have the power to launch a war against the city of Athens. Because the ruler of Knossos was not Deucalion, but Deucalion's father, King Minos. Do you think King Minos, the overlord of the Aegean Sea, was so stupid that he launched a war against our city of Athens over a woman? The city of Athens is no longer the weak Athenian tribe in the past. We are protected by miraculous strong walls. If the people of Knossos wanted to conquer the city of Athens, they would have to sacrifice at least 1,000 people. Roy's words were all reasonable, and none of the men around the square could think of a reason to refute. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but say, why would the city of Knossos wage war against us? The city of Athens. If it weren't for women. I have called you before me now to tell you the reason why the war broke out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos. Roy said with a serious expression, as he looked at the thousands of Athenian men around the square. The city of Knossos is the most powerful city-state in the Aegean Sea. And it is also the richest city-state in the Aegean Sea. The city of Knossos can maintain its current strength and wealth because the city of Knossos used force to conquer the surrounding city-states. Let the surrounding city-states become vassals of the city of Knossos. As the strength of our city of Athens increases rapidly, our city of Athens begins to threaten the hegemony of the city of Knossos. Because I have represented the city of Athens and refused to become Knossos, a vassal of the city of Knossos. The real reason why the city of Knossos launched a war against the city of Athens was not because of a woman, but because the strength of the city of Athens threatened the city of Knossos, and its refusal to surrender to the city of Knossos. Vassal. After a pause to let everyone digest this important information, Roy continued. Athenians. Are you willing to accept the oppression of the city of Knossos, and let the city of Athens stop developing and growing? If you are willing to become a vassal of the city of Knossos, then you can only continue to live a miserable life. As long as there is a reduction in food production, hundreds or thousands of people will starve to death. Even in good times, many children will die due to malnutrition. But as long as the city of Athens becomes strong and wealthy, each of your families will not need to worry about food. Your children will not die of malnutrition. This war between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos is a fight for the future of the city of Athens. A fight for your food. And a fight for every Athenian child. As long as the city of Athens defeats the city of Knossos, the city of Athens will be strong and wealthy. Now tell me, should we defeat the city of Knossos? Fighting for the future of the city of Athens. Ordinary Athenians certainly did not have such a high level of consciousness. Fight for your food. This reason was enough to change the minds of all Athenians. Fighting for every child of Athens. This reason is enough to make every Athenian man's blood boil. Defeat the city of Knossos. As the first person shouted this slogan, a roar like a mountain and a tsunami followed. Defeat the city of Knossos. Defeat the city of Knossos. Defeat the city of Knossos. Roy also shouted while the iron was hot. Athenians. Our city of Athens not only has the best city walls in the world, but our soldiers also have the best armor and the best weapons in the world. So we will definitely win this war. Now I declare to you that we will win this war. After the war, every soldier who participated in the war could receive a reward of white salt worth 1,000 kilograms of grain as a reward. Every Athenian family could receive a reward of white salt worth 100 kilograms of grain. After Roy finished speaking, there was another roar like a mountain and a tsunami. Long live King Lawyer of Athens. Long live King Lawyer of Athens. Long live King Lawyer of Athens. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy returned to the palace hall with a victor's smile. Procne, who came back with Roy, said impatiently with an expression on the verge of tears. Brother Roy, the finances of our city of Athens are really going to collapse. According to the current development, the city of Athens already has a shortage of hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain. Just now you actually promised to reward each soldier with a reward equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of grain. White salt. Reward each Athenian family with white salt equivalent to 100 caddies of grain. If they ask to exchange white salt for grain, the city of Athens will have an additional food gap of 400,000 kilograms. Now the food gap in our city of Athens has definitely over £1 million. When Roy became king of Athens, he gave Procne his most important finances and made Procne his housekeeper. Now the financial pressure of the city of Athens is all on Procne. Seeing that the food gap in Athens was getting bigger and bigger, Procne became the most anxious person in Athens. Procne, you really don't have to worry about food. Roy hugged Procne and comforted her. You also know how precious white salt is. As long as we sell white salt at a low price, many grain merchants will send grain to the city of Athens to exchange for white salt with us. Then how much white salt can we exchange for food at a low price? In order to avoid being heard by others, Roy leaned into Procne's ear and whispered, you have to keep it a secret. Our white salt is unlimited. Because as long as the seawater is dried, the seawater can be turned into white salt. Upon hearing this secret, Procne immediately showed an expression of incredible surprise. White salt, which is more precious than olive oil, is actually made from seawater dried at almost zero cost. Brother Roy, are you comforting me? Seeing Procne still couldn't believe it, Roy couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl. The person who cares most about the city of Athens is not you, but me. It is precisely because I am the king of Athens that I can let you all be my women. How can I make fun of the future of the city of Athens? That's right. After Procne nodded in agreement, Pandora came over and said, Dear I am very interested in what you are talking about. Tell me the secret of Bai Yang. Roy held Pandora's cute little minibus with his right hand. And then said with a teasing smile. As long as you can sleep with me tonight, I will tell you the secret of white salt. Chapter 184. The battle for Aegean Sea Overlord begins. While the city of Athens was preparing intensively for war, the city of Knossos in Crete was also gathering soldiers to requisition warships. As the overlord of the Aegean Sea, the city of Knossos claims to rule a population of about 100,000. But after all, the claim is just a claim. The actual population controlled by the city of Knossos is only the 50,000 people in the city of Knossos and the surrounding areas. The population of the vassal city-states ostensibly belongs to the city of Knossos. Once the strength of the city of Knossos weakens, many vassal city-states will definitely break away from the control of the city of Knossos. To defeat the city of Athens, Deucalion raised 4,000 soldiers from Knossos and another 2,000 from the vassal city-states. After the 6,000 troops boarded 200 warships, Deucalion took this army out of the port of Knossos and sailed to the city of Athens. Thousands of miles away, outside Athens, 3,000 soldiers under Roy's personal command conduct combat training every day, making final preparations for the upcoming war. While intensifying the training of soldiers, Loe on the one hand sent people to patrol the Athenian waters on fast ships, and on the other hand he sent people on fast horses to patrol the southern coast of the Attica Peninsula. This day, Roy was training 3,000 soldiers outside Athens. Ares suddenly rushed to Roy on horseback with a look of panic. Roy asked proactively before Ares' horse stopped. Ares, are the people from Knossos coming? They are coming. Ares jumped off the horse and said tremblingly. The Knossos people's large fleet has at least 200 ships. And they are now landing on a coast 20 miles away. The Knossos people landed on the coast 20 miles away from the city of Athens. It seems that they did not want to be attacked by us when they landed. Since we cannot prevent the Knossos people from landing, let's prepare for battle quickly and let them. The soldiers all put on paper armor and took bronze spears, waiting for our enemies to arrive. After Ares ran to carry out Roy's order. Although Roy looked confident on the surface, he was a little uneasy inside, because it can be judged from the number of Knossos warships. The number of Deucalion soldiers must have far exceeded that of Athens. 2 hours later, Deucalion brought 3,000 Knossos soldiers and 2,000 vassal city-state soldiers to the outside of Athens. Another 1,000 Knossos soldiers stayed on the coast 20 miles away to guard their warships. After Roy led 3,000 soldiers to confront Deucalion's 5,000 troops outside the city of Athens, Deucalion couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Athens had 3,000 troops. Because according to Deucalion's prediction, the city of Athens should have only 2,000 troops at most. Although the army of Athens unexpectedly increased by 1,000 men, Deucalion was still confident of defeating Athens. Deucalion shouted to Loe before the battle between the two sides began. Loe, if you return Pandora to me now and become a vassal of the city of Knossos, you can avoid this war. If you still persist in your stubbornness, your soldiers will die in vain, and my anger will destroy Athens. City. Deucalion, you are the one who is so stubborn, Roy said without showing any signs of weakness. If you really want to avoid this war, you should take your soldiers and leave my territory. You stupid guy. It seems I must kill you before you will confess your sins to the gods in the underworld. After Deucalion finished speaking angrily, he led an army of 5,000 and swarmed towards Roy's 3,000 army like a tide. After the two armies collided like two tides, the soldiers fought fiercely, and Roy and Deucalion also rushed towards each other in tacit understanding. There was a loud explosion. Roy and Deucalion's bronze spears collided hard. Seeing that Roy's power was evenly matched with his own, Deucalion first showed a surprised expression, and then prayed loudly. Great goddess Europa, please lend me your power, and let me defeat the enemy in front of me. Along with Deucalion's prayer, a white divine light fell from the sky on the battlefield, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall goddess. This is a beautiful goddess, with a figure that is directly reminiscent of the mother goddess of the earth. She has porcelain white skin, a delicate and perfect face, and a maternal temperament. She wears a sleeveless green dress, and a red belt around her waist, using two garland-like ornaments to tie her waist-length black hair into twin tails, leaving a pair of small and cute ankles bare. Seeing this goddess with tall raised twin ponytails that looked like two horns, Roy immediately prayed to the goddess Metis for help. Great goddess Metis, please protect me and the Athenians and help us defeat our enemies. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Metis appeared on the sea in the distance with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall, approaching the battlefield with huge steps. After Metis arrived at the battlefield, Europa said expressionlessly, "You are Metis, the patron saint of the city of Athens. How dare a mere snake be my enemy?" Europe. Snakes may not be unable to defeat cows, Metis said without showing any signs of weakness. As long as the snake continues to grow, let alone defeat the cow, it can even devour creatures larger than the cow. You are really an arrogant snake. Then I will let you clearly see the gap between us. Europa summoned a huge double-sided battle axe as a weapon, and then swung the axe to strike Metis' body. Metis moved his body as nimbly as a snake to avoid Europa's attack, and then summoned a war spear to counterattack. As Metis and Europa fought, the divine power emanating from the two goddesses converged on Loe and Deucalion respectively. Just as the city of Knossos was more powerful than the city of Athens, the power of Europa was also more powerful than Metis. Deucalion was blessed by Europa's divine power, and his power immediately increased dramatically. Roy could only avoid Europa's attack like Metis, and began to avoid Deucalion's attack. Just when the balance of victory began to tilt toward Deucalion, 1,000-meter-high black mountain suddenly fell from the sky and hit Europa, who was fighting Metis. There was a muffled bang. Europa raised his left hand to hold the black mountain peak, and then asked angrily, "Who dares to be my enemy? If I become your enemy, what can you do?" The voice of the goddess Mnemosyne suddenly sounded, and then her figure appeared in the north of Europa. Although Mnemosyne did not attack Europa directly, the black mountain peaks she conjured up with her divine power pressed down on Europa, preventing Europa from using all her divine power to attack Metis. Metis began to attack Europa, and Europa changed from an attacking party to a defensive one. "You two nasty snakes actually teamed up to deal with me." While Europa was embarrassingly wielding the double-sided giant axe with his right hand to fight Metis, he was also increasing his divine power. As Europa fell into a disadvantage in the battle between the gods, the divine power of Metis and Mnemosyne simultaneously blessed Roy, and Roy also began to suppress Deucalion in the battle. In the battle of ordinary soldiers, from the very beginning, Roy's 3,000-strong army suppressed Deucalion's 5,000-strong army. This is not only because Roy's soldiers all wear paper armor and use bronze spears, which has an equipment advantage, but also because Roy's soldiers fight bravely to defend their homeland. Deucalion's soldiers were of mixed quality. Not only were their equipment inferior to Roy's soldiers, but their fighting will was also inferior to Roy's soldiers. They only had a numerical advantage. Chapter 185 3 against 1 is so unfair. While the 3,000-strong army of Athens was fighting against the 5,000-strong army of Deucalion, Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora also came to the wall of Athens under the protection of a group of palace soldiers. Watch the situation on the battlefield. Seeing that the advantage of the 3,000 troops in the city of Athens was becoming more and more obvious, Philomela clasped her hands together in excitement and said, "Brother Roy is so powerful. He was able to defeat Deucalion's 5,000 soldiers with 3,000 soldiers. War is not won by the party with greater numbers." Pandora said with a faint smile, "If they could win with more numbers, the Egyptians would not have been conquered and ruled by the nomads in the Phoenician region for more than 100 years. Moreover, as an island city-state, the city of Knossos is really powerful in its navy. Athenian soldiers cannot fight on land. Defeating Knossos soldiers is abnormal. This is also because the numerical difference between us and the enemy is not big." Chiron said with a serious face. "Thanks to reinforcements from Thebes, Euboea, and the city of Corinth, the enemy's number is not even twice ours. If the enemy's number is 3 or even 5 times ours, it will be very difficult for us. Make up the difference in numbers and defeat the opponent." Procne looked at Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora with a smile and said, "Sisters, it looks like we can weave a flower crown for Brother Roy." On the battlefield outside Athens, although Roy gradually suppressed Deucalion with the divine power of Metis and Mnemosyne, Deucalion still fought tenaciously with Roy and did not want to accept the result of defeat. Europa, the patron saint of the people of Knossos, is like a stubborn heifer who wants to increase his divine power to reverse the situation that is unfavorable to him. As Europa's divine power increased, 2 huge horns appeared on her head. Her divine power also increased to the point where she could hold the black mountain peak conjured by Mnemosyne's divine power with her left hand while waving both sides with her right hand. The battle between Tomahawk and Metis was hard to decide. Deucalion received the blessing of Europa's divine power and began to fight back against Roy in the battle. Deucalion, your stubborn resistance should really come to an end. Roy wielded his spear and fought fiercely with Deucalion. And persuaded Deucalion. Look at the soldiers around us. Your soldiers have more casualties than mine. This war has doomed you to failure. Don't get too proud too soon. Deucalion said angrily through gritted teeth. Even if I can't defeat you on land, I can still blockade your city of Athens at sea. You can't get food from outside. How long can the food of Athens city last you? When your current food is used up, the city of Athens will how many people starve to death? 1,000 or 2,000? 3,000 or 5,000? Deucalion, you underestimate me and the city of Athens. If you had not underestimated me and the city of Athens, you might not have lost this war today. In order to win this war that must not be lost, Roy had 3,000 soldiers wearing paper armor and using bronze war spears. Not only did Deucalion's 5,000 soldiers not wear decent armor, but only half of them used bronze war spears. It was precisely because the city of Knossos was far more powerful than the city of Athens that before the war began, they despised the city of Athens in all aspects, which led to the failure of the war. Or to be fair, the city of Knossos did not underestimate the city of Athens, but even overestimated the strength of the city of Athens. It's a pity that Roy increased the strength of the city of Athens like a cheat. This is something Deucalion couldn't have thought of even if he tried hard. The goddess Europa, with a pair of horns appearing on her head, laughed proudly while swinging her double-sided battle axe towards Metis. Have you seen it? This is the difference in power between a snake and an ox. Even if you two snakes join forces, you still can't defeat me. Eh? With Amphitrite sighing softly, Amphitrite appeared on the sea not far away with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall. After Europa, Metis, and Mnemosyne looked at Amphitrite. Amphitrite waved her silver trident and said, I'm here to fulfill my responsibility, as an ally. Don't blame us for bullying the minority. After saying that, Amphitrite's silver trident slapped on the sea. A huge water column immediately rushed towards Europa, hitting Europa with amazing divine power. Under the impact of Amphitrite's divine power, Europa could not help but retreat step by step, and soon left the land. Europa, whose feet left the ground and retreated to the sea, although unwilling to accept it, had to admit defeat. You are really amazing. Europa stepped on the sea with her bare ankles, stared at Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite in shame and annoyance, and shouted angrily. 3 snakes actually joined forces to deal with me. This war is completely unfair. Are you a child? Metis teased with a sneer. In the words of my priest Roy, war is not a duel. For war, the most important thing is the result of victory. If you are dissatisfied with us bullying the minority, you can also find allies as reinforcements. I will remember the shame of today and return this shame to you. Europa left these words, and then her body turned into a white divine light and flew to Crete. After Mnemosyne withdrew the black mountain peaks she had transformed with her divine power, and Amphitrite also withdrew the huge water column, Metis took the initiative to speak to the 2 goddesses. Sisters, thank you for reaching out to me. It's just fulfilling our obligations as an ally. Mnemosyne said with a faint smile. Now that the war is over, I would like to invite you to wash away the dust of the battlefield at the holy spring of Mount Helicon. Okay. Amphitrite said immediately. I haven't bathed in the holy spring of Mount Helicon for a long time. The last time was when we were fighting for Mount Helicon. Being able to bathe in the holy spring with you is something I have been looking forward to for a long time. Mnemosyne pretended to be cold and said, I am also a hospitable host. If you had not fought for Mount Helicon with me, we would have had the opportunity to bathe together. Metis said with a smile. Since you all want to bathe in the holy spring of Mount Helicon, then I have no reason to refuse. Hearing the 3 goddesses saying that they were going to bathe in Mount Helicon, Roy's head immediately became hot, and an incredible power surged out of his body. Click! Roy's war spear and Deucalion's war spear collided again, and Roy's spear blade directly split Deucalion's war spear in half. Deucalion, who lost his weapon, saw Roy wielding his spear to launch a fatal attack on him, and had to accept defeat and turn around to escape. When Deucalion fled, his soldiers followed, leaving the battlefield in chaos. Catch all the deserters. Roy did not lead the soldiers to hunt down the escaped Deucalion, but asked the soldiers to capture the soldiers who escaped on the battlefield. Because there were no soldiers who escaped with Deucalion, They were likely to stay on the Attica Peninsula and become bandits. Chapter 186 I want to use prisoners of war to dig canals. After all the deserters who left the battlefield were captured by the Athenian soldiers. Taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain, Roy led 2,000 soldiers to chase Deucalion and his soldiers. When Roy led 2,000 soldiers to the coast 20 miles away, Deucalion and his soldiers had already boarded 200 warships and sailed the large fleet to the southern seas as quickly as possible. Looking at the retreating fleet, Roy did not feel the joy of victory in the war. Because in Roy's view, this war has just begun. If the Athenian navy could not defeat the Knossos navy that dominated the Aegean Sea, Deucalion would have nothing to do but block the maritime trade of the city of Athens, causing the city of Athens to collapse due to lack of food. Your Majesty Roy, we have won. Ares' excited voice rang in his ears. Roy nodded and said, we won. Upon hearing Roy's words, the 2,000 soldiers behind Roy immediately cheered in victory. Long live King Loya of Athens! Long live King Loya of Athens! Long live King Loya of Athens! Roy returned to the battlefield outside Athens with 2,000 soldiers, and saw the soldiers who had stayed behind to take care of the prisoners, looking for their own soldiers among the corpses on the battlefield. If one's own soldiers are found to be alive, companions holding medicinal herbs will be sent over to treat their comrades. If an enemy soldier is found alive, it turns the enemy soldier into a real corpse. Because the enemy soldiers who died frequently were not even worth selling as prisoners to slave traders. After careful observation, Roy confirmed that there were only 200 soldiers killed in the battle, and about 300 soldiers were seriously injured. Roy's soldiers wore paper armor to protect their bodies, but they suffered so many casualties. Of course, Deucalion's soldiers suffered more serious casualties. After this battle, Deucalion's 5,000 soldiers left behind 700 corpses, 900 seriously wounded soldiers, and 400 lightly wounded soldiers. 2,000 soldiers were lost in the first battle, and the psychological shadow left by this war on Deucalion was enough to make him dare not come to land to fight Loe again. Looking at the more than 900 corpses on the battlefield, Roy ordered Ares with a heavy heart. Ares, find out the identities of all the soldiers who died in the war on our side. I will write their names myself, and then let the craftsmen build a heroic monument to record this war and their names, so that the soldiers who died in the war will be immortalized as heroes. As long as the city of Athens exists, their names will never be forgotten. Your Majesty Roy. After hearing Roy's words, Ares opened his eyes with a shocked expression. In this era, even heroes of noble birth find it difficult to immortalize their names. But Roy actually wanted to carve the names of ordinary soldiers on the stone tablet so that the names of ordinary soldiers could be immortalized. As long as they are soldiers of flesh and blood, they will definitely be moved by Roy's actions and be willing to die for Roy without regrets. Seeing Ares' reaction, Roy patted his shoulder with his left hand and warned him. After writing down the identities of the soldiers who died in the battle, you can arrange for people to cremate all the corpses of our soldiers and enemy soldiers, because a large number of corpses is likely to cause a plague. As for those prisoners, everyone is human. Give them treat the wounds and let them eat better. Does your Majesty want to turn those prisoners into our soldiers? Roy immediately shook his head and said, why do you have such an idea? I will let the Phoenicians become my followers because those Phoenicians have lost their foothold in their hometown and they have no nostalgia for their hometown. But these captives, there must be parents, brothers, sisters, and even wives and children waiting for them to return home. I don't want soldiers whose loyalty is difficult to guarantee. I want to use these prisoners to do hard work and let them dig the Corinth Canal for me. Corinth Canal? With the wisdom of Ares, he certainly would not understand the significance of digging the Corinth Canal. Roy was not interested in explaining to Ares and returned directly to the city of Athens. West Gate of Athens. When Roy came outside the city gate, he saw Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora coming out to greet him, holding reeds woven from olive branches in their hands. Brother Roy. Philomela ran up to Roy excitedly, held up a wreath of olive branches, and motioned for Roy to lower his head. Roy lowered his head, and Philomela immediately put the olive branch wreath in her hand on Roy's head. Then, Procne, Chiron and Pandora put 3 large olive branch crowns around Roy's neck. After getting the olive branch crowns from the 4 girls, Roy raised his head and said to Procne, Procne, now that the soldiers have followed me and won the battle, you arrange for people to send them 30 cows and 30 sheep so that the soldiers can eat meat tonight. Then, Roy said to Kaiwan. Kaiwan, you are arranging people to build shacks for the prisoners so that they have a place to sleep. In the future, I will let these prisoners dig the Corinth Canal. But I cannot let them get sick because they cannot sleep well. Philomela said with confusion. Brother Roy, the Isthmus of Corinth belongs to King Sisyphus of Corinth. Why should we dig a canal for him? Roy said with a smile. Don't worry. I won't do stupid things in vain. What I want to dig is my own Corinth Canal. Hearing Roy's words, Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan opened their eyes in surprise. And Pandora teased directly. King Sisyphus of Corinth is an ally of the city of Athens. This time he sent 500 soldiers as reinforcements to the city of Athens. You are too greedy. Sisyphus only sent 200 soldiers with bronze spears. His actions chilled me so much that I decided to personally protect the city of Corinth. Roy said with a serious face. Pandora. It is not Sisyphus who forms an alliance with the city of Athens, but the city of Corinth. So my betrayal of Sisyphus does not mean betraying my ally the city of Corinth. Roy's words made Pandora unable to refute for a moment. Because on the surface, there doesn't seem to be any problem with Roy's logic. The three goddesses alliance formed by Loe was originally an alliance between Athens, Corinth and Thebes. Not Loe's alliance with Sisyphus and Harmonia. You are really too cunning. Could it be that you had the idea of annexing the city of Corinth from the beginning? Pandora. Your conspiracy theories are wrong. Roy stretched out his right index finger and pressed lightly on Pandora's little nose. If Sisyphus had given me 500 soldiers with bronze spears, I would have treated him as an ally. After saying that, Roy hurried back to the Acropolis, Royal Palace of Athens. A large indoor swimming pool designed by Roy himself. Roy jumped into the swimming pool, still thinking about the three goddesses bathing together in Mount Helicon. If possible, Roy really wanted to grow a pair of wings and fly to Mount Helicon to bathe with the three goddesses. I don't know how much time passed. Brother Roy. Brother Roy. Did you fall asleep in the water? The girls' voices brought Roy back to reality. Roy opened his eyes and saw Procne, Philomela, Kaiwan, and Pandora standing on the edge of the swimming pool looking at him worriedly. Although there are no real goddesses, they are also future goddesses. Roy swam to the edge of the pool and said while reaching out to pull the four girls into the pool. My lovely and beautiful goddess. You will soon become my mermaids. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by the girls' screams, Roy was surrounded by 4 mermaids in a blink of an eye. Chapter 187 War is fought to burn money. The next day, Roy came to the military camp outside Athens and saw that all the soldiers who woke up looked lazy. And many soldiers were sleeping in. Apparently the soldiers thought the war was over and gave themselves a holiday. Seeing this scene, Roy did not get angry, but just ordered to the Ares beside him. Ares, go gather the soldiers. I have something to say to them. After Ares ran to carry out Roy's order, he quickly gathered all the soldiers. The soldiers gathered together looked at Roy's figure expectantly, probably thinking that Roy was going to reward them. Soldiers, I must tell you now. This war is not over. Seeing the surprised and confused expressions of the soldiers, Roy continued to explain. The city of Knossos in Crete is called the overlord of the Aegean Sea because Knossos city has the most powerful navy in the Aegean Sea. Yesterday we only defeated the Knossos people on land and did not defeat the navy that the people of Knossos are proud of. To end this war, we must continue our efforts and defeat the navy of Knossos. It turns out that this war will continue. After hearing Roy's words, the soldiers all looked disappointed. Because every time they go to the battlefield, they risk their lives being taken away by the enemy. Soldiers, I can assure you that as long as we defeat the Knossos city navy, this war will end immediately. In order to boost the morale of the soldiers, Roy continued. After this war is over, in addition to the rewards you deserve, I will reward you 2,000 caddies of grain. In other words, if we win a war, you will receive an additional reward of 1,000 caddies of grain. In addition to food rewards, I will also bring together young unmarried women in Athens, conduct blind dates with single soldiers, and help you find wives. After Roy finished speaking, the band soldier immediately asked, I am a soldier from Thebes. Can I go on a blind date in Athens? Of course. The Athenian soldiers and the band soldiers are soldiers fighting for me. So I will give you the same treatment. A Corinthian soldier also asked, I am a soldier from Corinth. Can I go on a blind date in Athens? Can. Roy said without hesitation. Although you are soldiers of Sisyphus, king of Corinth, you are fighting for me now. So I will give you the same treatment. Although he said this on the surface, what Roy was thinking about was that in a short time, the Corinthian soldiers would become his soldiers. Under the bombardment of Roy's various sugar-coated LS, the soldiers were all pumped up and full of expectations for defeating the Knossos City Navy. Soldiers, if you want to defeat the enemy easily, follow my request and practice throwing with about 20 kilograms of stones. As long as you practice throwing well, we can easily defeat the city of Knossos. Navy. After leaving the soldiers with a training mission, Roy returned to Athens and began to prepare for the next war. Royal Palace of Athens. The hall where the throne is located. The people who really handle the political affairs of the city of Athens here are not Loe, the king of Athens, but Procne and Philomela. Roy came to the hall and spoke directly to Procne. Procne. In order to defeat the navy of Knossos, I hope you can collect some supplies for me. I want at least 1,000 clay pots containing 20 kilograms of olive oil, plus 2,000 for throwing balls of cloth. After hearing Roy's request, Procne and Philomela stood up, left the throne and walked towards Roy and said, Brother Roy, are there merchants from the sea who have brought grain and want to exchange it with us for 20,000 kilograms of olive oil? We usually sell olive oil in 50 kilograms of clay pots, and 20 kilograms of clay pots are used by women to fetch water. Roy shook his head and said, No one comes to buy our olive oil. The 2,000 kilograms of olive oil I want are for burning, since olive oil has oil in its name. Of course, like other vegetable oils, it is a liquid that can burn. In this era, olive oil was also one of the main fuels for oil lamps. Procne, who came to Roy, said in surprise, Brother Roy, 20,000 kilograms of olive oil can be exchanged for 100,000 kilograms of grain. It would be too wasteful to burn so much olive oil. Silly girl. If I weren't afraid that collecting too many clay pots would affect the normal life of Athenians, I would even burn 100,000 kilograms of olive oil. 100,000 kilograms of olive oil. Even Philomela couldn't help but say, Brother Roy, 100,000 kilograms of olive oil is equivalent to 500,000 kilograms of grain. You actually want to burn 100,000 kilograms of olive oil. Am I dreaming? Or are you really crazy? Brother Roy, listen to my explanation. Roy explained with a smile. I don't want to burn so much olive oil in vain. But I want to use this olive oil to conduct a fire attack and defeat the Knossos Navy. Fire attack? Can fire attack be used on the sea? It's because you can use fire attack on the sea. If you use fire attack on land, the enemy can escape. If you use fire attack on the sea, as long as the enemy's ship is set on fire, the enemy can only jump into the sea to survive. So that we can easily defeat the enemy. After hearing Roy's words, Procne and Philomela first showed astonishment. And then Procne looked at Roy with admiration and said, Brother Roy is so smart that he was able to figure out how to use fire attacks to destroy enemies on the sea. Sister is right. The longer we stay with Brother Roy, the more times we will be shocked by your wisdom. Seeing Procne and Philomela admiring him, Roy couldn't help but say, Actually, this is not a method I came up with, but a method of water warfare thought up by some wise men in my hometown. Even the inventions I made are the crystallization of the wisdom of the sages. Even if this is the crystallization of other people's wisdom, it is very remarkable that Brother Roy can master all these crystallizations of wisdom. Procne threw herself into Roy's arms and rested her head on Roy's right shoulder. Brother Roy, my admiration for you will not change at all. Philomela also threw herself into Roy's arms and rested her head on Roy's left shoulder. Brother Roy, you could have deceived us and taken these wisdom crystals as your own. You are willing to honestly say that these wisdom crystals do not belong to you. This is a great thing. Procne Philomela. Looking down at the lips of Procne and Philomela. Just when Roy couldn't help but want to bite them, Ares hurried into the hall and said, Your Majesty, we have found out that the Knossos City Navy is now staying on the island of Kii in the southern part of the Attica Peninsula. As Your Majesty expected, the Knossos City Navy has begun to block the waters around the Attica Peninsula and prohibit any merchant ships coming to the Attica Peninsula to trade. Chapter 188 Deucalion lost unjustly. Among the myths of another world, the most illogical war in reality is the Trojan War, which lasted for 10 years. With the scale of agriculture and food production in this era, The Greek coalition forces did not need to besiege the city for 10 years. They only needed to blockade the city of Troy for 1 year. And the city of Troy could collapse due to lack of food. The land of the Attic Peninsula is more barren than the Troy region. And the city of Athens is less able to withstand an enemy blockade than the city of Troy. If the enemy's blockade cannot be broken as soon as possible and maritime merchants can transport a steady stream of food to the city of Athens, the city of Athens will begin to collapse in a month. So after hearing the news brought by Ares, Roy gently pushed Procne and Philomela away in his arms. And then came outside the hall to feel the wind direction. North-northeast wind. Feeling the direction of the wind, Roy couldn't help laughing. Even fate is helping me. We will definitely win this war. Procne and Philomela, who followed Roy outside the hall, asked with confusion. Brother Roy, what are you happy about? Doesn't the north wind make you happy? But does it not make you unhappy? Roy nodded and said. Procne, Philomela, I want to defeat the navy of Knossos. And the wind direction is also a very important factor. If the wind direction is not favorable to us, it will be difficult for us to win a complete victory. And it is likely that both the enemy and the enemy will suffer losses. Procne and Philomela were confused when they heard this. But they still nodded, showing their admiration for Roy. Since Brother Roy said that the wind direction is important to this war, then the wind direction must be really important. My sister and I will pray to the goddess Metis not to change the direction of the wind. If it were 1,000 years later, people would pray to the north wind god Boreas for the north wind, to the south wind god Notos for the south wind, to the east wind god Eurylos for the east wind, and to the west wind god Zephyrus for the south wind. When the Persian Empire's army was on an expedition to Greece, the Athenian navy defeated the Persian Empire's navy with the help of the north wind. This was considered to be Boreas, the god of the north wind, showing his favor to the Athenians. And the Athenians therefore raised Boreas, the god of the north wind. That's its sacrificial activity. But in this era, the person who made up the genealogy has not yet been born. And the four wind gods have not been made up yet. Therefore, even if the patron saint of the city-state does not possess these divine qualities, people will still pray to their patron saint for good weather. Although Roy knew that the reason for the birth of the north wind was the difference in temperature between land and ocean, he did not correct Philomela. Key Island. This is a typical cone-shaped island with gentle terrain on the edge of the island and a 500-meter high peak in the center of the island. Key Island covers an area of 130 square kilometers. Because the food on the island cannot feed the large population, there are only 1,000 people on Key Island. Key City, located on the northwest coast of Key Island, is the only small town on Key Island. Although the ruler of Kaya City can only rule over 1,000 people on the island, the ruler of Kaya City still proclaims himself King Kaya of Kaya Island. Now the island of Key has become the stronghold of the navy of the city of Knossos. And the royal palace in the city of Key has also become the temporary residence of Deucalion. While Roy was preparing to defeat the navy of Knossos, Deucalion was attending a banquet held for him by King Key in the palace of Key. While tasting the fine wine and food at the banquet, and surrounded by the beautiful girls prepared by King Key, Deucalion could not be happy at all. Because he not only lost the first war with Roy, but also lost 2,000 soldiers. In order to save his reputation, and even more to restore the prestige of the city of Knossos, Deucalion could only rely on his powerful navy to blockade the city of Athens, and no longer dared to fight Loe on land. Loe, damn it Loe. Whispering Roy's name, the somewhat drunk Deucalion gritted his teeth and said angrily, You actually brought such a huge shame to the city of Knossos. If we cannot completely defeat the city of Athens, then our city of Knossos will lose its prestige and lose its throne as the overlord of the Aegean Sea. Now this has it is no longer a war between you and me over a woman, but a war between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos for hegemony. In order to protect the hegemony of the city of Knossos, I will definitely defeat you. Although he was defeated by Loe in the land war, Deucalion still had full confidence in the navy of Knossos. After all, the number of warships in the city of Athens can never match that of the city of Knossos. There will be a huge numerical gap between the navy of the city of Athens and the navy of the city of Knossos. The next day, while Deucalion was still hungover, Roy took 2,000 soldiers and took 100 warships to leave the port of Piraeus, preparing to fight the navy of Knossos. On each warship, there were 10 clay pots containing 20 pounds of olive oil, as well as candles for fire and cloth balls soaked in olive oil. It's noon. Roy's large fleet was only 2 hours away from the island of Key. And Deucalion had also received the news at this time. Key Island Port. Deucalion hurriedly boarded his warship while confirming the information with the soldiers around him. You said our scout ship brought back news that the Athenian navy has 100 large warships. The soldiers around him nodded. And Deucalion couldn't help but feel dizzy. The city of Athens is so abnormal. 2 months ago, the city of Athens was a tribe with a population of about 5,000 and only 300 bronze war spears. Now, 2 months later, the city of Athens not only has 3,000 bronze war spears, but also 100 large warships crossing the sea. Even if some of the bronze war spears and some of the warships belong to the allies of the city of Athens, the rate of increase in the strength of the city of Athens is still too abnormal. Loey, if you are responsible for the abnormal changes in the city of Athens, I have to admit that you are really an amazing opponent. Now, Deucalion even regrets breaking up with the city of Athens and starting a war over a woman. After all, although Deucalion valued Pandora, he was not stupid enough to think that Pandora was more important than the hegemony of Knossos. If a war had not broken out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos, the city of Knossos could have safely continued to maintain its hegemony. Certainly, this was just wishful thinking on Deucalion's part. Even if the city of Knossos did not take the initiative to break out a war with the city of Athens, Roy would take away the hegemony of the city of Knossos for the development of the city of Athens. After hurriedly boarding his warship, Deucalion brought 200 warships to greet Roy's fleet, preparing to defeat Roy head-on with his numerical advantage. As the two fleets gradually approached each other on the sea, Deucalion's confidence in defeating Roy began to waver. Before fighting Loey on land, Deucalion was confident of defeating Loey. But the actual result taught him a painful lesson. Now even if the number of warships is twice that of Roy, Deucalion does not dare to think that he will be able to defeat Roy. Compared to Deucalion, Roy was more confident about victory. After all, Roy was prepared to burn 20,000 kilograms of olive oil in exchange for victory. Chapter 189 Burning Deucalion's Warship. The sea between the southern Attica Peninsula and the island of Key. After Roy's 100 warships and Deucalion's 200 warships entered the sea area, Deucalion did not take the initiative to let his warships attack. Because Deucalion could no longer bear the second defeat. In order to ensure victory in this naval battle, Deucalion decided to proceed step by step and rely on numerical superiority to win steadily. Roy, who was confident of winning the naval battle, had no scruples in letting his warship rush towards Deucalion's warship. On the endless sea, Deucalion's 200 warships were like giant beasts with their mouths wide open. And they quickly surrounded Roy's warships. When Roy's warship and Deucalion's warship approached less than 5 meters apart, Roy took the lead and picked up a clay pot containing 20 kilograms of olive oil and threw it at Deucalion's flagship. Bang! The clay pot shattered immediately when it hit the deck of Deucalion's flagship. And the olive oil in the clay pot began to flow on the deck. The soldiers who were on the same ship as Loey threw 9 other jars of olive oil onto Deucalion's flagship. Is this olive oil? Judging from the smell that the liquid on the deck was olive oil, Deucalion said with confusion. What do the Athenians want to do? Do they think that if the deck is full of olive oil, our soldiers will become unstable on the deck? Then they really underestimate our Knossos navy. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, the sound of broken clay pots kept ringing. Deucalion turned his head and saw soldiers on each of Roy's warships smashing clay pots filled with olive oil onto his side's warships. Seeing this scene, Deucalion had an ominous premonition in his heart. After all, olive oil is not water, but liquid gold worth 5 or even 10 times as much as food. Even in the Aegean Sea, which is rich in olive oil. All of Roy's 100 warships threw 200 kilograms of olive oil onto Deucalion's warship, which was equivalent to a waste of 100,000 kilograms of food. If the area buys olive oil, it would be equivalent to a waste of 200,000 kilograms of food. Of course, Deucalion would not be stupid enough to think that Roy really wanted to cover the deck of his warship with olive oil to make his soldiers unstable and lose their fighting power on the warship. It was then that Deucalion got the answer he wanted. Because Roy and the soldiers used candles as fire, they lit the cloth soaked in olive oil and threw it towards Deucalion's warship. Deucalion finally understood that Roy's tactic was to burn his own warship. Loey, you crazy dash. The burning cloth balls hit Deucalion's warship like meteors. These cloth balls fell on the deck, immediately ignited the olive oil on the deck, and caused a raging fire on the deck of the warship. Deucalion watched all this happen. but was unable to stop it. As more and more warships caught fire, those that did not burn fled the battlefield one after another, with Roy's warships chasing after them. A naval battle can still be fought like this. Deucalion stood blankly on the burning flagship deck, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing that the flames on the deck were about to reach Deucalion, 4 soldiers came to Deucalion and persuaded him. Prince Deucalion, this warship has been destroyed. Please move to the ship behind. If I lose this war, what dignity can I have to continue living? Deucalion shook his head and said, now I want to use my life to atone for the failure of this war. After hearing what Deucalion said, the 4 soldiers no longer tried to persuade Deucalion, but directly picked up Deucalion and ran to the warship behind. After Deucalion moved to another warship, although his flagship did not sink, the soldiers on board either moved to other ships or jumped into the sea to escape the blazing fire. Roy commanded the warships to rush towards Deucalion's new flagship. When he saw dozens of his warships on fire and thousands of his own soldiers calling for help in the sea, Deucalion suddenly regained his composure. Shouted, people of Knossos, the enemy has no more olive oil to light our warships. We can still win this war because we have more warships and more soldiers than the enemy. Let's unite and fight. Only by defeating the enemy can we save our comrades who have fallen into the water. Hearing Deucalion's cry, more than 100 warships that were in panic regrouped and began to counterattack Roy's warships. Roy was not disappointed at all as they did not use fire to defeat Deucalion's fleet, because the fire attack caused Deucalion's large fleet to lose nearly half of its warships. This was an unexpected result. Roy, you are so cruel. Roy's warship collided with Deucalion's new flagship. Deucalion gritted his teeth and glared at Roy and said angrily, war is supposed to be about men fighting each other with weapons. But you actually use fire to deal with us. How can you be considered a hero? As the scum who stole my fiancée. Do you have no honor as a hero in your heart? Roy shook his head with a smile and said, Deucalion, you are really too naive. The purpose of war is to win. As long as you can win, you can use any means. Now you are accusing me just because you didn't come up with a strategy to defeat me. Don't be too proud. I haven't really lost yet. Deucalion turned and prayed to Crete with a pious look on his face. Great goddess Europa, please help me win this war and give me the strength to defeat my enemies. Along with Deucalion's prayer, the goddess Europa once again descended on the battlefield with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall, stepping on the sea behind Deucalion's fleet with her bare ankles. Whirring. After the arrival of the goddess Europa, the wind direction immediately changed from north wind to south wind, and the burning warships also crashed into Roy's warship driven by the wind. Before Roy could summon the goddess Metis, the goddess Metis appeared on the sea with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall and teased Europa. Europa, do you think you can defeat the goddess of the sea in a naval battle? While speaking, Metis summoned the war spear and waved it lightly. The wind direction immediately changed from south wind to north wind, and the burning warships also crashed into Deucalion's warships driven by the north wind. Metis. Europa's beautiful red eyes stared at Metis and said, do you think you can defeat me with your own strength? Even without Mnemosyne and Amphitrite to assist me, I will not lose to you. After Metis finished speaking, he took the initiative to wave his war spear and attack Europa. There was a loud explosion. Europa summoned a huge double-sided battle axe to block Metis's spear. Just when Europa wanted to fight back, the goddess Amphitrite stabbed her with a silver trident. Europa had no choice but to retreat to avoid Amphitrite's attack. After forcing Europa back, Amphitrite stood beside Metis and said with a smile, Metis, I'm here to help you. Even if I'm the only one, I can deal with Europa. Although Metis said so, she did not refuse to join forces with Amphitrite. Chapter 190, a victorious naval battle. Whether it is a war on land or a war on water, wind direction has a very important impact. In the history of another world, the southeast wind in Chibi not only brought about the eternally famous Battle of Chibi, but also laid the foundation for the division of the world into 3 parts, making Kaominda's dream of unifying the world come to nothing. This shows the great influence of wind direction on war. In wars on land, wind direction also has a very important impact on archers. Therefore, nomads who are good at riding and shooting usually worship the wind god. The Dorians, a nomadic people in the Thessaly region, worshipped Aeolus, the wind god, in addition to their ancestor god Hieron, Prometheus. At this time, Europa's war with Metis and Amphitrite, although it did not directly affect the humans on both sides of the war. Their divine power affected the direction of the wind. After Metis and Amphitrite's joint attack put Europa at a disadvantage. The strong north wind caused the burning warships to drift toward Deucalion's fleet. Like the invisible hand of a god. Push these ships towards Deucalion's ships. Deucalion could no longer care about this. Because after Roy's warship collided with Deucalion's warship, Roy and Deucalion began a fierce battle. Roy stood on his warship, and the war spear in his hand stabbed Deucalion like a violent storm. Deucalion avoided Roy's attack while counterattacking at Roy. The two of them are both great heroes, thousands of enemies. So it is indeed difficult to tell the real winner for a while. While Loe and Deucalion were fighting fiercely, the Athenian navy and the Knossos navy were also fighting fiercely. On the warship where Ares was, Ares and his comrades were fighting a Knossos naval warship. Although the Knossos soldiers had a strong will and their captain was as strong as the Ares, a burning ship drifted over and rammed the Knossos warship, directly destroying the Knossos people. The warship capsized, and Ares and others directly won the war. Loe's Phoenician follower Taurus was on the warship. Taurus and his fellow Phoenicians were also fighting a Nossian warship. A burning large ship was blown over by the strong wind. Although it did not knock over the Knossos warship, the burning warship was close to the Knossos warship. The high temperature of the flames made the Knossos soldiers escape from the warship and jump into the sea. Before the battle between Roy and Deucalion could be decided, Deucalion's soldiers persuaded him. Prince Deucalion, the wind direction is too unfavorable to us. Let's leave as soon as possible. Leaving means accepting failure. But not leaving means that the city of Knossos will suffer more and more losses. Seeing that his ships and soldiers were getting fewer and fewer, Deucalion finally shouted loudly. Retreat! Everyone! Throw away all unnecessary things on the ship and get rid of our enemies as quickly as possible. After hearing Deucalion's order, Deucalion's sailors threw away various things to reduce the weight of the ship, and then sailed the warship south as quickly as possible. After Deucalion's warship and Roy's warship distanced themselves, the battle between Roy and Deucalion was forced to end. Seeing Deucalion fleeing the battlefield with dozens of warships, Roy did not pursue him with his own warships. Because Roy's warship wanted to catch up with or even surpass Deucalion's warship, it had to throw away many things on the warship to reduce its weight. But the only things that can really be thrown in the cabin are food and water. What Deucalion's warship just threw away was also food and water. Throw away food and water. And even if Roy's warship can really catch up with Deucalion's warship, many soldiers will probably die of hunger and thirst. After taking a look at Deucalion's fleet and confirming that Deucalion only had more than 80 warships left, Roy showed a satisfied smile and said to his soldiers, Everyone, hurry up and rescue the prisoners in the water. Seize the Knossos warship. Even if the ship is burning, you can overturn the ship to put out the fire, and then bring the wreckage back to the city of Athens. The ships of this era were of course all wooden ships. After a wooden boat capsizes, it will not sink into the water. Many wooden cargo ships sank into the water and became monuments thousands of years later because the large amount of cargo inside the cargo ships increased the weight of the hull. After the unmanned warship capsized, the food and water in the cabin obviously did not weigh enough to sink the warship into the water. After hearing Roy's order, Roy's soldiers rescued the living enemies in the sea and turned them into prisoners. Some soldiers also boarded the Knossos warships. The most daring soldiers even overturned the burning warship to extinguish the fire, and then turned over the wreckage of the warship after the fire was extinguished. After the work of clearing the battlefield was completed, Roy's warships captured more than 1,000 prisoners, obtained more than 30 basically intact warships, and more than 40 burned warship wreckage. More than 30 warships were burned too badly, so Roy's soldiers did not rescue them. When the soldiers reported the rich results to Roy, Roy maintained his rationality and said, Soldiers, please work hard and return to the city of Athens with our loot. The soldiers responded to Roy with a warm call. And then this large fleet of 180 warships sailed toward Athens under the leadership of Roy's flagship. With the end of the human war, Europa's war with Metis and Amphitrite ended at the same time. Looking at the corpses of Knossos soldiers and the wreckage of warships left on the battlefield on the sea, Europa looked at Metis and Amphitrite with a painful expression and said, It seems that Knossos city made a completely wrong decision to launch this war. The proud Europa will bow its head to you from now on. After saying that, Europa turned and flew in the direction of Crete. After watching Europa leave, Metis and Amphitrite turned to look at Roy's large fleet. Dear Metis, they have worked hard to win this war. So let us send them a strong wind. After saying that, Amphitrite aimed her left hand at Roy's large fleet. A burst of blue divine power was immediately released from her left hand, turning into wind and waves to push Roy's fleet to speed up. Metis said with a smile. This war defeated the hegemony of the city of Knossos. They really deserve my reward. After saying that, Metis also stretched out his left hand and used his divine power to turn into wind and waves to push Roy's large fleet. Roy's soldiers did not need to exert any effort to row the oars, and the warship sailed quickly towards the city of Athens driven by the wind and waves. On a hill at the southernmost tip of the Attica Peninsula, Pandora stood on the top of the hill, looking at the sea where the Athenian navy battled the Knossos navy. Seeing that the result of this naval battle was Roy's complete victory over Deucalion, Pandora murmured with a complicated expression. Although the defeat of Knossos is what I want to see both Athens and Knossos suffer losses. If Athens replaces Knossos as the new Aegean overlord, I would be happy. How did the city of Nea rise? After saying that, a pair of wings stretched out from behind Pandora. Flap, flap, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. Pandora's figure flew towards the city of Athens at extremely fast speeds. Chapter 191 The treatment of the prisoners digging the canal. Before nightfall, Roy's large fleet returned to the port of Piraeus in a mighty manner. After letting Ares and 1,000 soldiers stay in the port to guard the warships, Loe took the remaining soldiers and sent more than 1,000 prisoners to a prison of war camp outside Athens. Outside Athens, PAL camp. After 2,000 prisoners of war gathered together, Roy couldn't help but feel tremendous pressure. If Roy wanted to use these 2,000 prisoners to dig the Corinth Canal, he would have to make them eat 3 kilograms of grain every day. 2,000 prisoners of war would consume 6,000 kilograms of grain every day. These 2,000 prisoners not only brought huge food pressure to the city of Athens, but also constituted a huge security risk. If these 2,000 captives unite to rebel, they can cause huge damage to the city of Athens even without weapons. Now Roy couldn't even help himself and had the idea of selling them all to slave traders, thinking that Crete would become his territory in the future and these captives would become his people. Roy suppressed the idea of selling the captives to slave traders and walked into the prisoner of war camp and said loudly, "Prisoners, I don't care whether you are from Crete or a vassal island of Knossos. To me, your status is the same. So I will give you the same treatment. You have become mine. Prisoners, you should never blame me. But you should resent Deucalion for taking you into a losing war. I could have killed you to save food. Or I could have sold you to slave traders in exchange for food or other things. But I don't want to kill you. Nor do I want you to become slaves. I want to give you a new choice. If you are willing to work for me, you only need to work for 5 years to redeem your freedom. Go to your hometown and family. During these 5 years, I will provide you with food, clothing, housing and transportation. At the end of the 5 years, I will not only send you home, but also give you property worth the equivalent of 6,000 kilograms of grain. Your reward for working for me." After hearing Roy's words, the prisoners all looked at each other, suspecting that they were dreaming. By working for Roy for 5 years, not only can he redeem his freedom, but he can also receive 6,000 kilograms of grain as a reward for working for 5 years. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Seeing the reactions of the prisoners, Roy continued, "Prisoners, I can promise you in the name of Metis, the great goddess of the city of Athens, that I will never betray my promise to you. But at the same time, I cannot tolerate the defection of the captives. So some of you defect. I will make those who defected receive the cruelest punishment." Someone among the prisoners asked, "What kind of work do you want us to do for you? If the job you give us is very dangerous, then we might as well become slaves. After all, we may meet good masters even if we become slaves. The job I want to give you is to dig a canal 6 kilometers long and 6 meters wide. In order to reduce your work pressure, I will give you 5 years to dig this canal. If you dig it in 4 years for this canal, I will give you freedom in 4 years and give you property worth 6,000 kilograms of grain as a reward. If you dig this canal in 3 years, you will be free in 3 years. Body?" After Roy finished speaking, the prisoners all breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the ground depth of the canal Roy wanted to dig was 100 meters. On average, each prisoner would only need to dig 1,800 cubic meters. It took 5 years to dig 1,800 cubic meters. On average, only 1 cubic meter was dug every day. Since the work content was so easy, And not only food and accommodation were provided every month, but also 100 kilograms of grain as compensation. The prisoners had no reason to reject the choice given by Roy. Great King of Athens. You are really a benevolent ruler. If we dig the canal in only 2.5 years, our monthly reward will be 200 caddies of grain. We are not like prisoners. But even more so. It's like finding a good job with food and accommodation included. And the monthly reward is 200 kilograms of grain. Even if we return to our hometown, it will be difficult to find a good job that includes food and accommodation, and a monthly salary of 200 kilograms of grain. The King of Athens gave us such a good job. Only a fool would become a defecting prisoner. If the King of Athens can help me bring a message to my family in my hometown and let them know that I am still alive, I am willing to swear never to defect. After hearing the prisoner's request, Roy said immediately, after the war between Athens and Knossos is over, I can arrange for manpower to take your message to your family back home. If you do this for 2 months, I can also give your reward to your family, so that you don't have to worry about your family's life. Listening to Roy's promise to the prisoners, even some Athenian soldiers couldn't help but complain. Are they really prisoners? When other city-state kings want prisoners to work, they directly turn them into slaves. If they are fed and clothed, they are treated very well. These prisoners really looked like a group of well-paid workers. Hearing the complaints from the Athenian soldiers, Roy was not angry at all. Because ordinary Athenian soldiers had no idea how much profit digging the Corinth Canal could bring Loe. Compared with the benefits brought by the Corinth Canal, even if the rewards for the captives were increased hundreds of times, it would still be a hugely profitable deal for Roy. Others couldn't understand what Roy did. Just because in this era, there was no need to pay any compensation for using slaves. In the myth of another world, King Odysseus of Ithaca had a loyal slave, the swineherd Eumaeus. Eumaeus was a slave raised by Odysseus' parents since he was a child. His position was Odysseus's swineherd steward. It can be seen that Eumaeus was a slave with a high status around Odysseus. But Eumaeus worked for Odysseus until he was 40 years old and still had no wife. Eumaeus had no wife, so he had no children. Without a wife and children, he had no need for his own property. Even a loyal slave who was highly valued worked for his master Odysseus all his life, but did not have a wife, children or property of his own. This is a true portrayal of slaves in this era. Roy could have turned the captives into slaves and squeezed the value of their lives. But he had to give them freedom and pay them for their work. It is no wonder that people of this era cannot understand Roy. In fact, Roy couldn't understand the cruel exploitation of slaves by people in this era. If Eumaeus were a slave of Loe, after 5 years of faithful service, Loe would make Eumaeus a free man with a wife, children, and private property. Eumaeus claimed to be the son of the king of the island of Syria, and was abducted by a Phoenician maid in the palace and made into a slave. If Eumaeus did not lie, Roy would also arrange for Eumaeus to return to his hometown and inherit the throne. Odysseus knew the identity of Eumaeus, but he did not help Eumaeus return to his family, and even succeeded to the throne and became the king of Thyrea. Perhaps Odysseus did not want to lose his loyal slave. Or perhaps he did not want to see his slave become the king of an island equal to himself. Chapter 192. This war is temporarily over. After comforting the prisoners, Loe returned to the city of Athens under night. Acropolis. When Roy arrived at the gate of the Acropolis, he saw Procne, Philomela, Chiron, and Pandora waiting for him here. Just like wives waiting for their husbands to return in triumph. Brother Roy. Seeing Roy's figure, Philomela was the first to run over and throw herself into Roy's arms. Procne walked up to Roy with Chiron and Pandora, looked at Roy with concern and said, "Brother Roy, are you physically injured?" Roy picked up Philomela and spun her around, then smiled at Procne. "While I'm glad you're worried about me, you should have the same confidence in me as Philomela. Deucalion is no opponent that can hurt me," Procne said with a smile after confirming that Roy was really not injured. "My mother taught me that men always like to show off their strength, and will not admit it even if they are injured. So I have to make sure that Brother Roy is not injured. Procne, I feel more and more that you will become as good a wife as my mother-in-law in the future." Seeing Procne raising the olive branch wreath to put on his head, Roy lowered his head proactively. After Procne put the olive branch crown on Roy's head, Roy raised his head and said, "Now I am hungry and thirsty. Let's return to the palace quickly. I will enjoy the food and tell you how I won this war." After saying that, Roy led the girls towards the palace. Royal Palace of Athens. Inside the hall illuminated by 12 candles. After Roy and the 4 girls sat down around the table, a group of young and beautiful palace maids soon brought barbecue, oatmeal, white bread, wine, fruit and other food. Procne and Philomela sat on the left and right of Roy, serving him like maids and feeding him various foods. After his stomach was half full, Roy began to tell the story of how the Athenian navy defeated the navy of Knossos. This naval battle can be won easily not only because of the help of the north wind, but also because Deucalion is unprepared for my fire attack. After this naval battle spreads, both sides in future naval battles will be prepared for the enemy fire attack. After Roy finished speaking his conclusion about this war, Pandora said with a joking smile, even if this naval battle spreads, only very wealthy city-states will use fire attacks during naval battles. Ordinary naval battles, such as pirates hijacking merchant ships and using hundreds of kilograms of olive oil to attack the escort warships of merchant ships. Unless the pirates can if you seize a very valuable commodity like salt. Otherwise you will lose more than you gain. But a merchant ship with extremely high commodity value and the accompanying escort warships will be so powerful that it is difficult for ordinary pirates to win. Kaiwan nodded in agreement and said, if the pirates robbed a grain ship, they would definitely not burn olive oil worth thousands of kilograms of grain to grab thousands of kilograms of grain on the grain ship. Just like Pandora said, ordinary naval battles will not happen the situation of using fire attack. Procne said to Roy with a worried expression, Brother Roy, people in this era attach great importance to reputation. If you use fire attacks to defeat Deucalion, I'm afraid your reputation will fall instead of rising. I don't care about reputation, Roy said with a smile. As long as I can win the war, let alone defeat the enemy with fire attacks. I can do it even if I can break the rivers and flood the enemy's cities. History is ultimately written by the victors. And only the victors can represent it. Just as losers are countless sinners. Brother Roy, is the war between our city of Athens and the city of Knossos really over now? Hearing Philomela's question, Roy nodded and said, the war between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos is temporarily over. Although the number of soldiers and warships in the city of Knossos still exceeds that of our city of Athens. The city of Knossos needs half of the soldiers and warships protect their territory and sea areas. So before the city of Knossos recruits new soldiers and builds new warships, the city of Knossos is no longer able to wage war against us. Pandora deliberately provoked the general. Since the city of Knossos can expedition to the city of Athens, why don't you take the navy of the city of Athens to the city of Knossos and completely defeat the city of Knossos so that the people of Knossos can no longer threaten the city of Athens? Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Roy rolled his eyes and said, now, whether it is a land war or a naval battle, the people of Knossos are already prepared for my tactics. When I go on an expedition to the city of Knossos, the best result is just to lose both sides with the city of Knossos. But Crete also has the city of Donia ruled by your brother Rhadamanthus. If both Athens and Knossos are defeated, Donia will replace Knossos and become the new overlord of the Aegean Sea and trade hub. So I want the half-dead city of Knossos and the city of Donia to fight dog to dog, so that the city of Athens can benefit. Seeing Pandora pouting her lips in dissatisfaction, Philomela pointed at Pandora and said, you really don't have the same intentions as us. You actually want to encourage Brother Roy and the city of Knossos to suffer losses. If Roy is willing to go to Donia city with me, then he and I are of the same mind. After responding to Philomela, Pandora smiled and said to Roy, my dear, if you are willing to follow me to Donia city, I can let you replace Rhadamanthus as the king of Donia city. You want me to betray the goddess Metis and serve Pandora, the patron goddess of Donia city. In this era, shifting one's center of dominance has a very special significance. The city of Athens was the center of Loe's rule, which represented the goddess Metis as the highest status goddess in the kingdom of Athens. The city of Donia became the center of Roy's rule. And Pandora, the patron saint representing the city of Donia, became the new supreme god of the kingdom of Athens. In the history of another world, the pharaoh Amenhotep IV of the 18th dynasty of Egypt moved the center of his rule from the city of Thebes, which was guarded by Amon, to the newly built city by the sun god Aten. Roy saw through his ambition, and Pandora smiled unabashedly. As the second largest city-state in Crete, Donia has the potential to replace Knossos as a trade hub. As long as you are willing to be the king of Donia, you can use Athens and Donia to the city's power conquered the city of Knossos and completed the great cause of unifying Crete. Roy shook his head and said, The development potential of Crete is very limited. I would only consider Crete as the center of my rule if I have a bad brain. The city of Knossos in Crete became the overlord of the Aegean Sea. Not because the city of Knossos had huge potential, but because the city of Knossos was lucky enough to become a trade hub. As long as the trade hub of the Aegean Sea is transferred, the hegemony of the city of Knossos will weaken, and there will be no possibility of rising again. Because the resources of Crete itself determine the limit of the development of the city-state of Crete. Chapter 193, Use salt instead of grain. Although the war between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos was temporarily over, Roy did not become relaxed. Because next, Roy has to solve a more difficult and important matter than defeating the city of Knossos, solving the food problem of the city of Athens. If the food problem of the city of Athens is not solved, the city of Athens will collapse on its own even if no enemy attacks the city. The current food shortage in the city of Athens is approximately 1.5 million kilograms of food. To make matters worse, due to the hostile relationship between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos, the Athenians were unable to go to the city of Knossos to buy grain. They had to ask grain merchants to take the initiative to transport the grain to the city of Athens. In order to solve the food problem in the city of Athens and make the city a trade hub in the Aegean Sea, Roy took out the most valuable and profitable commodity in this era: salt. Port of Piraeus. Clay pots filled with salt were moved by the soldiers to the cabins of 20 ships. After all the 20,000 kilograms of salt contained in 1,000 clay pots were moved to the ship, Roy said to Ares, "Ares, now I want to give you an important task related to the survival of the city of Athens. I want you to take these 20 warships and 600 soldiers to search for merchant ships in the South Aegean Sea, and destroy them when you encounter them. Pirates, whenever you encounter a merchant ship, give them a jar of salt and tell them to come to Athens for trade. You can buy unlimited salt at the price of 50 pounds of grain for 1 pound of salt. As long as you exchange 1,000 give jars of salt to 1,000 merchant ships. And you can take the fleet back to the city of Athens. And the most important thing is, you have to tell those merchant ships that no commercial tax will be charged for selling goods in the city of Athens." After listening to Roy's instructions, Ares couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, 20,000 kilograms of salt is equivalent to 2 million kilograms of grain. Do we really want to give it away for free? The price of 1 kilogram of salt is 100 kilograms of grain. Is it too cheap for us to sell 50 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of salt? You have to take a longer view." Roy patted Ares on the shoulder and said, "Now we are letting maritime merchants come to the city of Athens to trade in order to make the city of Athens a trade hub. When the city of Athens' status as a trade hub is stabilized, we can collect wool and we can collect taxes. As long as the city of Athens replaces if the city of Knossos becomes a trade hub, we can destroy the city of Knossos without any blood and cause the city of Knossos to completely decline. And we actually have no loss of profits. After all, we use seawater to dry the salt. Yes. The price we pay is just some labor." Ares nodded and said, seeming to understand, "Then I will follow your request and give salt to every merchant ship I encounter. And tell them that there is no commercial tax for trading in the city of Athens. You can also tell them that in addition to salt, our city of Athens also has commodities such as olive oil and wine." After Ares left the port with 20 warships and 600 Athenian soldiers, Roy returned to the outside of Athens and prepared to pay the soldiers who participated in the war. If we directly distribute food to the soldiers, the city of Athens will definitely not be able to distribute it, even if it can barely be sent out. After distributing food to the soldiers, I am afraid that the city of Athens will begin to collapse the next day. Moreover, the soldiers could not carry away hundreds or thousands of kilograms of food alone. Therefore, Roy does not plan to distribute food directly to the soldiers, but to distribute salt to the soldiers. Outside Athens, more than 2,000 soldiers gathered at the place where the salt was distributed. This spectacular sight attracted thousands of Athenians to watch. Roy stood on a mound and shouted to the soldiers, "Soldiers, now I want to tell you that the war between Athens and Knossos is over. Soldiers from Thebes, Euboea, and Corinth can go home. Before you go home, I must fulfill my promise to you and give you the rewards you deserve. But each of you cannot carry hundreds or even thousands of kilograms of food home. So I will give you salt. In other areas, the price of 1 caddy of salt is equivalent to 100 caddies of grain. But I will distribute the salt to you at the price of 1 caddy of salt and 50 caddies of grain. In other words, the reward you deserve is 1,000 caddies of grain. So I will give it to you. You have 20 pounds of salt. You can eat the salt yourself. Or you can store the salt as currency. When you finish eating the grain, you can exchange the salt for the grain. In this era, storing food is definitely more difficult than storing salt. For civilians, there is too much food at home to be eaten in a short time. Whether it is moldy food or food bitten by mice, it is very dangerous. So the soldiers were very willing. And Roy exchanged hundreds, or even thousands of kilograms of grain for salt and distributed it to them. If you all have no objection, then line up one by one to receive your salt. After you receive the salt, those who are married can sign up to go home today. Those who are not married can participate in tomorrow's blind date event. If you are lucky, you will get a wife. After Roy finished speaking, the soldiers began to line up to receive salt in an orderly manner. Although the 600 Athenian soldiers led by Ares were not here, Roy did not forget them, and had arranged for 600 bags of salt to be delivered to their homes. After Taurus received his big bag of salt, Roy came to Taurus and warned him. Taurus, you don't need to attend tomorrow's blind date. Ah? Upon hearing Roy's request, Taurus said with confusion, Does your Majesty want me to be single for the rest of my life? I have already prepared a wife for you. Roy explained with a smile. Before, I robbed the 6 sisters of Prince Perseus of Mycenae as spoils of war, and only asked the Mycenaeans to redeem Perseus' 3 cousins. Of Perseus's 3 biological sisters, 1 is arranged to be married by me, and the other is left to you. Now I want to give this princess to you as my wife. And of course you don't have to go to the blind date event. Suddenly learning that a noble princess would be his wife, Taurus looked at Roy with wide eyes in shock and said, Is what your Majesty said true? You are so kind to me. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Originally, I planned to cast bronzes and build warships for you on Euboea Island. Now I have changed. I have an idea. I will stay in Athens and serve you. Taurus, if you are really grateful for my kindness, you can continue to stay on Euboea Island to build weapons for me. Before you return to Euboea Island, I will teach you how to make charcoal and use charcoal to smelt iron ore and cast iron tools. Teach you. As long as you lead other Phoenicians to continuously make bronze and iron tools for me, you can make a contribution to me that will not be lost to anyone else. After 3 years, I will let you become the leader of Euboea Island governor over all the people of the island of Euboea. After speaking, Roy patted Taurus on the shoulder with his right hand. His Majesty, although the governor of Euboea Island is not a hereditary and lifelong position, he is also the supreme ruler of Euboea Island. As a commoner, I actually have the opportunity to obtain this status that is not inferior to that of the king of the city-state. Taurus, unable to express his gratitude, knelt down directly in front of Roy to express his loyalty. Chapter 194 The impact of the outcome of the war. Cretan Sea. Ships from all directions are like big fish, converging towards the port of Knossos in eastern Crete. Even if the results of the war between Athens and Knossos gradually spread, it did not affect Knossos' status as a trade hub, because it is now difficult to find another safe and stable port city to replace Knossos. Even if another port city wants to become a new trade hub, there is not enough profit to drive maritime merchants to trade in another city. Eastern Crete. The royal palace of Knossos. At this time, Deucalion was kneeling in the palace hall, begging Minos on the throne. When Deucalion narrated the process of his 2 defeats, the royal family and nobles in the hall accused Deucalion of underestimating the enemy, causing the city of Knossos and many vassal city-states to suffer huge losses. Deucalion knelt on the ground and said nothing, making no excuse for himself, seeing that the accusations from the royal family and nobles were becoming more and more exaggerated. And some even said that they would depose him as the first heir to the throne of Deucalion. Minos couldn't help but said coldly, Enough is enough. You all. If it were you who went to fight the city of Athens, you would only lose worse. The Athenian soldiers all wore armor made of paper. During the naval battle, they burned 20,000 kilograms of olive oil and used fire attacks on us. This is a situation that I could not predict. I asked myself that if I had gone to fight the city of Athens, I would have lost to the city of Athens like Deucalion. After hearing Minos' words, the royal family and nobles became quiet and did not dare to accuse Deucalion anymore, because they are all self-aware and know that if they were to fight the city of Athens, they would indeed lose worse. My child, please stand up first. After Deucalion stood up, Minos continued. In this war between Knossos and Athens, there are many things about Athens that are beyond our expectations. We did not expect that Athens would have 3,000 soldiers. Nor did we expect that Athens would have 100 warships. We did not expect that the Athenian soldiers would all wear paper armor and use bronze war spears. So many things about the city of Athens were beyond our expectations. It was not unfair at all for us to lose this war. But the failure of this war was not it will defeat our city of Knossos. The merchant ships that come to Knossos for trade every day will provide us with taxes. And we will soon be able to recruit new soldiers and build new warships. After listening to Minos' words, a noble asked excitedly, King Minos, shall we launch a new war against the city of Athens to wash away the shame caused by our failure in the war? Minos turned his head, glared at the nobleman with cold eyes and said, It is indeed necessary for us to launch a new war. But we are not going to attack the city of Athens, but our vassal city-states. Seeing everyone's confused reactions, Minos continued, The news that we lost to the city of Athens will definitely make many vassal city-states escape our control. So we must prepare to launch war against these vassal city-states that have separated from the city of Knossos. If we do not punish the vassal city-states that betrayed us, some vassal city-states will choose to betray us. The vassal city-states of Knossos, in addition to the weak city-states of Crete, also have some island city-states in the Aegean Sea. Those vassal city-states on Crete may not dare to betray. But those island city-states far away from Crete will definitely have the idea of leaving Knossos after learning that the navy of Knossos city has suffered huge losses. Father, please give me a chance to make meritorious service. Deucalion fell on one knee and begged Minos. No matter what the reason is, I am the sinner who caused the city of Knossos to suffer defeat and loss. If you really love and care for me, let me make contributions to make up for my sins. Minos hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Then I will give you 50 warships and 1,500 soldiers. You will be ready to go to war at any time. The junction between the Mertun Sea, the Sea of Crete and the Sea of Thera, is one of the important waterways in the Aegean Sea. Ares sailed in this area with 20 large warships, and did not become the avoidable target of merchant ships. Because Ares' fleet is obviously not a pirate, but more like a navy. In fact, most merchant ships regard Ares' fleet as the navy of Knossos. After Ares came to this sea area, he carried out Roy's order seriously. Whenever a merchant ship passed by this sea area, Ares would give 20 kilograms of salt to each merchant ship and persuade every captain to go to Athens. The city conducts trade. If there is not enough profit motivation, even if Roy sends 20,000 gins of salt worth 2 million gins of grain, it is impossible for maritime merchants to choose to use the city of Athens as a new trade hub. But after the news of Athens' victory over Knossos spreads, maritime merchants will realize that Athens, like Knossos, has the strength to provide them with a safe trading environment. The most important thing is that the city of Athens has a very valuable commodity such as salt. In the city of Athens, it cost 50 gins of grain to buy a kilo of salt. But when transported to other places, the minimum price was 100 gins of grain. Maritime merchants conducted dangerous trade on the sea in pursuit of profits. The profits from the commodity salt were so great that they drove maritime merchants to the city of Athens. Peloponnese Peninsula, the city of Mycenae in the Argos region. When the news of Athens' victory over Knossos reached here, Mycenaean king Acrisios was holding a meeting to set out to conquer Arcadia. Did the people of Knossos lose to the Athenians so quickly? After hearing the news brought by the soldiers, Acrisios said with disappointment, I thought the Athenians would defend the city and fight a long siege with the Knossos people. I didn't expect that Loe would not only take the initiative to attack, but also defeat Deucalion so quickly on land battlefields and naval battles. Perseus said with a frown, Grandfather, not only did Roy gather 3,000 soldiers for this war, he also had 3,000 bronze war spears and 3,000 paper armors. If this army was used to attack us Mycenaeans, we would also be wiped out by him. Now we have to admit that the three-goddess alliance formed by Athens, Corinth, and Thebes is really stronger than us Mycenaeans. Acrisios nodded and said, Fortunately, we have agreed with the three-goddess alliance not to attack each other. We must avoid conflict with them until our strength matches, or even exceeds the three-goddess alliance. Pelops said at this time, Grandfather, maybe we can also form an alliance with other city-states. The city of Sparta in the Sparta region of the southern Peloponnese, and the city of then Aran in the Pylos region, are not within our goals of conquest. It is precisely we who can strive to be an ally. Acrisios' eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. The patron saint of Sparta is the goddess Hera, and the patron saint of then Aran is the goddess Persephone. Maybe we can form an alliance of 4 gods. A Mycenaean noble said directly. We can make the goddess Hera the wife of Zeus and the goddess Persephone the wife of Poseidon. So that we can become a family with the cities of Sparta and then Aaron. Chapter 195 Forcefully occupying the city of Corinth. In the kingdom of Athens ruled by Loe. Soldiers were one of the highest paying professions. And even those who died in battle would receive tens of thousands of kilograms of food as pensions. Therefore, the blind date held by Roy in the city of Athens was very successful. Most of the single soldiers were favored by unmarried women and had a wife of their own. After the Theban soldiers returned to the Thebes area, and the Euboean soldiers returned to Euboean Island. Roy personally led the Corinthian soldiers back to the city of Corinth. Port of Piraeus. After Roy left with 500 Corinthian soldiers in 20 warships. A merchant fleet consisting of 3 cargo ships and 2 escort ships entered the port of Piraeus. The merchant fleet was anchored at the port dock. After the owner of the fleet asked the soldiers at the port how to buy salt. Chiron personally came to the port to preside over the transaction. Exchanging 600 kilograms of salt for 30,000 kilograms of grain on 3 cargo ships. At noon, Roy led the Corinthian fleet to the port south of the city of Corinth. After handing over the warship to the Corinthian soldiers at the port, Roy took 500 Corinthian soldiers and his bride from Athens and walked to the city of Corinth. When this team of more than 700 people arrived outside the city of Corinth, Sisyphus, who received the news, came to the city in person to greet Loe. Outside the southern gate of Corinth, Sisyphus brought a group of palace soldiers to Roy and said with a very enthusiastic smile, "Dear Roy, I have heard that you defeated Prince Deucalion and gave my soldiers generous rewards. Now I want to invite you to my palace and entertain the most distinguished guests with the grandest banquet." Sisyphus. Looking at the enthusiastic Sisyphus, Roy couldn't help but hesitate to launch his plan. Finally, driven by reason, Roy said to Sisyphus expressionlessly, "I have to tell you the sad news that this is the last time the two of us will see each other." Before Sisyphus could react, Roy swung his spear and stabbed Sisyphus. The next moment, Sisyphus, who was defenseless, his eyes widened as Roy's spear blade pierced his neck. After Sisyphus's body turned into a corpse and fell down. The Corinthians who saw this scene fell into panic and could not accept the reality of what they saw for a while. After all, Roy's identity is not an enemy, but an ally of Corinth city. Withdrawing the war spear from Sisyphus, Roy shouted to everyone around him in a loud voice. When the war broke out between the city of Athens and the city of Knossos, the city of Corinth did not strictly fulfill its obligations as an alliance. As the leader of the 3 goddess alliance, I eliminated the incompetent king Sisyphus of Corinth. And now I want to personally take over the city of Corinth. Then, Roy turned and said to the 500 Corinthian soldiers he had brought, "Now you follow me and take over the city of Corinth. And each of you will be rewarded with 1,000 caddies of grain." If Sisyphus were still alive, Loe's words would have done nothing to inspire the Corinthian soldiers. Unfortunately Sisyphus is dead. These 500 Corinthian soldiers thought about the paper armor Roy gave them, the bronze spears Roy gave them, the generous rewards Roy gave them, and the wives Roy helped single soldiers marry. Most of them chose to follow Roy's orders. After all, Roy gave too much. Because the Corinthian soldiers guarding the city gate lost Sisyphus as their backbone, Roy led 500 Corinthian soldiers to occupy the city gate without any bloodshed, leaving 200 soldiers and more than 200 Athenian brides at the south gate, and went to the palace with 300 Corinthian soldiers. Neither the Corinthian civilians nor the Corinthian soldiers encountered along the way blocked Roy's progress. Roy's occupation of Corinth encountered no resistance. Firstly because there was no royal family as their backbone. And secondly because the Corinthians did not regard Roy's occupation of Corinth as a foreign invasion. If this was an invasion by a foreign enemy, even without the royal family as the backbone, the Corinthians would spontaneously fight against the invaders, preventing the enemies from occupying their cities and taking away their food, wives and daughters. But Roy was not only an ally of the city of Corinth, but all of Roy's soldiers were Corinthian soldiers. Therefore, for most Corinthians, Roy's occupation of the city of Corinth was more like a coup that would not harm their interests. Acropolis of Corinth. When Roy arrived here with 300 Corinthian soldiers, he learned that Glaucus, whose father had been killed, had summoned 600 soldiers to guard the mountain gate of the city. Just when Roy was about to use his own force to kill Glaucus and then force the soldiers on the Corinth Acropolis to surrender, the goddess Amphitrite descended on the Corinth Acropolis with a huge figure of 100 meters tall. seeing Amphitrite stretching out her left hand and pointing it at Glaucus's body. Hoping that Glaucus would receive her divine blessing, Roy immediately said anxiously to Amphitrite, "Great goddess Amphitrite, please don't let Glaucus be an obstacle to me. I promise you that I will occupy the city of Corinth. And you will still be the patron saint of the city of Corinth." After hearing Roy's words, Amphitrite stopped blessing Glaucus with divine power and looked at Roy with a dissatisfied expression and asked, "Can I really trust you? You are an ally of Sisyphus. But you did something to kill Sisyphus and seize the city of Corinth. Maybe you are not worthy of trust at all. When did I become Sisyphus's ally?" Roy said, pretending to be innocent. "The three-goddess alliance I formed is an alliance between Athens, Corinth, and Thebes. It can also be regarded as an alliance between you and the goddess Metis and the goddess Mnemosyne. But I am an ally with Sisyphus. Harmonia does not have an alliance. Great goddess Amphitrite, Harmonia is my woman. Do you think I need to form an alliance with Harmonia?" Roy's words left Amphitrite speechless. On the surface, Sisyphus is indeed not Loe's ally. So Loe does not betray his ally. Even if you didn't betray Sisyphus, what reason do I have for you to occupy the city of Corinth? You are a priest serving Metis. Not my priest. I cannot let an untrustworthy person hold the highest power of the city of Corinth. Because this power poses a huge threat to me. Goddess Amphitrite, don't you hope that the city of Corinth will develop more powerfully and that the people of Corinth can live a better life than they do now?" Roy said with a smile, "I am taking over the city of Corinth as the leader of the three-goddess alliance. My purpose is to make the city of Corinth grow stronger and let the Corinthians live a better life. The first thing I want to do for the city of Corinth is to use 2,000 the prisoners dug the Corinth Canal. Great goddess Amphitrite, you must understand the huge benefits that the opening of the Corinth Canal will bring to the Corinthians." As a wise goddess, Amphitrite certainly knew that the opening of the Corinth Canal would become an important trade channel. And the city of Corinth would also have the potential to develop into a trade hub. If the ruler of Corinth had not been Roy, I am afraid that no one would have expended manpower and material resources to dig this canal in another 3,000 years. Chapter 196 You owe me life-saving grace. Even if Roy suddenly killed Sisyphus and occupied the city of Corinth, Amphitrite did not feel angry towards Roy. Because if Roy had not aided the city of Corinth, the city would have been conquered by the Mycenaeans. And Amphitrite would have been humiliated by the Mycenaean gods Zeus and Poseidon. Now hearing Roy talking about digging the Corinth Canal, Amphitrite sighed and said, "Will you be my priest?" In this era, Roy could become the king who ruled many cities. But Roy could not hold other priesthoods at the same time. In other words, Amphitrite wanted Roy to give up his identity as a priest of Metis and become a priest serving her. Goddess Amphitrite, it is impossible for me to betray the goddess Metis. Then how can I trust you and let you hold the highest power in Corinth? Amphitrite said with a helpless smile. If you can convince me to believe you, I will not interfere in your fight with Glaucus. I love you. Roy only hesitated for a moment, then said to Amphitrite affectionately, "From the first moment I saw you, I have been deeply infatuated with you and dreamed of making you my wife. Because I love you so deeply, I will never do anything to hurt you." After hearing Roy's confession, Amphitrite looked into Roy's eyes in surprise. Roy's eyes were indeed full of desire for her, which made Amphitrite believe Roy's words. If you really love me as much as you love a woman, then it is indeed possible for you not to hurt me. But it is impossible for me and you to be together. Of course I understand the gap between humans and gods. So I won't have any inappropriate thoughts about you. I just want to use my wisdom to develop the city of Corinth. And let your divine power and status increase with the development of the city of Corinth. Amphitrite showed a shaken expression, looked at Glaucus and said, "If you can promise not to kill Glaucus, I will believe you. I promise to only expel Glaucus and never kill him." After hearing Roy's assurance, Amphitrite's body turned into a blue divine light and flew back to the Aegean Sea. After watching Amphitrite leave, Roy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Amphitrite really interferes with today's affairs, she can not only allow Glaucus to receive divine blessings to improve his strength, but also take back the blessing and divine power given to Roy, allowing Roy's strength to change from that of the great hero, thousands of enemies, to become a hero, 100 enemies. By then Roy would have failed to seize the city of Corinth, and he would have no choice but to escape from the city in embarrassment. Looking towards the Corinth Acropolis, he saw Glaucus standing at the gate of the Acropolis, glaring at him with extremely angry eyes. Roy brandished his bronze war spear and rushed towards the Corinth Acropolis. Arriving in front of the wooden door of the Acropolis mountain gate, Roy ignored the spear blades thrust by Glaucus and a group of soldiers and directly slammed his body into the fence door. Bang 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 bang. Because Roy has the blessing of Amphitrite copper skin and iron bones, the attacks of Glaucus and ordinary soldiers fell on Roy. And even the bronze spear blade could not stab Roy's body. Under the impact of the great hero Roy, 1,000 enemies. The wooden gate of the Acropolis mountain gate was directly smashed by Roy. Glaucus and dozens of soldiers blocking the door were also hit by Roy's power. To the ground. Stepping on the fragments of the wooden fence door and walking into the Corinth Acropolis, Roy pointed the blade of his war spear at Glaucus and said, "Glaucus, don't make any more foolish resistance. I will let you go for the sake of the goddess Amphitrite." Glaucus got up from the ground and said angrily as Roy gritted his teeth, "I really regret not warning my father to be careful of you. The ambitious person who robbed my father-in-law's family. Since I can't beat you, you bastard, then you can kill him if you want. I don't need your mercy." Looking at Glaucus, who was full of hatred for him, Roy laughed and teased, "Glaucus, are you mistaken? Without my aid to the city of Corinth, you and Sisyphus would have been killed by the Mycenaeans long ago. And the city of Corinth would have been conquered by the Mycenaeans. I am the rescuer you father and son, the great benefactor who saved the city of Corinth, are alive until now because of me. Even if I kill Sisyphus now, you still owe me a life-saving grace. So you have no right to resent me. You?" Glaucus glared at Roy angrily, but couldn't say anything to refute. Because Roy was indeed the great benefactor who saved Sisyphus and Glaucus and the city of Corinth. "Since you said I owe you the grace to save my life, I will give this life back to you now." Seeing that Glaucus wanted to commit suicide with the war spear in his hand, Roy grabbed the body of Glaucus' war spear with his left hand, and then persuaded him. "Glaucus, if you die like this, how will your wife and children survive? I am not trying to kill your family. I allow you to leave with your family members and property, as well as those who are willing to follow you. City of Corinth. If you don't kill me, aren't you worried about me taking back the city of Corinth? If I can't let the Corinthians live a better life, I also hope that you can take back the city of Corinth from me. If I can make the Corinthians live a better life, even if I leave the city alone, the Corinthians I will not support you as king of Corinth." Looking at Roy with a confident expression, Glaucus felt aggrieved. It doesn't matter if he can't beat Roy, but he still owes Roy a life-saving grace and cannot take revenge on Roy confidently. "Loey, I can leave the city of Corinth as you request. But from now on, I will no longer owe you life-saving grace. Nor will I declare war on you in the name of avenging my father. When your rule allows the Corinthians when the water is in dire straits, I will come to rescue the Corinthians and return the city to the rule of our family. Just as you said, you will no longer owe me life-saving grace from now on." After Roy accepted Glaucus's request, Glaucus looked at the surrounding soldiers and said, "My companions, I am leaving the city of Corinth with my family and property. Which of you is willing to follow me?" The palace soldiers were basically raised by Sisyphus, and they walked up to Glaucus without hesitation at this time. The ordinary soldiers hesitated, and only a few dozen chose to follow Glaucus. In the end, Glaucus only had 300 followers around him. Roy was not surprised by this result. A ruler of this era, who can prevent anyone from starving to death in his territory, is already a virtuous king praised by everyone. Their rule makes it impossible for the people to abandon everything and follow them. When encountering an invasion by foreign enemies, the locals will unite with the rulers. Not because they support the rulers, but because in this era, foreign invaders conquer the locals and not only steal food and let the locals starve to death, but also steal the wives and daughters of the locals, subjected the beloved wives and daughters of the locals to all kinds of humiliation. Sisyphus and Glaucus were clearly not rulers that ordinary Corinthians would want to follow. Chapter 197, Gaining support from the Corinthians. When Glaucus and his followers were moving in the palace, Roy ordered the 300 Corinthian soldiers around him to summon the Corinthian citizens, thousands of Corinthian men over the age of 16, to a building in the city of Corinth Square. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Roy stepped onto a podium in the square and spoke loudly to everyone. "Fellow Corinthians, some of you may know me, and some of you may not know me. I am Loey, king of Athens. When the Mycenaeans attacked the city of Corinth, I was the one who brought reinforcements to save you and the city of Corinth. It was also I who led the army. The army went to the city of Mycenae. forcing King Acrisios of Mycenae to swear not to attack the city of Corinth again. But today, I killed King Sisyphus of Corinth, drove away Prince Glaucus, and became the new master of the city of Corinth. When Roy said this, the Corinthians were very calm. Because for ordinary Corinthians, as long as it does not harm their interests, they don't care whether the ruler is Roy or Sisyphus. Looking at the reaction of the Corinthians, Roy continued, "Now that you have become my people, I will enforce the same laws in Corinth as in Athens. In other words, in the future, except for the royal family headed by me, no one will allow you to be bullied and oppressed. I promise that under my rule, everyone will be able to live a life of food and clothing. Because I will provide a large number of job opportunities in the city of Corinth. And these jobs will only be for Corinthians." Seeing that there was still no reaction from the Corinthians, Roy began to give specific figures. "I promise all of you that in the future, any job in Corinth will be paid no less than 100 caddies of grain per month. If it is a job that does not include food or housing, the monthly salary will not be less than 150 caddies. Food. From now on, Corinthian soldiers will enjoy the same treatment as Athenian soldiers." Hearing Roy's words behind him, the Corinthian soldiers shouted excitedly. Because Roy treated the soldiers really well, he not only gave them generous pensions and wartime rewards, but also arranged blind dates for them. The treatment Sisyphus gave to the Corinthian soldiers was, of course, far inferior to that of Loe. Loe continued as the Corinthian soldiers cheered. "Starting from today, all the fields in the Corinth area belong to me. Every family can apply for 50 acres of cultivated land without paying any taxes to me." After Roy finished speaking, thousands of Corinthian civilians stared wide-eyed, suspecting that they were dreaming. In this era, the average family had 7 people. A family owns 50 acres of land and does not need to pay taxes. The output of 50 acres of land is enough for any family to live a good life with ample food and clothing and slowly accumulate wealth. After using various methods to confirm that he was not dreaming, someone immediately shouted to Roy, "Long live King Loia of Athens." Immediately afterwards, thousands of Corinthians let out a roar like a mountain roar and a tsunami. "Long live King Loia of Athens! Long live King Loia of Athens!" At this time Glaucus and his followers happened to pass near the square. Seeing that Loe was supported by the Corinthians, Glaucus said with a sarcastic smile, "What Roy said just now is obviously to fool the Corinthians. His promise cannot be fulfilled. If he doesn't collect taxes from the civilians, where will Roy get the wealth to support the soldiers? Let alone the soldiers. I'm afraid he can even support his own palace." No. Glaucus seemed to be able to see that Loe would soon be hostile to the Corinthians for not being able to fulfill his words today. And he could also look for opportunities to make a comeback. Of course Glaucus would not have thought that just monopolizing sun salt would give Roy endless wealth. As time goes by, Roy will also introduce various monopoly products, without the need to tax civilian families whose annual income does not exceed 10,000 kilograms of grain. Another world. 1,000 years later, the Athenian consuls divided Athenian citizens into 4 classes. Those whose annual income exceeds 30,000 kilograms of grain are the first class of wealthy citizens. Those whose annual income exceeds 20,000 kilograms of grain are second-class knight citizens. Those whose annual income exceeds 10,000 kilograms of grain are the third-class Xuanyu citizens. Those whose annual income does not exceed 10,000 kilograms of grain are the fourth-class daily servant citizens. The first and second estates can hold high-level official positions such as consuls. The third estate can hold low-level official positions. And the fourth estate cannot hold official positions. Although Roy would not copy this citizenship system, he wanted to use the income standard of this citizenship system as the standard for taxation. Citizens of the fourth class do not have to pay taxes. The higher the class, the higher the tax rate. After Roy's speech ended and the citizens of Corinth went home, Roy began busy counting the properties he owned in the city of Corinth. Glaucus and his followers took away the royal family's private property, leaving Roy with a lot of grain, cattle, and sheep. But they used less. Therefore, if Roy could not make the city of Corinth profitable, he could only use the wealth of the city of Athens to maintain the normal operation of the city of Corinth. Acropolis of Corinth. Originally the palace of Sisyphus. When Roy arrived at this originally luxurious palace, he saw that the young and beautiful maids and the young and strong male servants had been taken away, leaving him with only some old and frail maids and male servants. Loe had no interest in turning the Corinth palace into a nursing home. So he drove out the remaining maids and footmen in the palace, and let 50 Corinthian soldiers take over the palace. Palace Hall. Sitting on the throne that originally belonged to Sisyphus, Roy seriously thought about the economic development of the city of Corinth. The city of Corinth is one of the 3 major city-states with the same potential as the city of Athens. After the city of Athens becomes a trade hub, the city of Corinth can also become an export center for pottery, olive oil, wine and other commodities in the Peloponnese Peninsula. The most critical question now is who should Roy let manage Corinth city. The most trustworthy people for Roy are of course the girls around Roy. It is a pity that Procne, Philomela, and Chiron did not have the ability to manage the city of Corinth, or even the entire Corinth region. Pandora may be capable enough, but Roy cannot fully trust her. After much thought, Roy felt that the most suitable person to be a tool man was his cheap father-in-law. So Roy recruited 4 soldiers to serve as his envoys. 4 brave soldiers came to the hall, and Roy spoke directly to them. I plan to ask you to ride 4 horses and go to the Marathon area to find my father-in-law Pandion. You tell my father-in-law that I want to ask him to be the governor of Corinth, and ask him to come to Corinth as soon as possible. After the 4 soldiers left with the mission, Roy thought of his brother-in-law Erechtheus again. So he recruited 30 more soldiers and asked them to go to the Lavrio area as his envoys. After you meet Prince Erechtheus, tell me my request and ask him to cast the silver ore into 2 sizes of silver coins, 1 large and 1 small, and transport them to the city of Athens. If he refuses to accept this job, I will have no choice but to let someone else become Governor Lavrio in his place. Chapter 198 Father-in-law comes to be the governor of Corinth. The Marathon area in the northeastern part of the Attica Peninsula has the crescent-shaped Marathon plain, where the Marathon tribe with a population of about 4,000 lives. At this time, Pandion was like a shepherd, herding cattle and sheep on a hillside. Pandion was able to experience the life of a shepherd like this because for him, managing the Marathon tribe was a very simple matter. When he was managing the city of Athens, he had to face all kinds of pressure. Pandion even fell in love with the relaxed life now. Of course, Pandion was not alone. 50 soldiers were scattered in all directions not far from him to protect his safety and guard against wild beasts, such as wild wolves or bears that might appear in the forest. Roy's 4 envoys rode to this hillside and were first stopped by soldiers protecting Pandion. After learning the identities of the 4 messengers, he brought them to Pandion. You said Roy wants me to manage the city of Corinth. The 4 envoys explained their purpose, and Pandion smiled and shook his head. After Roy took away my identity and power, he still wanted me to serve him as a subject. Does he think he is my biological son? The 4 messengers did not argue with Pandion, because their task was only to convey Roy's words to Pandion. Looking at the 4 silent envoys, Pandion said with a complicated expression, Loe made such a rude request to me. I should have refused directly. But he defeated the city of Knossos in a land battle and a naval battle, giving the city of Athens a rivalry with the city of Knossos, to compete for the qualifications for Aegean hegemony. I must admit that he is a more capable ruler than me, and the city of Athens can grow rapidly under his rule. Although I do not want to serve my son-in-law as a father-in-law, I do not mind guarding the inheritance for my grandson. Lavrio region in the southern part of the Attica Peninsula. Roy's envoy arrived at the port of Lavrio by boat and successfully met Erechtheus, who was in charge of the Lavrio tribe. Lavrio tribe. The stone palace of Erechtheus. Roy's envoy explained the purpose of his visit. Erechtheus said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, My father and I conquered the Lavrio tribe. So why should Roy order me? He also said that I was disobedient. So he asked someone else to take my place. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Looking at the messenger, who lowered his head and remained silent, Erechtheus sighed and said, Although I don't want to admit it, Roy can defeat the city of Knossos. He is indeed more qualified to rule the city of Athens than me. I can lead the Lavrio people to dig silver mines and mint silver coins. But Roy has to use food and other supplies in exchange for my silver coins. I am not Roy's subject, but a person who conducts fair transactions with him. You go back and tell Roy what I mean. If you can't explain clearly, I can send an envoy back with you. The next day, in the afternoon, Roy waited at the Corinth palace for the envoys returning from the Lavrio area. After listening to what Erechtheus asked the messengers to tell him, Roy was not angry. Of course Roy couldn't accept that Erechtheus used the Lavrio silver mine to develop into a separatist force in the kingdom of Athens. But it is quite feasible to raise Erechtheus like a pig and harvest the fruits of Erechtheus' efforts when the time is right. In history, A certain emperor raised a certain corrupt man, and left it to his son to succeed him, but kill pigs. This is a good example. After Roy thought carefully, he said to the messengers, "You go see Erechtheus again. As long as his request is not too excessive, I can exchange grain and other supplies for the silver coins he mints, in order to build the city of Athens into a trade center in the Aegean Sea and even the Mediterranean." Lowy is now eager to use silver coins to improve the economic development of the city of Athens. But Lowy will not let Erechtheus blackmail him at will. After all, Roy stipulates that 1 silver coin is worth 5 kilograms of grain. Which does not mean that the silver coin itself is really worth 5 kilograms of grain. In this era, silver as a metal could neither be eaten nor made into weapons. Roy gave the silver coin a value. And it really has those values. If Roy doesn't assign value to silver coins, the silver coins themselves, which can neither be eaten nor used to make weapons, have no value at all. Therefore, Roy will stipulate that silver coins are worth 5 caddies of grain as currency. But Roy will never use the price of 5 caddies of grain to buy the silver coins minted by Erechtheus. Not only Erechtheus, but Lowy also wanted to prevent others from exchanging silver coins for grain and other supplies. When promoting the circulation of silver coins, Roy will impose strict restrictions, stipulating that only Athenians can use silver coins for consumption in the kingdom of Athens. When night fell, Roy not only saw the envoys returning from Marathon in the palace, but also Pandion, who came to Corinth with the envoys. After confirming that he was not dreaming, Roy hurriedly left the throne and came to Pandion and said, "Dear father-in-law, if I knew you would come, I would definitely go outside the city to greet you." Pandion patted Roy's shoulder with his right hand and said, "You are now a great king who rules the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Euboea, and Corinth. Even the king of Knossos is not qualified to welcome you in person." Roy's conquest of the Corinth region had expanded the Athenian kingdom to twice the size of Crete. The city of Knossos is just one of the city-states on the island of Crete. Those vassal city-states were nominally regarded as part of the kingdom of Knossos. In fact, as long as the strength of the city of Knossos weakened, even the vassal city-states of Crete would break away from the control of the city of Knossos. Therefore, the territory of King Knossos was actually less than 1/5 of Lowy. After Roy defeated the city of Knossos, Roy's status was indeed higher than that of the king of Knossos. Roy enthusiastically pulled Pandion up the steps where the throne was. After the two sat on the throne, Roy couldn't wait to ask, "Father-in-law, does your coming to the city of Corinth mean that you are willing to serve as the governor of Corinth?" Pandion nodded and said, "You took the initiative to send an envoy to invite me, which shows that you really need me. Although I don't want to help you, my son-in-law, I want to protect the inheritance for my grandson. My son, since the war between Athens and Knossos has ending, should you hold a formal wedding with my daughter so that my daughter can give birth to children for you as soon as possible. When I see my grandson or granddaughter, I will have greater motivation to protect the family property that belongs to my children in the future." Faced with Pandion's urging to marry, Roy blinked and said, "If nothing else important happens after my father-in-law returns to Athens, I will hold a formal wedding to marry your daughter as you requested." After hearing Roy's answer, Pandion said with a serious expression, "When my grandson or granddaughter is born, my grudge against you will disappear. You must pamper my daughter more and don't be confused by other women. My daughter has known you for the longest time, and other women's affection for you will be gone. Love is definitely not as good as my daughter." Seeing Pandion belittling other girls with a serious look on his face, Roy said silently in his heart, "What a pity for the hearts of parents in the world." Chapter 199 Future Planning of Trade Ports. Port of Piraeus. Roy returned here on a Corinthian warship and saw hundreds of cargo ships of various sizes moored in the port, queuing up at the dock waiting for transactions. After the warship anchored at the dock, Roy came to the shore and saw dozens of businessmen, who looked like ship owners surrounding a man protected by Athenian soldiers not far from the port. Roy curiously walked towards the crowd and saw that the person surrounded by dozens of businessmen and a group of Athenian soldiers turned out to be Chiron, who looked heroic in leather armor and a bronze sword on his waist. As if aware of Roy's gaze, Chiron in the crowd turned to look at Roy. Then, as if seeing a savior, she pushed away the crowd and ran to Roy and said, "My dear, you are finally back. I'll leave it to you to deal with these businessmen. I don't even know what's going on." Roy said with a smile, "I see that there was no trouble when you negotiated with them. Let me leave the management of the port to you. Once you have a suitable person to replace you, You can stop taking care of this place. Now the city of Athens is facing a serious food problem. So negotiating with the merchants at the port, especially the grain merchants, is one of the most important things in the city of Athens at the moment. Only then did Procne let Chiron come to the port to manage trade. After listening to Roy's words, Chiron said with a helpless expression, "When those merchants came to Athens, they didn't all come to buy our salt. Some of them wanted to buy pottery, olive oil, wine, and some even wanted to buy bronze weapons. In order to tell them what they can and cannot buy, I'm almost bored to death with them. Chiron, as long as there are products currently available in the city of Athens, you can tell them that they can buy them all, so that you can save a lot of trouble. I can buy them all." Chiron looked at Roy with wide eyes in surprise and said, "Some merchants want to use grain to buy our war spears. Should we sell to them too?" "Sell. As long as they accept the price of 1,000 kilograms of grain in exchange for a bronze war spear. Our war spear can be sold to them." Roy taught the Taurus how to make charcoal and asked them to use charcoal as fuel to smelt iron ore. And soon a steady stream of iron tools would be produced. In the next few months, Athenian soldiers will replace bronze weapons with iron weapons. So there is no need to retain thousands of bronze war spears. Seeing the serious expression on Roy's face, Chiron nodded and said, "Since you said it can be sold, then I will sell the bronze war spears as commodities. We have thousands of bronze war spears. Even if we sell some, it will not affect the security of the city of Athens. Those grain merchants transport the grain to us. The city of Athens can also purchase the port directly. Some merchants use our port as a trading place, but they can't find a suitable buyer for a while. So they want the city of Athens to purchase goods that are not grains. Do you think we should purchase it? As long as it is a commodity of real value, even if it is not food, we can purchase it and sell it to other merchants as our commodities," Roy said, looking at the empty land around the port. "Chiron, I think some warehouses should be built with cement here in the port to store goods for buyers and sellers. We should even build some houses as hotels for merchants to rest here overnight. Our purpose is not to buy food to solve the problem of Athens. Food problem. But to make the port of the city of Athens a trade hub. Therefore, we must not only fully meet the requirements of the merchants, but also proactively provide services to the merchants, so that we can defeat the city of Knossos in the competition. Let the merchants abandon the city of Knossos and use the city of Athens as a fixed trading location. Moreover, by providing services to the merchants, we can also earn very considerable service fees and provide a large number of jobs for the Athenians." Seeing that Chiron seemed to understand but not understand, Roy continued, "For the time being, build a hotel with 200 rooms in the port. This hotel can provide accommodation and food to guests, and can also arrange for some beautiful young girls to perform singing and dancing to attract guests. If ordinary girls are not willing to do this, if you don't want a publicity job, then we'll buy some beautiful young slave girls." "I see." Chiron turned back to the merchants and said loudly, "Everyone, let me tell you good news. From now on, all goods from our city of Athens can be sold to you, as long as you accept the price. Bronze war spears can also be sold to you. The various goods you have brought, as long as it is really valuable and you can't find a suitable buyer, you can sell it directly to us in the city of Athens." After hearing Chioni's words, the merchants immediately cheered. "Long live Princess Chiron. My goods can finally be sold." Coming here was indeed the right choice. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy, who returned to the palace, entered the hall and saw Procne kneeling behind a wooden table in the center of the hall, writing something on the paper with a brush. Philomela lay next to Procne like a lazy pig, seemingly asleep. "Procne." Hearing Roy's voice, Procne raised her head in surprise and said, "Brother Roy." Philomela, who looked like she had fallen asleep, immediately got up from the ground, opened her sleepy eyes and rushed towards Roy. "Brother Roy, I miss you so much." Roy hugged Philomela, who jumped into his arms and took her to Procne. Seeing that Procne was recording the daily amount of food in the city of Athens, Loie suggested to her, "Procne, you should find some smart maids to teach them how to write, and then let them share your work. Can such an important job really be left to a maid? You can check the accounts every day after the maids have made the records. You can also have 2 or 3 maids perform the same job, and then compare the data recorded by them." "Brother Roy, you are so smart," Procne said suddenly with wide eyes. "Why didn't I think that as long as several maids record data, I can compare the data they recorded and find problems. If I had known that this could be done, I should have taught them how to write earlier. Roy held Philomela and sat down next to Procne and said, "Actually, I asked you to teach the maid how to write. Mainly to prepare for our marriage." Philomela in Roy's arms said doubtfully, "Brother Roy, does it have anything to do with our marriage to you and the maid learning to write?" "This has a lot to do with it," Roy said with a smile. "It is said that in the written kingdoms around the eastern Mediterranean, every time the king had sex with a woman, he would have his attendants or maids recorded. If the date of the woman's birth did not match the date of the sexual intercourse, the king would kill the unfaithful woman and her husband, children of unknown origin. After I marry you, of course I will follow the example of these kings." Philomela pursed her lips in displeasure and said, "How come the kings of the eastern Mediterranean have to record the date of their marriage? So they don't believe in a woman's loyalty. Maybe it's because they have a lot of women." Roy explained, "Those kings can rule hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. And they naturally have many women. The kings here have at most a dozen women. And the kings of the big countries in the eastern Mediterranean can have dozens or even hundreds of women." Chapter 200 Metis also wants to betray his allies. "Brother Roy, I heard that you have killed Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, and turned the city of Corinth into a part of our kingdom of Athens. Is this true?" Hearing Procne talk about this matter, Roy nodded calmly and said, "The rumors you heard are true. King Sisyphus of Corinth is your ally," Procne said with a worried expression. Although Brother Roy can use word games to quibble, describing the covenant between Athens and Corinth as a covenant between two cities, not a covenant between Brother Roy and Sisyphus. But in this era, the king is the city-state. The covenant between the city of Athens and the city of Corinth is the covenant between Brother Roy and Sisyphus. Brother Roy's betrayal of the covenant and killing his allies will cause a huge blow to your reputation. Who will dare to follow Roy in the future? Brother forms an alliance," Philomela said in agreement. "Brother Roy, as your son-in-law, has already damaged your reputation by taking away your father-in-law's identity and power. Coupled with the fact that Sisyphus was killed by you, I am afraid that only fools will dare to believe Brother Roy in the future," Roy explained with a smile. "Procne, Philomela, since I killed Sisyphus, it means that the kingdom of Athens no longer needs allies. The territory of the kingdom of Athens now includes the Attica Peninsula, the Thebes area, Euboea Island, in the Corinth region. As long as the manpower and material resources of these regions are integrated, no city-state in the Aegean Sea can resist the kingdom of Athens. In this case, the existence of allies will only become an obstacle to the expansion of the kingdom of Athens' territory." Although Procne and Philomela were smart, they were also limited by their own experiences, and did not know how powerful the current kingdom of Athens was. Seeing the serious expression on Roy's face, Philomela said with some suspicion, "Brother Roy, is our kingdom of Athens really the most powerful city-state in the Aegean Sea now? More powerful than the city of Knossos? Now, whether in terms of territory or population, the kingdom of Athens far exceeds the city of Knossos. So you don't have to doubt that the kingdom of Athens is more powerful than the city of Knossos." After responding to Philomela, Roy asked curiously, "Procne, Philomela, do you know where Pandora is?" Procne and Philomela looked at each other. And then Procne lowered her head with a guilty expression and said, "Brother Roy, on the day you went to Corinth, Pandora disappeared from the palace. I sent people to search the entire city of Athens, but no trace of Pandora was found." After hearing Procne's answer, Roy first widened his eyes in surprise, then frowned and said, "Forget it if you can't find it. Pandora is capable of protecting herself." After Roy finished speaking, a thunderous and angry voice suddenly sounded in the sky above the palace. "Roy, come see me right away. This is the voice of the goddess Metis." Roy raised his head and looked at the roof in surprise, and then heard Philomela in his arms saying doubtfully, "Brother Roy, the thunder just now was so loud. But it's obviously a sunny day outside. Why is there thunder on a sunny day?" Metis's voice was not only heard by Roy, but also turned into thunder and was heard by ordinary humans, which shows how angry Metis is. Roy stood up hurriedly and said, "Procne, Philomela, now I am going to see the goddess Metis. You don't have to follow me." Temple of Metis on the Acropolis of Athens. When Roy arrived at the temple square, he saw that the statue of Metis in the center of the square had turned into the goddess Metis herself. walking to the center of the square under Metis' angry gaze. Roy raised his head and looked at Metis without fear and said, "Great goddess Metis. For what purpose did you summon me? Are you asking knowingly?" Metis said coldly with an angry expression. "Since you have become the ruler of the city of Corinth, why don't you oust Amphitrite from the throne of the patron saint of Corinth, and make the city of Corinth my city and the Corinth region my territory?" After hearing what Metis said, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Goddess Metis. The goddess Amphitrite is your ally. You want me to drive her off the throne of the patron saint of Corinth? Ally, you who betrayed your allies. Are you qualified to say these two words to me?" Metis said with a sneer. "Since you can betray Sisyphus, an ally, for your own benefit, can't I betray Amphitrite for my own benefit? As my priest, you should dedicate the Corinth region to me now. I have more after you gain your territory. More divine power will be given to you. I cannot dislodge the goddess Amphitrite from her Patronus. Do you want to betray me?" Metis, don't just see the immediate benefits. Roy explained helplessly. "I was able to conquer the city of Corinth alone because after I killed Sisyphus, I accepted the request made by the goddess Amphitrite to me. If I drive the goddess Amphitrite off the throne of the patron saint of Corinth, not only the goddess Amphitrite will fight back with all her strength, but even the goddess Mnemosyne will regard you, the ambitious goddess Metis, as an enemy. Can it be that you can turn Corinth into part of the kingdom of Athens? But I can't turn Corinth into my territory." Metis asked with a gloomy expression. "As my priest, can't you find a way to eliminate the influence of Amphitrite and Mnemosyne and make me the sole patron saint of the kingdom of Athens?" Roy hesitated and said, "Metis, if you are willing to marry me and let me share eternal life and divine power, I can consider making you the sole patron saint of the kingdom of Athens." "You dream dash." Metis's beautiful blue eyes turned into erect snake pupils, and he glared at Roy as if he could burst out with anger. "As a goddess, I will never let a mere human desecrate my sanctity." After saying that, Metis's blue eyes glowed with Roy's familiar salt light. Just when Roy thought he was going to be salted by Metis, Metis's huge 10-meter-tall body transformed into a god statue again. And then Metis's voice sounded in Roy's ears. "You'd better reconsider, and don't forget that you are a priest serving me, not Amphitrite. I am a priest who serves you. And I am also the king of Athens." Looking at the statue of Metis in front of him, Roy said with a faint smile, "As the king of Athens, I will treat the patron goddesses in the kingdom of Athens equally. If you want to become the supreme god of the kingdom of Athens, sharing your eternal life and divine power with me is the first condition." His Majesty. Hearing the voice of Transport Minister Pallas, Roy turned his head and saw Pallas running towards him. "Paras, aren't you directing road construction? You, the Minister of Transportation, came to me for something important." Pallas came to Roy and said with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty, I have directed the road construction workers to build the cement road to the Eleusis area. When I explored the route today, I found that the Eleusis tribe station was occupied by a group of people." Chapter 201 Deucalion becomes Minos. Naxos is the largest and richest island among the Cyclades Islands in the South Aegean Sea. The area of this island is more than 400 square kilometers. The island is rich in natural resources and has many natural ports. It is located in the center of the Cyclades Islands and is also the crown of green space among the islands. The earliest residents of Naxos were the Carians from the Caria region of Asia Minor. When the city of Knossos dominated the Aegean Sea, some Cretans migrated here and became the city of Knossos, Aegina on Naxos. Later, the Mycenaean people migrated from Crete to the surrounding areas, and some Mycenaeans came to settle on Naxos. With its many natural harbors, Naxos has the potential to develop into a trade hub. However, under the suppression of the city of Knossos, Naxos could only become a production place for grain, fruits and other agricultural products. At this time, in the waters south of Naxos Island, Deucalion was leading the Knossos city naval fleet composed of 100 warships to confront another fleet composed of hundreds of warships. The fleet opposite Deucalion was a coalition of the Cyclades Islands headed by Naxos. Their purpose in confronting Deucalion was to get rid of the control of the city of Knossos. Although I knew that these vassal city-states far away from the city of Knossos would want to break away from us, I didn't expect that they would unite. Looking at the Cyclades coalition fleet ahead, Deucalion stood on the bow of the flagship and whispered expressionlessly, "To teach you a lesson for those city-states who are trying to betray the city of Knossos. Today I want to show you how huge the gap in strength between the city of Knossos and you is." As a south wind swept the sea, Deucalion immediately ordered the entire army to attack. Just when the naval fleet of the city of Knossos was about to collide with the allied fleet of the Cyclades Islands, Deucalion and the soldiers of Knossos did not pick up weapons, but threw clay pots at allied fleet in the Cyclades. The clay pot hit the warship of the allied fleet, and the olive oil inside immediately began to flow on the deck. They are going to attack with fire. Seeing the olive oil thrown by the Knossos people, the commander of the coalition fleet shouted in a panic. Everyone must block the olive oil pots and burning cloth they throw at them. The coalition fleet only started to take precautions now. After all, it was a little late, as the Knossos people ignited the cloth soaked in olive oil and threw it onto the warships of the coalition fleet. The warships immediately burst into flames. Before the war between the two fleets really started, half of the warships of the coalition fleet in the Cyclades Islands had lost their combat effectiveness. Seeing the great success of the fire attack tactic, Deucalion said with a proud smile on his face, "Loe, when we fight next, I will also burn your Athenian naval fleet to ashes." Eastern Crete. The city of Knossos. Deucalion returned to the palace of Minos in triumph with his fleet. Entering the spacious and bright hall, Deucalion said happily when he saw his father Minos sitting on the throne with a gloomy look, "Father, I am now returning to you with victory. The Cyclades Islands headed by Naxos want to escape from our control, and I have destroyed all their warships." After hearing Deucalion's words, Minos forced a smile on his face and said, "My child, you are worthy of being my chosen heir to the throne, and you have indeed lived up to my expectations of you. Although it is good news that you defeated the Cyclades Islands, we are now encountering something more troublesome." Seeing Deucalion's confused expression, Minos continued, "In recent times, fewer and fewer merchant ships have come to our city of Knossos. If we, the kingdom of Knossos, want to maintain its current wealth and population, we not only need the food brought to us by merchant ships, but also those who merchant ships pay commercial taxes as our wealth. Do you know that fewer and fewer merchant ships are coming to Knossos? Which is a big crisis for us." Deucalion took a deep breath and said, "If we don't have enough food to feed the huge population of the kingdom of Knossos, the kingdom of Knossos will collapse on its own. Merchant ships no longer come to our city of Knossos. Could it be that someone deliberately intercepted them at sea?" Minos shook his head and said, "No one intercepted merchant ships at sea to prevent merchant ships from coming to Knossos. It was those merchant ships that chose not to come to Knossos. They all went to Athens because Athens has unlimited high-quality white salt. Sell it to them cheaply." "City of Athens," Deucalion said angrily through gritted teeth. "It's the city of Athens again. Damn, Roy is really determined to go against us. And he actually wants to compete with our city of Knossos for the position of the trade hub. Now I will lead the naval fleet to intercept the merchant ships and threaten them not to go to the city of Athens." "Deucalion, do you think we are pirates?" Minos said with a dissatisfied expression. "You are the heir to the throne of Knossos city, and your subordinates are the navy of Knossos city. How can you lead them to intercept merchant ships and force them to trade in our city of Knossos?" "Father, now Roy wants to dig up the foundation of the city of Knossos. We are all at the point of life and death. So why do we care about face? Since Roy can do whatever it takes to defeat us, of course we can do the same." Just when the expression on Minos's face wavered and he seemed to be convinced by Deucalion, a soldier hurried into the hall, knelt on the ground and said, "Great Minos, an urgent military situation has just been reported. The city of Donia has declared war on us. King Rhadamandas of Donia is leading an army to attack the vassal city-state to the west of Knossos. Rhadamandas chose this moment to declare war on us." At this moment, Minos felt that the house was leaking and it was raining all night. Deucalion said without fear, "Father, Rhadamandas is no match for me. Since Rhadamandas foolishly attacked us, let me lead an army of 3,000 to fight Rhadamandas. Not only must I defeat Rhadamandas, we also need to capture the city of Donia and make Rhadamandas lose his foothold in Crete." As the two most famous young heroes in Crete, Deucalion and Rhadamandas had duels several times, and Deucalion defeated Rhadamandas every time. So Minos was also confident that Deucalion would defeat Rhadamandas. "My child, before you fight Rhadamandas, I want to give you the name of Minos and the identity of King of Knossos, so that you can use the identity of King Minos of Knossos to defeat Rhadamandas." "Damandas." "Father." Hearing Minos' words, Deucalion looked at his father with wide eyes in surprise. Minos said with a loving smile, "Deucalion, Will you accept my heritage, and become king of Knossos, become Minos? Deucalion only hesitated for a moment. Then nodded heavily and said, I am willing to accept my father's inheritance, and become Minos of Knossos. Chapter 202 Pandora and the Battle of Europa. Mount Iji. This mountain is not only the highest peak in Crete, but also the natural dividing line between eastern and western Crete. At this time, in the plain area at the foot of the southern mountain of Iji Mountain, two armies of 5,000 people were confronting each other. The 5,000 army in the east is composed of 3,000 Knossos soldiers and 2,000 vassal city-state soldiers led by King Minos, Deucalion, of Knossos, who has just succeeded to the throne. The 5,000 army in the west is composed of many soldiers. It consists of 4,000 Donia soldiers led by Rhadamanthus, the king of Nea city, and 1,000 vassal city-state soldiers. Minos, Deucalion, the king of Knossos, and Rhadamanthus, the king of Donia, are both young kings about 20 years younger. And they are also the most powerful ones on Crete now. Of two heroes, Rhadamanthus, Minos, wearing a horned helmet, stood in front of his army, looking at Rhadamanthus, who was confronting him expressionlessly, and said, Why are you so crazy that you dare to challenge our city of Knossos? If your sister Pandora obeys the engagement and marries me, I can forgive your challenging behavior. It is a pity that the unfaithful Pandora betrayed me and chose to become the enemy Roy's side room. Now I will destroy you and the city of Donia as punishment for you, Deucalion, since you have inherited the throne of Knossos. Let me call you Minos. Rhadamanthus, wearing a feathered helmet, said to Minos with a smile. Minos, do you think you are really stronger than me? I always lost to you in duels in the past because the city of Knossos was stronger than the city of Donia. So I had to lose to you. I don't want to pretend I lost to you. And I don't want to marry my beloved sister Pandora to you. Now I finally don't have to hide my true inner thoughts. Rhadamanthus, you said you were pretending to lose to me. Minos pointed his bronze spear at Rhadamanthus and sneered. Then let's have a real showdown now. I'll make you convinced that you lost. Arrogant Minos, you must be the one who will lose. The two young and energetic kings rushed towards each other to fight. And the soldiers of Knossos and the soldiers of Donia also collided like two tides. Donia City. This city is located in the northwest of Crete. To the east is the Gulf of Susa sandwiched between Crete and the Akrotiri Peninsula. To the west is the Akrotiri Peninsula. Crete. Rosso Gulf of Donia between the Persian Peninsula. 3,600 years later, the city of Donia has become one of the main ports of Crete. Even the world's only superpower has built a naval base in Susa Bay. It can be seen that the city of Donia has also developed into a trade hub. Potential. At the east gate of Donia, Pandora stood on the stone wall, looking at the war going on in central Crete with a solemn expression. The city of Knossos has weakened to this extent. Don't let me down, Rhadamanthus, Pandora said to herself. As long as you defeat Minos, Donia also has the potential to compete for hegemony in the Aegean Sea. After saying that, Pandora stretched her hands to the left and right and slowly closed her eyes. Flap! Flap! A pair of wings blooming with divine light stretched out from Pandora's back. With the waving of divine wings, Pandora's body seemed likely to leave the ground at any time. Puling, puling. When the pair of divine wings were waved 12 times in succession, Pandora's body remained firmly in place. But a looming Pandora left Pandora's body, vibrating its wings, and flew towards the Pandora temple in the palace of Donia city. After a while, a goddess with black wings on her back appeared over the city of Donia with a huge figure of 1,000 meters tall. This is a goddess with the same face and body as Pandora, but under the influence of the goddess's divine power. The goddess has a beauty and charm that human Pandora does not have. Goddess Pandora opened her eyes, looked at the world with her owl-like columnar golden pupils, and said with a joyful smile on her face, The humiliation Europa has left me will end today. After saying that, the goddess Pandora flapped her wings on her back, and her figure immediately turned into a black stream of light and flew towards the center of Crete. Central Crete. The war between Rhadamanthus and Minos continued. As the fierce fighting between Rhadamanthus and Minos continues to this day, both Rhadamanthus and Minos have understood that their strength is about the same and they cannot decide the winner in a short time. Rhadamanthus, you are worthy of being a hero as famous as me. It's a pity that you will lose this battle. After uttering the declaration of victory, Minos fought and prayed loudly. Great goddess Europa, please lend me your divine power and let me defeat the enemies of Knossos. As soon as Minos finished saying his prayer, the goddess Europa descended on the battlefield as a bull-headed goddess with a height of 1,000 meters and 2 horns. Rhadamanthus said calmly, Minos, don't think that only your city of Knossos has the protection of the patron saint. Our city of Donia also has the protection of the goddess Pandora. Great goddess Pandora, I ask for your help to defeat the enemy in front of me. Before Rhadamanthus finished speaking, the goddess Pandora fluttered her wings and descended to the battlefield to confront the goddess Europa. Pandora. Europa looked at Pandora calmly and said, we haven't seen each other in hundreds of years. The trauma you left me in the past was so severe that it took me hundreds of years to heal. Pandora said with a sneer. Europa. I have been dormant for so long. And finally when your strength weakens, I can pay back all the humiliation you left me. Europa said with a sigh. We are sisters living in Crete. Why do we have to fight with each other? Don't you think we should join forces to fight against the gods outside Crete? That sounds nice. Then are you willing to use Mount Ida in central Crete to divide your territory with me? And promise not to hinder the development of Donia city into a trade hub in the Aegean Sea. Pandora. After hearing Pandora's request, Europa said with an ugly expression. Don't you understand that only the entire island of Crete, led by me and the city of Knossos, can unite all the city-states in Crete? You want to be on an equal footing with me. And the city of Donia wants to be on an equal footing with Knossos. Competing for the position of the city as a trade hub will only distract our power and prevent us from fighting against gods outside Crete. The really smart thing to do is to make me the only patron saint of Crete. I promise to make you become my first subordinate god and have the most sacred status after me in Crete. Do you think I'm a fool? You say so righteously. Why don't you make me the only patron saint of Crete? I can also promise you that I will make you my first subordinate god, and let you have the second best to my sacred status. Pandora sneered and sarcastically said, Europa, if you are truly righteous in your heart, kneel down and surrender to me and become my subordinate god. If you said those words just to defend your own interests, then don't waste any more time and let us decide with our strength. Take advantage of it. Chapter 203 1/10 Toll. If words were useful, there would be no need for this war involving tens of thousands of people to break out in the cities of Donia and Knossos. So after Pandora rejected Europa's request, Europa immediately summoned a huge double-sided battle axe. And Pandora also summoned a black divine spear that was the same height as her. Pandora, you couldn't defeat me hundreds of years ago. And now, hundreds of years later, you are still no match for me. After Europa said this, he swung his double-sided battle axe and struck Pandora. Flap! Pandora immediately vibrated the wings on her back and flew thousands of meters into the air at incredible speed to avoid Europa's attack. When Europa wanted to take back the double-sided battle axe, Pandora fell from the sky again and swung the black divine spear to stab Europa. Europa stepped back and then managed to block Pandora's attack with his double-sided battle axe. When Europa wanted to fight back, Pandora flew thousands of meters into the air. Looking at Pandora staying high in the sky like a bird, Europa frowned dissatisfied and said, Don't keep hiding here and there. Come and fight me head-on. You stupid cow. If you can fly up and hit me, why should I give up my advantage and fight you on the ground? Pandora said with a proud smile. I learned a truth from an interesting human being. That is, you can do whatever it takes to win. As a sky god with wings, I should take advantage of my status as a sky god. You stupid cow can run rampant even on the ground. And it won't hurt me at all. Do you think I really can't do anything to you? Being called a stupid cow by Pandora, Europa suppressed his anger and said coldly, Pandora, I'm going to make you regret calling me a stupid cow. After saying that, Europa summoned a new double-sided battle axe. Then Europa held two double-sided battle axes in both hands and swung the double-sided battle axe with his right hand and threw it at Pandora. A swish sound. The double-sided battle axe thrown by Europa's right hand spun and flew towards Pandora at great speed. Just as Pandora avoided the first double-sided battle axe, the second double-sided battle axe was also thrown by Europa. After Pandora dodged the second double-sided tomahawk, the first double-sided tomahawk flew back upside down, and Pandora had to dodge the first double-sided tomahawk again. After the first double-sided battle axe returned to Europa's hands, Pandora did not dodge the second double-sided battle axe that flew back, but used the black divine spear to face the second double-sided battle axe. Bang! The black divine spear collided with the second double-sided battle axe. And the double-sided battle axe condensed with divine power immediately collapsed and disappeared. Pandora looked at Europa proudly. But Europa raised her left hand and once again summoned the second double-sided battle axe. Pandora. You understand now. If you hide in the air, you will only become a moving target. I want to see how long you can hide. Europa. Looking at Europa holding two double-sided battle axes, Pandora gritted her teeth and said, "You are indeed a troublesome enemy." After saying that, Pandora flew to Europa with the speed of teleportation, brandished the black divine spear, and launched an attack with countless afterimages. Clang clang clang. Even if Europa holds two double-sided battle axes, he can barely block Pandora's incredibly fast attack at this time. While Pandora and Europa were fighting fiercely, the divine power of the two goddesses also blessed Radamandas and Minas, increasing their strength. Unfortunately, with the blessing of the goddesses' divine power, the battle between Radamandas and Minas was still neck and neck. Just like the battle between Pandora and Europa, it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. Sea of Thera between southern Peloponnese and western Crete. This is an irreplaceable and important route in the maritime trade of the Aegean Sea. At this time, a fleet consisting of 30 warships was patrolling this sea area. Every merchant ship passing here will be intercepted by warships. After a merchant fleet consisting of 8 cargo ships and 4 escort ships was intercepted by 2 warships. The leader of the merchant ship did not choose to attack the warships, because the regular navy is not a pirate after all. They intercept merchant ships to ask for some benefits. The merchant ship leader negotiated with the captains of the 2 warships. After hearing the other party's request, the merchant ship leader said in disbelief, "Let us hand over 1/10 of the goods as tolls. Are you a navy or a pirate who robs the road?" This is a law enacted by King Radamandas of Donia City. From now on, our Donia navy will protect this sea area and crack down on pirates who rob merchant ships. Therefore, all merchant ships passing through the sea area must hand over 10 cents of goods as tolls. This is just plain robbery. Seeing that there were only 2 warships and 60 soldiers of the Donia City Navy nearby, the leader of the merchant ship not only had the idea of letting the escort ship destroy the opponent, but it was easy to destroy the 2 warships in front of them. But it was difficult to fight against the city of Donia behind them. After some thought, the merchant ship leader finally decided to hand over 1/10 of the cargo as toll. When the merchant fleet passed through the Sea of Thera and was about to enter the Sea of Crete, the leader of the merchant ship suddenly ordered the fleet to sail to the port of Piraeus. The deputy chief of the merchant ship asked doubtfully, "Chief, our plan is to go to the city of Knossos to trade." The leader of the merchant ship explained helplessly, "We have asked the navy of Donia to collect 1/10 of the goods as tolls. If we go to Knossos again to pay taxes and trade, I am afraid that this trip will become a loss-making trade. I heard that in Athens there is no need to pay taxes on trade in the city, and we can avoid more losses by going to the city of Athens to trade." The city of Knossos, the temple of Europa in the royal palace. The predecessor Minas was praying for his son Deucalion. The current Minas, in front of the statue of Europa in the temple. "Your Majesty, it's not good." A noble from the city of Knossos suddenly broke into the temple and said anxiously, "The number of merchant ships that came to Knossos city today has been reduced by more than half compared to yesterday, because there are not enough grain-carrying ships to come to Knossos city. The food reserves of Knossos city are about to bottom out. Residents of SOS city have begun to stock up on food." Upon hearing the news, his predecessor Minas' eyes widened in shock, and then his vision went dark and he fainted. Central Crete. The battle between Pandora and Europa continues. The battle between the 2 goddesses continues until now. Pandora's divine power gradually weakened, and she began to fall into disadvantage. Just when Europa thought she would soon be victorious, her powers began to wane. After noticing the changes in Europa, Pandora immediately laughed and teased, "Europa, it's hard to tell the difference between us again. Is it because I've become stronger or yours has become weaker? Or is it that I've become stronger and you've become weaker? Don't be proud." Europa said expressionlessly, "I fell into weakness due to the battle with the 3 snake goddesses. If I were at my peak, I would defeat you just like I did hundreds of years ago. I'm afraid you have no chance now to return to the heyday you mentioned." Although Europa was unwilling to accept it, she knew in her heart that as the city of Knossos faced more and more problems and enemies, she really had no chance to return to her strongest state. Chapter 204, Tolls can still be collected after the truce. Although Minas Deucalion could copy the fire attack Roy used against him, He could not copy the paper armor. So Minos Knossos soldiers and Rhadamanthus Donia not only are the number of soldiers the same, but the equipment is also the same. While Minos and Rhadamanthus were fighting to a close victory, the soldiers of Knossos and the soldiers of Donia were also fighting to a close victory. This war has become a war of attrition. Over time, the numbers of both Knossos and Donian soldiers decreased. Pandora and Europa were fighting while observing the situation on the battlefield. When the casualties of Knossos soldiers reached 1,000, Europa took the initiative to speak to Pandora. Pandora, if we continue to fight like this, we will both suffer losses or even perish together. If you want to end this war, you must accept my request. Pandora said with a smile. The city of Donia has been suppressed by the city of Knossos for hundreds of years. Even if you and I both lose, I can accept becoming a vassal of other city-states. But you definitely don't want the city of Knossos to weaken completely. What is your request? We will use Mount Ida in the center of Crete as the dividing line. The east side of Mount Ida is your territory, and the west side of Mount Ida belongs to me. Originally, 3/4 of Crete belonged to me. Now you want to take away 1/3 of my territory. Do you think I can accept it? If you don't accept it, then we will continue to fight and see who can't bear the loss first. As the overlord of the Aegean Sea, the city of Knossos must have far more hostile city-states than the city of Donia. If the city of Knossos and the city of Donia end up in a lose-lose situation and the war ends, the enemies that the city of Knossos needs to face will far exceed those of the city of Donia. Facing Pandora, who refused to give in, Europa suddenly threw 2 double-sided battle axes at Pandora's body at the same time. Aha! Aha! The 2 double-sided battle axes rotated at high speed and flew towards Pandora at great speed. Pandora flapped her wings, used her divine speed to dodge the 2 waves of attacks from the 2 double-sided battle axes, and then descended from the sky and dived towards Europa. Just when the divine spear blade swung by Pandora was about to pierce Europa's body, Europa, who was standing there without dodging, suddenly said coldly, I accept your request. The next moment, as if time stood still, Pandora stopped attacking. After retracting the spear blade that stabbed Europa, Pandora said with a sweet smile, Dear Europa, we are real sisters and we should not fight like this at all. Are you really willing to accept my request and share Crete equally with me? Europa said with an unwilling expression. Because the city of Knossos lost the war with the city of Athens, the enemies and problems of the city of Knossos are now emerging. The strength of the city of Knossos is weakening. As the patron saint of the city of Knossos, my divine power is also weakening. Now I can't completely defeat you. And I don't want to lose both sides with you. After both Knossos city and Donia city are defeated, Knossos city will lose hope of rising again. Hearing Europa's answer, Pandora teased jokingly. Now that the city of Knossos has lost its status as the hegemon of the Aegean Sea, my city of Donia will not let go of the opportunity to seize hegemony. Since we are sisters, you go deal with other enemies first and don't interfere with the city of Donia. Grow and grow. Snort. Europa snorted, then turned and left. On the human battlefield, Rhadamanthus and Minos continued to fight. Just then, a young nobleman from Knossos rode onto the battlefield and shouted, King Minos! King Minos! Seeing that Minos was not affected, Rhadamanthus took the initiative to distance himself from Minos and said with a meaningful smile, Minos, since someone is looking for you, go and talk to him. Do you know why he came to me? Minos looked at Rhadamanthus suspiciously, then turned and shouted to the young noble who called him. I'm here. The young nobleman came to Minos and jumped off his horse, then whispered a few words into Minos's ear. After hearing the news brought by the young noble, Minos's face became extremely ugly, and he glared at Rhadamanthus with angry eyes and asked, Rhadamanthus, I heard that your Donian navy intercepted merchant ships in the Sea of Thera to collect tolls. Is this true? You can collect taxes in the city of Knossos, and I can certainly collect tolls on the Sea of Thera. Seeing Rhadamanthus' admission, Minos gritted his teeth and said, Is your fleet a navy or a pirate? Because you robbed tolls, the number of merchant ships that came to Knossos today was reduced by more than half. That's a really big problem, Rhadamanthus said with a gloating smile. Without merchant ships taking the initiative to transport food to the city of Knossos, would there be a food problem in the city of Knossos? If the residents of Knossos were to starve to death, King Minos' laws could still control them. You are vicious. Minos took a deep breath and said, I will give you all the vassal city-states west of Eg Mountain. Are you willing to reach a truce with me and stop robbing merchant ships of tolls? Donia City is a large city-state. And it is right for the city-states west of Eg Mountain to become my vassals. I can cease war with you. But I will continue to collect tolls. If those merchant ships feel that they are at a disadvantage, they can go to Donia. Donia City's port conducts trade. As long as they are merchant ships that have paid tolls, Donia City will not charge commercial taxes on them. You want Donia to replace Knossos as a trade hub. Unexpectedly. First the city of Athens competed with the city of Knossos for the position of a trade hub. And now the city of Donia competed with the city of Knossos and the city of Athens for the status of a trade hub. Thinking of his father falling into a coma, Minos gritted his teeth and said, I would like to see in this three nations struggle for hegemony. Whether the city of Athens, Knossos or Donia will have the last laugh. Attica Peninsula. Eleusis region. At the same time that Minos and Rhadamandas had a truce, Loe and Pallas rode 2 horses along the cement road and arrived near the Eleusis tribe station. Because the Eleusinians had all migrated to the city of Athens, the Eleusinian tribe's garrison had been abandoned. Even if there are wanderers occupying the Eleusis tribe's residence, the number of these wanderers will not be too many. But now, Roy and Pallas observed at the foot of the hillside where the Eleusis tribe's camp was located, and found that there were hundreds of people living in the Eleusis tribe's camp. These people are obviously not wanderers, but a small tribe occupying the Eleusis tribe's garrison. The Eleusis region is bounded by Thebes to the north and Corinth to the west. Regardless of whether this small tribe is Theban or Corinthian, their true identity is the Athenians of the Kingdom of Athens. Roy said while looking at the Eleusis tribe station. Pallas, let's visit this tribe and ask about their origins. Chapter 205 The King of Athens is struck by lightning. The seat of the Eleusinian tribe. Roy and Pallas appeared on horseback at the foot of the hillside and were immediately spotted by the residents on guard. When the two reached the hillside, more than 50 men rushed out from the Eleusis tribe station with weapons. After the group of men surrounded Roy and Pallas, they saw that half of them were using bronze war spears and looked like soldiers who had experienced battles on the battlefield. Roy asked while guessing their origins. Who are you and why are you here to occupy the Eleusis tribe's headquarters? A middle-aged man, who looked like the leader, replied. Before asking us, you should explain your identity and purpose of coming. When we moved here, we found that no one lived here. Now that we live here, we are the owners here. As guests, you should introduce yourself to the owner first. Own. You said you are the host and I am the guest. Roy said with a joking smile. Listen carefully. I am King Loe of Athens, the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Euboea, and Corinth are all territories of the Kingdom of Athens. And I am the real owner of this land. After learning Roy's identity, the middle-aged man first widened his eyes in shock, then frowned and said, If you are really King Loe of Athens, then you are indeed the master of this land. We are the Argive tribe who migrated from the Argos region. If you do not allow us to live here, we will migrate, go somewhere else. Argive tribe. Roy was stunned when he heard this unfamiliar term. Because after the Mycenaeans conquered the Argos region, although the Argos region was not changed to the Mycenaean region, the Argos people had been assimilated by the Mycenaeans into the Mycenaeans. These people in front of them claimed to be the Argos tribe. Obviously, they are Argos people who did not want to be ruled and assimilated by the Mycenaeans after they conquered the Argos area. Argives. I know that you did not want to be ruled and assimilated by the Mycenaeans. So you left your homeland and came to the Attica Peninsula. Roy said with a serious expression. I can allow you to live in the Eleusis area, but you must abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Athens and worship the goddess Metis with us. In other words, you must be assimilated by us into Athenians. After hearing Roy's request, the middle-aged man showed a troubled expression on his face. At this moment, a young girl came over from the Eleusis tribe station and said, Great King of Athens, we can abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Athens, but you cannot force us to worship the goddess Metis in the city of Athens. Roy raised his head and saw that this was a girl about 20 years old. She was wearing the same coarse linen clothes as ordinary people, but she was still beautiful and charming. Her black curly hair was blown freely by the mountain breeze, falling down to her waist like waves. The hemp rope tied around her waist stretched out her thin waist that could be held in one hand, and her little white porcelain feet were wearing straw sandals, perhaps to facilitate movement. Her dress only reached her knees and did not cover her beautiful calves. The girl has a delicate baby face like a doll. But the expression on her face is full of perseverance. As if she has suffered many hardships and tempers. Looking at this heartwarming beautiful girl, Roy frowned and said with an unhappy expression. You don't want to worship the goddess Metis. I can't treat you as one of my own. Let alone worship other gods in the territory of the goddess Metis. When the Mycenaeans migrated to the Argos area at that time, I saw that the Mycenaeans wanted to worship Zeus and Poseidon in the Argos area. If the Argos king Inachus could decisively call on the Argos to destroy the Mycenaeans, perhaps the Argos people will not be reduced to being assimilated by the Mycenaeans. Having learned the lessons of Inachus, I will not make the same mistake again. After Roy finished speaking, he saw the girl suddenly burst into tears. Tears pouring out of the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. The dozens of men who surrounded Roy and Pallas also looked at Roy with angry eyes. As if Roy had humiliated their important person. Please do not humiliate Inachus. After the girl wiped away her tears, she looked at Roy without fear and said, Inachus did not decisively expel the Mycenaeans because he was too kind. And he did not expect that the Mycenaeans would retaliate. Looking at the girl protecting Inachus and the dozens of men around her, Roy suddenly understood their identities. So you are subjects of Inachus. The middle-aged man, who looked like the leader, walked up to the girl and said, Your Majesty, King of Athens, the Inachus you humiliated is my brother. I am Argolid, the younger brother of Inachus. And this child is Io, the daughter of my brother Inachus. Hearing this name, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Because in the myths of another world, she was the first human wife of the king of gods worshipped by the Mycenaeans. In the myth of Io, she wandered from the land to Egypt, where she became the goddess Isis in Egypt. And the son she gave birth to became Horus. Among the gods in Egypt, Osiris was originally a pharaoh who was deified after death. And Isis was a queen who was deified after death. Therefore, the origins of Osiris and Isis were not powerful gods. But for more than 1,000 years, Isis was confused with the sun goddess and the lion goddess, and gained the lofty status of the queen of the gods. Io can be confused with Isis in Mycenaean mythology, which is obviously an extraordinary treatment. Perhaps this was the Mycenaeans' gratitude to Inachus for allowing his beloved daughter to become the first human wife of Zeus in mythology, and to be confused with a queen of the gods. After recovering from the shock, Roy said expressionlessly, Even if you are the brothers and daughters of Inachus, you must worship the goddess Metis. If you refuse to assimilate, I will have no choice but to expel you. Rumble. After Roy finished speaking, a bolt of thunder suddenly fell from the sky and hit a tree not far away. The next moment, the tree struck by thunder burst into flames. It was a cloudless sunny day. Roy looked up at the sky and saw a huge red figure floating thousands of meters in the sky, looking like a burning flame. Everyone, hide now. As if she knew there was danger, Io suddenly shouted to the Argives around her. Quickly stay away from this person who offends the goddess, so that he won't be affected. Hearing Io's warning, the surrounding Argives retreated away from Roy. Rumble. Another bolt of thunder fell from the sky. The first thunderbolt fell more than 10 meters away from Roy, and the second thunderbolt fell only 5 meters away from Roy. Looking at the thunder that seemed to be gradually aiming at him, Roy had an ominous premonition in his heart. Rumble. The third thunderbolt fell and shattered a stone on the ground. Seeing that the third thunderbolt was only 1 meter away from him, Roy finally confirmed that the thunderbolt was targeting him. Paras. What are you doing standing still? Run away. Roy came to his senses and immediately let his horse gallop away from the Eleusis tribe station. Chapter 206 Thunder Fire Hestia. On the cement road leading from the Eleusis tribe to the city of Athens, Loe and Pallas were galloping. Rumble rumble. Thunderbolts fell from the sky one after another, hitting the road Roy just passed. Pallas, who was riding behind Roy, couldn't help but whisper. The target of the thunder is not me. Why should I run with him? I am too close to His Majesty. But I am more likely to be struck by the thunder. Roy, who was concentrating on escaping, did not hear Pallas's complaints. Seeing that the thunderbolt fell on the hard concrete road and could cut a hole half a meter deep in the concrete floor, Roy didn't care about anything else and just wanted to escape from the thunder's attack range as soon as possible. This is definitely an attack from the gods. Looking up at the red fireball thousands of meters high in the sky, Roy had already guessed her identity. She was Hestia, the patron saint of Argos worshipped by the Argos people. As the goddess of fire, Hestia uses thunder to show her power. which is related to the source of fire. Flames in nature usually come from only two sources. The first source of fire was the sun. So among the gods worshipped by the Thracians, Helios, the sun god, was also the primordial fire. The second source of flames is thunder. In hot summers, it is not uncommon for lightning fires to burn in forests or grasslands where lightning strikes are the source of fire. Therefore, thunder is the second primary fire after the sun. In fact, there is a third source of fire in nature that is rarely observed by humans: undersea volcanic eruptions. In the ancient mythology of another world, the sun god Helios is regarded as the undisputed original flame. The fire god Hephaestus, derived from the Egyptian god of fire and craftsman Ptah, symbolizes the eruption of undersea volcanoes. The fire of Hestia, the goddess of fire, symbolizes neither the fire of the sun nor the fire of submarine volcanoes. Because Zeus is the sole master of thunder in mythology, Hestia was stripped of her identity as the goddess of thunder and became a mere goddess of fire, with no description of the source of the fire she symbolized. Hestia, the goddess of thunder and fire. Thinking that the goddess Hestia had lost her territory to Zeus, Roy finally understood why she would attack him like she did now. Precisely because Hestia has lost her territory to Zeus and is no longer a patron saint. Hestia is no longer restricted by the godly rules of a patron saint. Now that Roy was attacked by Hestia, it was like an unlucky person being attacked by a beast like a tiger. Roy could degrade Hestia, who attacked him, into an evil god or even a demon. But he could not accuse Hestia of violating the god's rules because Hestia was no longer a patron saint who needed to abide by the god's rules. Rumble. Another thunderbolt struck beside him, and the remaining power of the thunder paralyzed Roy's body. Hestia lowered dozens of thunderbolts, but none of them hit Roy's body. This was obviously unreasonable. Is goddess Hestia warning me and not trying to kill me? Thinking of the reason why he might have angered Hestia, Roy raised his head and shouted to Hestia, who was thousands of meters above the ground. Goddess Hestia, I promise not to expel the Argives. Rumble. There was a muffled thunder in the sky, but no thunder fell. After a few minutes, there was still no thunder. So Roy immediately stopped the galloping horse. Pallas came to Roy, asked Roy after asking the horse to stop. Your Majesty, are we not going to run away? The goddess has stopped attacking us. Why should we run? Roy turned his horse around and addressed Pallas. Pallas, let's go back and negotiate with the Argives. After saying that, Roy let his horse run towards the Eleusis tribe station. And Pallas could only follow Roy closely. The seat of the Eleusinian tribe. Roy and Pallas returned here. Io and Argolid brought a dozen Argive soldiers to greet Roy and extended an invitation to Roy. Your Majesty the King of Athens, we did not entertain you well just now. Now I beg you to become our guest. I accept your invitation. Roy and Pallas followed Io and others into the Eleusis tribe's residence and observed that there were about 500 Argives here. Everyone came to the stone house located on the top of the hill. Roy and Pallas followed Io and Argolid into the hall of the stone house. And then the four of them sat down around a wooden table in the hall. After two young and beautiful maids brought white bread and wine. Yi held the wine glass in front of her and said, Your Majesty the King of Athens, the goddess Hestia is a great goddess who is as gentle and loving as a mother. She just attacked you just to protect us. Even if we Argives have lost our foothold now, let Hestia goddess Asia has lost her patron saint's seat. And goddess Hestia still has not abandoned us. So how can we betray goddess Hestia? I now understand why you are unwilling to abandon the goddess Hestia. Roy said expressionlessly. Although I understand you, it doesn't mean I can accept it. Io and Argolid looked at each other. And then Io looked at Roy unwillingly and said, Your Majesty, the kingdom of Athens does not only have the goddess Metis. Since you can accept the goddess Mnemosyne in Thebes and the goddess Amphitrite in Corinth, why can't you accept the goddess Hestia? Roy said with a bright smile. Although I am not a priest serving the goddesses Mnemosyne and Amphitrite, both goddesses have given me great favor and given me their blessings and divine power. If you want me to accept goddess Tia, then let goddess Hestia give me blessings and divine power. Hearing Roy's request, Yi said with a happy smile. As long as your Majesty is willing to support the goddess Hestia and help the goddess Hestia regain the throne of the patron saint. Even if your Majesty is not a priest of the goddess Hestia, the goddess Hestia will bestow blessings and divine power on you. Roy shook his head and said, As a priest who serves the goddess Metis, it is impossible for me to allocate a piece of territory belonging to the goddess Metis to the goddess Hestia, and help the goddess Hestia regain her position as the patron saint. My request is, His goddess Tia will grant me blessings and divine power now. Yi explained with a troubled expression. Your Majesty the King of Athens. Now the goddess Hestia is no longer the patron saint. Which means that the goddess Hestia can only give blessings and divine power to one person. The goddess Hestia has given blessings and divine power to her only priest, that is, me. If I want to comply with your Majesty's request, I will lose the blessings and divine power of the goddess Hestia. And I will no longer be able to communicate with the goddess Hestia. Roy said with a smile. If you lose the blessing and divine power of goddess Hestia, and can no longer perform the duties of a priestess, I can be the bridge between you and goddess Hestia. Chapter 207 Athens has no room for two goddesses. As the saying goes, people under the roof have to bow their heads. If the Argives wanted to survive in the kingdom of Athens, they had to accept Loe's request. Yi thought that she and her uncle Argolid had wandered and migrated with 500 tribesmen, and had lived a precarious life for 5 years. Now they had finally found a stable foothold, and finally bowed their heads to Roy and said, Your Majesty the King of Athens. Gods usually only grant blessings and divine power to priests who serve themselves, or people who have made great contributions to themselves and whose contributions are no less than those of the priests. If your Majesty can make great contributions to the goddess Hestia, I am willing to give up my identity as a priest and give you the blessings and divine power of the goddess Hestia. If your Majesty does not want to contribute to the goddess Hestia, we can only move to other places. Of course, Roy would not be naive enough to think that he could do anything with nothing. So after listening to Yi's words, Roy said with a serious expression, Princess Io, I can't make any contribution to the goddess Hestia now. But I can guarantee that when I conquer the Argos region in the future, I will let the goddess Hestia become the guardian of Argos again. God? Although Roy's promise was just a blank check, Yi still nodded and said, If your Majesty can help the goddess Hestia return to the Argos region and become the patron saint, this contribution will be enough for the goddess Hestia to grant you blessings and divine power. I will communicate with the goddess Hestia as soon as possible to let her the goddess Hestia bestows upon you blessings and divine power. How soon is as soon as possible? Roy frowned and asked Yi. Princess Io, can't you communicate with the goddess Hestia now and ask the goddess to bestow blessings and divine power on me? Yi shook her head and said, Goddess Hestia lost her patron saint's throne, which was a huge blow to her spirit. Now it is difficult for me to communicate with goddess Hestia. So you need to wait a few days. A god losing his identity and throne as a patron is like a human being losing his identity and throne as a king. Roy didn't know how serious the mental blow would be to others if they lost their identity as king and their throne. But Roy knew that he had changed from the king of Athens to a civilian with nothing. And the mental shock was enough to drive him crazy. Seeing that Yi had not deceived him, Roy said disappointedly, Then I will go back to the city of Athens first and wait for your good news. Now I declare as the king of Athens that you will be the legal residents of the Eleusis area from now on. This is the village of Eleusis where you live. After saying that, Roy drank the wine in front of him and ate the white bread in front of him, enjoying the host's hospitality. After Roy and Pallas stood up, Argolid stood up and said, Your Majesty, King of Athens, my servant is roasting a sheep for you. You cannot leave now. If I don't leave, I won't be able to return to the city of Athens before nightfall. Roy said with a joking smile. The environment here is too bad and cannot be compared with my palace. The most important thing is that I need someone to be my real pillow every night when I sleep. Does Princess Yi want to sleep with me tonight? Roy's words left Io and Argolid speechless, because Roy's words can be regarded as Roy's humiliation to Yi. Seeing the reactions of Io and Argolid, Roy also understood that he should not easily say that he wanted Io to sleep with him. Although Io is now a destitute princess who has subjugated her country, she is after all the daughter of King Anarchos of Argos, and has the pride and self-esteem of being a royal princess. But Lo had no intention of apologizing. After all, it is the Argives who seek help from Roy, not Roy who wants help from the Argives. Not to mention Roy humiliating Yi with words. Even if Roy humiliated Yi with body, Yi could only choose to endure it. Your Majesty, are you kidding me? Yi and Roy looked at each other and said with a forced smile on their faces, I believe that your Majesty is a person who knows etiquette. So you know how to propose to an unmarried girl before you can sleep with an unmarried girl like me. This is a soft nail for Roy. But it also implies that Roy can get Yi as long as he proposes to Yi. Whether it is to help Hestia regain the throne of the patron saint of Argos, to lead the Argos people back to the Argos region, or to avenge her father Inachus. Io has a reason. Marry the powerful king of Athens. It's a pity that Roy didn't fall in love with the beautiful Yii at first sight. He lusted after her body the first time they met. Princess Yii. What I just said was indeed a joke. There are too many girls around me now. If I provoke other girls, they will definitely be sad. After saying that, Roy turned around and left coolly. When night falls, Loie and Pallas rode back to Athens. Roy rode his horse through the gate of the Acropolis, and saw the statue of Metis in the temple square blooming with divine light. It was obviously the goddess Metis coming again. Metis chose to arrive when Loie returned to the Acropolis. Obviously coming to find Loie again. So without waiting for Metis' call, Roy took the initiative to ride his horse to the temple square. Temple square. Metis himself stood in the square instead of the statue. Unfortunately, only Roy could see this scene. In the eyes of others, it was still the statue of Metis standing in the center of the temple square. Seeing Roy riding in front of him, Metis asked Roy loudly with an angry expression. Loie, what on earth do you want to do? Since you found out that the Argives brought Hestia to my territory, why didn't you drive Hestia away? In my territory, I do not allow the third two gods exist. I believe you will not allow a second king to exist in the territory of the kingdom of Athens. Just like a mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, a lion territory can only have one lion king. Now that a second god appeared in Metis' territory, her reaction was exactly what Roy had expected. Looking at Metis questioning him, Roy explained calmly. Metis, I did not drive away Hestia because the Argives are not a threat to me. And Hestia is not a threat to you. Hestia's very existence is a threat to me, Metis said, glaring at Roy with suspicion. Now because of Hestia's existence, I am no longer the only god in this land. You deliberately didn't drive Hestia away. Could it be that you wanted her to replace me? Roy shook his head and said, Goddess Metis, if I want another goddess to replace you, I can definitely make the goddess Mnemosyne the patron saint of Thebes, Euboea Island, and the Attica Peninsula. Or I can make Amphi the goddess Trite has become the patron saint of the Corinth region and the Attica Peninsula. There is no need to wait for the goddess Hestia to appear. I am a priest who serves you. And you don't trust me so much. I rejected your advances. You must be very dissatisfied with me in your heart. Metis said expressionlessly. As the goddess of wisdom, do you think I can't understand your thoughts? Chapter 208 Rejected by the goddess again. If Metis is the most authoritative god in the kingdom of Athens, even if Metis is not the only god in the kingdom of Athens, Roy must treat Metis with caution. But in fact, in the kingdom of Athens, which consists of the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Euboea, and Corinth, Metis is not only not the only god, but he has only been the patron saint for more than 2 months. A new god. Her authority is far inferior to that of the ancient Mnemosyne and Amphitrite. Therefore, in the contest between royal power and divine power, Roy had an overwhelming advantage. If Metis was the only god in the kingdom of Athens and had ancient and powerful authority, the battle between royal power and divine power would probably be unpredictable. At this time, Roy finally understood deeply why in the history of another world, only in the monotheistic continent of Europa did the divine power overwhelm the royal power. For example, if you regard royal power as the king and divine power as the queen, practicing monotheism is equivalent to a king having only one queen. And practicing polytheism is equivalent to a king having multiple queens. When the king and the queen compete for power, because the king only has one queen, the queen wants to compete for power. And the only target she wants to fight for is the king. The king has multiple queens. If the queen wants to compete for power, she must first defeat the other queens before she can compete with the king for power. When queens compete for power, in order to gain the king's support, the queens all try their best to gain the king's favor. In the history of another world, in the era of polytheism on the continent of Europe, there was no situation where divine authority overcame royal authority. Instead, divine authority always flattered the powerful king and regarded the king as the son of God. In the continent of Europa, where monotheism rules, there is no such thing as a king being regarded as the son of a god. Because he had the confidence to confront Metis, Roy said calmly, I'm not a licking dog. If you reject my confession, I will definitely be dissatisfied with you. So do you want to deprive me of my priesthood? The greatest power you have now is the power of a king. I can deprive you of your identity as a priest of Metis. But I cannot abolish your identity and power as a king. What's the point of depriving you of your status as a priest? Metis said with a solemn expression. As a new god, I finally understand why those gods who became patron saints must kill other gods. Zeus and Poseidon even wanted to drive Hestia out even if they were called ungrateful. Argos region. You dare to treat me like this now because I am not the only god in the kingdom of Athens. You can replace me with other gods at any time. Roy said with a smile. Metis, now that you know the problem, what are you going to do next? I can wait. Metis said with a confident smile. Now I am just a new god without enough authority. But I can use hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate authority. And annex or expel other gods over a long period of time. Mnemosyne and Amphitrite initially they are not the only gods in Thebes and Corinth. They also spent thousands of years annexing other gods. What they can do, I can also do. Metis. Roy couldn't help but said to Metis. Don't you think about accepting my confession. As long as you become my wife and let me share eternal life and divine power, I will regard you as the highest god of the kingdom of Athens. Since I have another choice, why should I surrender to a human? Bear children for you like a human woman. And let you share my immortality and divine power. I don't want to be the object of ridicule and humiliation by other gods. It's better to pursue other goddesses and see if they will accept a human man as their husband. Metis finished speaking with a sneer. And her body transformed back into the statue of Metis. After being rejected by Metis again, Roy said with a wry smile. Should I threaten Metis that if she doesn't accept marrying me, I will kick her off the throne of the patron saint? Saying this, there are only two results. Either Metis surrenders to Roy and accepts marriage to Roy. Either Metis is unwilling to surrender. Loe and Metis break up and become enemies. The kingdom of Athens will lose a patron saint. And Loe will also lose the blessing and divine power given by Metis. Thinking of the life-saving grace Metis had given him. And the fact that he relied on the blessings and divine power given by Metis to gain a foothold in this world step by step. Roy finally did not want to do anything ungrateful. Royal Palace of Athens. The hall where the throne is located. When Roy, Procne, Philomela, and Chiron were having dinner around a table, Chiron took the initiative to speak to Roy. Dear, the number of merchant ships coming to the port of Piraeus for trade has almost doubled today. I asked the ship owners and learned that the number of merchant ships passing through the Thera Sea between the southern Peloponnese Peninsula and Crete, all merchant ships were taxed by the navy of Donia City with 1/10 of their cargo as tolls. Puff. After hearing Chioni's words, Roy sprayed a mouthful of wine directly into the face of Philomela, who was sitting opposite. Philomela not only didn't mind, but also licked the wine near her lips. Roy didn't pay attention to Philomela's reaction, and said to Chiron with wide eyes. The city of Donia levies 1/10 of the toll from merchant ships. They are collecting taxes in the name of tolls. The commercial tax of Knossos is 1/20. Plus this 10th for a toll of 1. Those merchant ships will lose 15% of their goods just by paying the tax. It is because the city of Donia levies 1/10 of the toll that those merchant ships come to our city of Athens to trade in order to avoid losses. There is no commercial tax in the city of Athens. As long as the merchant ships that are levied 1/10 of the toll tax by the city of Donia do not want to be levied 1/20 of the commercial tax by the city of Knossos to increase their losses. The best choice is to come here. Go to the city of Athens to trade. On the surface, it seems that Donia's approach will encourage more merchant ships to come to Athens. But Loe has no intention of making the city of Athens permanently tax-free. Now the city of Donia collects 1/10 of the toll tax from merchant ships. How will our city of Athens collect taxes in the future? As long as our city of Athens starts collecting taxes, merchant ships will go to other duty-free ports to trade in order to avoid losses. Chiron nodded and said, when collecting tolls, the navy in Donia City also told the merchant ships that as long as they paid the tolls, they could trade tax-free at the port in Donia City. It seems that Donia City is the same as us. We want to develop it into a trade hub. Although what Donia City is doing seems to be beneficial to us on the surface, Donia City is also using the tolls collected to grow rapidly and become a threat to compete with us for hegemony. Roy said with a solemn expression. It seems that I am going to negotiate with the king of Donia City, Pandora's brother Rhadamanthus, to ask him to give up his ambition. Chapter 209 Athens Royal Hotel No. 1. Of course, Roy had to get to know this cheap uncle before negotiating with Rhadamanthus. So the next day, Roy went to the port of Piraeus and asked the maritime merchants who knew about the situation about Rhadamanthus. Port of Piraeus. Hundreds of craftsmen are working hard here to build the hotel and restaurant designed by Roy. When Roy came to the port, he saw that the walls of hundreds of rooms in the hotel had been built, and only the ceiling work was left. In order to provide working meals and hot water for hundreds of craftsmen, Kaiwan arranged a dozen chefs here to prepare 3 meals and boil hot water here. Although the restaurant was not open yet, shipowners and sailors at the port saw more than a dozen chefs preparing food and boiling hot water. They would come to buy it, but were rejected by the chefs, because the job of these chefs is to provide food and hot water only to the craftsmen. Seeing this situation, Roy came to the chefs and ordered, "You make more food and boil more hot water and sell it to the shipowners and sailors at the port. If you don't have enough manpower, apply to Kaiwan for more manpower." Lowy set a cheap and affordable price for food and hot water, and began searching the harbor for shipowners who knew Rhadamanthus. Even if the ship owner whom Roy spoke to didn't know about Rhadamanthus' situation, Roy would talk to him enthusiastically and ask what kind of services the city of Athens could provide to make the ship owners more satisfied. As for the opinions of the sailors, it was not up to the sailors to decide whether merchant ships should come to the port of Athens for trade. After Roy's patient search, he finally found a Phoenician shipowner who knew Rhadamanthus, and learned about Rhadamanthus' situation from the other party's mouth. Rhadamanthus recently fought a close war with Minos the Deucalion. The result of this war was that both sides were victorious and undefeated. It can be seen that Rhadamanthus has the ability to not lose to Minos the Deucalion. Carlion, strength. What worried Roy was that Rhadamanthus loved his sister Pandora deeply, and opposed the marriage between Pandora and Deucalion from the beginning. If the engagement between Pandora and Deucalion had not been made by Rhadamanthus' father, Rhadamanthus would have definitely cancelled the engagement between Pandora and Deucalion as his brother. Although he hasn't met Rhadamanthus yet, Roy's intuition is that Rhadamanthus is probably an abnormal brother. Because Minos the Deucalion became his sister's fiancé, a normal brother would have no reason to object. "Honey." As soon as the conversation between Roy and the Phoenician captain ended, Kaiwan ran up to Roy and said, "A slave merchant has brought hundreds of slaves. Do you think we should buy them? Now the city of Athens is facing a serious food shortage. Every extra person needs to buy more food." Roy thought for a moment and said, "You take me to see the slave merchant, and I will see if his slaves are worth buying. If the slaves he brings are of high quality, it doesn't matter if there are a few more people eating food in the city of Athens." Roy followed Kaiwan to the dock where the slave merchant was, and saw that the slave merchant had let his slaves come to the shore from the ship. This slave trader is a Phoenician about 30 years old. Most of his slaves are men, and there are less than 20 slave women. The skin color of these slaves ranges from white, yellow, brown, and black, with yellow and brown slaves being the most common. Seeing Roy looking at his slave seriously, the slave merchant came to Roy and smiled flatteringly. "Great king of Athens, let me introduce to you the origin of these slaves. These slave men are basically unlucky ghosts who were captured in the war. Their ability to survive on the cruel battlefield is a manifestation of their ability. You can buy these slave men to fight for you, or you can use them as livestock slaves. These slave women are also my carefully selected products. Not only are several of them unmarried girls, but all of them are not pregnant. If you want to carefully check, I can make them take off their clothes." Roy looked at the 18 slave women and confirmed that they were indeed not sick or pregnant. Roy looked at Kaiwan and said, "Kaiwan, I want to buy all these slave women. The beautiful ones can perform songs and dances to attract guests in our royal hotel in Athens. And the less beautiful ones can be responsible for cleaning the hotel rooms." The royal hotel in Athens. Seeing Keone's confused expression, Roy explained with a smile, "After the hotel and restaurant we build in the port is completed, I want to name it the Royal Hotel Athens. If the Royal Hotel Athens can be a big success, this will be the Royal Hotel Athens #1 in the future. And we will build the Royal Hotel Athens elsewhere. Hotel #2. #3. #4. Up to #10,000 hotel. Perhaps in the future, just the Royal Hotel of Athens will be able to provide us, the royal family of Athens, with wealth that rivals the rest of the country." Kaiwan nodded suddenly and said, "The name of the Royal Hotel in Athens is indeed very good. Since my dear has already thought of a job for these slave women, we will buy these slave women." The slave merchant said happily after hearing Roy and Kaiwan talking about buying their own slave women. "Great king of Athens, Because these slave women are high-quality slaves. Their prices are not cheap at all. Since you want to buy them all, let's make the deal at a price of 100 caddies of salt for each slave woman. Although Roy's salt is made from seawater, Roy doesn't want to be taken advantage of. You want me to buy all your slave women for the price of 100 pounds of salt for one slave woman. Roy looked at the slave merchant with an unhappy expression and said, although I know that you businessmen all like to pursue profits, you should also know that the king should not be fooled as a fool. Since you told me the price of such a lion's mouth, now the price of these slave women is decided by me. The price of a beautiful slave woman is 80 pounds of salt. The price of an unattractive slave woman is 50 pounds of salt. The slave merchant smiled even more happily when he heard the price proposed by Roy. The reason he opened his mouth just now was to bargain with Roy. Although Roy now unilaterally determines the price of slave women, the price given by Roy is much higher than the bottom line of the slave merchant. Great King of Athens, now all these slave women belong to you. Do you want to buy all these slave men too? Keep the white and yellow ones. Don't leave the rest. Roy said expressionlessly. I price these slave men 50 pounds of salt. Although Roy's tone was decisive, the slave merchant still said unwillingly. I took the remaining slave men back. Not only wasting food, but also wasting time in processing them. If you are willing to buy the remaining slave men, I will only charge you half the price. I don't even want it if you give it to me for free. Roy said coldly. If you don't want to make the same mistake again, don't bring anything other than white and yellow here again. Otherwise you will still waste food and time. Chapter 2:10 The Akkadians ask for help. After the slave merchant took the remaining slave men and left by boat, he saw that the more than 50 slave men and women he had bought looked numb, as if they had no hope for their own future. Roy took the initiative to speak to these slaves. You can rest assured that I will not let you be enslaved to death by me as lifelong slaves. As long as you work for me for 5 years, I will make you free people and give you a considerable amount of wealth as a reward for your work. The kingdom of Athens does not need foreigners like you to protect it. So the job I arrange for you will not be to send you to the battlefield. The hardest job for you slave men is to carry things. The hardest job for you slave women is, which means cleaning and washing. After hearing what Roy said, more than 50 slaves and men opened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what they heard. In this era, it was considered lucky to have a master who kept slaves fed and clothed. But Roy not only wanted to make them free people after 5 years, but also paid them for their work. This is not the treatment of slaves. Roy completely treats them as workers from other places. The eyes of the slave men and women, who were originally numb, now all had the light of hope in their eyes. One slave man said boldly, "You're not lying to us, are you? Where in the world can there be such a kind-hearted master, who will give us freedom as long as we work for 5 years? The hardest work is just to let us carry things. And in the end we will be paid dash. I am the king of Athens. And my words are equivalent to the laws of the kingdom of Athens. The treatment I give you slaves will become the legal standard of the kingdom of Athens in the future. In the future, any slave who works in the kingdom of Athens for 5 years will be treated as a free man." Identity. Roy said with a smile. Although I will give you slaves the best treatment in the world, I will also give you slaves the harshest punishment. If a slave tries to escape, the slave will not have a chance to be forgiven. Because the penalty for escape is death penalty. And before death, escaped slaves were brutally tortured. No one will escape. These slave men and women said one after another. When we return to our hometown, we will be captured by the king and taken to the battlefield. I would rather stay here as a slave than return to the chaos of my hometown. There were roughly 3 sources of slaves in this era. The first source of slaves were slaves who were taken as prisoners or trophies of war and then sold to slave traders. The second source of slaves is slaves who were captured by bandits on land or pirates from the sea and sold to slave merchants. The third source of slaves was debt slaves, who were poor people who were sold to slave traders by their creditors or by their families. Regardless of the origin of the slaves purchased by Roy, they would not be better off in their hometown than in the city of Athens. After handing over these slave men and women to the management of Chiron, Roy returned to the Acropolis and happened to see a soldier running towards him from the palace. His Majesty. The soldier came to Roy and said happily, "It's great to meet you here. Princess Procne asked me to inform you that there is an envoy from Arcadia who wants to see you." Messenger of Arcadia. The city of Athens has no exchanges with the Arcadia region, a mountainous area in the central Peloponnese peninsula. The purpose of the envoys from the Arcadia region coming to Athens immediately aroused Roy's curiosity. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy came to the hall and saw Procne and Philomela sitting on the throne together to receive envoys from the Arcadia region. Brother Roy. Procne saw Roy smiling happily. And Philomela said in surprise. Brother Roy came back so quickly. The soldiers sent to find you just left. Roy walked to the steps where the throne was. Then turned around and sat down. He put his arms around the slender waists of Procne and Philomela. Looked at the young messenger standing in the center of the hall and asked. Are you the envoy from Arcadia? What is your purpose in coming to our city of Athens? Great King Loey of Athens. Let me introduce myself first. I am Pandaros, the son of Lycaon, the king of Arcadia, the most powerful city-state in the Arcadia region. I came to Athens to seek help because the Mycenaeans are invading the Arcadia region. Seeing that Roy didn't speak, Pandaros continued. The Mycenaeans are really hateful. Not only did they actively invade the Arcadia region, they also belittled and humiliated the Arcadian tribes who defended the goddess Artemis. The Arcadian tribes on Mount Cerunia were after the Mycenaeans conquered it. The Mycenaeans devalued the Arcadian tribe there as the doe of the goddess Artemis in the myth they made up for Zeus, and described the Mycenaean leader as a giant who caught the doe alive. Hero. After the Arcadian tribe on Mount Erymanthus was conquered by the Mycenaeans, they were also fabricated myths by the Mycenaeans and denigrated to the wild boar of the goddess Artemis, describing the Mycenaean leader's plan to capture him alive. The achievements of the wild boar. Now my father Lycaon is leading the Arcadians to resist the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans hate my father and make up myths that my father Lycaon will be killed by Zeus, turn into a bloodthirsty wolf. To put it simply, you Arcadians can't defeat the Mycenaeans. So you want to get help from our city of Athens. Roy couldn't help but said. It's obviously something that can be explained clearly in one sentence. So why do you need to popularize these things that I don't need to know? We Arcadians can defeat the Mycenaeans. Pandaros said without confidence. It's all because the Arcadian tribes who worshipped Pan, the god of fawns, surrendered to the Mycenaeans that we are in the current unfavorable situation. In the Arcadia region, the great goddess Artemis protects the entire Arcadia. The highest god in the region, Pan, the god of fawns, was one of the vassals of the goddess Artemis. However, in order to replace the goddess Artemis as the patron saint of Arcadia, Pan, the god of fawns, actually accepted the thief as his father and became the son of the Mycenaean god Zeus. The son was also renamed Hermes by Zeus. Pan, the tribe of the fawn Hermes, also became an accomplice of the Mycenaeans in attacking our city of Arcadia. After listening to Pandaros' words, Roy said expressionlessly, Prince Pandaros, I have deep sympathy for the fact that your city of Arcadia is about to be conquered by the Mycenaeans, and that the goddess Artemis is about to be taken away from the throne of the patron saint of Arcadia by Hermes, the god of fawns. But there is nothing I can do to help you, because the city of Athens is now competing with the cities of Donia and Knossos in Crete for hegemony in the Aegean Sea. And there really is no force to assist you. Pandaros said with his eyes widened in disappointment. Great King of Athens, my sister Callisto is a virgin who has sworn to remain unmarried and serve the goddess Artemis. As long as you help us, my father Lycaon is willing to marry Callisto to you. Callisto. In the myth of another world, the Mycenaeans first conquered the Argos region. So Io, the daughter of Inachus, the king of Argos, was the first human wife of Zeus, the king of the gods of the Mycenaeans. The second place the Mycenaeans conquered was the Arcadia region. So Callisto, the daughter of King Lycaon of Arcadia, was the second human wife of Zeus, the king of the gods of the Mycenaeans. Chapter 2:11 The world is huge and the ambitions are huge. In the mythology of another world, the Mycenaeans seem to have had the custom of sacrificing their noblest maidens to heroes or gods after a war. After the Trojan War, the unmarried Trojan princess Polyxena became a sacrifice to the demigod hero Achilles. Princess Io of Argos and Princess Callisto of Arcadia will become the human wives of Zeus. Perhaps the prototype is Io after the Mycenaeans conquered the Argos and Arcadia regions, and Callisto became sacrifices to Zeus, as a virgin who served Artemis and the human wife of the Mycenaean god King Zeus. Callisto was also a deified goddess in mythology. She was originally a subordinate god of Artemis, and was later adopted by Zeus, arrange it into the night sky, and become the star god of the Ursa Major constellation. Hearing Pandaros saying that Callisto was going to marry Loey, Procne and Philomela nervously hugged Loey's arms. with uneasy expressions on their faces. Although Harmonia is also a powerful love rival, she must be responsible for managing the Thebes region in the city of Thebes, and cannot stick to Roy like Procne and Philomela. Callisto is different from Harmonia. She can marry in the city of Athens and directly compete with Procne and Philomela for Loe's favor. Procne and Philomela certainly don't want to add such a love rival. Roy hugged Procne and Philomela's slender waists with his arms to comfort them, and then said to Pandaros, "Prince Pandaros, I have no interest in getting involved in your war with the Mycenaeans for a woman. For me, competing with Donia and Knossos for the hegemony of the Aegean Sea is the most important thing." His Majesty the King of Athens. Seeing the determined expression on Roy's face, Pandaros knew that he could not convince Roy. So he turned around and said, "Since the city of Athens is unwilling to help our city of Arcadia, then we will use our own strength to fight against the Mycenaeans. If we lose to the Mycenaeans, who rule the Argos and Arcadia regions, the Scythians will become a powerful enemy that the city of Athens must face." After saying that, Pandaros left directly. After Pandaros walked out of the hall, Procne couldn't help but say, "Brother Roy, I think what Prince Pandaros said makes sense. If we now intervene in the war between the Mycenaeans and the Akkadians, we can easily break the Mycenaeans' ambition to annex the Akkadian region. If nothing is done now, the Mycenaeans will dominate Argos and Arcadia and become even more powerful against us. The Kingdom of Athens." Roy shook his head and said, "It is of no benefit to us to intervene in the war between the Mycenaeans and the Akkadians. Even if we help the Akkadians defeat the Mycenaeans now, I want to conquer the Peloponnese Peninsula in the future. At that time, the Akkadians will still become my enemies. If all the men of the Akkadian royal family die, and only Princess Callisto is left to inherit the throne, I would be willing to step in as Princess Callisto's husband. This war, if Roy did not have the ambition to annex the Akkadian region, Roy should indeed help the Akkadians to prevent the Mycenaeans from growing in strength. Since Roy had a firm goal of conquering the Peloponnese, the Mycenaeans and Akkadians would both be Roy's enemies in the future. And Roy naturally had no reason to help the Akkadians fight against the Mycenaeans. The current war between the Akkadians and the Mycenaeans, the more brutal the fighting between the two sides, will be easier for Roy to conquer the Mycenaeans and Akkadians in the future. Brother Roy, why are you not satisfied with the current territory of the Kingdom of Athens?" Philomela said doubtfully. "The territory of the Kingdom of Athens is twice that of Crete, and it is an unprecedentedly powerful city-state in the Aegean Sea." Seeing that Procne had the same doubts, Roy said with a smile, "Procne, Philomela, the current territory of the Kingdom of Athens is about 16,000 square kilometers. Even if the Mycenaeans conquered the mountainous Peloponnese Peninsula, it would not be enough to compete with our Athens. The strength of the kingdom's confrontation. So the Kingdom of Athens is now undoubtedly the strongest city-state in the Aegean region. But around the eastern Mediterranean, the Egyptian Empire has a territory of more than 1 million square kilometers and a population of more than 2 million. And the Hittite Empire has 30. The Kingdom of Babylon has a territory of 500,000 square kilometers and a population of 1 million. Compared with these kingdoms and empires, the Kingdom of Athens is too small. If I didn't know the world if it is big, maybe I will be satisfied with the current Kingdom of Athens. But since I know how big the world is, I must let the Kingdom of Athens develop into the Mediterranean Sea, the greatest empire in the entire world." After hearing Roy's words, Procne and Philomela's eyes widened in shock, unable to imagine how big the kingdoms and empires around the eastern Mediterranean were. After recovering from the shock, Procne said worriedly, "Brother Roy, since our Kingdom of Athens is so small, how can we fight against these behemoth and powerful countries? These kingdoms and empires appear to have vast territories and large populations. In fact, they are many city-states that jointly respect the most powerful city-state. The most powerful city-state can nominally command other city-states. As long as we defeat the king who represents the most powerful city-state, the others the city-states will become fragmented. So it is not difficult to defeat these behemoth kingdoms and empires. The current rulers of the Egyptian Empire are tens of thousands of nomads from the Phoenician region. The Mycenaeans are the nomads who rule the Egyptian Empire, a branch of the nation. Because Kamos, the pharaoh of the southern Egyptians, began to rebel against foreign rulers, Acrisios took the Mycenaeans out of the Egyptian Empire, first to Crete, and finally to Beth, the Argos region of the Peloponnese Peninsula. Although Procne and Philomela were confused and seemed to understand Roy's words, they had blind worship and trust in Roy. So after Roy finished speaking, Philomela said with a bright smile. Since Brother Roy said yes, the Kingdom of Athens will definitely be able to defeat those kingdoms and empires. When the Kingdom of Athens becomes the greatest empire in the world, Brother Roy will be the greatest king in the world. And my sister and I will be the greatest queen. Just when Roy wanted to bite Procne and Philomela's lips to reward their trust, Pallas suddenly entered the hall and said, Your Majesty, I have good news for you. Roy said with an unhappy expression as Pallas interrupted his good business. You better really bring good news. Otherwise I will arrange a hard job for you. Although he didn't know what he had done to make Roy unhappy, Pallas still said hurriedly. Princess Io sent someone to tell me that her communication with the goddess Hestia is very smooth. You can receive the blessings and divine power of the goddess Hestia at any time. Chapter 212 Hestia's Blessing. Eleusis Village. Roy and Pallas came here on fast horses and saw a stone altar in the center of the village. Io and Argolid led a group of Argives standing next to the altar, apparently in waiting for your own arrival. After jumping off the horse, Roy came to Yi excitedly and urged, Princess Io, now that I'm here, please quickly summon the goddess Hestia. Your Majesty the King of Athens. You must first agree to our request. Yi said in a pleading tone. Because of the lack of food, my people are living a life without enough to eat. So I hope you can provide us with some food. Upon hearing Yi's request, Roy looked up and down Yi's body and said with a joking smile on his face. There is no free food in the world. Even if you are my subjects, I will not let you get something for nothing. Feeling Roy's gaze, Yi smiled and said, You can do anything to me as long as you allow my people to live a normal life. Argolid glanced at Yi worriedly, then looked at Roy with dissatisfied eyes and said, King of Athens, I can lead the Argos soldiers to fight for you. Or I can do other things for you. Please don't do anything excessive to Io. Argos, you are truly the guardian of Io. Roy looked at Argolid, thinking of the most important character around Io in the myth of another world. In the myth of Io, a 100-eyed giant named Argos imprisoned Io, so that Io could never be freed. Later, Zeus ordered Hermes to kill Argos. Although Io was freed, she also began a wandering journey from land to Egypt. Obviously, the prototype of Argos, the 100-eyed giant who imprisoned Io, was probably the Argives who guarded Io. These Argives have been protecting Io so that Io can live in the Argos region. Zeus ordered Hermes to kill Argos, which symbolized the Mycenaeans killing the people who protected Io. From then on, Io became helpless. It is precisely because the guardians around Io are enemies of Zeus and the Mycenaeans that the Mycenaeans will degrade them into 100-eyed giants in mythology, and discredit them from guardians into monsters that bind Io. Argolid, haven't you figured out your and Io's current identities yet? After coming back to his senses, Roy looked at Io and Argolid and smiled. Yi's identity is the princess of a subjugated country, and you are now the village chief in charge of 500 people. To be realistic, you and Yi are commoners. Do you still want Yi to marry the king of a certain city-state and become the queen? Seeing Argolid's angry expression because of Roy's humiliation, Yi said immediately, Uncle Argolid, the king of Athens is right. Now I am just a common girl. Even if I can only serve the king of Athens as a concubine or a maid, it will be my honor. My child, Argolid said painfully and blamed himself. I have always regarded you as my daughter. If I can't make you happy, what's the point of living for me? Did you misunderstand? Roy couldn't help but said at this time, I have no intention of asking Io to sacrifice her body to serve me. I just want to use Io as a reason to attack the Argos region when I conquer the Argos region. Before that, in order to protect Io's safe, I want Io to live in my palace. Argolid said angrily. If Yi lives in your palace, how can she get married in the future? I can promise that I will not touch Yi. I don't care whether she can marry or not. In short, she must live in my palace. This is the condition for me to provide you with food. Uncle Argolid, Io advised Argolid. If another common girl could become the concubine of the king of Athens, you would definitely not object. Because it is better to be the concubine of the king of Athens than to be the head wife of a common man. When it comes to me, you have no reason to object. But you are the daughter of Inachus, the king of Argos, and the princess of our Argos people. You are not a common girl with a low status. Looking at the stubborn Argolid, Yi shook her head helplessly. And then said to Roy. Your Majesty, King of Athens, I accept any request you have. Roy smiled with satisfaction. Then let's get down to business. Io turned around and climbed onto the altar. Then knelt at the highest point of the altar and prayed devoutly. As Yi's body experienced fluctuations in divine power, a thunderous sound came from thousands of meters in the air. Boom! A bolt of red gold thunder suddenly fell from the sky and struck the ground behind the altar. Others, including Yi, could only see the natural phenomenon of thunder falling. Roy's eyes widened in shock when he saw Hestia descending behind the altar with a figure 10 meters tall. As a goddess who has lost her patron saint's throne, Hestia is like a dull doll. But this does not affect her beauty at all. The tattered light red dress wrapped Hestia's graceful body, and her beautiful long hair was like a burning flame, hanging casually down to her waist. Hestia looks like a girl of about 18 years old. Her facial features are exquisite and flawless. Her beautiful big eyes are like two rubies, and blazing flames can be seen deep in the pupils. Around Hestia's waist, there was a gold belt binding her slender waist, and her beautiful ankles were also wearing gold strappy sandals. Under Roy's gaze, Hestia stretched out her left hand to Io, and an invisible divine power immediately left Io's body and transferred to Hestia's left hand. Then, Hestia moved her left hand to aim at Roy, and a divine power was injected into Roy's body from Hestia's left hand. Roy suppressed the excitement in his heart. When Hestia's divine power integrated into his body, Roy immediately felt the changes in his body, and a message appeared in his mind. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis's blessing, wisdom improvement. Mnemosine's blessing, predicting the future. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Amphitrite's blessing, copper and iron, bone. Hestia's blessing, speed boost. Strength level, great hero, thousands of enemies. Goddess Hestia's blessing is to increase my speed dash. Roy just thought about it for a moment and realized that Hestia's blessing had greatly improved his strength. If Roy is a hero, 100 enemies. Hestia's blessing increases Roy's speed. And Roy can only defeat heroes of the same level, 100 enemies, at a faster speed. Now that Roy is a great hero, 1,000 enemies. Hestia's blessing increases Roy's speed. And Roy can defeat great heroes, 1,000 enemies, of the same level, at a faster speed. Even if he reaches the level of a demigod hero, enemy of 10,000 people, Roy can rely on Hestia's blessing to increase his speed and defeat demigod heroes of the same level, enemy of 10,000 people. Chapter 213 Half-Siblings. After Hestia gave Roy her blessing, she walked towards the seaside with huge steps. Seeing Hestia leaving, Roy hesitated for a moment and then said to Io on the altar, Princess Yi, let me leave first. After saying that, Roy turned around and ran towards the seaside after Hestia. The coast south of the village of Eleusis is surrounded by the mouths of two rivers. Roy chased Hestia to the coast, and saw Hestia stopped on the beach, looking toward the southeast. Looking southeast from this coast, Roy could only see the outline of Salamis Island 10 miles away. But Hestia's gaze might be able to see beyond Salamis Island and see the distant Argonauts. Sri Lanka area. For Hestia, the Argos region is not only her territory. With the Argos people she has protected for hundreds of years, but also her hometown where she has lived for hundreds of years. But now, Hestia was driven out of her hometown by Zeus and became a wandering god with no fixed abode. Seeing Hestia's eagerness to return to her hometown, Roy couldn't help but say, Goddess Hestia, if you will marry me, let me share your... Before he finished speaking, Roy stopped, because Roy suddenly felt that in order to gain eternal life and divine power, he actually proposed marriage to Hestia, whom he met for the first time, which was a bit crazy. Although Roy didn't finish his words, Hestia still looked down at Roy and looked at him blankly. Roy said to Hestia with a bright smile, Goddess Hestia, I know that losing your patron saint seat and being driven out of your hometown is a big blow to you. But I promise you here that I will take back the Argos region for you soon. So hurry up, get back to normal. Hearing Roy's words, Hestia's blank eyes filled with hope. You? Under Roy's confused gaze, Hestia knelt down and stretched out her right hand to touch the left side of Roy's face. After realizing that her palm was too big to hold Roy's cheek with her palm, Hestia's body quickly shrunk, eventually transforming into the form of a human girl. After the transformation was completed, Hestia reached out her right hand to hold Roy's left cheek, and then said with a smile, You are strong. You have the ability to fulfill what you just said. So don't betray your promise. Roy's words just now were just to please Hestia. But he didn't expect that Hestia would actually rely on him. Goddess Hestia. What reward can you get if I take back the Argos region for you? You have received my blessing and divine power, and are not satisfied. Then you use me to deify yourself, and build the foundation, for you to become a heroic god. Because I am a virgin goddess. You cannot claim to be my son. But you can claim that you are my brother. I will also publicly admit that I am your sister. Brother? Sister? The reward for taking back the Argos region for Hestia is to become siblings with Hestia. But I want to just lie down. Marry the goddess and share her immortality and divine power. I don't want to go through all the hard work to become a heroic god who will be deified after death. Looking at Hestia's innocent gaze, Roy did not make his shameless request after all. Sister Hestia. Since I am your brother and you are my sister, can I hug you? Hestia nodded without hesitation. And Roy slowly stretched out his hands to hug Hestia's slender waist. And then held her whole body in his arms. After placing his chin against Hestia's smooth forehead, Roy couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he felt that Hestia didn't waver at all. Just like a human girl being hugged by a child. After reluctantly separating from Hestia, Roy said to Hestia with a serious expression. Sister Hestia. Although I cannot deprive you of the territories of other goddesses, my kingdom of Athens is your second home. In my kingdom of Athens, you will be respected by all humans and gods. Thank you. Hestia said with a sweet smile. Is this what it feels like for a sister to be taken care of by her brother? I have seen many scenes of human brothers and sisters taking care of each other. But I never thought that one day I would experience it myself. Sister Hestia. Looking at Hestia's beautiful smile, Roy couldn't help but hold Hestia in his arms again. Although Roy didn't get Hestia's permission, Hestia wasn't angry. After a while, Hestia said in a gentle voice, Brother Roy. It's time for me to get off the ground. Roy reluctantly let go of Hestia. And Hestia's body immediately turned into a ball of blazing red gold flames, flying high into the sky at incredible speed. Looking up at Hestia, who was back thousands of meters above the ground, Roy couldn't help but say, the down and out goddess who lost her patron saint seat, lost her territory, and lost her people is different from the proud goddess who stands on the patron saint seat. Although I am giving help to a down and out goddess in need, her favorability towards me has also increased. It was so fast. We became half-siblings with me the first time we met. When night falls, Loe, Io, and Pallas returned to Athens from the village of Eleusis, royal palace of Athens. When Procne, Philomela, and Chiron came to the courtyard outside the hall to greet Roy, they saw Roy and Io riding a horse. And Io, who was sitting in front, leaned against her body very naturally. In Roy's arms, Philomela directly questioned Roy. Brother Roy. Who is this woman you brought back? After returning to the ground from the horse, Roy explained while holding Yi down. Don't get me wrong. She has nothing to do with me. She is Io, the daughter of King Inachus of Argos, and is now a commoner in our kingdom of Athens. Because I want to use her as a legitimate reason to conquer the Argos region. So I want her to live in the palace. Seeing Roy hugging Io in a princess hug, Procne said quietly, Brother Roy. Even if she falls off the horse, she won't be injured. If you hold her like this now, who would think that she has nothing to do with you? After Io left Roy's arms, she took the initiative to bow her head to Procne, Philomela, and Chiron. As your majesty just said, as a subjugated princess, I am now a commoner in the kingdom of Athens. I have no intention of competing for your majesty's favor. I just want to serve your majesty and repay your majesty's care for my people. Procne and Philomela looked at each other. And when they looked at Io again, the hostility in their eyes disappeared. As a subjugated princess, Yi is now just a commoner. This alone disqualifies Io from becoming the love rival of Procne and Philomela. Since Io's attitude is so submissive, Procne and Philomela must also show the tolerance of a head wife. Procne came to Io, took the initiative to hold Io's hands and said, Sister Yi, I am very sympathetic to your experience. Now that we are a family, we will take care of you as a sister and you can get along with us as equals. Of course Io knew that all Procne said were polite words. If she really regarded Procne as her sister, she would definitely arouse Procne's dissatisfaction. Chapter 214 Rhadamanthus is seriously ill. Athenian waters. A clipper ship left the port of Piraeus and sailed on the sea like an arrow driven by the north wind. Roy stood on the bow deck of the clipper, admiring the beautiful scenery on the sea. The destination of this clipper ship was not the Arcadia region where the Mycenaeans were invading, but the city of Donia in northwest Crete. At noon on the third day, Roy's clipper arrived at the port of Donia city. When the ship sailed into the port, Roy knew that he had come to the right place when he saw that there were hundreds of merchant ships of various sizes moored in the port of Donia city. It was beginning to develop into a trade hub. If the city of Donia is allowed to continue to grow and develop, the city of Donia will not only be a threat to the city of Knossos, but also a threat to the city of Athens. If Donia was part of the kingdom of Athens under Roy's rule, whether Athens or Donia developed into a trade hub, the ultimate beneficiary would be Roy. And Roy would certainly not oppose the development of Donia. Become a trade hub. It's a pity that the current ruler of Donia city is not Roy, but Roy's cheap uncle Gradamandus. Let the sailors of the clipper stay on the ship. Roy entered the city of Donia alone with the bronze war spear, and headed to the palace of Donia city. Because the palace is usually the largest building in a city and is built in the center of the city, Roy arrived at the gate of the palace very smoothly. Roy told his identity to the soldiers guarding the palace gate. After a soldier went to the palace hall to report, Roy was quickly taken to the hall. In the hall with 2 rows of stone pillars supporting the roof, the throne of King Rhadamandas of Donia city is located on the 3 steps deep in the hall. Roy walked to the center of the hall and made eye contact with Rhadamandas on the throne. He saw that this cheap uncle was about in his early 20s. He was wearing a gold crown on his head, and was also wearing gold jewelry. Gorgeous white robe. Although Rhadamandas sat on the throne with a lazy look, his aura was like a lion with half-open eyes, as if he would turn into a beast and attack Roy in the next moment. While Roy's eyes were sizing up Rhadamandas, Rhadamandas's eyes were also sizing up Roy. Are you King Loey of Athens? I heard that you came to my palace alone. I thought you were a bold fool who came here to trick me. But you look like the real thing. You don't look like a fake either. Roy said with a joking smile. Dear brother, I'd better explain my purpose to you directly. The navy of your city of Donia collects tolls in the waters of Thera and forces merchant ships to come to your city of Donia for trade. This makes me feel very embarrassed. Who is your brother Dash? Like an enraged lion, Rhadamandas suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Roy. A woman's marriage is decided by her father and brothers. I have no intention of marrying my sister Pandora to you. Don't shamelessly think of yourself as my brother-in-law. You? Rhadamandas actually wanted to terminate his engagement with Pandora. Roy suppressed the anger in his heart and said, King Rhadamandas of Donia, we will talk about Pandora later. Now let's talk about the toll collection in Donia city first. The city of Athens is hundreds of miles away. What does my collecting tolls in the Sea of Thera have to do with the city of Athens? It doesn't matter. Roy said frankly. At least half of the Thera Sea is your sphere of influence. You are free to collect tolls in your own sea. But your actions affect my interests. So I must interfere with you. When merchants carry out normal trade under such circumstances, the benefits we can extract from them are limited. If you directly charge 1/10 of the toll, how will I collect commercial taxes in the future? You want me to reduce or even eliminate tolls? Rhadamandas said with a proud smile. As long as you accept my decision to cancel your engagement with Pandora, I will reduce the toll to 1/20, so that your city of Athens can also collect 1/20 of the commercial tax. You have to reduce the toll by half in exchange for me giving up my engagement with Pandora. Roy looked at Rhadamandas in surprise and confusion. Rhadamandas, since you love your sister so much, why don't you ask Pandora what she thinks? Even if I don't ask, I know that she definitely doesn't want to marry you. Because no man in the world can be her husband. The only person who can stand by her side and accompany her is me. The person who loves her most in the world. Seeing that Rhadamandas was looking a little crazy, Roy finally confirmed his suspicion Rhadamandas was also a perverted girl. Rhadamandas, it seems there is no need for us to waste time negotiating. Let me ask you one last question. Has Pandora returned to Donia city? Donia city is Pandora's real home. And of course she lives here. After hearing Rhadamandas' answer, Roy raised his bronze war spear and pointed at Rhadamandas and said, I didn't want to do this. Since you are unwilling to give up collecting tolls and want to terminate my engagement with Pandora, now I am going to pull you off the throne and let Pandora inherit the throne as a princess. Seeing Roy pointing his spear blade at Rhadamandas, the 12 soldiers guarding the hall immediately rushed in and surrounded Roy. You all get out. Rhadamandas ordered the soldiers. The battle between great heroes is not something ordinary soldiers like you can intervene in. After saying that, Radamandus stood up from the throne and took the war spear from the two soldiers. Walking down the steps where the throne was and came to Roy. Radamandus raised two bronze war spears with both hands in a fighting posture, and said to Roy, "I can fight you and promise not to kill you. But if you lose, you must accept my arrangement and give up the private engagement between Pandora and you. I will reduce the toll to 1/20th. As compensation for you." Roy couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Where do you get the confidence to think you can defeat me? Don't you know that Minas Deucalion is my defeated general? And you can only fight Minas to a dead end. Since if I can defeat Minas, I can certainly defeat you. Who is of the same strength as Minas? Stupid guy. Have you forgotten that this is Donia City?" Radamandus said with a sneer. "Even if you are really stronger than me, I will defeat you with the help of the guardian goddess of Donia City." After speaking, Radamandus took the initiative to wave two war spears and attacked Roy. Roy avoided Radamandus' attack while moving to the courtyard outside the hall. Under Roy's guidance, Roy and Radamandus quickly arrived outside the hall. Just when Roy was about to fight back against Radamandus, Pandora's figure suddenly appeared in Roy's sight. Seeing Pandora walking towards the entrance of the hall, Roy looked into Pandora's eyes while avoiding Radamandus' attack. Chapter 215 Pandora's Request. Pandora, who appeared in Roy's sight at this time, had undergone a huge change. If the Pandora of the past was a dormant beast, the current Pandora is sharp and is showing its power unscrupulously. Seeing that Pandora did not stop the fight between him and Radamandus, Roy withdrew his gaze and looked at Radamandus, preparing to end the battle with a crisp counterattack. Although Roy and Radamandus are both great heroes, thousand enemies, Roy has the blessing of Hestia, and his speed can be increased to several times that of Radamandus. Plus Nemesis Nirvana's blessing predicts Radamandus' attack. There is a huge strength gap between Roy and Radamandus that is difficult to make up. "Radamandus, I would like to remind you that I am about to start a counterattack." As soon as he finished speaking, Roy swung his war spear and struck Radamandus on the right shoulder. Because Roy's speed was too fast, Radamandus burst out at extreme speed, but only used his own spear body to hold Roy's spear at the last moment. The next moment, Roy raised his right foot and kicked Radamandus on the waist. Radamandus' body immediately flew back more than 10 meters involuntarily. After his body fell to the ground in a panic, Radamandus quickly got up and looked at Roy with an expression of anger and fear. "You are indeed strong enough to defeat Minas, but you cannot defeat me in the city of Donia. The great goddess who protects the city of Donia, please lend me your divine power so that I can defeat the enemy in front of me." Seeing Radamandus praying to the goddess, Roy had a solemn expression on his face and was ready. But then, nothing unusual happened. Apparently, the patron goddess of Donia did not answer Radamandus' prayers. How is this going? Unable to feel the goddess's power, Radamandus turned to look at Pandora and asked, "Why don't you lend me your power?" Pandora said expressionlessly, "This is obviously a duel between the two of you. Why should I interfere? My duel with him is for you. As long as I defeat him, I can make him give up your engagement. But I want to see Brother Radamandus defeated, because I no longer want to endure your madness." Pandora. Hearing Pandora's words, Radamandus' reaction was like being struck by lightning. "I love you so much. I can do anything for you. But you want me to lose to another man." Seeing Radamandus' deeply hit look, Roy couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for him. As if feeling Roy's gaze, Radamandus suddenly turned his head and glared at Roy fiercely. "It's you. It must be because of you that my beloved sister hates me. As long as you are not there, the relationship between me and Pandora can go back to the past." After saying that, Radamandus' momentum surged, and he rushed in front of Roy at a speed as fast as the wind. He waved the war spear with both hands at the same time and launched a dense rain of attacks. Roy joked while dodging Radamandus' attack with ease. "Radamandus, have you exceeded your own limits? If you fight Minas in this state, you will definitely defeat Minas within 100 moves. But with me as your opponent, don't say you just broke through your own limits. Even if you were 3 times stronger, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me." After saying that, Roy swung his war spear and stabbed Radamandus in the eye. Radamandus retreated in panic, instinctively raising his hands to protect his eyes. Seeing this scene, Pandora showed a solemn expression on her face. Just when Roy's spear blade was about to pierce Rhadamandus's eye, Roy suddenly moved behind Rhadamandus at great speed and hit Rhadamandus in the back of the head with his left fist. There was a muffled bang. Rhadamandus looked up at the sky with wide eyes, then fainted and fell to the ground. After the battle between the two ended, Roy looked at Pandora, who was walking slowly over, and said, "Pandora, I won." Pandora walked up to Roy, glanced at Rhadamandus lying on the ground, and then smiled at Roy. "I thought you were going to kill him. Anyway, he is also my uncle. I will definitely not kill him for your sake." Roy asked with a smile. "Pandora, what did Rhadamandus do to make you hate his brother and remain neutral between me and him?" Pandora looked at Rhadamandus helplessly and said, "My human body was actually created with divine power. In other words, Rhadamandus and I are not biologically related brothers and sisters." After Rhadamandus knew this, even if we were legal brothers and sisters, even if he knew that I was the incarnation of the goddess Pandora, he still wanted to pursue me and make me his wife. This cheap uncle is actually my love rival. After learning this information, Roy raised his bronze war spear, pointed the spear blade at Rhadamandus' body and said, "I have changed my mind now. I want to kill Rhadamandus. Don't mess around." Pandora immediately stood in front of Roy and said, "Rhadamandus is my real brother legally. I will not allow you to kill him. I was just kidding." Roy put away his war spear and said, "Pandora, I want to pull Rhadamandus off the throne of Donia City and arrange for him to serve as a judge on Seraphos Island so that he can handle major disputes from a neutral stance." "You are so greedy." Pandora looked at Roy with a teasing smile and teased, "You want to arrange brother Rhadamandus to Seraphos Island so that I can become the queen of Donia City. And you, as my husband, can become the king of Donia City. Wait until the people of Donia slowly accept it. You can turn half of Crete into part of the kingdom of Athens." Roy said very calmly, "If the city of Donia does not become part of the kingdom of Athens, I can only destroy the city of Donia as an enemy. This is a situation that neither I nor you want to see. I can accept your ambition, but you have to do something for me first. You actually accepted me as the king of Donia City. What you want me to do must be very difficult." Pandora turned around and looked northwest and said, "What I want you to do is not difficult." The city of Sparta in the Sparta region of the southern Peloponnese Peninsula saw that our city of Donia gained a lot of wealth by collecting tolls. And now it also wants a share of the pie. Even you want to defeat our city of Donia. As long as you can help the city of Donia defeat Sparta, I will help you become the king of Donia. City of Sparta. Roy was no stranger to this name and knew that this was a city-state guarded by the goddess named Hera. Pandora. Is Sparta city so powerful that Donia city cannot defeat them? Pandora nodded and said, "The Spartan region is not only closer to Crete, but also has richer natural resources than the Argos region. If the strength of the city of Sparta was not strong, the Mycenaeans would not have migrated farther away than the nearby ones. Of the Argos region." Chapter 2:16 I want both the goddess and the throne. In this era, the spread of civilization is often like radiation. The closer the distance between backward areas and advanced areas, the easier it is for them to absorb the civilization and technology of advanced areas. The Sparta region in the southern Peloponnese Peninsula is more than 200 miles away from Crete. The Argos region in the northern Peloponnese Peninsula is more than 400 miles away from Crete. It only takes 1 day to reach Crete from the Spartan region and 2 days from the Argos region. In terms of distance, it was easier for the Spartan region to absorb advanced civilization from Crete. And in terms of resources, the Argos region is not only backward in civilization, but also covers an area of only 2,200 square kilometers. The mountainous territory is suitable for the development of animal husbandry and small-scale agriculture. The Sparta region not only covers an area of 3,600 square kilometers, but is also rich in products, with developed agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as iron ore reserves. In the history of another world, after the Dorians invaded the Peloponnese Peninsula, they established their hegemony based on the Spartan region, conquered the Peloponnese Peninsula, and defeated the city of Athens. No matter how you look at it, the development potential of the Sparta region is far better than that of the Argos region. When the Mycenaeans migrated from Crete to the Peloponnese, they abandoned the closer Sparta area and moved to the farther Argos area. The only reasonable reason is that the Bada region absorbed advanced civilization and technology from Crete, resulting in the Mycenaeans not having the confidence to conquer and assimilate the Spartans. Pandora. You want to use me? Roy looked at Pandora and frowned. Although I believe that Sparta City has the strength to challenge Donia City, I don't believe that Donia City is not strong enough to defeat Sparta City. If Donia and Sparta fight one-on-one, Donia can indeed defeat Sparta with all its strength. But Donia will still have to face the powerful enemy of Knossos. Ah? Pandora said with a wry smile. If they fight Sparta and Knossos at the same time, Donia will definitely lose to them. Moreover, Sparta has then Aran city in Pylos as an ally. Even if Knossos does not come and attack the city of Donia. But the city of Donia cannot defeat the combined forces of Sparta and then Aran. Sooner Takajo. Roy knew that this was the city-state guarded by Persephone, the patron saint of the Pylos region. The Peloponnese Peninsula is divided by the central mountainous Arcadia region. There are 4 regions in the northern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula, namely the Argos region, the Corinth region, the mountainous Ahai region, and the Great Plain Ely, Sri Lanka area. There are 2 regions in the southern Peloponnese Peninsula, namely Sparta and Pylos. Hera, the patron saint of Sparta, and Persephone, the patron saint of Pylos, are both goddesses of the southern Peloponnese. So they are not only neighbors, but also a pair of close sister gods. The relationship between Sparta and then Aran is like the relationship between the goddess Hera and the goddess Persephone. The 2 city-states sometimes fight for their own interests, and sometimes they become allies for the same interests. If Sparta and then Aran really unite, Donia will indeed be unable to fight against them. The hegemony of the city of Knossos has declined, and more city-states want to get a share of the pie. Roy said with a serious expression. Pandora. I will not allow the city of Donia to collect tolls to affect my interests. And of course I will not allow the city of Sparta to collect tolls. As long as you help me become the king of Donia City, I will help you solve the problem of Sparta City. The problem? What I said clearly is that you solve the problem of Sparta City first. And then I will help you become the king of Donia City. You want to become the king of Donia City now? If I don't have the identity of the king of Donia, what identity should I use to fight the city of Sparta? It is definitely inappropriate for the king of Athens hundreds of miles away to interfere in the waters of Thera. Seeing the determined expression on Roy's face, Pandora said helplessly. Then you have to make 2 agreements with me. If I have children with you in the future, the city of Donia will be inherited by my children. If you and I don't have children, you and your descendants cannot change Pandora's status as Donia, the status of the city's patron saint. After listening to Pandora's words, Roy said with doubts, you are my fiancé. After we get married in the future, how come you won't have any children to inherit the city of Donia? Don't you want to fulfill your engagement and marry me? Even if we get married, we may not be able to have children. After all, you are a human and I am a god. And we belong to different creatures. Decide quickly. Do you want to make these 2 agreements with me? Under Pandora's urging, Roy nodded hesitantly and said, I promise you that Donia City will be inherited by your children in the future. Even if we have no children, my descendants and I will not change your status as the patron saint of Donia City. After Roy finished speaking, Pandora immediately showed a smile that was like a little devil's conspiracy, and kicked Radamandas' shoulder with her little feet wearing golden strappy sandals. Brother Radamandas, stop pretending to be asleep. Hurry up and perform the throne succession ceremony and give up your throne to Roy. Radamandas, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened her eyes, looked at Pandora with despair and said, Pandora, why are you doing this to me? In the past, you were arranged by your father to marry Deucalion. And now you have a private engagement with Roy. I am a human being like them. And a great hero, 1,000 enemies like them. Why can't you accept me? Could it be that my brother, who has loved you deeply for more than 10 years, is not as good as these men who have only known you for a short time? Brother Radamandas, I have always been grateful for your care. And I have always loved you deeply. Seeing Radamandas' excited expression, Pandora continued. But my love for you is the affectionate love a sister has for her brother. Brother Radamandas is a better dedicated man than greedy Roy. I believe you will find a better girl than me in the future. Be my sister-in-law. Isn't this the classic good guy card? The scene in front of him made Roy couldn't help but sigh again. The fate of a licking dog is indeed to lick it until it ends with nothing. With these lessons learned, Roy will never repeat the same mistakes. Pandora. Calling Pandora's name affectionately, Radamandas seemed to suddenly think of something. Turned to Roy and said, Roy. As long as you promise me not to be with Pandora, I will give up the throne to you. Looking at Rhadamanthus, who was unwilling to give up, Roy couldn't help but said, Rhadamanthus, do you think that if I don't get together with Pandora, you will have a chance to be with the goddess? Even if there is such a possibility, I can't agree to you. Because Pandora and Donia City the throne, I want it all. If you don't hand over the throne voluntarily, I will make Pandora the queen first. And I will rule the city of Donia as the queen's husband. You want it all dash. Rhadamanthus was completely desperate, and said with a trembling voice, I can give up the throne to you. But you have to promise not to hurt Pandora. Because she is my favorite goddess and sister. Chapter 217 New Blessings of Sky Wings. Of course, the succession of the throne in Donia City cannot be accomplished by Roy and Rhadamanthus. It must be witnessed and supported by most of the citizens of Donia City, adult men over the age of 16. If others don't know or recognize Roy's status as the king of Donia City, Roy will definitely not be able to give orders in Donia City. After Rhadamanthus left the palace to gather the citizens of Donia City, Roy looked at Pandora with deep meaning and said, Pandora, you asked Rhadamanthus to give up the throne to me. Maybe it was to protect him. Pandora said with a faint smile. Now that the city of Knossos is encountering various problems, Brother Rhadamanthus can only lead the city of Donia to fight Knossos City in a deadlock. Wait until the city of Knossos solves the problem and returns to normal. Brother Rhadamanthus will definitely lose to Minas. I agree to let you become the king of Donia City. Really, for me. For the sake of Donia City. And for Brother Rhadamanthus. As a great hero, Rhadamanthus may not lose to Minas in personal strength. But the real strength of Donia City is definitely far behind that of Knossos City. Just looking at the population. The population directly controlled by the city of Donia is 30,000. And the population directly controlled by the city of Knossos is 50,000. Which shows the huge power gap between the two city-states. Rhadamanthus was able to fight Minas evenly in the recent war because the city of Knossos first broke out in a war with the city of Athens and suffered a major defeat. And then fought with the allied forces of the Cyclades Islands. The fleet fought a battle. The city of Donia used all its strength in its normal state. And it was a deadlock with the city of Knossos, which had suffered a serious loss of strength. In the myth of another world, Rhadamanthus appeared as a wandering royal family who was defeated and expelled by Minas. He could only serve as a judge to arbitrate major disputes in the neutral capacity of the wandering royal family. It can be seen that under normal circumstances, Rhadamanthus was no match for Minas. It seems that Rhadamanthus is really important in your heart. But you are not related by blood. We are just brothers and sisters-in-law. Seeing Roy's jealous expression, Pandora walked up to Roy, held Roy's hands and said, My dear, you are more important to me than Brother Rhadamanthus. Because of your help, I was able to get rid of Europa's suppression of me. Without you, I could only die to escape from marrying Mino. The city of Donia will also be conquered by the angry Minas. Brother Rhadamanthus will lose everything and can only survive as a wandering royal family. I know it was you who changed Rhadamanthus and me. My brother still has the fate of Donia City. So I sincerely support you in becoming the king of Donia City. Then are you really willing to marry me? Facing Roy's question, the smile on Pandora's face became a little forced. And she changed the subject with an unnatural expression. Dear Roy, in order to prove to the Donians that you are favored by the goddess Pandora, I will give you my blessing and divine power. After saying that, he took Roy and walked towards the Pandora temple in the palace. Temple of Pandora. Roy and Pandora walked into this building with many owls carved on the stone pillars and walls. An old priestess and two young priestesses came over to greet Roy and Pandora. They bowed their heads and worshipped Pandora like a goddess. You guys go out first. After the old priestess and the two young priestesses left in compliance with Pandora's order, Pandora took Roy deep into the temple and stood in front of the statue of Pandora. In the dim light inside the temple, Roy saw the statue of Pandora standing on a marble-carved throne. The face and figure of the statue of Pandora were exactly the same as the Pandora beside Roy. The only difference was that there was a pair of feather wings on the back of the statue of Pandora. Just as Roy was observing the Pandora statue, Pandora suddenly stood in front of Roy, blocking Roy's view and said, Now that I want to give you blessings and divine power, shouldn't you kneel down and worship me? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, When I received blessings and divine power from other goddesses, I never knelt down to them. Hearing Roy's answer, Pandora said with a smile, You are indeed a rare alien among humans. Not only do you have no fear of our gods, But you are also able to gather the blessings and divine power of many gods into one. If my divine power is injected into your body will be exploded. Don't blame me for harming your life. Pandora actually said such dangerous words. Roy asked with wide eyes in surprise. My body has already accommodated the blessings and divine power of the 5 goddesses. And there has never been any problem. Are you trying to scare me on purpose? Have you ever thought that your body is a human body? Pandora said with a serious expression. As a human being, the total amount of divine power that your body can contain is limited. In other words, the more divine power we inject into your body, the more likely you are to be killed by the huge divine power that you cannot contain. If you don't want to something unexpected happened, now you can refuse to accept my blessings and divine power. After listening to Pandora's words, Roy hesitated for a moment and then said firmly, Pandora, my body has not experienced any problems so far. I believe that my body can still hold more divine power. Since you have made your choice, I will give you my blessing and divine power. After Pandora finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, and a translucent soul blooming with divine light flew backwards from Pandora's body and merged into the statue of Pandora. The next moment, the Pandora statue turned into the goddess Pandora, whose body was blooming with divine light. And she raised her right hand and pointed at Roy's forehead. As Pandora's divine power was injected into Roy's body from his fingertips, Roy carefully felt the changes in his body. As long as his body felt like it was being exploded by the huge divine power, Roy would ask Pandora to immediately stop injecting divine power. Because Roy cares more about his own life than receiving Pandora's blessing and divine power. After a while, Pandora's blessing and divine power were completely integrated into Roy's body. And Roy's body did not show any abnormal reaction. Name, Roy. God's blessing, Metis's blessing, wisdom improvement. Mnemosine's blessing, predicting the future. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Amphitrite's blessing, copper and iron, bone. Hestia's blessing, speed boost. Pandora's blessing, sky wings. Strength level, great hero, thousands of enemies. This information flooded into his mind. And Roy couldn't help but said with some disappointment. I have received so many blessings and divine powers. But I haven't even upgraded to a demigod hero, enemy of 10,000 people. After hearing Roy's words, Pandora said immediately, My dear, although you are not a demigod hero now, your strength is well-deserved and invincible in the Aegean Sea region. Because in this era, only powerful gods with more than 100,000 subjects can cultivate demigod heroes. And you, although the total amount of divine power is lost to the demigod heroes, you have the blessings of many gods. Even if you really compete with the demigod heroes, it will be difficult for the demigod heroes to kill you. Chapter 2:18, Possessing Speedy Black Wings. For gods, 100,000 people does not refer to 100,000 people, but 100,000 adults over the age of 16. In the myth of another world, Perseus became the first demigod hero of the Mycenaeans because during the reign of Perseus, the Mycenaeans conquered the Argonauts in the Peloponnese Peninsula, the area of Crete, Arcadia, Corinth, Elis, and Achaia made Zeus rule more than 100,000 people. Now the Athenian kingdom of Roy will rule the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Euboea, Corinth, and West Crete, with a territory of 20,000 square kilometers and a population of more than 100,000. As long as it develops for a few years, the kingdom of Athens will have a population of 100,000 people over the age of 16. And the divine power of several goddesses will be further improved. Roy will be able to become a demigod hero with the help of the goddesses. Thinking that it was a matter of course for him to become a demigod hero, Roy suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, Pandora, what exactly is the blessing wings in the sky you gave me? In this world, unless humans grow wings on their backs, even the demigod heroes closest to gods cannot leave the ground and fly into the sky. Although Roy could understand the literal meaning of wings of the sky, he couldn't believe his guess. Didn't you already guess it? Pandora teased with a teasing smile. The wings of the sky I give you is to let your back grow a pair of wings that will take you to the sky. If you don't believe it, just recite wings of the sky silently in your heart, and put wings of the sky in your heart. Wings summoned. After listening to Pandora's words, Roy silently recited something in his heart with anxiety. Sky wings. Following Roy's summons, the divine power in Roy's body surged uncontrollably to the shoulder blades on his back. Under Roy's surprised gaze, the divine power in Roy's body quickly surged out of his body. and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. What panicked Roy was that even if Roy didn't use the sky wings, just maintaining the appearance of the sky wings would consume a lot of divine power every second. Roy hurriedly released the manifestation of sky wings and said to Pandora, "Pandora, when these wings of the sky appear, they will continue to consume my divine power. Do you want to be like the gods, able to soar in the sky without restrictions?" Pandora said with a smile, "The wings of the sky I gave you can only allow you to fly into the sky temporarily. As long as the divine power in your body can support it, you can summon the wings of the sky for as long as you want. As long as the power in your body when the divine power is exhausted, those sky wings will disappear from your body immediately. So if you don't want to fall to the ground from a high altitude and die, you must return to the ground before the divine power is exhausted." After listening to Pandora's words, Roy frowned and said, "It seems that I can only use the wings of the sky as a trump card to save my life. As long as I fly with the wings of the sky, even the demigod heroes will be helpless against me. Rhadamanthus has summoned the citizens of Donia City. Now let's go to the ceremony." After Pandora said these words, her body changed from the goddess Pandora back to the statue of Pandora. Immediately afterwards, Pandora's translucent soul blooming with divine light left the statue and returned to Pandora's human body. Pandora's human body opened its eyes again. And Roy asked doubtfully, "Pandora, since you can become the goddess Pandora now, why do you want to change back to a human?" "Because we gods can only directly interfere with human affairs if we use our human identities," Pandora explained with a complicated expression. "And I don't want to use the body of a god to talk to you." Before she finished speaking, Pandora suddenly pulled Roy away from the Pandora temple. There is a square outside the royal palace in Donia. When Roy and Pandora arrived outside the palace, they saw thousands of citizens of Donia City coming to the square and surrounding the altar in the center of the square. Rhadamanthus stood on the altar and was telling everyone the reason for summoning them. "Everyone in Donia, I have summoned you to tell you that now I am exhausted physically and mentally and can no longer be the king of Donia. In order for you to have a better future, I will give the throne is given to the fiancé of my sister Pandora. I hope that you will be as loyal to my sister and her fiancé as you are to me, and obey all their orders." After hearing what Rhadamanthus said, the citizens of Donia City objected. Because Rhadamanthus has become the king of Donia and has not made any serious mistakes so far. Not long ago, he fought a victorious war with Minas and wiped out hundreds of people in Donia. The humiliation of being suppressed by the city of Knossos for many years. Moreover, although women in this era had the right to inherit, it was usually the daughter's turn to inherit the throne only after all her sons died. Since Rhadamanthus is still alive, even if Rhadamanthus gives birth to a son to inherit the throne, the citizens of Donia City do not want Princess Pandora and her fiancé to inherit the throne. Hearing the rising objections from the citizens of Donia City, Pandora, who was standing behind the crowd, said to Roy, "Roy, take me and fly to the altar." Perhaps because she had just transformed into the goddess Pandora, Pandora's tone seemed to be ordering Roy. Roy didn't pay attention to the details and immediately stretched out his hands to hug Pandora's body in a princess hug. "Sky wings," as Roy called in his heart. The divine power in Roy's body emerged from his back and turned into a pair of black wings. Flap, flap, as if controlling his own arms. Roy controlled the black wings to flap slightly, and instantly carried Pandora and flew hundreds of meters into the air. Are these the wings of gods? He didn't expect sky wings to have such an astonishing speed. Roy said in surprise while controlling the black wings to vibrate slightly and letting his body descend to the ground at a slow speed. "Using the sky wings will consume a lot of my divine power, but it's worth it to have such amazing speed." When Rhadamanthus noticed Roy and Pandora raising their heads, thousands of citizens of Donia City also raised their heads and saw Roy and Pandora falling from the sky like a miracle. Roy carried Pandora and landed at the highest point of the altar. Then let Pandora's feet fall to the ground, and then retracted the wings of the sky to his body. Fellow Donians, Pandora stood with Roy, looking around at the thousands of citizens of Donia City and said, "As you can see, Roy is not only my chosen fiancé, but also someone who has been favored by the goddess, who has protected the city of Donia for hundreds of years. The fact that he received the wings given by the goddess is proof. Now brother Rhadamanthus, if you voluntarily hand over the throne, what reason do you have to oppose the person favored by the goddess becoming the king? Don't you trust the goddess and feel that the king favored by the goddess cannot bring you a better future?" Faced with Pandora's question, everyone fell silent. Because Princess Pandora is the incarnation of the goddess Pandora. It is not a secret in Donia City. If you oppose Pandora at this time, you will definitely be charged with blaspheming the goddess. In this era, blaspheming the gods was no less a crime than betraying the king. Chapter 2:19 The Strength of the Half-God Hero. In fact, the Donians did not care whether their king was a man or a woman. They objected to Roy becoming the king who ruled them. Just because normally, anyone would feel that a foreigner becoming his own king would not protect the interests of his people like a king of the same race. In fact, in this era, there are many living examples of foreign conquerors bringing foreign nations to oppress local people. Even more than 3,000 years later, it is not uncommon for countries where foreign rulers enslave the locals. If the Donians think that a foreigner becoming king will not harm their interests, then it is really a sign of mental illness. Roy knew the real reason why the people of Donia opposed him becoming king. So after Pandora's words made all the citizens of Donia fall into silence, Roy immediately spoke loudly. Dear Donians, I am Princess Pandora's fiancé, King Loey of Athens. I want to tell you that I am not only a foreigner in the eyes of you Donians, but also a foreigner in the eyes of the Athenians. My hometown is both not a region in the Aegean Sea, nor a region in the Eastern Mediterranean. I come from a region further east than India, and I came to the Mediterranean world alone. Although I am a foreigner, I have known my fellow tribesmen, Eudonians, Athenians, Corinthians, Thebans, and Euboeans are my new tribesmen. The city of Athens was originally just a large tribe with a population of 5,000. But with my efforts, the Athenian tribe not only did it develop into a powerful city of Athens and unify the Attica Peninsula, but it also defeated the city of Knossos, the overlord of the Aegean Sea, in the war. I have used practical actions to prove to you that although I am a foreigner, my rule let the Athenians live better and better. Now I also promise you that the Donians have the same status in my heart as the Athenians, and I will treat all my people fairly. After hearing Roy's words, the Donians began to waver. Since Roy is alone, there is no possibility that Roy will bring foreign nations to oppress them. Roy was able to develop the Athenian tribe into the kingdom of Athens that defeated the city of Knossos, the overlord of the Aegean Sea, in just 2 months, and made Roy the king. Perhaps the city of Donia could also develop better. Looking at the reactions of the citizens of Donia City, Roy continued. Now I rule the Attica Peninsula, Thebes, Euboea, Corinth, and West Crete. But my time alone is limited. So when I leave the city of Donia, Pandora will be the queen. Manage the city of Donia on my behalf. Even decades from now, the children born to Pandora will rule the city of Donia. Whether it is now or in the future, the interests of the people of Donia can be guaranteed. After Roy finished speaking, almost all the citizens of Donia City could no longer speak out against it. But they only reluctantly accepted Roy and would not say anything to support Roy becoming king. At this moment, a soldier stumbled through the crowd and came to the altar and shouted to Rhadamanthus. Your Majesty Rhadamanthus, the Spartans and Pylos sent a fleet of 50 large warships into the Sea of Thera to compete with our navy of Donia City for control of the Sea of Thera. Because of the enemies there are more warships and soldiers than us. So our navy in Donia City has withdrawn to the port. After hearing the news brought by the soldiers, Rhadamanthus looked at Roy with a solemn face. Your Majesty Roy, please order me to lead the Donian navy to the expedition. I want to teach the Spartans and Pylos a lesson. Roy shook his head and said, Dear brother Rhadamanthus, just stay and guard the city of Donia and prevent the Knossos from launching a war against the city of Donia. As a new king, who has not made any contributions to the city of Donia, tomorrow I will personally go out with 20 ships to drive the Spartan and Pyrrhian ships out of our Donian waters. Roy made his decision in full view of the public, and Rhadamanthus naturally could not object. After all, Roy's first order to become the new king was opposed by the previous king Rhadamanthus, and Roy's authority as the king of Donia City would definitely be gone. After nightfall, in the palace hall of Donia City, Roy, Pandora, and Rhadamanthus sat around a stone table and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner served by the palace maid. It's not too late for you to regret it, Rhadamanthus said to Roy while drinking wine. King Perieres of Sparta and King Europus of then Aran are both great heroes, enemies of 1,000 men. So let me deal with them. Are you worried that Pandora will become a widow before she gets married? Or are you worried that the Donians will lose one of their best kings? Roy said with a confident smile. I am trying to establish my authority as king by winning a battle for the Donians. So I will not give this war to you. Pandora said with a faint smile. Brother Radamandas. Roy is invincible in the Aegean Sea area. Unless his enemy is a god. Even if the enemy has an army of 5,000. It is impossible to defeat him. Although Roy is not a demigod hero, 10,000 people, enemy. But you can think of him as half a demigod hero, 5,000 enemies. Seeing that not only Roy was confident in himself, but Pandora was also confident in Roy's strength. Radamandas said expressionlessly. Then I will wait for your victory and triumph in Donia City. Early the next morning, Roy arrived at the port of Donia City, accompanied by Pandora and Radamandas. Radamandas told the commander of the Donian navy, a nobleman from Donian City named Gortys, to obey Roy's orders. And then asked Roy, Your Majesty Roy, the enemy has 50 warships and 1,500 soldiers. Do you really want to bring 20 warships to the expedition? Don't you believe that with my strength, I can make up for the numerical gap of 30 warships by myself? Lowy boarded the clipper driven by the Athenian soldiers as his flagship, and then gave the order to Gortys, the commander of the Donian navy. Gortys, it's time for us to go. After speaking, Roy ordered his clipper to set sail. Prince Radamandas. Princess Pandora. I will definitely obey His Majesty Roy's orders. If this war unfortunately fails, I will also protect His Majesty Roy and return to Donia City safely. After Gortys gave his assurance to Radamandas and Pandora, he boarded his flagship and commanded 20 warships to leave the port to pursue Lowy. Watching Roy's clipper and 20 warships go away, Pandora frowned with a worried expression and said, Brother Radamandas, I suddenly have a very uneasy feeling. Although it is impossible to lose with Roy's strength, I will transform into the goddess Pandora to help him. After saying that, Pandora hurriedly left the port and headed to the Pandora temple in the palace. Watching Pandora leave, Radamandas said with jealousy, Pandora, didn't you say that because you are a god, you will never fall in love with a human? Does your care and concern for Roy really not include your feelings for him? Chapter 220 Periarius, King of Sparta. Sea of Thera. The strait between the Peloponnese and Crete has always been a busy and dangerous sea passage. Because ships in this era usually sailed along the coast to ensure that the ships would not get lost in the endless sea where it was difficult to distinguish between east, west, north and south. When ships passed Cape Maria, at the southeastern tip of the Peloponnese Peninsula, many ships encountered the wind and crashed into Cape Maria. At this time, a clipper ship was sailing on the sea like an arrow. Roy stood on the bow of the ship and looked ahead. But he was thinking about mass production of compasses and navigation charts. Ships of this era sailing along the coast not only increased the risk of life from pirate attacks, but also increased the duration of the voyage. Low promoted compasses and nautical charts on a large scale. Ships no longer sailed along the coast, which not only shortened sailing time, but also reduced the risk of ships being attacked by pirates. Compasses and nautical charts can not only bring huge benefits to ships, but also ensure the safety of navigation. Even if I offer the price of 10,000 kilograms of grain in exchange for compasses and nautical charts, I am afraid that those maritime merchants will also fight for their heads. But I will give free compasses and nautical charts to the shipowners who come to Athens for trade. Because the nautical charts I want to provide them only cover the routes in the Aegean Sea. As soon as Roy made his decision, a fleet of ships in a line like a long snake appeared on the sea ahead. This naval fleet has a total of 50 warships lying across the sea from south to north. It is obviously the coalition fleet of Sparta City and then Aran City. At the same time that Roy discovered this coalition fleet, the coalition fleet also discovered Roy's clipper and the 20 Donian warships behind it. So the coalition fleet immediately adjusted its formation and prepared to fight the Donia navy brought by Roy. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the enemy, the captain of the clipper asked Roy, Your Majesty, should we stop and wait and approach the enemy fleet with the Donian navy? Keep sailing at full speed, Roy said with a smile. Don't worry. I won't let you fight the enemy. When our ship is 300 meters away from the enemy's ship, I will fight the enemy alone. You stop to stop the Donians from hindering my war. Hearing Roy say that he would fight the enemy alone, the captain and sailors all looked at Roy with wide eyes in disbelief. Although these Athenians all know that Roy is a powerful hero, the enemy of 1,000 people, Roy's idea of challenging 1,500 people alone is still a bit too crazy. Seeing the reactions of the captain and sailors, Roy said with a serious expression, I'm not kidding. This war is my own war. Just now I was ordering you to prevent the Donians from getting in the way of my own war. After saying the following words to the captain, and seeing that there was still about 300 meters between his clipper and the enemy's warship, Roy muttered silently in his mind and summoned his black wings. Sky wings. Following Roy's call, the divine power in Roy's body surged to his back, revealing a pair of black wings. The captain and sailors were once again shocked by Roy when they saw a pair of wings growing out of Roy's back. Under the unbelievable gazes of the captain and sailors, Roy flapped his black wings and instantly flew over a distance of 300 meters, landing on the flagship of the coalition fleet. Who are you? As soon as Roy's feet landed on the flagship deck of the coalition fleet, a young man wearing a crown and bronze armor asked Roy, "Are you a god? Or are you a human like us? Do I look like a god?" Roy retracted his sky wings and said to the young man who questioned him, "You have never seen humans with wings before. But you have seen them today. I am a human like you. My name is Loey. I am the king of Donia and the king of the kingdom of Athens, Attica Peninsula, Thebes, the land of Saint Eubea, the land of Corinth, and the island of Crete are my dominions." The king of Donia city is obviously Rhadamanthus. As if he felt deceived by Roy, the young man frowned and said with an unhappy expression, "Although you are a liar, I still introduce my identity. I am Periarius, the king of Sparta, and the commander of this coalition fleet. If you are the favorite of Rhadamanthus, sir, you can tell Rhadamanthus for me that I have no idea of monopolizing control of the Strait of Thera. As long as Rhadamanthus is willing to share the control of the Strait of Thera equally with me, war between us can be avoided." The favorite of Rhadamanthus. Hearing Paris guess about his identity, Roy raised his bronze war spear with his right hand, and then suddenly attacked Paris. There was a loud explosion. At the critical moment, Periarius used his war spear to block Roy's attack. Roy exploded with a power that was far superior to that of ordinary heroes, and teased while pushing Periarius back. "King Periarius of Sparta, I don't just have one pair of wings. Do you think I have this kind of power? And will I be a vassal of Rhadamanthus? In this era, there is no doubt that only the strongest can become the ruler." Seeing that he could not match Roy's power, Periarius opened his eyes in disbelief and looked into Roy's eyes. "Are you really King Loya of Athens, and you have replaced Rhadamanthus as king of Donia? Do I need to deceive you? Just now you asked me for peace between the two sides. And now I am also asking you for peace between the two sides. In the future, the navy of Donia city will no longer charge tolls from merchant ships, and will also crack down on pirates, to protect the security of the surrounding waters. As long as you promise me that your Spartan navy will not charge tolls from merchant ships, and is willing to fight against pirates and protect the security of the surrounding waters, war between us can be avoided." After hearing Roy's request, Periarius said angrily, "You want us to fight against piracy and protect the surrounding waters, but you don't allow us to collect tolls. By making such excessive demands on us, do you regard our city of Sparta as a vassal of the kingdom of Athens? If you don't want to accept my demands, then let us resolve our differences through war. Loey, king of Athens, don't think that we will definitely lose to you." As soon as Periarius finished saying this, Roy pushed him to the edge of the deck. Just when Roy was about to threaten Paris and push him into the sea if he didn't surrender to him, Paris took the initiative to retreat and fell into the sea. Seeing this scene, Roy was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that Paris obviously didn't want to commit suicide. But he was different from Roy, who couldn't swim. Paris was a person who could swim. As soon as Roy came to his senses, a group of Spartan soldiers rushed over and attacked Roy brandishing bronze spears. These soldiers, who did not know the truth, must have mistakenly thought that Roy pushed their king into the sea and wanted to avenge Periarius. Chapter 221 Hera and Persephone. Bang 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 bang. Roy had the blessing of Amphitrite, copper skin, and iron bones. So more than a dozen bronze war spears were stabbed into Roy's body without causing any harm to Roy. Looking at the dozen Spartan soldiers attacking him expressionlessly, Roy had no intention of killing them, because the gap in strength between them and Roy is too big. Even if their number increases hundreds of times, they will not pose a real threat to Roy. Roy only hesitated for a moment, then turned around and held a dozen bronze war spears with his left hand. He took these bronze war spears away from the Spartan soldiers and threw them into the sea. Without weapons, these Spartan soldiers lost their ability to fight. Spartan soldiers, I don't want you to sacrifice yourselves in vain. Think of your parents and brothers and sisters. Think of your wives and children. And don't make a stupid move to attack me. Hearing Roy's words, The Spartan soldiers who lost their weapons looked at each other. And then backed away from Roy together. In this era, except for the trusted soldiers raised by the rulers themselves, ordinary soldiers had no idea of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. They fought desperately to defend the city-state, because the enemy conquered their city-state. They and their families would be robbed of their property by the enemy. And even their wives and daughters would become the enemy's trophies and suffer humiliation. They followed the rulers to wage war against other city-states, because the rulers would reward them. In the myth of another world, Odysseus' order cannot restrain his soldiers, which shows the relationship between the ruler and the soldiers. In the story of Odysseus, his soldiers disobey the king's orders twice. The first time the soldiers violated Odysseus' order was when Odysseus' ship was about to return to Ithaca. The soldiers opened the wind bag gifted by the wind god Aeolus without authorization, causing the tailwind gifted by the wind god Aeolus to change. When Odysseus' ship was about to return to Ithaca, it was blown back to the western Mediterranean. The soldiers disobeyed Odysseus' orders. Odysseus obviously could not punish them. So the soldiers disobeyed Odysseus' orders for the second time and slaughtered them on the holy island of Helios, the sun god, the sacred cow of the sun god. These soldiers disobeyed Odysseus' orders for the second time, but were still not punished by Odysseus. Perhaps it was not that Odysseus did not want to punish the soldiers who disobeyed orders, but that he neither dared nor could do so, because the soldiers gathered around him not because of loyalty, but because of interests. At this time, if there was Spartan King Perieris supervising the Spartan soldiers in front of Roy, perhaps even if they lost their weapons, these soldiers would attack Roy with fists and kicks. Now that there was no Perieris to supervise these Spartan soldiers, they certainly had no need to challenge Loe, who they could not defeat unarmed. Seeing that the Spartan soldiers wisely gave up challenging him, Roy summoned his black wings and prepared to transfer to another coalition warship. Just as Roy flapped his wings and flew across the sea between the two warships, a fierce northwest wind suddenly hit, almost causing Roy to fall into the sea water. This violent northwest wind had such a huge impact on Roy because this wind was not naturally generated, but a strong wind created by powerful fluctuations of divine power. Roy flew to the deck of the second coalition warship and looked up at the northwest sky with lingering fear. He saw a goddess with white hair like snow and white wings behind her, holding another goddess with long hair like gold. The goddess of wheat came to the sky above this sea area. The fierce northwest wind that Roy felt was caused by the vibration of the white wings of the white-haired goddess. Those are the goddess Hera, who protects Sparta, and the goddess Persephone, who protects Pylos. Because he was attracted by the beautiful figures of the two goddesses, Roy looked at the two goddesses high in the sky with dreaming eyes. The goddess Hera and the goddess Persephone appear in huge figures with a height of 100 meters. The goddess Hera is like a beautiful white swan. Not only does she have beautiful long snow-white hair and white wings, she is also dressed in pure white dress, but she wore a golden belt around her waist, a pair of beautiful ankles wearing golden strappy sandals, and a pair of beautiful big ruby-like eyes on her flawless porcelain white face. The goddess Persephone's long golden hair was tied into a braid like an ear of wheat and hung down behind her head. She was wearing a bright green dress with a black belt around her waist, and even her ankles were wearing black strappy sandals. Unlike the goddess Hera with white hair and red eyes, the goddess Persephone has a pair of beautiful big purple eyes, and the expression on her face is much softer than that of the goddess Hera. Roy looked back and forth between the two goddesses, and finally discovered that the biggest similarity between them, as sister gods, was that they both had a pair of beautiful white arms. Perhaps because the goddess Persephone cannot fly or move on the sea, the left hand of the goddess Hera has been hugging the slender waist of the goddess Persephone. Just as Roy was observing the two goddesses suddenly lowered their heads and looked down. Feeling the gazes of the two goddesses, Roy thought the two goddesses were observing him. There was a crash. Perieris suddenly jumped out of the water grabbing a rope and jumped onto Roy's boat. Feeling the rapid increase in the divine power fluctuations in Perieris, Roy realized that the two goddesses were not observing him. Hera, Persephone, as Pandora's voice sounded. The goddess Pandora also flew over the sea with a figure of 100 meters tall and black wings behind her back. The goddess Pandora faced off with the goddesses Hera and Persephone hundreds of meters apart. The arrogant goddess Hera sneered and teased. Pandora, you really dare to come in front of us? Are you so stupid that you think you can defeat us? Just like Sparta and then Aran joined forces. The city of Knossos in its heyday could only show off its power on the sea, and could not defeat Sparta and then Aran on land. Even the goddess Europa, who was the most powerful deity in the Aegean region in her heyday, did not dare to boast that she could defeat the goddesses Hera and Persephone at the same time. Pandora looked at Hera and Persephone with a solemn expression and said, Persephone is a serpent of the earth. Neither the sky nor the ocean is her domain. So she can only be regarded as a bystander in this battle. Hera, since this is a one-on-one battle between me and you, I don't think I will lose to you. Pandora, is your eye broken? Persephone said coldly with an unhappy expression. Now Hera and I are like one body. Hera's wings are my wings. So what you have to face is Hera and me. After speaking, Persephone summoned a huge black scythe with her left hand. Seeing Persephone summoning a weapon, Hera also summoned a golden war spear with her right hand. Since you are going to fight 2 against 1, let me see how powerful the 2 of you can be in name only. Pandora finished speaking with a sneer and summoned her own war spear. While the war between the goddesses was about to break out, Loe and Periareus also began to confront each other. Chapter 222 Refuse the goddess's request. Weren't you so scared by me that you fell into the sea just now? Roy looked at Periareus, who appeared in front of him again, and teased with a joking smile. Do you have the confidence to defeat me now? That's right, Periareus said without hesitation. Now that I have the help of the goddess Hera, I will not lose to you again. Roy shook his head and said, It's a good thing to have confidence, but it's not a good thing to blindly believe in yourself. Periareus, let me see how much your strength has improved with the help of the goddess Hera. After saying that, Roy rushed to Periareus at a speed as fast as the wind, brandished his spear and launched a fatal attack. There was a loud explosion. Periareus blocked Roy's attack with a calm expression. It was obvious that the goddess Hera had indeed improved his strength and speed. But Roy didn't use all his strength just now. Only half his strength and speed. Seeing that Periareus blocked his first attack, Roy then used 60% of his strength to launch a second attack at Periareus. This time, Periareus had a surprised expression on his face, and he moved in a panic to block Roy's attack. As Roy once again increased his strength and speed, Periareus failed to block Roy's third attack, and was knocked back 3 steps by Roy's tyrannical power. Seeing this scene, Roy said with a smile, It seems that the goddess Hera's arrival in person can only increase your strength to 6/10 of mine. Periareus, I will let you understand now that it is an extremely stupid decision for you to appear in front of me again. After saying that, Roy used all his strength to attack Periareus. Under Roy's powerful attack, Periareus could only retreat and counterattack, and soon retreated to the edge of the warship deck. Seeing that Periareus was about to fall into the sea if he took one more step back, Roy stopped and taunted. Periareus, are you going to hide in the sea again? Periareus said with an ugly expression. Am I going to be killed or captured by you? You don't want me to hide in the sea. Is it because you can't swim? I really can't swim. Hearing Roy's answer, Periareus said with a bright smile. It seems you are destined to be unable to kill or capture me. After saying that, Periareus took a step back and fell into the sea. Roy walked to the edge of the warship, looked at Periareus whose head was above the sea, and said, Periareus, you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the sea? You can't stay in the sea forever. As long as I sink all your ships into the sea, you will have no choice but to wait for death. After saying that, Roy swung his bronze war spear downwards and pierced a hole in the bottom of the warship. As seawater poured into the hull, some of the soldiers on the ship screamed in panic, and some attacked Roy without fear of death. Roy ignored the soldiers' attacks and summoned his black wings to fly towards another warship. Seeing that his soldiers could only desperately try to save themselves on the ship because the bottom of the ship was damaged by Roy, Periareus shouted angrily. Roy, how can you be so cruel? At this time, Roy was about to destroy the bottom of the third warship. When he heard Periareus' words, Roy turned to look at Periareus in the sea and said, Periareus, your soldiers died because of you. So you are the murderer of them. If you don't want me to destroy the warship and kill your soldiers, then don't hide in the sea again. Periareus was no fool. The lives of ordinary soldiers are of course not as important as your own. Moreover, the murderer who directly killed the Spartan soldiers was Roy. Periareus would not accept Roy's logic and believed that he was the real murderer of the soldiers. In the war situation between humans, Loe completely suppressed Periareus. In the war between the 3 goddesses, Pandora was suppressed by Hera and Persephone, and could only keep retreating to avoid the attacks of the 2 goddesses. Thousands of meters in the air, Hera held Persephone in her arms and chased Pandora at full speed. But she was always a little slower than Pandora. Pandora teased while dodging the attack with ease. Hera. Both of us only have one pair of wings. How can you catch up with me while holding Persephone? It seems that the two of you joined forces to fight me. And you did not achieve the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. Persephone swung the huge black scythe with her left hand and slashed at Pandora, showing an angry expression and shouting, "You stop and fight us head-on. I can defeat you by myself without Hera taking action. This kind of provoking method is useless to me. I just want to see you wanting to kill me. But you can't even touch a feather of mine." Hera has noticed that she has used her divine power to enhance the strength of Paris. But Paris still cannot defeat Roy. Seeing Roy destroying allied warships, Hera took back her left hand from Persephone's waist and said, "Dear Persephone, go and help humans. I can defeat Pandora alone." Persephone also knew that if Hera held her, she would not be able to catch up with Pandora. So she did not object to Hera's decision. On the vast sea, 12 coalition warships have been damaged by Roy, and their hulls are slowly sinking into the water. Just when Roy flew to the 13th coalition warship with black wings, and was about to use a bronze war spear to make a hole in the bottom of the ship, Persephone suddenly fell from the sky with a petite figure like a human girl and landed in front of Roy, on the bottom of the ship. Seeing Roy trying to destroy the bottom of the ship, Persephone stretched out her right index finger to block Roy's spear blade. The next moment, seeing that the spear blade he thrust out with all his strength was blocked by a green-white finger, Roy's eyes widened in disbelief. And then he saw Persephone's perfect face. The goddess Persephone. Roy took 2 panicked steps back to distance himself from Persephone. And Roy said in a panic, "I did not attack the gods. You blocked my spear blade with your fingers." Unexpectedly, Roy could see herself. Persephone said with a surprised expression, "You are indeed no ordinary human being. Not only do you have the blessings of many gods, but you can also see the figures of the gods. As you just said, it was me who blocked your attack, not you who took the initiative to attack me. So you don't have to worry that I will punish you." Roy said with relief after hearing Persephone's words. "You are truly a beautiful and benevolent great goddess." Persephone said with a faint smile. "You destroy 12 coalition warships. As long as you stop now, the remaining 38 coalition warships can save the soldiers in the sea. But if you destroy all 50 warships, the coalition's 1,000 or 500 soldiers will die here, including the 600 Pylos soldiers I am guarding. I ask you to stop destroying allied warships. Are you willing to accept it?" Roy just hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Unless Periareus fights me head-on and lets me defeat him and become the winner, otherwise I will destroy all the coalition warships." Chapter 223 Demigod Princess Persephone. After rejecting Persephone's request, Roy continued, "Goddess Persephone, this is a war between us humans. As a god, you shouldn't be able to interfere directly." Persephone said with a smile, "You are right. As a god, I cannot directly interfere in your human war. But I can become a human to stop you." After saying that, Persephone's body bloomed with a mixture of golden and black divine light. After the divine light disappeared, Persephone's figure attracted the attention of all the soldiers on the ship. Apparently ordinary humans could also see Persephone at this time. To Roy's confusion, the soldiers were not surprised by Persephone's presence on the ship, as if Persephone had been on the ship in the first place. "Let me introduce you." Persephone raised a huge black scythe with her right hand and pointed it at Roy. "I am Persephone, the princess of then Aran City. If you don't change your mind, I will be your opponent next." Persephone, princess of then Aran. Seeing that the soldiers not only did not question Persephone's identity, but also looked at her with awe, Roy couldn't help but widened his eyes and said, "Are you distorting mankind's understanding of you?" Persephone said, shaking her head, "As the patron saint of the Pylos region, I have a higher status than the king in then Aran City. So when I become a human, I can set my identity in then Aran City at will." After listening to Persephone's explanation, Roy immediately thought that in the myths of another world, when gods take on human form, they can indeed set any identity for themselves, including king, queen, prince, and princess. They can also transform into men, women, old people, or young people at will. And humans will naturally accept the identities of gods and will not feel abnormal about their sudden appearance. In the story of Odysseus, Athena not only transformed into a human, but also personally participated in human wars. It was precisely because of Athena's help that the 4-week Odysseus and his son were able to kill 100 unarmed and defenseless suitors. If Athena had not intervened and 100 suitors swarmed the scene, it would have been impossible for Odysseus and his son to kill them all in one go. Roy said with worry when he thought that gods could directly interfere in human wars by taking the form of humans. Goddess Persephone, can you break the gods' rules and fight with me now? Persephone said, shaking her head. As a god, I cannot break the shackles of the rules. But now I am not standing in front of you as a god, but as a human being. What I can use is not the power of gods, but the power of demigods among humans. Heroes have equal power. In other words, you have not only turned into a human, but you have also limited your power to the level of a demigod hero. So you can fight with me without being restricted by the rules. Although Persephone limits her divine power to the level of a demigod hero, her divine power is still greater than that of Loe, who is a great hero. Seeing that Roy had no intention of attacking her, Persephone suddenly smiled contemptuously and swung the black sickle with her right hand to slash at Roy's neck. Roy didn't dare to be careless at all, and waved the war spear with all his strength to block Persephone's dark scythe. There was a loud explosion. Roy's war spear collided with Persephone's dark scythe. Immediately afterwards, a huge force made Roy's hands numb, and his body continued to retreat involuntarily. Bang! Roy stopped when his retreating body hit the guardrail at the edge of the warship. There is such a huge gap in power between my current strength and that of a demigod hero. In just the first round of the confrontation, he almost fell into the sea because of Persephone's attack, which made Roy completely give up the idea of fighting Persephone. Because Roy had used all his strength in the previous confrontation, Persephone seemed to be at ease. If Persephone had just used her full strength at the level of a demigod hero, Roy's head might have been chopped off. You can barely block my attack. Persephone looked at Roy with a look of surprise and admiration. Although I haven't used all my strength seriously, your strength is closer to the level of a demigod hero than a great hero. Maybe it won't be long before you become a demigod hero, and even be able to become a god after death and become a pillar. Hero god. Sky wings. Roy summoned his black wings, then fluttered them into the air, leaving the warship where Persephone was. Roy looked down at Persephone with a relaxed smile and said, Goddess Persephone, even if you disguise yourself as a human, your power is not something we humans can resist. I don't want to engage in a dangerous battle with you. For your sake, I will not destroy the battleship you are on. Boat? You? Looking at Roy flying on the sea, Persephone said coldly with an unhappy expression. You actually have a pair of wings that I don't have. But don't think that with the protection of these wings, I can't do anything to you. After saying that, Persephone walked up to a group of soldiers, then snatched the spear from the soldiers' hands and threw it towards Roy. Whoosh! The war spear thrown by Persephone struck Roy with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air. Looking at the war spear like black lightning, Roy had a premonition of death coming. Just when Roy thought he would be penetrated by the war spear thrown by Persephone, Roy's body made evasive movements driven by instinct, narrowly avoiding the war spear thrown by Persephone. Spear. You actually avoided. Seeing Roy dodge the war spear thrown by him, Persephone couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She had used the wisdom of a goddess to predict Roy's avoidance trajectory. Normally, Roy should be hit by the spear thrown by her. Did Roy accurately predict his attack? Of course Persephone would not know that Roy had the blessing of Mnemosyne for knowing the future, and the body's instinct could predict and respond to future attacks. In other words, unless the enemy's attack speed far exceeds Roy's reaction speed, even the god's attacks cannot damage Roy's body. Goddess Persephone, do you really want to kill me? After a brush with death, Roy said to Persephone dissatisfied, I have no conflict with you. If you dare to attack me again, I swear that I will conquer your then Arran city. You stupid human being. If I wanted to kill you, you would have turned into a corpse. Persephone snatched the war spear from another soldier, and said while aiming the war spear at Roy, I just want to hurt you as a lesson. As a god, of course I don't bother to kill weak humans. After speaking, Persephone threw the war spear at Roy. Whoosh! The war spear struck with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air. Roy dodged the war spear and found that the war spear thrown by Persephone did not aim at the fatal point, and could only injure himself. Chapter 224 Swan Goddess Owl Goddess. As a god, Persephone disdains killing humans. Roy can completely understand this feeling, because Roy also disdains killing ordinary soldiers directly. Goddess Persephone, Even if you just want me to get hurt. I can't accept it because I don't want to be a loser. After saying this, Roy turned around and flew towards another warship. As soon as Roy's feet landed on the deck, a golden braid was thrown into Roy's face. Roy turned around and was surprised to see Persephone standing next to him. Goddess Persephone. How did you end up on this ship? Persephone turned to look at Roy and smiled. I don't have wings. So of course I jumped over. Jump over. The distance between the two warships is more than 100 meters. And even a demigod hero cannot accurately jump from one ship to another. Roy even suspected that the demigod hero did not have the ability to accurately jump 100 meters. Because Roy, as a great hero, can only accurately jump up to 20 meters. If it exceeds 20 meters, it will be difficult to control his body. Seeing Persephone's expression like a cat playing with a mouse, Roy flapped his black wings again. And his body instantly flew hundreds of meters into the air. Looking down at the coalition warships on the sea, Roy finally flew to the deck of another coalition warship 300 meters away. As soon as his body landed on the deck, Roy turned around and looked at the warship where Persephone was. Just in time to see Persephone's body fly across the sea 300 meters away and land on the warship where he was at this time. After Persephone's graceful figure stood in front of him, Roy asked with confusion, Goddess Persephone, the ability you are showing now is really what a human demigod hero can possess. There is also a strength gap between great heroes. You who defeated Periareus should know this very well. Of course, there is also a strength gap between demigod heroes. The best among the demigod heroes, a demigod hero, who is only slightly different from a lower-level god like the hero god, should be able to do the same thing as me. In other words, you do not have the strength of an ordinary demigod hero now, but the strength of a top demigod hero. Now Roy's strength can be regarded as half a demigod hero. If Persephone becomes a human and only has the strength of an ordinary demigod hero, maybe Roy can still compete with Persephone. But Persephone turned into a human and had the strength of a top demigod hero. The strength gap between Roy and her was really too big. If Persephone had used all her strength seriously from the beginning, Roy would have been caught by her. Flap. Flap. After having a clear understanding of the strength gap between the two sides, Roy once again vibrated his black wings and flew high into the sky. This time, Roy's body did not land again, but stayed high in the air. Seeing Roy's thoughts, Persephone teased with a smile. You know the sky is not my domain. As long as you stay in the sky, I can't do anything to you. But your wings are consuming your divine power all the time. So I don't have to do anything. When your divine power is exhausted, you will completely lose your ability to resist. Of course Roy knew that he couldn't stay in the sky for too long. So in order to solve the current dilemma, Roy silently prayed to Metis, Mnemosyne, Amphitrite, and Hestia in his heart, asking them to help him. Just like using magic to defeat magic, Roy can only hope to defeat gods with gods. Thousands of meters in the air, the battle between Pandora and Hera also continues. Without Persephone to slow down Hera, Pandora now had to fight Hera head-on. Clang! 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 Chiong! The war spears of the two goddesses kept clashing together. And it was clear that Hera had the upper hand. Pandora said in surprise while resisting Hera's attack. Hera, I didn't expect that your power would grow so much after hundreds of years. This is a natural result. Hera said with pride. Your territory has always been smaller than mine. It is only because you have absorbed the advanced civilization and technology spread by the Phoenicians, and allowed your city of Donia to grow and develop that you are temporarily stronger than me. Now, hundreds of years later, Scythebada region has also entered the Bronze Civilization. And its territory and population are even greater than your Donia city. Now of course I am stronger than you. Don't be complacent. We haven't decided the winner yet. After gritting her teeth and saying this, Pandora took the initiative to distance herself from Hera. And then her body twisted and transformed into a huge owl. Pandora turned into an owl. Her speed increased significantly. And she stretched out two sharp claws to attack Hera with lightning speed. When Hera wielded the war spear to resist the attack of the claws, the owl transformed by Pandora would also peck Hera's body with its eagle beak. After blocking a fierce attack from Pandora, Hera also distanced herself from Pandora and said, Pandora, don't think that you are the only one who can transform. After saying that, Hera's body twisted and transformed into a pure white swan with graceful figure. Hera, who turned into a swan, flew to Pandora at a faster speed, and also used her goosebeak to attack Pandora's transformed owl. Because the swan transformed by Hera has a larger body, Pandora did not engage in a head-on battle with Hera, but quickly distanced herself from Hera and said to Hera at the same time, "Hera, it seems that you are like your sacred animal swan, a god with 3 attributes of sky, earth and ocean at the same time. You can live in the water like a swan. So you are chosen by Sparta. People worshipped it as the patron saint of navigation, and was even regarded as the daughter of Pontos the sea, and was regarded as a pillar of the sea goddess. You can also live on land like a swan. So you were worshipped by the Spartans as the protector of livestock god, the mistress of the earth, mountains and forests. You can also soar into the sky like a swan. You are the sky god with wings. The Spartans regard you as the god in charge of wind and rain. But I remember that hundreds of years ago, you were not what you are now. With this look, it seems that you have annexed other gods in the Spartan area over the past few hundred years. Haven't you ever annexed other gods?" Hera teased teasingly. "If you say no, it's not that you don't want to, but that you don't have the chance to annex other gods. After all, Crete is too small. You and Europa can only have one to annex many gods and become the strongest in Crete." "Goddess." Pandora did not deny what Hera said. Because she was indeed oppressed by Europa, she had no chance to annex other gods. Hera's transformed swan flew after Pandora's transformed owl for a while. Pandora suddenly transformed again. The owl she transformed quickly shed its feathers and turned into a silver dragon with beautiful silver dragon scales. This graceful silver dragon's whole body glows with soft divine light like moonlight, making people not afraid of her huge figure. Bang 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 bang. After the silver dragon's transformation was completed, he immediately turned around and roared at the swan transformed by Hera, and then pounced on the swan transformed by Hera like a beast preying on its prey. Chapter 225. The battle between gods causes a storm. The silver dragon transformed by Pandora has a pair of huge wings and 4 dragon claws. She has a slender and graceful neck and a huge body, and the roaring dragon's mouth is full of sharp fangs. There are no dragon horns growing on the silver dragon's head, which is very consistent with Pandora's characteristics as a female dragon. Bang! The silver dragon transformed by Pandora collided with the swan transformed by Hera. The silver dragon grabbed the swan's wings with its 2 front paws and bit the swan's neck with its mouth. If it were an ordinary swan, its neck would have been bitten off by the silver dragon transformed by Pandora. But the swan transformed by Hera was not an ordinary swan. So not only did Hera not have her neck bitten off by Pandora, she also said coldly, "You actually showed your most primitive form. It seems that I have no need to retain my strength." After saying that, the swan transformed by Hera began to twist and deform. In the blink of an eye, Hera's body changed from a huge swan to a beautiful white dragon with white dragon scales. Although after the transformation was completed, the silver dragon transformed by Pandora still bit the white dragon's neck. But the white dragon transformed by Hera just shook its neck hard, and the neck broke away from the silver dragon's fangs. Hera. Looking at Hera, who transformed into a white dragon, Pandora said solemnly, "You actually let our fight escalate to this point. You are the one who keeps escalating the battle. Although I understand your feelings of not wanting to lose, I don't intend to lose to you either. I will never give up." There was a muffled bang. The heads of the silver dragon and the white dragon Pandora and Hera hit each other hard. The huge impact of divine power caused the 2 goddesses to retreat and distance themselves. But they did not stop fighting, but rushed towards each other again. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. As the battle between Pandora and Hera intensified, strong winds descended from thousands of meters above the ground, causing the originally calm sea to become rough. Although gods cannot directly interfere in human wars, wars between gods can affect humans in the form of natural disasters. In the sea area as a battlefield, the soldiers of the coalition fleet and the soldiers of the Donian navy saw the violent wind rising on the sea, and the clouds in the sky were also attracted by unknown forces, forming an extremely rare vortex. The soldiers on both sides fled. Thoughts about this sea? Because violent storms at sea can destroy even advanced ships 3,600 years later. Wooden ships of this era are even less able to withstand the ravages of violent storms. If we don't escape from this sea area quickly, all the ships and soldiers on both sides may be wiped out in this sea area. Roy was still flying in the air with his black wings vibrating at this time. Roy originally thought that if he couldn't wait for a certain goddess to save him, he would have to give up victory in this war. Unexpectedly, The battle between Hera and Pandora directly triggered a disaster-level wind. Seeing that storm clouds had condensed in the sky, Roy looked at Persephone and said, "Goddess Persephone, it seems that the outcome of this war will be invincible. Although I regret not being able to win, I am happy that I did not lose this war with your participation." After saying that, Roy flapped his black wings and flew towards the Donia navy. At this time, the ships of the coalition fleet were sailing at full speed, trying to escape from this dangerous sea area. When Persephone heard Roy say that the outcome of this war would be invincibility and invincibility, although Persephone was very dissatisfied, she had no choice but to accept it. At this moment, a red gold lightning pierced the sky and flew from the northern sky to the sky above the Sea of Thera. Feeling the familiar fluctuations of divine power, Roy stopped in the air and looked at the sky, just in time to see Hestia fly into the storm clouds with a height of 100 meters to absorb the thunder energy, and then release two golden thunders. Rumble! Rumble! One of the thunders released by Hestia struck the white dragon transformed by Hera, and the other struck Persephone. When Persephone saw the golden thunder falling from the sky towards her, her face immediately changed and she shouted in panic, "Hestia! Are you crazy? I'm on a human ship. Your attack can't hurt me. It will only kill these innocent humans." After speaking, Persephone raised her hands and blocked the golden thunder with her body. Although Persephone was able to dodge the thunder's attack, if the thunder hit the hull, everyone on the ship would drown in the sea due to water leakage in the hull. Zilla zilla. Zilla zilla. After the energy of the golden thunder was completely absorbed by Persephone's body, and seeing Hestia about to release a second wave of thunder, Persephone immediately jumped up and pounced on Roy in the sky. Feeling the attack from behind, Roy came to his senses and found Persephone's beautiful white arms hugging his neck from behind. Immediately afterwards, Persephone's body lay on Roy's back. Roy, who had no idea what was going on, asked with confusion, "Goddess Persephone, are you willing to die with me just to kill me? I know you can't swim like me. If you kill me, you will fall into the sea and drown. Do you really think of me as a human being? Although I can't swim, I won't drown in the sea water," Persephone said with a frown. "As an immortal god who cannot swim, I will sink to the bottom of the sea if I fall into the sea. If I want to return to the Pylos area, I can only walk back from the bottom of the sea. I can promise not to kill you, but you have to take me to fly to land." After hearing Persephone's request, Roy asked next, "Why don't you leave with the ships of the coalition fleet? Didn't you see Hestia attacking me? Now that I'm back on the human ship, I can only use my body to block Hestia's thunder. Because if I don't do this, Hestia's thunder will damage the ship. Then if you are with me, you won't be attacked by Hestia. It has been proven that I am with you and will not be attacked by Hestia's thunder." Persephone lay on Roy's back, and Hestia did not attack her again. Seeing that Hestia was still attacking the white dragon transformed by Hera with thunder, Roy asked again, "Goddess Persephone, you have become a human now. Why are you still attacked by Hestia?" "I'm just pretending to be human. Not really becoming human," Persephone explained impatiently. "As long as other gods can see through my disguise, they can attack me as a god. So that's how it is." After listening to Persephone's explanation, Roy said while flying slowly with Persephone on his back, "Goddess Persephone, can I tell you a fact? Your body is much heavier than a human girl. I can't fly fast to catch up with the ship now. Can you let me go? It won't matter if you fall into the sea anyway. It can drown, and it can return to land from the bottom of the sea. Do you want to die?" Persephone immediately strangled Roy's neck and said, "Perhaps you don't know that as the most orthodox earth snake, I am not only the goddess in charge of seed germination and food harvest, but also the goddess of death, who brings about the withering of plants and the loss of life. If you dare to disobey again, I will take your soul sent to the underworld where you will suffer eternal punishment."